Suyu, have I not made myself clear enough? I told you Lin Panxi will never like you in this lifetime, let alone be with you. At the center of Jingdu Martial Arts University's training ground, a group of young cadets gathered, all eyes fixed on one spot. There a girl with exquisite features and a graceful figure frowned at the boy before her, her beautiful eyes filled with undisguised disgust. Her delicate oval face had fair smooth skin, but her phoenix eyes shimmered with cold sharpness. Under everyone's gaze she parted her red lips and a melodious, yet distant voice emerged filled with the chill of rejection. Please stop bothering me with these childish tricks from now on. You and I will never have any result, understand? The watching crowd couldn't help buzzing with discussion. Tisk how I envy campus beauty Lin able to reject young Master Su's courtship. Courtship is nothing. What young Master Su gave this time is truly lavish. Upgrade transcendent alloy longsword. This is upgrade transcendent alloy weapon that even grandmaster level martial artists covet, yet campus beauty Lin is willing to refuse. Refuse my foot. Didn't you see she already took the gift? Young Master Su is truly devoted. Even to someone who doesn't care for him, he persisted in confessing for 7 years. Devoted to devoted. Although a bit. Ahem, don't say those 2 words, or I'm afraid your corpse will be found in the sewer tomorrow. The ordinary students all looked at the scene with envy and jealousy. In the center of the crowd, the handsome man with a posture as upright as a towering pine stood still. His features were as perfectly sculpted, angular, and sharp. His eyes were as deep as a star-filled sky, with a spark of brightness flickering in his dark pupils. Suyu stood still, as if petrified. Looking at the beautiful girl before him, a dazed expression flashed in his eyes. This is... where? Before he could react, a flood of memory information surged into his mind. SSS. In an instant, Suyu's brows furrowed. Intense pain raged in his mind. After a moment, when the massive memory was assimilated, Suyu was dumbfounded. Have I transmigrated? And into the world of a high martial novel. From this memory, Suyu extracted the information he needed. He had transmigrated. Moreover, he had transmigrated into a spiritual energy revival novel he had once read. The key point: his identity was not the protagonist, but a villain in this. At the same time, Suyu knew who the woman standing before him was. She was the first female lead of this book, Lin Panxi. And the current plot was exactly the opening, where he confessed to Lin Panxi for the 99th time, was cruelly rejected, and then threatened her. Thinking of this, Suyu felt a toothache. Damn it, what is all this? At this moment, Suyu only felt exhausted, since his current identity was a villain, a stepping stone. He was meant to be humiliated by the protagonist. And he felt speechless. His identity was extremely noble throughout Longwa, even the entire Blue Star, yet the original author had written him as extremely foolish. Not only was he a simp, but a hopeless simp with no bottom line, desperately fawning over the female lead. The entire Su family held a transcendent position on the High Martial Blue Star. Grandfather Su Zhantian was one of the transcendent martial saints of Blue Star. Father Su Long was one of the 9th grade grandmasters of Longwa. The Su family had risen since the spiritual energy revival 1,000 years ago, a powerful clan that had never declined in a millennium. He himself was the foremost genius of the current Su generation. Under such circumstances, how could he still be a simp? Unreasonable. What status did Lin Panxi have? In talent, she was several levels below him. In family background, the Lin family was merely an upstart clan that only emerged in Jingdu 100 years ago. Its highest level was merely 8th grade, and that 8th grade had already fallen. Without his Su-yes affection, a small family like the Lin would have been swallowed by other families long ago. He had liked Lin Panxi for so long, and the Lin family had leveraged the Su family's power for so long. But they, with some inexplicable arrogance, kept stringing him along. Worse, without his knowledge, they nurtured a chosen one, and with that chosen one's help, they eventually ascended to the throne of the second family on Blue Star. And the Su family was destroyed by the Lin family and the chosen one together. Even after destruction, they declared that the Su family had committed heinous acts, and they were acting on heaven's behalf. Evil. The Su family had guarded Blue Star for 1,000 years, like every martial saint died on the battlefield. In the end, they perished under the condemnation of the Lin family, the chosen one, and the masses. Thinking of the fate of the Su family and himself in the original book, Suyu clicked his tongue. What irony. A family that survived only because of the Su family eventually turned against its benefactor. Since he had transmigrated, Suyu would never repeat the original's mistakes. Besides, was Lin Panxi really worth it? Aren't the many high-quality female leads in the book better? Before Suyu could continue thinking, Lin Panxi's clear, emotionless voice sounded in his ears. Suyu, are you even listening to me? Lin Panxi looked at the motionless Suyu, anger rising in her heart. What was the point of this annoying pest clinging to her all day? This time she must make things clear. Lin Panxi's eyes turned cold, staring at Suyu with disgust. Don't pretend to be spaced out here. I only want to tell you one thing. Don't appear before me again. I don't acknowledge that so-called engagement. Your pestering only makes me sick. Now please disappear from my sight immediately. Using family advantage to force her into an engagement. This kind of person was truly disgusting. Revolting. Fine. Before Lin Panxi finished, Suyu nodded and replied, as you wish. Great. 2 blessings in one. escaping the 9 to 7 life of a corporate slave, transmigrating into a young master of a noble family, and breaking off an engagement with a conceited female lead. This couldn't be better. Wow, what? Lin Panxi was confused by his sudden reaction. What did you just say? Did he actually agree with me? Su Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting as he smiled faintly. I agree with what you said. The engagement is cancelled. We sever ties, and from now on we are strangers. Lin Panxi was stunned, unable to react in time. But Suyu didn't give her a chance to speak. He straightened his posture and said calmly, tomorrow I will personally go to your home to dissolve this joke of an engagement, and announce in Jingdu that I have nothing to do with you, Lin Panxi, or the entire Lin family. With these words, the entire training ground fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this statement, no longer having any relation with Lin Panxi and the entire Lin family. After a long moment, when they came to their senses, only one thought remained in their minds. A great upheaval is about to happen in Jingdu. The students of Kyoto University of Martial Arts had only one thought: Kyoto was about to undergo a great upheaval. The Su family and the Lin family were breaking off their engagement. If the Lin family, which had only secured its place as a first-rate family with the Su family's help, were to lose that support, it would be devoured by other first-rate and second-rate families. How did the story suddenly change like this? Young Master Su actually wants to break off the engagement with Lin Panxi. Is today's unfolding not right? I must report this to my family immediately so they can prepare in advance. He'll call my father right now. After a moment of silence, the entire playground became lively. Whispering voices were incessant. However, Lin Panxi herself did not feel anything wrong. Instead, after a moment of daze, a happy expression appeared on her pretty face. Are you telling the truth? She asked impatiently, breaking off the engagement. This was what she had always wanted, but her family had stopped her, blocking her happiness. Now Suyu himself had brought it up. Seeing her like this, Suyu was not annoyed. The calm smile still hung on his handsome face. Really, tomorrow, I will personally go to your house to break off the engagement. She looked forward to breaking off the engagement. I look forward to it even more. A man who fawns over a woman is despised. I absolutely refuse to be such a man. With his background in this high martial world, what kind of woman could he not get? What kind of life could he not enjoy? He had detected the aptitude of a martial saint. If he didn't meet an early end, he would definitely become one. But in the original story, a person with martial saint aptitude had cultivation level inferior to some peers. That was really frustrating. Hearing this, Lin Panxi immediately pressed words are empty. Do you dare to swear an oath? She did not believe Suyu would give up pursuing her so easily. He had used all kinds of tricks to get her. She needed him to make an oath witnessed by the world well before she could feel at ease. Otherwise, this could be his scheme. The onlookers gasped collectively. What a woman. How much does this school beauty Lin hate her own family? She wouldn't stop until she had pushed him to the brink. Suyu sneered inwardly. With a heroine who couldn't read the situation, he wondered how the original him could have fallen for her. Low talent, low intelligence, low emotional quotient, low cultivation. Although men often settle, this was settling too far down. Though speechless with the heroine, he still responded calmly, fine. Then Suyu immediately declared his oath. Suyu will no longer have any affection for Lin Panxi. Tomorrow I will go to her house to break off the engagement, and I will never regret it. If I do, may my Tao heart shatter, and mine will perish. The moment the oath was made, Su Ye's mind was shaken. A mysterious aura surrounded him. He knew it was the sign that the oath had successfully taken effect. Seeing Suyu successfully swear, everyone finally believed that he truly was cutting off everything with Lin Panxi. At this moment, the playground erupted into chaos. Wow, he actually swore. The Lin family has thoroughly cut off their own retreat. I want to know what the Lin family will do next. Will school beauty Lin regret it? How regret? The crowd's chatter did not reach Lin Panxi's ears. At this moment, only one thought occupied her mind. Suyu had really sworn not to pester her anymore, and would no longer like her. This was an oath to the world will. If Suyu violated it, he would die. At that moment, Lin Panxi felt an instant lightness. Fine. I believe you this time, but only this once, she said, her delicate face showing pleasure. Her expression made it seem as if believing Suyu once was a great favor. The onlookers were puzzled. Where did her sense of superiority come from? Given by the Lin family. Without the Su family's help, the Lin family was not far from decline. At least the status of first-rate family would be out of reach. Suyu was not surprised by her reaction. In the original story, Lin Panxi disliked him, and any bad news about him made her happy for a long time. Let alone matters like breaking off the engagement. However, swearing not to like Lin Panxi did not mean he wouldn't destroy her and the Lin family and the protagonist. In the original story, he and the Su family were destined to be trampled under the feet of her and the Child of Destiny. To make his life easier and longer, the Lin family and the Child of Destiny must die. Thinking of this, a thick murderous intent flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Since they define me as a villain, what harm is there in being one? Just as the thought of becoming a villain arose in his mind, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his head. Ding. Destiny's villain system binding complete. Hearing the voice in his head, Suyu was momentarily stunned, then subconsciously asked mentally, system. What functions do Ding? When the host breaks the original books, setting generous rewards will be obtained. Completing the reversal of the destined cannon fodder villain fate will give huge rewards. Each act that deviates from the original plot will receive rewards based on the situation. The system aims to cultivate the host into the ultimate villain of all realms. Current main quest: kill the child of destiny Chu Feng. Note: can only kill when the child of destiny's luck value falls below 10. Note: 2 methods to plunder luck value are as follows. 1. Plunder the child of destiny's opportunities luck value, based on opportunity scale. 2. Shelter the child of destiny's confidence and supporting character's luck value, based on character's global importance. 3. Suppress the child of destiny, to break his mentality luck value, based on his anger level. After hearing the system's brief description, Su Yu had a certain judgment in his heart. If that's the case, destroying the entire Lin family would greatly plunder the protagonist's luck value right. In the early stages, the Lin family and Lin Panxi had been using the Su family's resources to nurture the child of destiny. At this moment, Lin Panxi, still in high spirits, noticed Su Yu's silence. She suppressed her smile and returned to her cool demeanor. Since everything is clear, I'll take my leave, she said. He'll be waiting for you at home. I hope you don't break the appointment, because if you don't come you'll die. I would prefer you not to come. These words made everyone's expressions change slightly. She was practically cursing Su Yu to die. It was clear that school beauty Lin could be so ruthless with her words. Su Yu exited the conversation with the system and glanced at Lin Panxi with a half smile. Don't worry, you'll be there promptly at noon tomorrow. That's fine, I'm leaving, she replied. Having received a positive answer, Lin Panxi felt very happy. Just as she turned to leave, Su Yu's unhurried voice sounded behind her. Since you don't want any connection with me and the Su family, please return the grade super alloy weapon in your hand and the ring on your right index finger, Su Yu said unhurriedly. These are not things you can keep now. As soon as he said this, Lin Panxi's steps faltered and disbelief filled her beautiful eyes. Su Yu, what do you mean? Lin Panxi turned around, meeting Su Yu's calm gaze. Her expression soured slightly as she said, Are you Su Yu going to take back what you've given to others? As she spoke, Lin Panxi tightened her grip on the case containing the grade transcendent alloy longsword, her right hand instinctively moving behind her back. This grade transcendent alloy weapon held great significance to her. It was crucial for the graduation assessment in half a month. Although she herself had no need for it, Chu Feng urgently required a suitable weapon. Moreover, a grade transcendent alloy weapon was something even 7th-rank grandmasters coveted. Even the Lin family possessed only a few. The ring on her right hand, glowing with an emerald light, was no ordinary item either. It was a defensive artifact forged by him. Within it lay the power of a single strike from a martial saint. In moments of life-threatening danger, it was a priceless treasure that could save her life. Even a 9th-rank grandmaster would covet such. Reluctant to return it to Su Yu, she faced his interrogation. Su Yu chuckled and said softly, Didn't you say you wanted nothing to do with me or the Su family? Then why can't I take back what belongs to the Su family? And am not negotiating with you. Lin Panxi was momentarily speechless. She could find no excuse to refute him, yet she truly couldn't bear to part with the items. By now the onlookers began to chime in. Exactly. Miss Lin, you spoke so eloquently just now, but now you're unwilling to return them. What does that mean? Could it be you want the benefits without giving anything in return, eh? Tisk, even courtesans know they must offer their bodies for payment, but she's playing her cards so shrewdly I could hear them in my dreams. Haha, don't be harsh. After all, Miss Lin is the epitome of aloofness. Surely she'll return them. Faced with the veiled and open mockery, Lin Panxi's face alternated between pale and red. Yet the most crucial point was that she couldn't refute the crowd. Seeing this, Su Yu's smile faded and his tone turned icy. Don't tell me you think the Su family is so weakened that you can bully us at will. What right do you have to keep these things? Confronted by his sharp words, Lin Panxi faltered, stammering, I. Just as she grew flustered and unable to defend herself, a stern voice cut through the crowd. Is the young master of the Su family only capable of bullying a woman? Everyone turned to look as a plainly dressed tall man emerged from the crowd and came to stand beside Lin Panxi. The newcomer had a refined appearance and a resolute expression. Recognizing him, some in the crowd exclaimed in surprise, Isn't that Chu Feng from class 3 of the senior year? What's he doing here? What does this have to do with him? Why is he speaking for Lin Panxi? The murmurs of the crowd did not affect Chu Feng. He strode boldly to Lin Panxi's side, like a proud eagle shielding her. Chu Feng's eyes were unyielding and his voice rang out clearly. What's given should never be taken back. And you gave these willingly. Why demand their return? His words were forceful, carrying an implicit challenge to Su Yu. Lin Panxi turned to Chu Feng, a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Feng, what are you doing here? Chu Feng smiled reassuringly and said, I came looking for you when you didn't come out for so long. Don't worry, I'm here. Hearing his firm words, Lin Panxi nodded slightly. She trusted Chu Feng. With Chu Feng by her side, she felt that even the most difficult situation could be overcome, for he gave her a sense of reliability. Su Yu narrowed his eyes as he recognized the newcomer. The protagonist had arrived. But so what? Did he think a few words could change his mind? Wishful thinking. Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back, glanced at Chu Feng, and asked calmly, What is your relationship with Lin Panxi? He didn't answer Chu Feng's question, but casually posed it. Chu Feng, undaunted, puffed out his chest, and replied, Panxi and I are good friends. He knew Su Yu's identity, but felt no fear. He believed he represented justice. Since he was in the right, why should he be afraid? Su Yu nodded, uttered a faint. Oh, then shifted his tone and demanded, And what does this matter have to do with you? Does an outsider like you have any right to meddle in affairs between her and me? Besides, when did I ever say I gave these things willingly? Xu Feng was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly recovered and snorted, the young master of the Su family taking back what he's given. Won't that be a laughingstock? Su Yu gave him a cold glance, ignoring him entirely. He turned his gaze back to Lin Panxi and said flatly, "He'll ask one more time, will you return them or not?" Seeing Su Yu redirect his attack at her, Lin Panxi bit her lip and remained silent. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Wow, I've never seen such shamelessness, saying she hates him but grabbing his gifts faster than anyone. Tisk, and she acts wronged, clearly not wanting to return them. And she calls herself the campus belle. This Xu Feng must have a screw loose, sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. Can't he see Su Yu doesn't want to deal with him? The voices pierced Lin Panxi's ears like needles, causing her immense discomfort. What was this? He gave them to her, she didn't ask for them. Why should he take them back? He gets to play the good guy, and she's the villain. Su Yu truly had no good intentions. Unable to bear the cacophony of voices, Lin Panxi, who valued her reputation, steeled herself. She removed the ring, and together with the grade transcendent alloy weapon hurled them at Su Yu. There, take them back. Xu Feng's expression flickered subtly, but it was too late to stop her. Catching the items deftly, Su Yu's expression remained unchanged as he said, "Fine. Now you can leave. Remember to tell your father to prepare the documents. They'll come to your house tomorrow to break off the engagement." At his words, Lin Panxi's eyes reddened. Let's go, Xu Feng." Without another word, she grabbed Xu Feng's hand and turned to leave. Xu Feng looked at the grade transcendent alloy weapon in Su Yu's hands, feeling a pang of reluctance, as if something of his had been snatched away. Sensing Xu Feng's unease, Lin Panxi bit her silver teeth and said, "Don't worry, I'll ask my father to find you a suitable weapon, one no worse than his." Hearing this, Xu Feng's expression shifted rapidly, and he quickly pulled Lin Panxi away. The crowd, catching Lin Panxi's last words, erupted in uproar. Damn, no wonder she was so reluctant to return the stuff. She was going to give it to that guy. So she's using her simp's gifts to support her boyfriend. Are you out of your mind saying that? This Xu Feng is shameless. No wonder he stepped in and he wanted those things for himself. How disgraceful. Amid the contemptuous murmurs of the watching students, Xu Feng and Lin Panxi's retreating figures seemed somewhat pathetic. Watching them leave, Su Yu stood still, a playful smile curling on his lips. This is just the beginning, Lin Panxi. Why are you acting so wrong? Tomorrow will be the true disaster for you and the Lin family. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully altering the plot of aiding the enemy. Reward beginner's gift pack 1. As the notification chimed in his thoughts, Su Yu paused for a moment before saying, "Open the beginner's gift pack." A script of fortifying the enemy. That seemed apt, considering the brank weapon he had gifted was the very one Lin Panxi was supposed to present to the protagonist Xu Feng. This brank weapon, coveted even by grandmasters, allowed Xu Feng to stand out in the graduation assessment, half a month later propelling him from an average rank to the top of the evaluation. This also led Xu Feng to attract the attention of an 8th grade Golden Body Realm expert, who took him as a disciple. Now that he himself wasn't sending the gift, Xu Feng naturally wouldn't achieve such a high ranking. Before Su Yu could ponder further, the gift pack opened successfully. Newbie gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained rewards: Realm Advancement Card 1, Golden Body, 9 Tempering Method 9 Grade, Origin Marrow 100 Gene. Upon seeing the rewards from the beginner's gift pack, a look of pleasant surprise surfaced on Su Yu's handsome face. The Golden Body 9 Tempering Method. This must be the cultivation technique corresponding to the 8th grade Golden Body Rite. Moreover, the cultivation art rewarded by the system was likely not low in grade. As for the 9 grade Origin Marrow, he had heard of it. It was the most perfect heavenly treasure for forging the 8th grade Golden Body Realm. Even the wealthy Su family possessed only a small amount of 9 grade Origin Marrow, perhaps the entire Su family vault held no more than a dozen gene in total. But now he had a full 100 gene in his hands. Whoa, this was truly an unexpected gain. Su Yu's eyes flickered as he mused to himself. If merely altering one plot of aiding the enemy rewards this much, what if I seize other greater opportunities from Xu? Could there be rewards at the martial sage level? Very likely. At the thought, Su Yu's anticipation for his plan to go to the Lin family to call off the engagement tomorrow grew even stronger. Striking the female lead's family. The rewards probably wouldn't be low either. The next day, near noon, in the main hall of the Lin family estate in the capital, many direct descendants of the Lin family had gathered. Seated at the head of the hall was a middle-aged man in luxurious attire with a burly build exuding a profound aura that compelled the Lin family members around him to lower their heads in awe. This man was the current patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Panxi's father, Lin Hao. Standing beside him were Lin Panxi and Xu Feng. At this moment, Lin Panxi's beautiful eyes were reddened, as if she had suffered a great grievance. In truth, when she returned to the Lin family yesterday, she had cheerfully told Lin Hao about Su Yu's decision to call off the engagement. Who would have thought that Lin Hao, who had been delighted, would change his expression dramatically upon hearing the news, even going so far as to slap his beloved daughter? Lin Hao sat in the chief seat, casting a glance at Lin Panxi, who was still sobbing softly beside him, and at Xu Feng, who stood next to her with a determined and defiant look. His anger flared, and he said irritably, "Cry, cry, cry. That's all you know how to do." Who told you to take it upon yourself to break off the engagement with Su Yu? Lin Hao was now extremely distressed. He knew better than anyone the current situation of the Lin family. At this critical stage, it was utterly unwise to provoke such a conflict with the Su family. Seeing her father's attitude, Lin Panxi stopped sobbing. Her voice was very faint, tinged with resentment and grievance. Dad, why are you so afraid of Su? He's nothing but a rich second-generation brat relying on his family's glory. There's no way anything could ever happen between him and me. In Lin Panxi's heart, Su Yu was forever just a good-for-nothing rich kid. How could he compare to Chu Feng beside her? Chu Feng came from an ordinary family, yet he not only got into the Imperial Martial Arts University through his own efforts, but also had a high level of cultivation. Moreover, he was very considerate. With him, she could always find a sense of security. Completely unlike Su Yu, for whom she felt nothing but disgust. Lin Panxi walked up to her father, tugged at his sleeve with her delicate white hand, and said pitifully, "Besides, Dad, you're already at the latest peak of the 7th grade, and will soon reach the 8th grade. Will you still need to kowtow to the Su family then?" When Grandpa was alive, our Lin family was a well-known great clan in the capital. How could it be like now, where people say we rely on the Su family for our current status every time? Dad, I believe you will personally reclaim everything that belongs to our Lin family. In Lin Panxi's view, the Su family was just a clan with a 9th grade grandmaster martial artist. As for a transcendent figure like a martial sage, she had no knowledge of it. It wasn't just her. The entire Lin family thought the same. Of course, this was not surprising, because although the Lin family ostensibly held the status of a first-rate clan, but they simply had no access to information about martial sages above the 9th grade. In their view, as long as Lin Hao broke through to the 8th grade golden body realm, even a 9th grade grandmaster would show some respect, and they would no longer need to rely on the Su family. Hearing his daughter's flattery, Lin Hao's expression improved slightly. He nodded slowly and said in a deep voice, "Indeed, since you don't like. Then today, when that lad Su Yu comes to our door, I will give him a proper lecture and smoothly call off this engagement." As he said this, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. During this period, he had vaguely touched the threshold of the 8th grade golden body realm. Given a little more time, he was sure to break through. Then his Lin family would truly become a first-rate clan. The Lin family, with an 8th grade golden body powerhouse at its helm, would be a true lion, not a sheep that relied on the reputation of the Su family, a fierce tiger, to keep the wolves at bay. Joy sparkled in Lin Panxi's eyes as she hugged Lin Hao's arm, and said coquettishly, "You're the best dad." Chu Feng, standing nearby, also saw this, and a hint of smile appeared in his eyes. He was naturally pleased to see the Lin family grow stronger. After all, his relationship with the Lin family was not ordinary, and Lin Hao held him in high regard. Feeling his daughter's affectionate act, Lin Hao patted her head with a doting smile, and said cheerfully, "Don't worry. When that lad Su Yu comes, I will definitely make him apologize to you. Calling off the engagement is his loss. My Sierra is far superior to him. Hehe, may I ask how Patriarch Lin wishes me to apologize?" Just as the father and daughter were chatting happily, a calm and carefree laugh drifted in from outside the hall. Upon hearing this voice, the smiles on Chu Feng's and Lin Panxi's faces instantly vanished. Then, under the gaze of all the Lin family members, Su Yu, dressed in casual attire, strode leisurely into the Lin family hall. Unfazed by the many Lin family eyes fixed on him, Su Yu's star-bright pupils locked onto Lin Hao at the head seat. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth as he said calmly, "Patriarch Lin, may I ask if the items from my Su family are prepared?" Seeing Su Yu enter, Lin Hao's smile gradually faded. He said in a relaxed tone, "Nephew Su Yu, I agree to the engagement annulment you mentioned. However, regarding your humiliation of Sierra yesterday, you need to offer her a proper apology. Otherwise, I might consider paying a visit to your Su family to ask how they educate their children." Upon hearing these words, Su Yu was taken aback for a moment, then let out a derisive laugh, as if recalling something amusing. "You? A mere latest peak 7th grade martial artist. How dare you put on such airs?" At these words, the entire hall fell silent. Lin Hao was especially stunned for a long time, because Su Yu had never dared to speak to him in such a manner. "How dare you?" Boom. In the next instant, a startling pressure erupted from Lin Hao, surging straight towards Su Yu. An overwhelming pressure surged forth. If an ordinary person were targeted by such oppressive force from a 7th-rank grandmaster, they would have likely fallen to their knees. A 7th-rank grandmaster could harness the energy of heaven and earth in battle, and such pressure was beyond the resistance of those beneath this rank. Su Yu's robes rustled in the wind, yet his figure stood motionless, completely unaffected. "Did your elders never teach you to show due respect to a grandmaster?" Lin Hao's expression was cold, a green light swirling in his eyes. He was a 7th-rank grandmaster, and only those of the 8th or 9th rank could surpass him. As for the higher-tier martial saints, they were beings unknown to most in the nation. An ordinary person would find it as difficult as ascending to heaven to encounter a martial saint, so he naturally did not compare himself to them. But now he was different. At the peak of the late 7th rank, he had touched the threshold of the 8th rank golden body, a powerhouse for whom entering the 8th rank was merely a matter of time. He could well be called a half-step golden body powerhouse. Su Yu's face still held a smile, his tone gentle. "A grandmaster deserves respect, but by what authority do you presume to suppress me, as the head of a first-rate family? Or with your cultivation as a 7th-rank latest martial artist?" As his word, a direct descendant of the Lin family stepped forward and rebuked So you don't think you can act recklessly just because you're from the Su family. This is the Lin family, and if you come here you must abide by our rules. Apologize to the family head immediately, or there will be no possibility between you and Panxi. That's right, Suyu. Since you like someone from our Lin family, you must follow our rules. Though your family has a 9th rank grandmaster, that doesn't mean you can run wild. Panxi has truly misjudged you all these years. You deserve the labels of unlearned and disrespectful to elders. The Lin family members had seen much of Suyu over the years. In the original story, Suyu as the young master of a martial saint family was easily manipulated by a family that didn't even have an 8th rank martial artist. Initially the Lin family had shown Suyu respect, but in recent years as Suyu lowered himself excessively, the Lin family began to feel that the young master of the Su family was nothing special. Thus, even knowing this was a broken engagement, they maintained a strange condescending attitude. It was truly baffling behavior. Chu Feng stood beside Lin Panxi. The two seemed quite compatible. Seeing that Suyu remained silent under the verbal assault from the Lin family, he stepped forward and said gravely, "Suyu, is this how you treat a grandmaster? Don't forget Uncle Lin is Panxi's father. Is this your respect for elders? Do you even deserve to like Panxi?" Chu Feng came from a humble background. To change his fate by getting into the Kyoto Martial University, he had given his all. He looked down on Suyu, a rich second generation who didn't cherish hard work and wasted family resources at will. In his eyes, those who didn't respect their elders were complete waste. When Lin Panxi saw Suyu, the disdain and disgust in her phoenix-like eyes were undisguised. She spoke with revulsion. "Suyu, our family agrees to dissolve this so-called engagement." With that, she picked up the marriage contract from the table, tore it up in front of everyone, and threw it on the ground. "Now the engagement is void. You may leave. From this moment on, I, Lin Panxi, have nothing to do with you." Tearing up the contract, Lin Panxi felt an unprecedented sense of relief. This engagement was merely a pact signed years ago to prevent the Lin family from being crushed by the Su family. Now that her father was about to reach the 8th rank, there was no need to be polite with him anymore. Lin Panxi's words didn't catch Su Ye's attention. He fixed his gaze on Lin Hao and said with a smile, "Do you agree, Patriarch Lin?" Lin Hao, who had no goodwill toward the disrespectful Suyu, nodded with a stern face. "It is my decision." He was a half-step 8th rank golden body powerhouse, and Su Ye's words were far too insolent. He did not like it. Hearing this, Su Ye's smile deepened. "In that case, please return all the betrothal gifts from my Su family. 20 gene of 8th rank origin marrow, 2 a grade weapons, 3 grade weapons, various industrial shares, and assorted cultivation resources." Upon hearing the resources Suyu mentioned, Lin Hao's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. So many resources. If he actually gave them back, the entire Lin family strength would shrink by 70%. Seeing his silence, Suyu continued casually, "What, haven't you prepared my things? Has the Lin family not taken my words seriously?" Lin Hao was displeased. What weight did Su Ye's words carry? Had he forgotten how he had groveled before his daughter these past years? Before he could speak, Lin Panxi and Chu Feng began to berate Suyu. "Suyu, have some shame. It's true your family gave these betrothal gifts, but you're the one calling off the engagement. What right do you have to demand them back?" Chu Feng nodded in agreement. "Suyu, if you're a real man, you should understand that you initiated the breakup. There's no reason to return the betrothal gifts. Such a wealth of resources would pain even a first-rate family to part with. Moreover, without obtaining the great alloy weapons, there was no way he would comply with Su Ye's wishes." Su Ye's eyes narrowed dangerously, his voice turning cold. "So it seems the Lin family has no intention of returning these betrothal gifts. Suyu, the engagement is dissolved. You may leave the Lin family now." As Suyu finished speaking, Lin Hao from the head seat said indifferently, "You propose to break up, the betrothal gifts will not be returned. Moreover, if you leave now, I will overlook your disrespect toward a grandmaster." Still, there was no way he would return them. Given Su Ye's weak character, as long as he was assertive, Suyu wouldn't dare argue, would he? After all, over the years, he had never seen Suyu show any backbone. Even when his daughter told him to leave, he would slink out of the Lin family with a fawning smile. However, this time he was mistaken. "Huh, how amusing." Suddenly, Suyu, standing in the center of the hall, burst into laughter, wild and airy. This caused everyone present to frown. What was he laughing at? Lin Hao's face darkened as he slammed the armrest of his chair and roared, "What are you laughing at? Shut up." Hearing this, Suyu stopped laughing, but a sneer gradually spread across his face. Whoosh! A streak of light flashed, and a chair of extraordinary material appeared behind Suyu. He sat down, crossed his legs, and adopted an arrogant posture, as if this were his domain, not the Lin family's. "Lin Hao, you're merely a 7th rank martial artist. Who gave you the audacity to speak to this young master like that?" With that, Suyu narrowed his eyes and cast a contemptuous rumble. At these words, Lin Hao could no longer contain himself. He stood up, his face livid, and laughed in rage. "Very well, very well. Since you, Suyu, are so blind to the situation, I will capture you and personally ask your 9th rank grandmaster Su Long how he raised you." With that, Lin Hao struck instantly, his figure vanishing from the spot and charging straight at Suyu, who sat in the center of the hall. The fierce aura swept through, igniting fervent gazes in the Lin family members Lin Panxi and Chu Feng. Facing the assault of a powerhouse on the verge of entering the 8th rank golden body, Su Ye's expression remained calm as he uttered 2 words. "Open wide." The next moment, just as Lin Hao was about to seize Suyu, a phantom palm print materialized out of nowhere. A terrifying aura erupted, and the palm slammed fiercely into Lin Hao's face. Slap! A crisp resounding sound exploded in the hall. Then under the horrified gaze of everyone, the hall's floor shattered with a deafening crash. Lin Hao's body crashed heavily onto the floor, a massive handprint stark on his face. His teeth were scattered and a mist of blood sprayed from his mouth. In his terror-filled eyes, a figure slowly materialized. An 8th rank. Golden body powerhouse. What? At that moment, everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. After a moment of silence, the Lin family fell into chaos, and Lin Panxi and Chu Feng felt their hearts tighten. How could an 8th grade golden body powerhouse appear at their Lin residence? Could it be an enemy of their family? After being struck by the 8th grade expert, Lin Hao's breath was disordered and many of his teeth were shattered. He channeled the world's energy to recover somewhat, rose from the pit, and looked at the 8th grade expert standing beside Suyu, his eyes filled with deep fear. May I ask who you are, senior, and why you attacked me? Lin Hao cupped his hands toward the old man with a respectful demeanor, though he was proud of his half-step golden body cult. But facing a true 8th grade golden body expert, his strength was utterly insignificant. The old man sneered. Why did I attack you? A mere 7th grade latest stage peak martial artist, and you dare to lay hands on the young master of my Su family. Lin Hao was left speechless. What? His mind trembled violently. An 8th grade golden body powerhouse, standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, could actually be moved by Su Yu. He hadn't come alone. Su Yu turned to the old man and smiled. 5th granduncle, why bother speaking too much with him? He's merely a martial artist who hasn't entered the 8th grade. The newcomer was his guardian. As the young master of the Su family, how could he possibly travel alone? Moreover, with his talent, he was expected to become the next martial saint of the Su family. How could the family be careless in protecting him? The old man nodded and said domineeringly, a frog at the bottom of a well. If we don't teach him a lesson, he might think the Su family is easy to bully. An insignificant low-tier family dares to speak recklessly of the Su family, and a mere 7th grade dares to talk about disciplining the son of a 9th grade grandmaster. He fully supported Su Ye's decision to break off the engagement with Lin Panxi. After all, what qualification did a family without even an 8th grade martial artist have to form a marriage alliance with the Su family? Though the Su family did not value power, the Lin family's attitude alone was enough to displease them. However, since Su Yu was fond of her, they had refrained from interfering. But now that the rift was torn open, there was no need to be courteous to the Lin family. Their words fell on the ears of the Lin family, making their expressions turn extremely grim, yet no one dared to speak out. For the person before them was an 8th grade powerhouse. The very 8th grade golden body expert their family dreamed of. Lin Hao's face also darkened as he stared at Su Yu and the old man, saying in a low voice, is the Su family trying to break the rules? High-grade martial artists are forbidden from killing those of lower grades. He hadn't expected the Su family to send an 8th grade martial artist to protect Su Yu. The old man remained silent, but Su Yu smiled and said, killing you is not necessary, but making you kneel here is possible. This sentence struck Lin Hao like a thunderbolt. Make me kneel here, in front of all my Lin family members. You? Lin Hao's face was twisted with fury. Before he could finish, a terrifying 8th grade pressure surged toward him like a tide. An irresistible force pressed down on his shoulders, and his knees buckled, sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing this, the Lin family members were petrified. Moments later, Lin Panxi suddenly screamed, Dad, Su Yu, you bastard. Let him go immediately, or I will never Lin Panxi's beautiful eyes reddened as she bit her lip and shouted at Su Yu, tell him to release my father now. Su Yu ignored her reprimand, his face expressionless as he looked at her. Seeing her still so arrogant, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Even at this moment, the Lin family still failed to recognize the situation. Who was he? On the surface, the Su family had a 9th grade grandmaster, but in the circle of true first-class families, everyone knew the Su family was a martial saint clan. Su Zhantian was one of the 12 martial saints of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Long was one of its grandmasters. In the shadows, the Su family possessed several 9th grade grandmasters, over a dozen 8th grade golden body experts, and countless 7th grade and below. Such strength could make them the premier family of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet even the public face of the Su family was not something a small Lin family could afford to slight. But in the original story, due to his groveling nature, he had catered to every demand of the Lin family and Lin Panxi, causing them to look down on him and the Su family. Yet they forgot. They were merely a low-tier family without even an 8th grade expert. How could they have the face to despise him? In his past life, he was a corporate slave working from 9 to 7. Now that he was here, how could he continue to be a groveler? Wasn't it better to be a powerful young master of a prestigious family? Since the Lin family didn't know respect, he would slowly toy with them. Seeing Su Yu ignore her, Lin Panxi bit her red lip and cursed with tearful eyes. Su Yu, you are such a bastard. You have no real skill, only relying on your family's power to bully others. Chu Feng, seeing his beloved wronged, felt an endless rage surge within him. Chu Feng's gaze was sharp as he stared at Su Yu, saying each word deliberately. So you don't think you can bully others just because your family has power? Today I, Chu Feng, challenge you. If you are a man, accept it. Knowing an 8th grade golden body expert was watching, he knew he couldn't kill Su Yu. But he could still injure him. However, the Dragon Kingdom had a rule in a duel between equals high-grade martial artists could not interfere. Otherwise, they would be hunted down by the entire Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world. As long as he didn't kill him, the 8th grade expert couldn't intervene in their duel. And he was confident he could defeat Tsuyu. Though he had never participated in the Kyoto Martial Arts University's student rankings, his strength was at the mid-4th grade martial artist level, and with his spiritual power comparable to the 5th grade, he could easily crush Tsuyu, a genius at the early 5th grade. After all, spiritual power was the hardest for martial artists to cultivate. Once it surpassed one's martial cultivation, crossing ranks was not difficult. With this thought, Chu Feng was brimming with confidence. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Tsuyu glanced at him with interest. Alright, I accept your challenge. With Tsu's agreement, Chu Feng's body erupted with the power of a mid-4th grade martial artist. Tsuyu, kneel now? Before Tsuyu could react, Chu Feng bent his legs slightly, then burst forward with the speed of a leopard, his fists clenched, and charged at Tsuyu. Go, Chu Feng. Teach Tsuyu a lesson. Seeing Chu Feng stand up for her, Lin Panxi was thrilled, waving her hand to cheer him on. In Lin Panxi's eyes, Chu Feng, a common-born genius who fought daily, could surely defeat Tsuyu, a rich second generation who relied on pills to boost his cultivation. At the same time, a hint of sweetness rose in her heart. After all, who could refuse a boy who would step forward to protect her in her moment of crisis? Hearing the encouragement of his beloved, Chu Feng unconsciously increased his strength. He was young, and though more mature than most, knowing how to use the rules to protect himself. Losing his temper for a beauty was something he enjoyed too. Tsuyu, die? Chu Feng roared. In response, Tsuyu merely lifted his eyelids and casually reached out a hand, gently pressing down. Seeing this, Chu Feng's heart leaped with joy. Truly an arrogant fool, relying only on family resources to reach this level, daring to be so careless in battle. Even a lion uses full force when hunting a rabbit. Die. But before Chu Feng could revel in his triumph as Tsu's palm descended, his expression drastically changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He had put all his strength into his fist, unable to redirect his chi in time. Impossible. How could you be? Before Chu Feng could finish, a terrifying force crashed down upon him. In a single exchange, Chu Feng's battle against Tsuyu ended in a crushing defeat. A 6th grade martial artist. Tsuyu sat motionless on the chair, merely raising a hand lightly, and the so-called prodigy, Chu Feng, collapsed to the ground without stirring. Such strength utterly overturned the Lin family's understanding. Lin Panxi was among them. For the power Tsuyu displayed was genuine 6th rank martial artist cultivation. No, this is impossible. How could you be a 6th rank martial artist? Just yesterday you were only at the early 5th rank. Chu Feng coughed up blood, his eyes lost and bewildered, muttering to himself. Chu Feng was completely dazed. He had never imagined Tsuyu could be a 6th rank martial artist, having sensed him at early 5th rank just yesterday. But in the span of a single day, how had he become 6th rank? Impossible. No one could leap an entire major realm overnight. Faced with Chu Feng's accusations, Tsuyu chuckled softly and said calmly, "Little fool, there are many things you don't understand. Your strength is passable, your attacks are sharp, and within your fist force I also sensed a hint of spiritual power. Comparable to a 5th rank martial artist's spiritual power. Not bad." Tsuyu commented on Chu Feng's earlier attack like an elder. Hearing this tone, Chu Feng couldn't bear the blow, his eyes turning bloodshot as he roared, "I won't accept this." Chu Feng could not accept this outcome. In his view, after climbing so desperately, he ought to be able to challenge such a rich second-generation heir across. But the reality was that not only could he not cross ranks, he was instead sent flying by a single palm from the rich heir he despised. Even with his current composure, Chu Feng began to doubt whether he was truly inferior. Ding. Son of Destiny. Chu Feng's mind fluctuates violently. Congratulations, host, for successfully striking the protagonist. Reward 1,000 villain points. Tsuyu suddenly became amused. Just a little suppression earned him 1,000 villain points. It seemed this little chick, Chu Feng, could be squeezed for considerable value. Thinking this, Tsuyu kept his face impassive and said indifferently, "Not accept." Chu Feng, enduring the severe pain, climbed to his feet and roared at Tsuyu, "Yes, I won't accept. You must have used some trick. I don't believe you're a 6th rank martial artist." Again, Chu Feng suddenly bent his legs, then burst forward even faster towards Tsuyu. 8 extremes break. Chu Feng clenched his right fist and smashed down fiercely. Tsuyu's expression remained unchanged. Noisy. Slap. He raised his hand and delivered another seemingly light palm, gentle in appearance, yet containing terrifying power. In an instant, the once imposing Chu Feng was sent flying backward like a bullet, smashing through the wall and crashing heavily out of the hall. This scene silenced everyone again, but soon the Lin family members felt a chill run through them. Because Tsuyu's strength filled them with dread. Among them, the highest was only 6th rank. None could possibly be Tsuyu's match. Don't get carried away just because I praised you a little. Saying your strength is passable only means it's comparable to a child's. It doesn't mean you can actually challenge an adult. Tsuyu looked coldly at Chu Feng lying outside the hall, his voice indifferent. You. Already heavily injured, Chu Feng, after Tsuyu's merciless taunt, let out a loud cry, and then completely passed out. Ding. Son of Destiny. Chu Feng's mind successfully influenced by the host. Reward 1,000 villain points, Guiyuan Pill 1. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Tsuyu was in a fine mood. The Guiyuan pill was a 6th-rank exclusive elixir capable of accelerating spiritual power refinement and increasing the success rate of advancing to 7th-rank grandmaster. With the Son of Destiny unconscious, it was now time to target the Lin family. Glancing at Lin Hao, who was still kneeling and struggling to hold on, Su Ye's expression was cold with no pity in his eyes. Patriarch Lin Hao about, returning the betrothal gifts from my Su family now. Lin Hao was no good either. In the original book, he also looked down on Su Yu as a groveling simp. Not only did he openly support the protagonist Chu Feng, but he also opened up the Lin family's resources to him. In the original book, to put it nicely, he valued Chu Feng's potential and considered him worth investing in. But in reality, he agreed to Su Yu and Lin Panxi's engagement while secretly raising a kept man for his daughter. When that kept man's wings grew full, he turned around and bit the hand that fed him, claiming the engagement was forced by the Su family. How could such a person be any good? Therefore, Su Yu would never pity the kneeling Lin Hao. Besides suppressing the forces of the protagonist and heroine, wasn't that exactly what a villain should do? Since they considered him utterly evil and forcing their family, then fine. He would take back all the benefits and reputation the Lin family had gained from the Su family over the years. Faced once again with Su Ye's question, Lin Hao's heart was bitter. He no longer dared to underestimate Su Yu in the slightest. Who could bear having a Jinshin realm expert conjured up at the slightest disagreement? Was the Su family truly this terrifying? Why had no one from the other families ever mentioned it to him? Su Yu, you bastard. It was you who proposed the annulment. Why should my Lin family bear all this? Before Lin Hao could answer, Lin Panxi, who had been shocked and dazed, finally snapped back to reality. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, mist gathered in her beautiful eyes. She strode quickly up to Su Yu and suddenly raised her hand, intending to slap his face. However, contrary to her expectation that Su Yu would stand still and take the slap, just as her delicate lotus root-like hand was about to fall, Su Yu gave her a brief glance, then erupted with a formidable spiritual power that froze her in place. Bastard. Su Yu, what are you doing? Let me go. Sensing herself bound by spiritual power, Lin Panxi panicked and immediately shouted. If you don't let me go, you'll never win my forgiveness in this life, and he'll never speak another word to you. Why wasn't it going as she imagined? Shouldn't Su Yu have stood there and taken her beating? In the past, when she vented her anger by hitting him, he never dared to resist. For Lin Panxi's mindless and domineering shrewish behavior, Su Yu felt growing contempt and disgust. A woman who couldn't see the situation even now, what qualified her to be the first heroine? Even restrained Lin Panxi still didn't realize the gravity of the situation. Seeing Su Yu silent, she continued shouting arrogantly. Su Yu, let me go now? Also let my father go. I agree to the engagement annulment. Leave my house immediately. An ill report to the school about you injuring Chu Feng. You must take responsibility for. Lin Panxi was about to keep chattering, but the next second her voice was cut short. Lin Panxi, I think you've misunderstood something. First, I'm not negotiating with you. Second, you have no right to stand before me and shout. A purple glint flickered in Su Ye's eyes, and a dangerous aura emanated from him. Before him, Lin Panxi's face flushed red as her mouth opened and closed, as if something were choking her neck, making it hard to breathe. This scene happened so abruptly that everyone was startled. Su Yu, was he trying to kill Lin Panxi? This eerie thought arose and lingered in the minds of the Lin family members. Though so many people saw a Lin family member being harmed, not a single person dared to reprimand Su Yu, because they were terrified. The air fell into an eerie silence. It wasn't until Lin Hao saw his daughter's face turning purple and her struggling weaken that he hurriedly shouted, "Stop. I am willing to return the Su family's betrothal gifts." After saying this, Lin Hao seemed drained of all strength. He collapsed to the ground like a dead dog. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully striking the authority of the first heroine's family and intercepting the family's fortune. Reward. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward rank transcendent weapon, celestial abyss sword, and 3,000 villain points. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, the surprise in Su Ye's eyes grew even more intense. And rank transcendent weapon. This was a rare weapon coveted even by 9th rank grandmasters. Except for a few 9th rank martial artists from powerful families, most 9th rank grandmasters had no means to acquire and rank transcendent weapon. The materials for forging and rank transcendent weapon were extremely precious. Among the essentials was the beast core of a 9th level ferocious beast, followed by celestial meteorite iron. Ordinary metals could not withstand the power of a ferocious beast's core. And a 9th level ferocious beast possessed terrifying combat strength. An ordinary 9th rank grandmaster would not dare to hunt it alone. Extracting the reward and storing it in his spatial ring, Su Yu turned to Lin Hao, who was lying on the ground, and said with a smile, "That's right. The things of my Su family are not so easy to take." Hearing Su Ye's utterly indifferent words, Lin Hao felt a bitter taste in his heart. But more than that, it was pain and reluctance. These resources were all his. Now he had to give them back. This was more agonizing than death. Yet no matter how unwilling he was, he knew he was in the wrong. Everyone in the capital knew how his daughter treated Su Yu. Thus he had been greedy, thinking Su Yu still had feelings and would not ask for the betrothal gift back. But who knew Su Yu would without a word summon an 8th rank golden body martial artist to suppress him. Refusal was not an option. These resources are equivalent in value to the betrothal gift, Lin Hao said, unwillingly tossing a spatial ring. Seeing Suyu put the ring into his pocket, his heart bled. Taking back the resources, Suyu scanned them with his spiritual sense. After confirming nothing was missing, he stored the ring properly. Haha, since the matter is resolved, I won't linger. Farewell. Suyu brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, a smile playing on his lips. The spiritual energy that had been binding Lin Panxi receded like a tide back into Suyu, finally allowing her to breathe. Released from the restraint, she collapsed to her knees, gasping heavily. At this moment, when Lin Panxi looked at Suyu, there was no trace of scorn or contempt in her eyes, only deep fear. For just moments ago, she truly felt that Suyu intended to kill her. With these trivial matters in the Lin family settled, Suyu saw no reason to stay long. Although he also wished to kill the protagonist Chu Feng and the heroine Lin Panxi right, then to fully exploit their value, Suyu suppressed the urge to strike. Besides, the system would not allow it. If he truly killed them, there was a chance that an even more powerful child of destiny would emerge, or he might be punished by the so-called world will. That would not be worth it. With such a good identity, it would be a waste not to enjoy it thoroughly given his previous life as a corporate slave. Just as the father and daughter exchanged glances and were about to, Suyu, who had reached the hall's entrance, suddenly stopped. He turned around, smiled meaningfully, and said softly, "Oh, what a pity." As he spoke, a flash of light appeared in his hand. Then a strange crystal as large as a human head materialized in his palm. At the sight of this crystal, Lin Hao's body trembled violently, and he said incredulously, "Ninth rank source marrow." The moment the strange crystal appeared, Lin Hao sensed that the bones and flesh within his body all showed signs of enhancement, and even the condensation of a mortal substance became much purer. Something with such miraculous effects, even from a distance, could only be the extremely rare 9th rank source marrow. Suyu tossed the 9th rank source marrow in his hand, shook his head, and said regretfully, "I had originally intended to gift this 9th rank source marrow to the Lin family. Now you are not worthy." Ha ha ha. Suyu put away the source marrow and left the Lin family with laughter. Watching his departing back, Lin Hao's eyes flashed with regret. Why not worthy? All because of the broken engagement. With the aid of this 9th rank source marrow, the timeline for his golden body condensation could have been greatly shortened, and the resulting golden body would have been among the top in the 8th rank. All of this had been within his reach. Yet he himself had thrown it away. Once the thought of regret arose, it was hard to extinguish. When he looked at Lin Panxi again, Lin Hao actually felt a trace of irritation toward his once beloved daughter. Seeming to notice the unusual look in her father's eyes, the recovering Lin Panxi suddenly grew nervous and called out weakly, "Dad, what's wrong?" Lin Hao paused, then regained his composure, waving his hand. "It's nothing." Although he had lost a great opportunity, there was still some consolation. He looked past the crowd, settling his gaze on Chu Feng lying amid the ruins, comforting himself. "Though I lost the 9th rank source marrow, Chu Feng's future achievements will surely reach 9th rank grandmaster, or even marshal. At least Suyu only took back the betrothal gift and didn't destroy the Lin family's businesses completely." For a moment, Lin Hao even felt somewhat relieved. Walking out of the Lin residence, Suyu stood outside the gate. His spiritual sense detected many powerful auras lurking nearby. He smiled and said to the surroundings, "Everyone, this farce should end now. Here I announce to all. The Su family and the Lin family are severed from this day forward. All business dealings with the Lin family's enterprises will cease immediately." Having said this, Suyu stepped into a luxury car, whose defensive capabilities rivaled in a ranked transcendent alloy weapon, and departed gracefully under the watchful eyes of spies from various families waiting for news of the Su and Lin families. After the Su family's luxury car left, the spies from first-rate and second-rate families emerged one after another. They exchanged glances, nodded in tacit understanding, and then rushed back to their respective families at top speed. This news was too astonishing, because it spelled the downfall of a first-rate family. The next day, the capital, which had been as still as dead water, once again stirred up a huge commotion after 7 years. Shocking. The Su family and the Lin family have completely severed all business ties. The Lin family no longer has any connection with the Su family. If anyone from the Lin family fraudulently uses the Su family name, you are free to deal with them. After 7 years of pursuing the school bell, a moment of enlightenment, the young master of the Su family decides to no longer be a simp. These two pieces of news exploded across the entire capital. That morning, after the news spread, the Lin family was besieged by representatives from many first-rate and second-rate families. In the recently repaired main hall of the Lin Hao's face was ashen, and the other Lin family members were pale with fright from the overwhelming scene. "Head of the Lin family, the Tang family has come today to sever all business ties with your Lin group. Additionally, we need to discuss compensation thoroughly. Head Lin, when we partnered, you promised that our Tang family would have the opportunity to build good relations with the Su family. How do you propose to resolve this? Our Mo family is the same. And our Yu family. And us." Seeing the overwhelming crowd of heads from various families, Lin Hao finally realized the full extent of the foolishness he had committed yesterday. Suyu, I hate you so much." Unable to bear the faces of these oppressors, Lin Hao's mouth twisted, and he cried out to the heavens. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The indirect suppression of the heroine's family has succeeded. Reward issued. Congratulations, host. You have been rewarded villain points 2,000 at the Su residence. Su Yu sat in the living room momentarily stunned by the cold mechanical voice of the system echoing in his mind. It actually worked. However, he had yet to fully grasp the function of these villain points. He would need to find an opportunity to understand them better. What are you daydreaming about? Just as Su Yu was about to enter the system, a gentle voice suddenly rang out in the living room, interrupting his thoughts. Snapping back to reality, Su Yu looked up and saw a middle-aged man with a handsome face and an overbearing world-dominating aura suddenly appear. Seeing the man, Su Yu stood up and called out, "Father." The visitor was none other than one of the 9 great grandmasters of the Dragon Kingdom, the current head of the Su family, and Su Ye's father in the original story. Su Long. In the original story, Su Long's fate was tragic. As a grandmaster of the Dragon Kingdom, and one of the main generals on the otherworldly battlefield, he once led 100,000 martial artists to attack the ferocious beasts and successfully occupied 1,000 miles of territory on that battlefield. With just himself and his spear during his breakthrough from the 8th rank to the 9th rank, he slew 100,000 ferocious beasts and alien races, earning a fearsome reputation. He had even saved several human cities on the verge of being overrun by beasts and aliens. He was revered as a hero. Yet this very man, because he shielded Su Yu, who was being suppressed by the protagonist in the original story, was later nailed to a city wall by Chu Feng and Lin Hao using his own divine weapon, which had saved countless human lives. The reason? Shielding a person who had humiliated humanity. After being executed, he was not only scorned by countless ignorant people, but even his corpse was not allowed to be taken down from the city wall for burial. Analyzing the plot, Su Yu felt a chill in his heart, as if his very worldview had been overturned. In the original story, his grandfather, the current martial saint Su Zhantian, would die in battle on the otherworldly battlefield a year from now. As the head of the Su family, Su Long naturally had to take on the martial saint's responsibility, resolutely devoting himself to the otherworldly battlefield to guard one side. But back on Blue Star, without the protection of a 9th-rank grandmaster, the Su family's situation became delicate. It was at this time that Chu Feng's master successfully advanced to the 9th-rank grandmaster realm. He finally came to the Su family to support his disciple and struck Su Yu crippling with a single palm strike. Thus the subsequent events unfolded. Su Long walked straight to the seat beside Su Yu and sat down. He gestured for Su Yu to sit, saying casually with a smile, "Sit down. There are no outsiders here, no need for such formality." His eyes were filled with pride as he looked at Su Yu. Because this was his son. Ever since Su Yu was a child, Su Long had placed great hopes in him. Of course, Su Yu lived up to Su Long's expectations. In his youth, he was praised by the 12 martial saints of the Dragon Kingdom as a future martial saint, with even a glimmer of potential to become a martial god. Despite being so outstanding, he had one flaw. He was far too obsessed with a woman, and a woman who didn't even like him. Wasting his talent for her sake was what Su Long regretted most. Su Yu smiled faintly without refuting and sat back down in his chair. "Father, are you leaving for the otherworldly battlefield?" In the original story's plot, Su Long would leave the Su family in the coming days due to a war breaking out on the otherworldly battlefield. Counting the time, it should be today. Su Long nodded without denying it. "Yes. He'll leave after I brief your uncle on some trivial matters. But before that, I still need to talk to you. Please speak, father." Su Yu gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Su Long looked Su Yu in the eyes and said seriously, "Since you've woken up and are no longer obsessed with that woman, use this time to cultivate well. Strive for a good ranking in the graduation assessment half a month from now. You've fallen too far behind over the years." While he himself didn't care about the graduation assessment ranking, the outside world did. If people discovered that the designated young master of the Su family had only an average performance in the Martial Arts University's graduation assessment, what would they think? I've already instructed the family. Your cultivation resources are unlimited. You must cultivate diligently, understand? Su Yu clicked his tongue, unable to help but marvel inwardly. So this is what it feels like to have a wealthy family. It's great. Having resources at his fingertips. How could it be this convenient outside? Ordinary people couldn't just take cultivation resources freely. They would even resort to any means necessary to snatch a bit of source stones. For him, resources came with just a reach of his hand. What a huge gap. No wonder the difference between an ordinary person and a rich second-generation heir was greater than the difference between a human and a pig. I understand. Rest assured, father. By the time you return, I will have secured first place in the Kyoto Martial Arts University's graduation assessment. Su Yu said. His tone seemed casual, yet it carried an undeniable certainty. In the original story, the male protagonist Chu Feng, relying on his spiritual power which surpassed that of his peers, and with the Lin family's resources tilted in his favor during these 2 weeks, made great strides in his cultivation. Ultimately, he turned the tide in the assessment, crushing numerous noble family prodigies and monsters with an invincible posture that shocked everyone, securing his position as the top graduate. But now Su Yu would never allow Chu Feng such an opportunity. This time first place was his and his alone. Furthermore, there was a key figure in the assessment that he absolutely had to contact. He couldn't let this person fall into Chu Feng's hands. Winning her over would inevitably diminish Chu Feng's luck value significantly, so how could Su Yu possibly miss it? Su Long wasn't bothered by his somewhat arrogant attitude. Instead, he had great faith in Su Yu. He nodded and said, "Then I can rest assured." Even though Su Ye's current cultivation level was inferior to other monstrous students, He still had reason to believe because Su Yu never made empty boasts. If he dared to say it meant he was absolutely certain of it. Alright, I must be off to the otherworldly battlefield. You don't need to worry about the Lin family matter, I've already instructed the people below to handle it. After chatting about some family affairs, Su Long rose from his seat. Then his figure slowly turned ethereal before finally dissipating. Seeing his cheap father leave, Su Yu smiled and nodded, then left the living room and returned to his own room. Inside the room, Su Yu sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion used for cultivation. Closing his eyes, he regulated his essence, energy, and spirit. Once his body was in a state conducive to cultivation, Su Yu called out softly in his mind, "Open the status panel." The next moment, as his voice faded, a blue light materialized into a virtual, translucent screen appearing in his mind. Host Su Yu. Cultivation, early 6th rank. Villain points, 7,000. System shop, click to open. Items Abyssal, sword 100 caddies of 9th rank, source marrow, golden body, 9 tempering method. Current mission progress, change the original plot, and kill the child of destiny Chu Feng. Current progress, 2. Main quest, become the heaven-defying villain who rules the myriad realms. Beside a 3D avatar resembling himself were his various stats and the rewards obtained. Looking at the content on the virtual panel, Su Yu couldn't help but ponder. The villain points are probably related to the system shop, right? Thinking this, Su Yu decisively manipulated his spiritual power to click on the system shop on the virtual panel. System shop loading. System shop loaded. The next moment, when the system shop page unfolded and he saw the items on it, Su Yu was completely stunned. After a long while, Su Yu's physical breathing in the outside world gradually became heavy. I never expected the items in this system shop to all be treasures that would make even a martial saint's eyes turn red with envy. Martial God Cultivation Method price, 100 villain points. SS level extraordinary weapon Deathless Heavenly Blade price, 200 villain. Star Shattering Realm Cultivation Method price, 500 villain points. Looking at rows of techniques and weapons that would make even martial saints green with envy, Su Yu couldn't help but feel a slight. This is a supreme treasure that even martial saints find hard to obtain. Not to mention the SS level extraordinary weapon and that so-called Star Shattering Realm Cultivation Method. Just bringing out the Martial God Cultivation Method would be enough to shake all martial saints worldwide. If it were to leak, even his own life might be at risk. Even if his own grandfather were a martial saint, it wouldn't be enough. A martial god. Other than the martial god who laid the foundation of cultivation 1,000 years ago, there is no other martial god on the entire launching. That one, after suppressing the otherworldly battlefield, disappeared into the solar system together with the alien martial god, and has been unheard of ever since. Although his eyes burned with desire, Su Yu was well aware of his current strength. Such things he could not keep safe. Besides, his villain points were insufficient. Not even a tenth of the required amount. No hurry. Yesterday, by just slightly targeting those two little darlings Chu Feng and Lin Panxi, I earned nearly 10,000 villain points. With so many opportunities ahead, as long as I snatch them all, why worry about not being able to redeem them? They are all mine, just temporarily stored in the system mall. Su Yu kept comforting himself in his heart. After browsing casually for a while, he exited the system space. Although there were things he could redeem, none were useful. The Su family already had them. The things he needed required more villain points than he had. Too difficult indeed. Su Yu couldn't help but sigh. Even though the Su family was considered the top clan on the entire launching, it was still nothing before the system's treasury. Because merely having a single martial god cultivation method inside could drive countless martial saints to sell everything they owned to redeem it. Even if asked to hunt down a martial saint, they wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. A single martial god is enough to compensate for the gap of dozens of martial saints. Chu Feng, you need to step up. It'll add some more pressure for you too, and you should find opportunities faster. Su Yu pondered for a moment and immediately decided to add fuel to the fire. For no other reason than to make the protagonist work harder to improve himself. After thinking it over, he felt he was actually quite nice. Villains like him who want the protagonist to giving himself a mental thumbs up, Su Yu wasted no time. He picked up his communication device and began orchestrating public opinion. Go find all major media and self-media outlets, tell them about my broken engagement with Lin Panxi. Besides that, remember to downplay my presence, steer the narrative toward her relationship with Chu Feng, and reveal that the Lin family secretly supported Chu Feng for Lin Panxi. A voice tinged with extreme reverence came from the other end of the communication device. Yes, young master, I'll get it done immediately. Su Yu ended the communication with satisfaction. Su Yu had full confidence in this subordinate's abilities. Although he had never personally engaged in steering public opinion, he had seen plenty of how it was done in his previous life, an era of entertainment. In this era focused on cultivation, manipulating the entire society might be unrealistic. But steering public opinion in Jingdu was certainly not. Sure enough. Shortly after Su Yu issued his orders, within less than 6 hours, most of Jingdu had learned the ins and outs of the matter. At first they were puzzled why the Su family and Lin family had suddenly fallen out. Now under Su Yu's deliberate guidance, the entire affair was fully shocking. The real reason behind the Su family young master's broken engagement with the Lin family daughter is actually this. Inside scoop: the Lin family daughter thought Su young master was inadequate and instead kept a man at home. Jingdu Evening News. The Lin family helps its daughter keep a man disregarding the fiancé family's face, shattering all moral values. A flood of mainstream media and attention-seeking self-media outlets published articles. Everyone received push notifications of these news pieces. Upon seeing them, older men who empathized with Su Ye's situation became furious and flocked to the comment section. Damn, I never expected the Lin family daughter who looks so stunning to be such a player behind the scenes. Still hasn't graduated from Marshall University and already playing around like this. What will she be like when she grows up? Young Master Su must have been blind, sending the Lin family so many orders and cultivation resources every year, and this is what he gets. Doesn't the Lin family do anything about it? Control my ass, haven't you seen the news? The Lin family actively helped her raise that gigolo. It said he even appeared in front of young Master Su. I'm a student at Jingdu Marshall University, and I can testify that these news stories are all true. Not only ordinary people received the push notifications, but also the genius students of Jingdu Marshall University saw the news. Now not only the common folks were in an uproar. Even the forums and various circles of Jingdu Marshall University erupted in fear. Holy shit, this is intense. Lin the campus belle is only a senior, and she's already keeping a gigolo. Calling her a campus belle. She deserves it. If she didn't like him, she should have had the guts not to accept the betrothal gifts. She wants resources but refuses to give anything in return. Does she think she can have all the good things in the world? Feel sorry for Senior Su. Senior, are you there? Let me comfort you. Feeling sorry for Senior Su is fake. Wanting to sleep with him is real, right? Hey, what's going on? This is a school forum, a place for dirty talk. I'm also a senior, I want in. The discussion grew more and more heated. As for the parties involved, Lin Panxi and Chu Feng dared not come out to refute the rumors. Because these weren't rumors at all. They were real events. At this moment, Lin Panxi was hiding in the Lin family home, afraid to come out. As for Chu Feng, after waking from his coma that day, he chose to leave the Lin family to train himself, vowing to defeat Su Yu on the day of the graduation exam and take first place to clear his name. Although they were apart, their hearts were equally filled with hatred for Su Yu. In her view, it didn't matter who spread the news. What mattered was that Su Yu, that petty man, was behind it. Clearly Su Yu was the villain, so why were they the ones being cursed? He was the one who called off the engagement. Was it wrong for us not to return the betrothal gifts? No, it wasn't. Now the entire Lin family was trembling, not because of the public opinion, but because more and more people were coming to cancel their cooperation. Almost. It covered all of the Lin family's industries. If all cooperations were truly cancelled, the Lin family would absolutely not last 6 months before disappearing from Jingdu. She stayed in the Lin family home for several days until the school notified all senior students to return. At the gate of Jingdu Marshall University, a luxuriously extravagant car slowly came to a stop. The door opened automatically, and a tall, slender figure stepped out. The newcomer had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes with extraordinary handsome features. As soon as he appeared, the entire gate of Jingdu Marshall University erupted into an uproar. However, a pair of beautiful eyes instantly reddened upon seeing his figure, and then she rushed toward him. Su Yu, you bastard. How dare you slander Chu Feng and me like this? Su Yu, you must give me an explanation today, or I will never forgive you. Lin Panxi's expression was frantic, as if she was ready to charge at Su Yu and fight him to the death if he didn't explain. The passing students of Jingdu Martial Arts University witnessed this scene and stopped to watch. Lin Panxi and Su Yu were well-known figures throughout the entire Jingdu Martial Arts University. Seeing them appear together was bound to stir up some excitement. Su Yu was not surprised by her behavior. He simply furrowed his brows slightly and said calmly, "What explanation?" As for this first female lead, he had no comment. If there was any, it was that she had little intelligence. Apart from having someone like him, the original story's foremost sycophant, worshipping her, she seemed to have no particularly outstanding qualities. Even in the original story, when the male lead Chu Feng had become a martial god and dominated Blue Star, her cultivation level was only at the 8th grade golden body realm. It should be noted that by then the Lin family had already joined Chu Feng in annexing the Su family. With such immense and astonishing resources bolstering her, her cultivation was still only at the 8th grade golden body. This goes to show how ordinary her cultivation. Of course, this was only by the standard of geniuses. To choose her as the first female lead, even Su Yu had to admire the original author for that choice. Truly idiotic. Or did Lin Panxi have something special? Otherwise, how could she defeat so many talented women and firmly occupy the throne of the first female lead? You're still playing dumb. Lin Panxi, enraged by his indifferent reaction, burst out. Why are you spreading rumors outside saying I'm keeping a gigolo? Do you know how much damage this does to me? You've ruined my innocence as a girl. After saying this, Lin Panxi looked at Su Yu with hatred in her eyes. The experiences of the past few days were driving her mad. Outside rumors were everywhere about her impropriety, that she was keeping a gigolo even though she had a fiancé, and even bringing him home. She swore that although she harbored strong feelings for Chu Feng, she had never engaged in any intimate acts with him. Moreover, for such rumors to spread so widely, the Su family's meddling was surely so. Upon seeing Su Yu, she immediately rushed over to confront him. Su Yu suddenly realized, if she hadn't mentioned it, had nearly forgotten about this matter. Lately, he had been busy scheming against Chu Feng and the Lin family, trying to squeeze out more villain points, and had almost forgotten about this. Watching her furious and flustered expression, Suyu found it quite amusing. Classmate Lin, please watch your words. First, you have no evidence that it was me who spread the rumors. After all, everyone witnessed your family coming to break off the engagement, and I didn't say anything. Seeing she was about to retort, Suyu didn't give her the chance, and continued, secondly. You, despite having a fiancé, walk so close to Chu Feng in front of everyone, every day. Don't you bear any responsibility at all? Although his status made him disdainful of explaining so much to this hysterical female, leave for the sake of villain points he bore it. Every extra word he spoke to her brought him closer to the martial god cultivation method. Since that was the case, he might as well talk a bit more. When he got fed up someday, he would just stab her to death. He and I are just ordinary friends. It's not as dirty as you people make it out to be. Lin Panxi found herself unable to refute Suyu's words. Although she thought highly of herself, she wasn't completely brainless. Knowing she was in the wrong, she could only find another way to explain her relationship with Chu Feng. However, faced with her explanation, Suyu smiled disdainfully. What does that have to do with me? Now that the two of us have no relationship whatsoever, so please get lost. With you. You don't even have the right to appear before me and interrogate me about anything. As these words fell, Suyu emanated a formidable pressure around him. It made Lin Panxi stagger back 2 steps, her breath involuntarily halting. When she came to her senses, she realized she had just embarrassed herself. Her beautiful eyes reddened, and a mist seemed to swirl within them. Suyu, you bastard. If you can't have me, you'll destroy me. You scumbag. If this is also your way of forcing me to submit, don't even think about it. I will never forgive you in this life, and I will never be with you. Lin Panxi roared out in frustration in public. If an uninformed crowd witnessed this scene, anyone would feel a bit of sympathy for her. But among the surrounding students of Jingdu Martial Arts University, how many were unaware of what had happened between Suyu and her? Everyone sneered at her self-important notion, keeping a gigolo and still feeling wronged. Truly wanted to have her cake and eat it too. Suyu was unimpressed by her irrational, impotent rage. He shrugged indifferently and said, "Oh, goodbye." Uttering those 3 words, he paid no further attention and turned to walk into the school. After Suyu left, the students who had stopped to watch began to sneer. It's killing me. A woman who keeps a gigolo dares to question Master Su. How clueless can she be? Tisk, who would have thought that the seemingly aloof campus beauty Lin would be this kind of person? She wants to have her cake and eat it too, and what's more, she doesn't even have the skills to pull it off. What does she take Master Su for? A backup plan. An ATM. Over the years, the Lin family has benefited a lot from the Su family. Normally, the other great families tolerated them out of respect for the Su family. Now that the Su family has announced they're cutting ties, how can the Lin family still prosper? A pampered miss with no real ability but plenty of pride. Does she really think her family background is more prominent than Master Su's? Master Su is a genius himself, and his father is a 9th-grade grandmaster, the city lord of Jintian City in the Outland battlefield. With such status, even he isn't as arrogant as her. Pa bitched. The contemptuous whispers from the crowd drilled into Lin Panxi's ears, making this first female lead's eyes even redder. When had she ever been insulted like this? Especially being pointed at by so many people. Immediately, she became furious and roared at those around her. What business is it of yours? Why do you have the right to curse me? Seeing her attitude, someone in the crowd immediately took offense. We're talking about what we want. What does that have to do with you? You? Lin Panxi heard this voice and immediately turned her gaze, her eyes fierce. She was about to start cursing, but suddenly, what about me? You want a duel? The girl she had glared at immediately lifted her chin and stepped forward, showing no fear of Lin Panxi. Seeing the girl step forward, Lin Panxi fell silent. She could only glare at her resentfully before retreating in disgrace. It wasn't that she didn't want to curse. It was just, the identity of this person before her was one she couldn't afford to provoke. Because her family also had a 9th-grade grandmaster, and was also a first-rate watching her leave, the girl with pink hair and a mischievous look showed a hint of regret in her eyes. Why didn't you keep cursing? If you curse me, I do have a reason to beat you up. I'll find a chance to give her a beating when the graduation assessment starts. Inside Jingdu Martial University, there were a total of 3,000 senior year students. They were all prodigies from the National College Entrance Examination, each possessing exceptional martial talent. To enter Jingdu Martial University, aside from background, only strength could open its gates. Thus, the 3,000 students admitted each year were the elite of elites. Only geniuses who achieved a grade in the martial arts test of the college entrance examination could enter. To achieve a grade in the martial arts test, one first needed a blood energy value of 220 calories, a mental strength of 80 points, martial talent rating of grade, and to meet a series of assessment standards in physical fitness, speed, strength, etc. A genius who could achieve such data would undoubtedly be the top student in a second-rate martial university. But at Jingdu Martial University, it was merely the entry standard. The graduation assessment of a first-rate martial university required students to reach the 3rd-grade martial level within 4 years. A second-rate martial university required mid-second grade. Jingdu Martial University's graduation assessment was even higher. Students must possess 4th-grade martial strength to meet the requirements. It was evident what extraordinary talents the students of Jingdu Martial University were. To put it bluntly, at least 95 of the 3,000 students present were 4th-grade martial artists. If this batch of talents were all deployed to the extraterrestrial battlefield with a bit of training, each would be a powerhouse capable of standing on their own. With outstanding performance, becoming a company commander in 2 years was a basic operation. On the podium, the principal of Jingdu Martial University stood above, his expression solemn as he swept his gaze across the students. Then he declared in a clear voice, "Students, there are only 9 days left until your graduation assessment. We have called you back to school to receive the cultivation resources prepared for your graduation. Over the next 9 days, the school will be closed and your mentors will conduct final intensive training for you. At the same time, the heavenly ranking for senior students will be finalized in 8 days. I believe that you this year's cohort will surpass all previous students, leaving your names in the school's history. Work hard to cultivate. The first place on the final ranking will be rewarded with 1 gene of 9th grade origin marrow and a grade super alloy weapon, a month of personal instruction from a 9th grade grandmaster, and the rank of the second and third places will each receive 8th grade origin marrow and a grade alloy weapon, a month of instruction from an 8th grade golden body realm expert, and the rank of second lieutenant. And for ranks 5 to 100, the principal and 8th grade golden body realm latest age expert delivered a stirring speech on the podium. The majority of the students below listened with boiling blood and brimming motivation. Clearly, the principal's art of motivation had reached its peak, greatly benefiting these greenhorns still under the novice protection of the ivory tower. After all, everyone wanted to leave their own legend at the school. Being young, they were always so confident in themselves. However, at the front of the crowd, Suyu was not impressed. In his past life as a corporate slave, he had grown tired of the motivational speeches and manipulations from exploitative bosses and unscrupulous supervisors. The company is always growing. The project's success is all thanks to you. You're so capable. Do a bit more. He was sick of eating empty promises. He had no interest in the principal's words. His pitch-black eyes scanned around as if searching for something. Although he didn't find any useful information, Suyu noticed Chu Feng standing at the front of the class line, holding the class placard not far away. Looking at the protagonist he hadn't seen for a while, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Chu Feng seems to have changed a lot compared to before. Chu Feng stood there with his head held high and chest out, his posture straight and tall, his spirited demeanor catching even Suyu's attention. As for the specific difference, he couldn't quite pinpoint it at the moment. After releasing his spiritual sense to probe, he suddenly froze, his gaze turning strange. 5th grade midstage. Upon detecting Chu Feng's well-hidden martial level, Suyu couldn't help but feel shocked inside. Good heavens, truly the child of destiny. In just a few short days, Chu Feng has advanced an entire major realm. This speed of improvement is simply out. After the shock, Suyu felt a chill. Damn, no wonder in the original novel the villains had overwhelming levels and power, yet inexplicably couldn't defeat the protagonist, and after a while were even wiped out. With this speed of power improvement, anyone would be baffled. No, I can't let Chu Feng develop too freely. I must intercept his opportunities. Suyu resolved inwardly. He had been idle these past few days, allowing Chu Feng to make such a leap. As Suyu was thinking of strategies to deal with Chu Feng, the principal's speech was also nearing its end. Seeing that he had stirred up the emotions of all students, satisfaction flickered in the principal's eyes. Good. This year's average level was far higher than previous years. Alright, today's mobilization meeting ends here. Now everyone is dismissed. With the order, all the students dispersed in a flurry. After each received the order from their mentors to return to classrooms, the 3,000 students filed into the teaching building in an orderly manner. Over the next 3 days, all the mentors of the 6th grade and 7th grade realms exerted their utmost efforts to resolve their students' doubts and impart martial arts experience. Many students who had long been at a bottleneck broke through after 3 days of intensive training and the support of cultivation resources distributed by the school. During these 3 days, students at the late 4th grade often broke through to the 5th grade. During this time, Chu Feng naturally had no interest in romance with Lin Panxi. He was immersed in cultivation, unable to extricate himself, because he wanted to contend for the first place on the heavenly ranking. The reward for first place was the finest material for forging the 8th grade golden body realm, and he could not let it slip away. As time passed, 3 days before the final ranking, Chu Feng awakened from his cultivation state. Opening his eyes, a startling sharpness rose from his gaze, so fierce and imposing that it almost materialized. If anyone else met his eyes, they might have their mind injured by a single glance. Huff. 5th grade late stage. As the surging breath inside him calmed, Chu Feng murmured to himself, "My blood energy has exceeded 5,000 calories, and my mental strength is 3,000 hertz. Plus my control over power is as high as 90. Even a 6th grade initial stage martial artist won't be my match." Saying this, a look of hatred surfaced in Chu Feng's eyes. He said coldly, "Just wait, Suyu. I will crush you under my feet to avenge that palm strike from that day." With these words, Chu Feng rose from the cushion he was sitting on and walked out of the cultivation room. The heavenly ranking daily challenge opened at 6:00 a.m., and the final ranking for the day was at 6:00 p.m. He came out of seclusion at 5:40 p.m. When the day's ranking was finalized, people suddenly noticed a name appearing in the top 50 of the heavenly ranking. Chu Feng. Upon seeing this name, everyone was startled. Those familiar with Chu Feng were even more astonished. Chu Feng's usual performance was around the middle to lower ranks. How did he suddenly defeat Yu Haoming, who had occupied the 49th place on the heavenly ranking for so long? With various doubts until the next day, when the heavenly ranking challenge began, the students were not only shocked, but even more horrified. Chu Feng has actually defeated the 9th place on the heavenly ranking. Chu Feng. TSK. Could he be that kept man of the school beauty Lin? At this moment, the entire morning of Jingdu Martial University was boiling with this news. On this day, the news that Chu Feng had secured the 9th place on the Jingdu Martial University's heavenly rankings after 2 battles shocked the entire school. An ordinary student who had remained unknown since his freshman year had surprisingly defied the long-reigning geniuses during the university graduation assessment. Such explosive news naturally attracted the most attention. What made it even more striking was that this man was one of the most notorious figures recently, the gigolo kept by Lin Panxi, the campus belle of Jingdu Martial University. With the addition of these 2 hot topics, Chu Feng quickly made a name for himself, and even some school officials took notice. Inside the school's conference room. Because this assessment was extremely important, many school leaders had been secretly monitoring the heavenly rankings. Upon receiving the news, they convened a meeting. Seated around a rectangular table were 24 middle-aged men and women, all leaders of Jingdu Martial University. Their cultivation levels were at least the early stage of the 7th grade. Chu Feng's entrance exam result was 271st in the Hubei Province College entrance exam. However, his spiritual power was exceptionally outstanding, so the recruiter, who went to Hubei Province, specifically recommended his admission. During his 4 years at the Martial University, his grades remained stable in the middle range with nothing remarkable. Of course, it's possible that he concealed his true strength, since Jingwu has no assessment to probe a student's background. After a leader holding Chu Feng's file briefly reported on his situation, he sat down. After hearing the report, everyone lowered their heads and pondered. Each of them had their own plans. The reason this small meeting was convened, aside from the importance of the assessment, was the more crucial point: the former principal of Jingwu was about to pass away, and they needed to find a suitable successor within this assessment to inherit his lifelong martial arts. That person was a 9th grade grandmaster. His legacy was bound to attract the school's attention. And Chu Feng, who came from an ordinary background, yet had defeated geniuses to claim the 9th place on the heavenly rankings, naturally became a candidate for the inheritance assessment. While everyone was silent, a female leader looked up and said with a soft laugh, "Everyone has their own opportunities." Whether Chu Feng deliberately concealed his talent or gained some opportunity recently that caused his strength to surge. We don't need to probe too deeply, we just need to confirm that he meets the qualifications. The other Jingwu leaders looked up in surprise at the woman. It seemed they were puzzled as to why she would speak up for a student today. Could it be that this woman was also contemplating taking on a disciple? Ahem, Tutor Han Shuang is right. If no one objects, then let us include Chu Feng as a candidate for the assessment. At this, Principal Wang, seated at the head of the rectangular table, cleared his throat and spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone's mouths twitched slightly, but none spoke out. Since the 2 of them had already made up their minds, what could they possibly oppose? Besides, would they dare to oppose a proposal that this icy woman had finally spoken? They didn't want to get beaten. In fact, if Suyu were here, he would certainly recognize who this plump and glamorous middle-aged woman standing up for Chu Feng was. In the original story, she was Chu Feng's teacher. Also in the original work, she was the one who broke through to the 9th grade grandmaster, descended upon the Su family to stand up for Chu Feng, and crippled herself with a single palm strike. Just as everyone fell silent, the conference room door was suddenly pushed open. A tutor with cultivation at the late stage of the 6th grade walked in with a delighted expression. As soon as he entered, the tutor eagerly said, "Leaders, there's been a new change on the heavenly rankings. Chu Feng challenged Lu Qing, who was in 3rd place, and successfully defeated. Chu Feng is now ranked 3rd on the heavenly rankings. It is said that he will challenge Yi Qing, who holds 1st place this afternoon." Instantly, when this news was announced, the expressions of the leaders in the entire conference room froze for a moment, followed by intense surprise. Good heavens! It seems they had underestimated Chu Feng's potential. Principal Wang came to his senses and couldn't help but laugh. It seems this year's heavenly rankings is about to produce a dark horse. Perhaps this year might replicate the glory of that person from 30 years ago. This was something that hadn't happened in a long time. Looking back at the past 50 cohorts, the top 10 spots on the heavenly rankings had almost always been dominated by disciples of noble families. Only 30 years ago, a genius from an ordinary background broke that curse, just like Chu Feng now, seizing the 1st place on the heavenly rankings during the graduation assessment, shocking the entire Longhua. 30 years later, that genius was now standing at the pinnacle overlooking launching. The tutors and leaders present were all astonished by Principal Wang's words. There was even a hint of pleasant surprise, especially the tutor who had just come in to report. After a brief daze, his face showed intense ecstasy. Because Chu Feng was in the class he taught. If he could truly reproduce that person's glory, then in the future he could be called Martial Saint's teacher. That afternoon, within the Jingwu Heavenly Rankings arena, the vast majority of students had gathered, their faces flushed with excitement, cheering loud. The momentum was immense. Chu Feng, go Yi Qing. Beat this arrogant bastard down. At the center of the arena, 2 figures each wielded weapons, and with every exchange violent ripples surged through the venue. The foot used to distance himself from the opponent landed on the floor, cracking even the specially treated floor into pieces. Boom. The battle between 6th grade martial artists excited everyone. Because the power was so terrifying, the ambient energy of the entire arena was disrupted during their fight. Regaining his balance, Chu Feng looked at the handsome young man before him, a trace of resolve flashing in his eyes. He twirled the long blade in his hand and shouted, "It's over. One move, and I'll finish you. Come on." Though a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, the handsome, young man's spirit remained strong. In Chu Feng's sharp eyes a terrifying sharpness spread. The astonishing blade intent stung the eyes of the onlookers. In the next moment, Chu Feng stamped his foot, leaped into the air, raised his long blade, and slashed down fiercely. Sky-slaying blade. Crack. As Chu Feng delivered the slash, the air itself seemed to fall silent. Everyone clearly heard a crisp breaking sound. Then a sea of blood-red light burst forth, and a towering surge of blood energy swept across the entire arena. The eye-piercing blade intent, and the terrifying blood energy like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood made everyone turn their heads away, unable to watch the battle. Only those with stronger cultivation could barely see clearly. A few seconds later, before anyone could react, the referee's slightly odd voice pierced into everyone's ears, pulling them back from their stupor. Battle over. The winner. Chu Feng. The entire venue fell silent. Then one after another, gazes filled with fervent worship and respect, all fell upon Chu Feng. Chu Feng. Chu Feng. Holy crap, awesome. I can attest he's not a gigolo anymore. He's got real skills. That's insane. He actually defeated Yi Qing. In the arena, Chu Feng's clothes were disheveled. Though his aura had weakened slightly, standing there he gave off an imposing presence that made him hard to look at directly. Amid the cheers, a surge of excitement flickered deep in Chu Feng's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Standing in the arena, he waited until everyone's voices subsided, then used his blood energy to amplify his voice. I know that everyone's opinion of me these days has been terrible, thinking I'm nothing but a gigolo living off a woman. I won't defend myself. I, Chu Feng, will only prove myself through strength. Therefore, as the #1 on the heavenly rankings, I am issuing a challenge to him. Tomorrow at 5 p.m., I sue you if you are still a man. Come and face me in battle. I want everyone to know that I am worthy of her. You are not. When Chu Feng threw down these forceful words, the entire arena fell into dead silence. Everyone stared in stunned disbelief at Chu Feng's thin but powerful. After a long while, Chu Feng, fight him. You are worthy. So you come out and accept the challenge. At this moment, the arena's atmosphere was completely ignited and countless voices shouted loudly. The noble family disciples, after their initial surprise, wore expressions of anticipating a good show. Challenging Su Yu. Would he dare to come? He was only at the early stage of the 5th grade, right? The Su family was about to lose all face this time. The calls for Su Yu to accept the battle grew louder, and even those aristocratic disciples who were on good terms with him showed signs of unease. Although Su Yu's reputation at school was not terribly poor, the atmosphere had reached such a pitch that those who had previously hesitated out of respect for the Su family cast their scruples aside. Fight! Everyone present was a martial prodigy, otherwise they could not have entered Jingwu to study. Their bellicose nature ran deep. Watching a contest between masters was the most satisfying way to appease these combat lovers. Some astuteness saw through Chu Feng's little scheme. By claiming the top spot on the heaven roll, and then challenging Su Yu, he turned the crowd into his megaphone, ensuring Su Yu could hardly refuse. And even if Su Yu did refuse, that would be even better. As long as he cowered, the Su family's reputation would instantly crumble, far worse than the humiliation Chu Feng had suffered these past days. He was the young master of the Su family, touted as the future successor, whose genius had been proclaimed by many martial saints and 9th-rank grandmasters as destined to become a martial saint himself. With such a dazzling halo, if he rejected the challenge of an ordinary-born genius, the entire Su family's prestige would plummet. Moreover, once fear of challenges took hold, cracks would form in his martial heart, even breeding inner demons that would forever bar him from the ranks of high-level warriors. No matter how one looked at it, Su Yu had to fight even if he lost. A lethal trap. Some who were close to Su Yu could not help sighing. Of course, far more were filled with regret for Su Yu. With his talent, none of Jingwu's young, nor even the entire Dragon Kingdom's younger generation, could match him. Had he cultivated seriously, by now he would rival the finest instructors of top martial universities. With the Su family's lavish support, even the Golden Body realm was not far off. It was just a pity that for the sake of a woman, Su Yu had not only squandered family resources to bolster her, but also neglected his own training, fawning over that girl day in and day out. His cultivation fell short even of the mid-tier talents on the heaven roll. Su Yu, fight! Su Yu, fight! The roars in the arena crashed like monstrous waves, as if they would drown him unless he yielded. At the center of the arena, Chu Feng smiled with satisfaction at the chain reaction he had sparked. What did power and influence matter? What did it matter that your family was a first-rate clan with deep roots? As long as I still belonged to the Martial Administration Bureau, even if you had a martial saint on your side, you could— The head of the Martial Administration Bureau is a legend who crushes all your aristocratic clans. Here, as long as my fist is bigger, you stand no chance against me. Just like now. The moment I made my move, public scorn buried you. Chu Feng rose from obscurity. Oh, when have I ever feared anyone? Losing is no disgrace, but I will strive to surpass you, and then trample you underfoot. This grand declaration of battle is my masterpiece, a solo feat. Suyu, are you brave enough to fight? Meanwhile, in another part of Jingwu's dormitory district inside a luxurious villa cultivation room rich with ambient thump, thump, thump. Brother you, open up, something terrible has happened. Urgent knocks sounded at the door of the cultivation chamber accompanied by a worried, anxious, and yet pleasing voice. Creak. The door slid open revealing a man whose aura was profound and whose presence radiated an inscrutable pressure that stirred the girl's heart. The moment she saw him, the panic in the woman's eyes subsided. She looked him up and down with surprise and uncertainty. Brother you, why do you feel different? Yi Lianxing asked with astonishment. This girl was the one who had argued with Lin Panxi on the day of returning to school. Su Ye's bright eyes shimmering like stars rested on her, and in his mind surfaced the girl's information and her importance in the storyline. Yi Lianxing. In the original book, she was the daughter of Yi Tao, director of the Martial Administration Bureau. Yi Tao had a son and a daughter. Besides Lianxing, there was another child studying at Jingwu named Yi Qing, who topped the heaven roll. Suyu knew well that Yi Qing was only a minor supporting character with little presence. His relationship with Chu Feng was neither close nor hostile. In the book, Yi Lianxing was a woman Chu Feng desired but dared not obtain because of Yi Tao's influence. The reason Chu Feng, a child of destiny, dared to offend Suyu so brazenly even when his own strength was modest was that Yi Tao looked favorably upon him. Yi Tao was a legendary figure. Even other martial saints dared not cross him, because he could spar with half-gods. In the original book, Yi Lianxing had always harbored undefined feelings for him, but she never dared to show them. And as the villainous simp, there was no way he could. Even though Yi Lianxing's talent, strength, family background, and beauty far surpassed the female lead Lin Panxi, Suyu remained indifferent. He devoted himself to fawning over one self-absorbed female lead, the ultimate of all simps. What is it, Lianxing? Thinking this, Su Ye's handsome face enough to enchant any woman broke into a gentle smile as he asked softly. Hearing him call her name like that, Yi Lianxing froze. What did he just call her? Lianxing. After a stunned moment, excitement surged within her. Oh, he called me so intimately. Could it be that he really doesn't like that woman Lin Panxi anymore? Despite her elation, Yi Lianxing remembered why she had come. Pulling herself together, she hastily recounted what had happened in the arena to Suyu. It's like this. That kept man of Lin Panxi just defeated my brother and is now challenging you. Having blurted out what she had witnessed, Yi Lianxing lowered her head, slightly sneaking a glance at Su Ye's reaction. After hearing this, Su Ye's expression remained unchanged, his smile intact. Is that so? Let's go to the arena and have a look. It seemed the child of destiny was never content to stay beneath others. I just wanted to cultivate quietly and let others have their chances. In the arena, 7 or 8 minutes had passed, and the crowd was still chanting for Suyu to fight. However, whispered murmurs began to spread throughout the arena. Do you think young Master Su might be scared? I think it's possible. We've been shouting for so long, and he still hasn't shown up. Maybe he's playing dead. Tisk, no way. Would the great young Master Su really be afraid? Wouldn't you be? He's only at the early 5th rank of martial arts, while Chu Feng just defeated Yi Qing, who's at the mid-6th rank. How do you expect to fight that? You'd just be asking for a beat. The wave of shouts gradually weakened. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, standing in the arena, slowly opened his eyes. His aura had already returned to its peak. Seeing that Suyu still hadn't appeared, he was increasingly convinced that the guy didn't dare to face his challenge. Even if you've reached the 6th rank, you've only just broken into the early 6th, while I defeated Yi Qing, who was at the mid-6th. And I haven't even used my trump card. The surrounding chatter naturally didn't escape his ears. Hearing the crowd claim, Suyu was afraid. A touch of arrogance swelled in his heart. He had completed a cross-rank victory, a feat that branded him a monstrous prodigy among the younger generation. Suyu would one day be crushed beneath his feet. Only he hadn't expected that day would come so soon. A genius had chickened out. Riding his momentary pride, Chu Feng composed himself, swept his gaze across the surroundings, and declared in a clear voice, "Everyone, since Suyu refuses to come out and fight, I will wait for him here. If any of you know him, please tell him that I, Chu Feng, will wait here until tomorrow's Heaven Roll Challenge ends. If he has the guts, let him come and settle this once and for all." On that day, he insulted me and Panxi, then forced his way into our home to break off the engagement, even ordering his men to injure Panxi's father. Breaking the engagement is one thing. Why trample people underfoot? He has a better background, better talent, better family. So what? I will not be weaker than him, nor will I bow because of his power. A martial artist cultivates both body and an invincible heart. He claims to be talented, so I challenge him to come to the arena and fight me. Let's see who ends up atop the heaven roll, him or me. I, Chu Feng, stand here not only to prove myself, but also to prove to everyone that Panxi's judgment was not mistaken. That Suyu does not deserve her. On the final 5 words, Chu Feng shouted with all his might, as if to vent all the humiliation he had suffered these past days. Everyone heard his roar. Silence fell. Many looked at him with complicated expressions. Was that a hint of sympathy? Perhaps because Chu Feng's speech resonated deeply. Most of them lacked proud family backgrounds, extraordinary talents, or endless resources for cultivation. They had to diligently cultivate while worrying about resources and whether they might offend the powerful. Chu Feng. His experience might be theirs, or perhaps they would face it someday. So they could empathize. Chu Feng. Keep it up, you're a good man. I believe you'll prove yourself. Sorry, before this I looked down on you for being a kept man, now I see I was shallow. Yes, we apologize. Waves of apologies spread throughout the arena. He had convinced them all. Perhaps this really wasn't Chu Feng's fault. After all, the current public opinion had been shaped by the Su family. Why should they trust those overwhelmingly powerful aristocratic clans? Suyu, get out here and accept the challenge. Don't forget you're the young master of the Su family. Are you going to disgrace your first-rate clan? That's right. Get out here and fight. After the apologies came even more hostile jeers, everyone raising their fists and shouting Su Ye's name with righteous indignation. In one corner, Lin Panxi's beautiful eyes sparkled extraordinarily as she gazed at the figure in the arena, a brilliant light shimmering in them. Actually, Chu Feng. Thank you. This man had given her so many surprises. Truly, he was hard not to love. The atmosphere in the entire arena shifted. More than anything, it was collective fury. Of course, the disciples of the Su family looked worried, and other families allied with the Su clan also wore grim expressions. On the stage, Chu Feng seemed to be accusing Suyu of bullying and forcefully breaking off the engagement while assaulting others. But what was the deeper meaning? His speech would not only set the Su family against the common people, but also drag all other aristocratic clans into the mire. Because his target was every noble house, this would create the impression that aristocratic clans wielding absolute power only crushed ordinary folks. Over time, what grave consequences would that bring? Young Master Su, please come out quickly. If you don't come out and explain, will truly be tainted. Though anxious, none dared to step forward because that would instantly ignite public fury. This could only be resolved by Suyu. Watching the crowd overwhelmingly tilt in his favor, Chu Feng's expression grew increasingly calm and profound. But his heart raced with excitement he could not suppress. After a few more minutes, seeing that Suyu still hadn't arrived, not even a messenger, Chu Feng's opinion of him sank even lower. A touch of contempt crept in. He couldn't even accept the challenge. Of course, he dared not voice such arrogant words. Instead, standing straight, he called out in a rolling voice, "All right, everyone. I, Chu Feng, keep my word. Since he doesn't dare to come out and fight, I will wait here until tomorrow's heaven roll contest ends." Before he could finish, a calm, gentle voice suddenly resonated throughout the arena. "No need to wait until tomorrow. My time is limited. Oh, let's start now. If you can withstand a single move from me, Su will withdraw from the Su family." Boom. The moment these words were spoken, everyone in the arena felt a tremor of shock. Arrogant. Too arrogant. It was not just the ordinary students around who deemed Suyu arrogant. Even those from noble families wore expressions of sneering and contempt. Suyu had likely been held too high by the Su family and the world over the years, truly believing himself to be some invincible figure. To pursue a woman, you wasted 7 years of cultivation, indulging daily in acts of confession and trying to move her. Your time for cultivation was scarce. Even with exceptional talent, without practice, how is your cultivation different from others? Chu Feng is no longer an unknown name. He is the legitimate first on the heavenly rankings. Achieving that in the past, graduates of Jingwu who topped the list were only at the late 5th stage or early 6th stage. This year's batch far surpasses previous ones. There are several at the 6th stage alone, let alone Chu Feng, who can now defeat Yi Qing, a mid-6th stage martial artist. And you, Suyu, are merely at the 5th stage. After hearing Chu Feng's account, everyone felt Suyu had gone too far. Now with his arrogant tone, their goodwill plummeted. A crowd erupted in indignation. Damn, too arrogant. He says he'll leave the Su family if he can't take one move. Who does he think he is? Look at Chu Feng's strength before boasting. I'm indifferent. I felt sorry for Suyu, but now it seems he brought this on himself. Go Chu Feng. Defeat him, injure him at school, and even the Su family won't dare say, go. Beat him. Suyu, with his hands behind his back, slowly flew into the arena, meeting Chu Feng's gaze with a composed expression. Care to bet? Take one. Wasn't Chu Feng trying to turn public opinion with his own effort? Huh. Since he knew the other was the protagonist, how could he not have a backup plan? Stirring public opinion. In reality, that entertainment-obsessed era was far more skilled at this. To firmly strike at the protagonist, the first step was to dismantle his reputation. In every novel, the rule that winning hearts wins the world is immutable. When the protagonist falls into crisis, neutral powerhouses always help, drawn by his good reputation. So be it. Then I'll put an end to your reputation myself. Facing Su Yes bet, Chu Feng's eye sharpened. What do you want as my stake? If it's about leaving Panxi's side, I can't do that. Chu Feng didn't know why Suyu wanted to bet, but he was sure he had nothing the latter desired. The only thing of value was Lin Panxi. Suyu let out a chuckle, shaking his head. I thought of it, but I have no interest in a woman like Lin Panxi. Did he need Lin Panxi? No, he had sworn an oath that day. Going back on it would mean the worlds will destroying his Dao heart, preventing any further progress, or even leading to his death and annihilation. Was a foolish female lead worth more than his bright martial path? How women only hinder the speed of my blade. Su Yes' gaze turned domineering, his disdainful voice laced with arrogance and defiance. My bet isn't about taking anything from you. Besides, you have nothing of value. This bet is just to save trouble and silence you. Creak. At Su Ye's words, Chu Feng clenched his fists, veins bulging at his temples, teeth, gritted eyes, fixed on Su Ye's calm face. Damn it, Su Yu. You've gone too far. Do you really think being at the 6th stage is something to be proud of? I defeated Yi Qing a mid-6th stage as a late 5th stage martial artist. I can't lose to you an early 6th stage. You're the future heir of the Su family. So what if you have the bearing of a martial saint? Is Yi Qing any less? His father is a martial saint. I beat him, so why not you? Enough talk, let's fight on stage. Chu Feng roared, his profound spiritual energy erupting, sweeping across the arena. His surging battle intent stunned many for a moment, followed by waves of cheers. Fight! 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 Watching strong fighters clash could enhance their own martial insights. Of course, only if one was inferior to the fighters, otherwise it felt like watching monkeys perform. Amidst the storm of battle intent, Su Yu stood undaunted. He knew the terror of a protagonist. As a chosen one of the world, his methods defied logic. Surpassing levels was common, his tactics and trump cards unpredictable. But Su Yu was different. He knew the entire plot of this world. He was all too aware of Chu Feng's life-saving cards at each stage. Defeating Yi Qing a mid-6th stage as a late 5th stage spoke volumes of his strength. Chu Feng heightened his battle intent to the max, recovering his spent spiritual energy with pills. Now he was at peak combat power. Su Yu, today, they'll wash away my disgrace. Come up and fight. Chu Feng's robes rustled in the fierce wind, his spirit soaring. To catch up with Su Yu and avenge that day's humiliation, he had pushed himself relentlessly, hunting countless beasts to gain combat experience. Even at the late 4th stage, he challenged a 6th stage beast, a fearsome creature matching a 6th stage martial artist. Though he nearly perished, his wits allowed him to slay the beast with severe injuries, advancing to the 5th stage. While healing, he found and consumed a precious spiritual herb. In mere days, he crossed several minor realms. With such terrifying perseverance, he was confident he wouldn't lose to some noble brat who had never even seen a beast. Su Yu smiled softly. Before all eyes, he walked slowly into the arena. Glancing at the referee, he said calmly, I request to challenge the first on the heavenly rank. In the original story, though he neglected cultivation for Lin Panxi, he was still on the heavenly rankings, albeit near the bottom. But being on the list gave him the right to challenge the top. So this request was valid. All right, the referee nodded in agreement. He then pulled up the data, and once everything was ready, he gave Su Yu a look. The challenge begins. As the referee's voice echoed through the arena, everyone fell silent, eyes locked on Su Yu and Chu Feng, afraid to disturb the duel. The two faced off tens of meters apart. After a moment, boom. With a sonic boom, Chu Feng vanished from his spot, reappearing midair gripping a black glowing longsword. Su Yu, this strike is in return for your palm that day. Star Constellation Sword Art. Chu Feng bellowed, swinging his longsword downward. A terrifying sword aura surged forth with his motion, its dreadfulness so palpable that even the spectators in the stands could feel it. Their skin seemed to be torn by the blades, stinging with pain. Some disciples who practiced swordsmanship, sensing this astonishing sword aura, were deeply shaken. Chu Feng has already comprehended grand accomplishment sword intent. Sword intent is divided into subtle entry, minor accomplishment, grand accomplishment, and sword heart. Subtle entry is the initial stage of sword intent, where a sword gleam appears. Minor accomplishment sword intent condenses sword chi, capable of slashing 20 meters without dispersing. Grand accomplishment sword intent. When one achieves this level, a single glance can make others feel as if a sword has pierced their skin. If the master of grand accomplishment sword intent also possesses the 9th rank supreme grandmaster realm, a mere gaze could slay low-rank martial artists. Furthermore, a saying circulates in the martial world: one who has not reached the 7th rank grandmaster realm, yet comprehends grand accomplishment sword intent, will inevitably become a 9th rank, or even a martial saint. Heavens! Did Chu Feng really conceal this much strength? With grand accomplishment sword intent unleashed, even a late 6th rank wouldn't dare to face it. He didn't right. Su Yu is bound to lose. As Chu Feng revealed his grand accomplishment sword intent, everyone was once again stunned beyond measure. They were witnessing the rise to comprehend grand accomplishment sword intent before reaching grandmaster. Surely a place among the future supreme grandmasters awaits him. Terrifying. While the ordinary disciples marveled, those aristocratic scions who deemed themselves geniuses stared at Chu Feng's radiant figure with complex expressions. This single strike shattered their pride as noble descendants. They enjoyed resources unimaginable to others, yet were outshone by a disciple from an ordinary family. Their little pride crumbled. He is too strong. In terms of raw talent, he is likely no weaker than Yi Qing. But if we compare everything, Yi Qing cannot match Chu Feng. It seems young Master Su is doomed to lose this challenge. Everyone whispered among themselves. They all favored Chu Feng, the sudden rising peerless genius, and utterly believed Su Yu could not withstand this blow. What use was extraordinary talent? Against absolute power, what could talent achieve? Perhaps if Su Yu trained earnestly, he might have a chance to spar with Chu Feng, even win. Not only that, even Yi Lianxing, who held unwavering trust in Su Yu, felt a trace of deep anxiety when she beheld that sword aura, which made her heart tremble. You go. Yi Lianxing's small hand, hidden in her sleeve, clenched quietly. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was etched with deep worry. Although she firmly believed Su Yu would become a martial saint one day, now was not the future. He had not yet risen. Moreover, the man on the stage had even defeated her proud brother. In a corner of the arena, Lin Panxi, who had been watching intently, saw Chu Feng hovering above Su Yu. Her heart pounded wildly. Chu Feng, I knew you could do it. Defeat that scoundrel Su Yu, and from now on no one will dare look down on you. Lin Panxi's phoenix eyes blazed with excitement. At the same time, she recalled the heartfelt words Chu Feng had shared with her earlier, as well as his declaration on stage. I cannot leave Panxi. That is beyond me. She knew she had probably fallen for Chu Feng. She had once sworn that her partner must be a man standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. And now Chu Feng had that ability. Trampling Su Yu underfoot step by step, he would ascend to the peak of the Blue Star martial world. This sword technique I found in a cave left by a fallen powerhouse. It is an earth-rank martial art amplified by my extraordinary spiritual power and sword intent. Su Yu, you cannot block it. Chu Feng's eyes blazed with exhilaration. Revenge would be his. Even though he knew this strike seemed lethal, killing was forbidden in Jingwu. Grandmasters were watching nearby. Once they detected that a disciple could not withstand an attack and was in mortal danger, they would intervene to defuse the crisis. Su Yu did not bother to explain himself in response to Chu Feng's words. Whoosh! A flash of light, and a chilling great sword appeared in his hand. Gazing at the falling star constellation sword aura from the sky, Su Yu curled his lips. I have a habit. I don't like anyone standing over my head. Facing the oppressive sword aura, Su Yu showed not the slightest panic. Instead, he calmly drew his weapon. Then he slowly raised his sword horizontally, as if charging his attack. Seeing Su Yu's move, Chu Feng sneered inwardly. I'm still trying to resist. How ridiculous. This attack may seem like pure sword chi, but hidden within is a spiritual assault. Even if you luckily deflect the sword chi, that spiritual attack cannot be withstood without a spiritual power of 300 hertz. Spiritual power is the hardest attribute for martial artists to cultivate, and it is also the key to advancing to 8th rank. Thus, many can reach 7th rank grandmaster, but may never enter 8th rank in their lifetime, because there is no orthodox method to cultivate spiritual power. And 300 hertz of spiritual power was something even most 7th rank martial artists did not possess. How could Su Yu possibly resist it? Thinking this, Chu Feng spoke calmly. Su Yu, admit defeat. You cannot block this attack. But before Chu Feng could finish, Su Yu cut him off without ceremony. Noisy. With Su Yu's indifferent voice, the blood-colored longsword held horizontally before him slashed out fiercely. I'm stubborn. You got. The mockery died in Chu Feng's throat. When Su Yu struck that blow, his eyes flew wide open. Impossible. Before he could finish, the terrifyingly swift blade aura shattered Chu Feng's star constellation sword aura in a flash. Boom. Even the spiritual attack hidden within the sword chi was crushed. Sensing this outcome, Chu Feng stood dumbfounded. Not only him. The entire arena fell into dead silence. Oh, everyone froze in place. How could this be? Chu Feng's attack was something even a newly advanced 7th rank grandmaster dared not face hidden. How could Su Yu block it? Half a month ago his tested level was merely early 5th rank. Had Su Yu also hidden his strength? Before they could figure it out, Su Yu's voice suddenly rang out on the arena. Your attack is too flashy and far too slow. Now let me teach you what a lethal strike really is. As his voice faded, everyone jerked back to reality. When they saw Su Yu slash out with astonishing speed, the entire arena's countenance changed drastically. Even the instructors and leaders secretly watching the match were horrified. In the arena, Su Yu raised his blood-colored blade, squinted at Chu Feng still hovering in the air, and a smile flickered in his eyes. I told you I don't like anyone standing on top of my head. I will strike only once. If you can take it, Su Yu will withdraw from the Su family. As Su Yu's light shout rang out, the blood-colored greatsword slashed fiercely toward the airborne Chu Feng. The moment the blade descended, the entire space fell silent. The next instant, a sound like shattering glass drilled into everyone's ears. Crack. Space itself was split open by the even the whole space dimmed. Sky slaughter. This strike caused every student watching in the arena to have their hair stand on end, their eyes filled with utmost terror. In their horrified eyes, the blade light tore through space, its suffocating blade momentum so terrifying that even the region where Su Yu and Chu Feng stood was cracked. To shatter space with blade momentum. Such power was surely beyond the 6th rank. A single thought echoed in everyone's minds. Su Yu. Wasn't he at the 5th rank? Why was his attack even more fearsome than some 7th rank grandmasters? Could it be? None dared to continue that thought. Because the conclusion was enough to terrify. A 7th rank under 30 years old. This had never occurred in the history of Blue Star's martial cultivation, not even with the sole martial god of the past, who only broke through to the 7th rank at 35. Crack. As they were still stunned, the spaces where the blade momentum passed all fractured, and shattering sounds drilled into their ears, snapping them back to reality. At the heart of the storm, Chu Feng was more terrified than anyone, for he was the one locked onto by this attack. All the power of this strike was directed at him alone, and the pain that nearly tore his body apart kept him sharply awake. Even his utmost resistance was futile. This blade momentum that could shatter space though it hadn't struck him still caused his tough, long-tempered skin to crack from such a distance, with beads of blood oozing from the wounds. Chu Feng's mind went blank. He believed he was no worse than a petty person like Su Yu. Even if the latter were a genius and stronger, he could still contend. But when Su Yu unleashed his full power, he realized his mistake. Before this attack, he seemed so insignificant. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he felt that if he took this strike heat-in he might die. Impossible. You can't be this strong. Chu Feng roared inwardly in despair. Damn it. I don't believe it. I don't believe you, a useless scoundrel, can surpass me. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, gripping his long sword tightly to resist the attack. Stellar sword, art, fallen star. Chu Feng swung his sword in a strike. It was still splendid, the sword light, seeming to extinguish the stars themselves. Though empowered by a perfected sword intent, this attack couldn't even hold for a second. Upon contact with the all-severing blade momentum, his perfected sword intent collapsed rapidly. No. Seeing his attack fail, Chu Feng's pupil shrank, and he roared in fury as the blade momentum was about to strike him. He didn't want to die, especially at Su Ye's hands. He had a bright future ahead. How could he fall now? Despite his endless regret, he could only watch helplessly as the attack was there was no escape. The chi lock held him fast, preventing any movement. Will I die? Chu Feng's eyes were bloodshot, his resolute face showing fear and awe of death for the first time. Just as the attack was 3 inches away, a cold snort rang out. Bolt. Suddenly Su Ye's domineering blade momentum halted and dissipated on the spot. The sudden change snapped everyone out of their stupor. Chu Feng, who had given up resistance, was startled when the attack didn't land. He looked up and saw a voluptuous middle-aged woman before him. The woman had long hair cascading over her shoulders, a full figure, and a face with lingering charm that left some students gawking. So beautiful. But as that thought emerged, everyone quickly came to their senses. Then a clamor arose. Whoa, isn't that Vice Principal Han Shuang? Why is she here? So cool. She shattered such a terrifying attack with her bare hands. Of course, Vice Principal Han is an 8th-rank golden body powerhouse. Crushing blade momentum is effortless. Isn't anyone concerned about Su Ye's strength? Su Ye's strength. Did it still need attention? Even the refereeing instructors on the field dared not intervene. This attack was surely something even a 7th-rank initial stage wouldn't dare withstand. Otherwise, why would the Vice Principal step in? Master. On the field, Chu Feng stared blankly at the middle-aged woman, shielding him, murmuring. She was his master. He had met her some time ago while hunting ferocious beasts. When Chu Feng fought desperately against a 6th-rank beast, reversing the odds across a full realm, Han Shuang, who was gathering rare treasures to advance to the 9th rank, noticed him. Seeing Chu Feng's ferocity and his counterkill of a 6th-rank beast, Han Shuang decided to take him as a disciple. Due to time constraints, their master-disciple relationship hadn't been made public. But now it couldn't be hidden. When Chu Feng called out master, the high-ranking officials from Jingwu, who had followed, also wore strange expressions. No wonder this icy woman had spoken for Chu Feng. So they were master and disciple. Still, it was normal. Oh, why shouldn't a master fight for her disciples' opportunities? Besides, Chu Feng, I'm sorry master, I've let you down. Chu Feng lowered his head as Han Shuang's gaze fell on him, his voice trembling with fear and self-reproach. Han Shuang's eyes, gentle as water, remained calm. It's fine, this isn't your fault. She was not dissatisfied with Chu Feng's performance, in fact she admired it. Defeating Yi Qing as 6th-rank midstage as a 5th-rank latestage was already monstrous talent. Even the son of the martial saint couldn't suppress him and was bested by her disciple at a lower level. A promising future. Unfortunately, this final battle was imperfect, ended by Su Ye's overwhelming force. Thinking of her disciple's undefeated path being interrupted, Han Shuang's eyes turned cold. Su Yu used lethal force in the heavenly ranking challenge. Do you know you've broken the rules? Han Shuang turned to Su Yu, a chill swirling in her eyes. She cared not for Su Ye's background. Her father was also of the 9th rank, and she herself was an 8th-rank latestage. Why should she fear a scion of a noble family? Even the Su family, so what? Her family was not a noble clan, but directly under the martial administration. Backed by Yi Tao, a half-step martial god, she feared not this so-called young lord of a noble family. Moreover, for some reason, she harbored no goodwill toward noble families. Ignoring Han Shuang's rebuke, Su Yu remained composed, leisurely sheathing his blood-colored greatsword with a faint smile. What rules have I broken? If I recall correctly, the heavenly ranking challenge differs from smaller competitions, doesn't it? The heavenly ranking challenge encourages students to fight with full force to unleash their ultimate potential. Going all out not only tests one's strength, but also shows respect to the challenger. Holding back is discouraged. Moreover, every match has refereeing instructors to intervene immediately if a student is overwhelmed. So, which rule have I broken by fighting with all my might? Su Yu slowly rose into the air, hands behind his back, meeting the gaze of Chu Feng's notoriously protective master from the original story. Vice Principal Han, please point out my fault. Of course. If you're falsely accusing me even as an 8th-rank golden body powerhouse, I, Su Yu, am not afraid. I will surely complain to the martial administration and let Saint Yi judge. As he spoke, Su Yu paused, and the calm demeanor vanished without a trace. In its place was an extreme, unyielding dominance. His eyes flashed with harshness as he roared. If Vice Principal Han wishes to bully me, it will then. Be prepared to face the wrath of my Su family. Han Shuang was left utterly speechless by Su Ye's words, unable to find a single counterargument. Her mouth opened and closed, but not a word escaped her lips. Over the years she had seen Su Yu before. Back then, he dared not speak loudly, and would never retort no matter what others said. Now, however, he dared to defy her so brazenly. The coldness in Han Shuang's phoenix eyes deepened. Damn it! A mere scion of a noble family dared to talk back to her. These ne'er-do-wells who rely solely on their families, even daring to act so arrogantly in their studies, truly deserving of death. Su Yu, do you even know who you're speaking to? Did your elders never teach you not to defy your seniors? Han Shuang said coldly. Su Yu smirked in response, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. The Su family has always upheld strict morals, showing respect to our elders, especially those who have labored and achieved much. I have always held such predecessors in high esteem and admiration. However, for those who fail to act as proper teachers, I do not regard them as elders. These words were a direct jab at Han Shuang. Su Yu simply couldn't stand this old woman. Did she truly think that, because she had the backing of the martial administration, she could act with such impunity? What did the injuries she sustained in her youth have to do with him? Moreover, in the original story, Han Shuang's character was inherently flawed. She never offered the protagonist any benefits, yet the moment he obtained any, she would immediately reach out to take them, claiming it was to prevent him from misusing resources and to keep them safe for him. She rarely stepped forward in times of trouble. One could say she was nothing but a parasite. Were it not for the ambiguous plotline written between her and the protagonist, Su Yu would never have harbored any goodwill towards her. The one time she did stand up for the protagonist was merely an act of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Taking advantage of the fall of Su Ye's grandfather Su Zhantian and the departure of his father Su Long to guard a domain in his predecessor's place, leaving most of the Su family's strong members away, she, having just broken through to the 9th-rank grandmaster realm, arrogantly stormed the Su residence. Without a word, she struck Su Yu, who had come out to inquire about her intentions, with a single palm, gravely wounding him. Finally, to cover up her lie about crippling Su Ye's cultivation, she uttered, "Does a 9th-rank grandmaster need to explain their actions to you?" This statement even received countless likes. How absurd. It was well known that Xu Feng in the original story had defied many 9th-rank experts, yet none of them had laid a hand on him, maintaining the composure befitting a powerhouse. But her. Therefore, in Su Ye's heart, this so-called master of the protagonist was also destined to die. Once I reach the domain battlefield, I must kill Han Shuang first. Su Yu muttered to himself, watching Han Shuang, who seemed on the verge of eruption. She must die? At that moment, only one thought consumed Han Shuang: this brat was far too arrogant. He was practically pointing his finger at her and cursing. She was unworthy of being a teacher. Fine. Very well. All right. Let's see who gave you the audacity to speak to me like this. Han Shuang laughed in anger, her hand shooting up to teach Su Yu a lesson. Seeing her move, Su Yu remained unruffled. He said calmly, "If you dare to make a move against me with your 8th-rank martial arts cultivation, then prepare yourself for death. The Su family does not bully others, but neither do we fear anyone." Han Shuang's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, then she couldn't help but sneer, saying arrogantly, "I am a latest-stage 8th-rank martial artist. If I discipline an ignorant brat like you, what can your Su family possibly do? Even if I kill you, could your Su family kill me in return? Don't forget you provoked an 8th-rank martial artist first. Your Su family has no ground to stand on." She didn't believe that disciplining Su Yu would lead to any repercussions from Su Long. After all, she was a golden body powerhouse on the verge of breaking through to the 9th rank. Who would dare make an issue of her punishing a junior? Besides, a 9th-rank grandmaster wasn't that rare. Who didn't have a 9th rank backing them? Hearing Han Shuang's words, a brilliant smile spread across Su Ye's handsome face, a smile filled with madness and disdain. Ha ha ha. The laughter rolled through the entire arena, drawing everyone's gaze. Frowning at Su Ye's laughter, Han Shuang snapped, "What are you laughing at?" She was puzzled by Su Ye's arrogance. The next moment, Su Ye's laughter ceased, and astonishing words began to flow from his lips. Su Ye's eyes sharpened instantly, his back straightened, and he unleashed a torrent of defiant words that shook everyone's hearts. "Kill me. If it is truly my fault and you kill me, I would deserve it, and the Su family would bear no grudge. But if you attack me without just cause, then I'm sorry, but the martial saint of my Su family, along with all our 9th and 8th rank experts, will mobilize in full force. Even if the domain battlefield falls, the Su family will spare no effort to grind your bones to dust, Vice Principal Han. Your entire Han clan will be wiped out, not a single chicken or dog left. Even if we are cursed for eternity, the Su family will not flinch. Let's see if you, Vice Principal Han, have the nerve to offend the hundreds of members of my Su family." Boom. These words left everyone stunned, especially the ordinary students who had no idea of the true power of such a noble family. They were utterly terrified. A martial saint. The Su family was a martial saint clan. In the Dragon Kingdom, there was an unwritten rule that clans possessing a martial saint must not reveal themselves to the world. This secret was never exposed. Now, Su Yu had exposed it. How could this not shock the crowd? On the surface, the Su family only had a single 9th rank grandmaster guarding it, yet now it was revealed to be a martial saint clan. In a corner, Lin Panxi's mind went blank at the mention of a martial saint. The Su family has a martial saint. Not just her, everyone present was shaken to the core. Han Shuang too was intimidated by Su Ye's murderous declaration. After a moment she regained her composure and retorted, "Can a junior like you truly represent your entire Su family?" Ridiculous. The moment she finished, Su Yu laughed then roared, "Members of the Su family, answer her. If any one of us without committing any offense has our cultivation crippled, or is killed by Vice Principal Han, what should you do?" As his words fell, impassioned voices rang out across the arena. "If we commit an offense and are killed, we deserve it. But if we die unjustly, we will exhaust the clan's strength to avenge this blood debt with the blood of the offender's entire clan." No one from the Su family had ever committed an offense. The education of a martial saint clan was never so lax. Even if a wastrel emerged and was killed, the Su family would not utter a single word of complaint. But if one was truly wronged, even if it meant the destruction of humanity itself, they would still exact this bloody vengeance. The Su family had guarded the domain for a millennium, protecting the peace of humanity. If their own clansmen could be slaughtered at will by others, what meaning was there in their guardianship? Just then a phantom figure materialized beside Su Yu. It was Su Ye's guardian, his fifth great-uncle, a latestage 8th rank golden body powerhouse. Upon his appearance, a smile identical to Su Ye's spread across his aged face. "Vice Principal Han, this old man is here. I too wish to hear what offense my grandnephew has committed. If he is truly at fault, be it punishment or death, the Su family will have no complaints. But if you cannot provide a valid reason, then even at the risk of offending Saint Yi, my Su family will hold you accountable." Boom. As his words fell, a terrifying aura of slaughter erupted, pointing directly at Han Shuang. "You?" Su Zanyuan's words filled Han Shuang, a martial arts powerhouse at the late 8th rank, with both shock and fury. Only then did she gradually realize that although Su Yu had been a sycophant willing to cast aside his dignity for a woman, when trouble arose he was still the noble young master of the Su family. To move against him, one must consider who stood behind him. The martial saint of the Su family had not yet fallen. Moreover, his father Su Long was a formidable 9th rank grandmaster, not far from becoming a martial saint. Furthermore, no one knew how many 9th rank and 8th rank experts the Su family possessed. This was a martial saint lineage that had endured for 1,000 years. Han Shuang snapped out of her fury, though her phoenix-like eyes still brimmed with resentment and indignation. As an 8th rank powerhouse, she had been threatened by a junior. Although she was directly under the martial arts general administration and her superior was a demigod, would he truly offend the Su family for an 8th rank cultivator like her? That was hardly realistic. To put it bluntly, if trouble arose, Yi Tao the demigod would more likely abandon her to appease the Su family's wrath. The Su family's martial saint was among the top tier, and the clan had numerous experts guarding the frontier battlefields. This is still the capital martial academy. If a student violates school rules, is it not permissible to— Realizing she could not intimidate Su Yu, Han Shuang changed her argument. However, this only made Su Yu sneer in disdain. "Discipline is certainly allowed, but— Vice Principal Han, please cite which rule I have broken. Or is it that the Academy's Heaven ranking challenge allows unrestricted combat only in name? Though he was a villain, he would not isolate himself against all of humanity. Had he not seen that all great antagonists in novels maintained a refined and having vowed to become the destined villain who rules the heavens, how could he commit such a foolish mistake? You?" Han Shuang was left speechless by his rebuttal. She knew that the violation she claimed did not exist. She simply did not want Su Yu to steal the spotlight. Heh. Su Yu let out a cold laugh. Turning away from Han Shuang, he looked elsewhere and called out loudly, "Principal, is there any impropriety in my actions? I am mid-ranked on the Heaven ranking, and the top rank challenged me. Am I bullying the weak? As a lower-ranked contender, did I violate any rules by fighting the top-ranked with all my might?" His voice, amplified by qi and blood fluctuations, carried clearly to all. As his words faded, a helpless chuckle rang out, followed by several powerful figures soaring through the air into the arena. Leading them was the Capital Martial Academy's Principal Wang Tianming. His gaze, tinged with resignation, flickered between Su Yu and Su Zhangyan before he finally sighed. No rules were broken. There was no fault to be found. Han Shuang had acted too rashly, though she had been hurt by a scion of a noble house. Her excuse for defending her disciple was far too flimsy. Huh. Hearing Wang Tianming's words, Su Yu laughed heartily, then turned to challenge Han Shuang. "Vice Principal Han, since I have broken no rules, what do you intend to use to teach me a lesson?" As Su Yu aimed his accusation at Han Shuang, Su Zhanyuan, standing beside him, locked his aura onto her. It seemed that if she dared utter another quibble, he would strike her down on the spot. Han Shuang's expression shifted. She now understood her precarious position. She was utterly in the wrong. She had thought that with her status, disciplining a noble scion would be effortless, yet she had been humiliated. She had no doubt that if she continued to quibble, Su Zhanyuan would engage her in a fierce battle. Her lips twitched, and her still attractive face flushed with resentment. Clenching her jade-like hands and gritting her teeth, she finally forced out reluctantly, "I investigated this matter poorly and wronged student Su Yu. My apologies." When Han Shuang offered her apology, Su Yu replied calmly, "Not accepted." Then he shouted, "Second granduncle, let a single palm end this grievance." Huh. Everyone heard Su Ye's words and froze. The next second, a crisp, resounding slap echoed through the arena. Amidst the stunned gazes of the students and academy leaders, a figure in black robes appeared before Vice Principal Han Shuang and delivered a fierce slap to her still charming face. At that moment, everyone's minds went blank. Holy crap! Vice Principal Han Shuang, a late 8th rank powerhouse, had been slapped. Han Shuang felt the searing pain, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her head buzzed. She had been struck. Who dares ambush me? As she began to rage, an overwhelming, terrifying aura erupted, suppressing the entire arena and forcing everyone to lower their heads. Insulting the Su family. Did you think a reluctant apology would suffice? The black-robed figure cackled, his tone dripping with disdain. Yet Han Shuang stood frozen, unable to move. Ninth rank grandmaster. She rasped. What? At that moment, everyone's minds seemed to explode. A 9th rank grandmaster had appeared. Though their hearts were shaken, no one dared to look up at the scene unfolding above. The newcomer was one of the Su family's 9th rank grandmasters. Su Zhanhuang Su Yes, second granduncle, a late 9th rank grandmaster of the Su family. Su Yu bowed slightly and called out, "Second granduncle, thank you for making the trip." From the moment Han Shuang appeared, Su Yu had decided to give her a lesson, otherwise this old hag would surely try to dominate him. The best outcome would be to provoke her into attacking, so he could slay her. Haha, you well done. A member of the Su family should be like this, neither servile nor arrogant. Since you've committed no wrong, anyone trying to pin blame on us must be prepared to pay the price. Beneath the black robe, a wrinkled, smiling face appeared, creased like a chrysanthemum. He was thoroughly pleased with his grandnephew's performance. The Su family had never feared anyone, nor would they be threatened. In the past, Su Yes' sycophantic and weak nature had displeased Su Zhanhuang, but today's actions won his approval. Especially the final order to slap her. It was exhilarating. Su Yu smiled, then turned to Han Shuang, who was bowed under the pressure of the 9th rank grandmaster's aura. Vice Principal Han, slandering a member of the Su family with words cannot be resolved with a mere apology. This slap punishes you for defaming the Su family and disrespecting a martial saint lineage. Do you accept it? You old woman, did you think you could oppress me with your cultivation? Very well, I'll summon someone to suppress you. What else can you say? Han Shuang's face contorted in fury, her teeth grinding, as endless humiliation flooded her mind. Yet, she remained lucid. She knew she was entirely in the wrong and had been too arrogant. Moreover, this was a 9th rank grandmaster. Even her own father could not overpower him. After a bitter internal struggle, Han Shuang finally spoke in a defeated tone, "I accept, teacher." Seeing his domineering teacher humiliated and forced to apologize, Chu Feng's expression darkened with anguish. His teacher had been forced to bow to a junior. All because of him. Su Yu, this is all your fault. At that moment, Chu Feng's gaze towards Su Yu filled with resentment. In his heart, he branded Su Yu as utterly evil, not only for bullying Panxi's family, but also for humiliating his teacher. He deserved death. If he ever became a martial saint, he would kill Su Yu and destroy the Su family. With that thought, Chu Feng raised his head, his eyes resolute, and spoke slowly. Su Yu, I will remember this day. 30 years east, 30 years west. Today you used your family's power to force my teacher and me to submit. One day I, Chu Feng, will personally challenge you to wash away this humiliation. Upon hearing this, Han Shuang immediately lifted her head, gazing at this newly accepted disciple with a hint of softness in her eyes. A good disciple. Even when facing an enemy far stronger than himself, he showed no fear. Surely he would achieve great things in the future. Su Yu, however, remained utterly nonchalant, a bright smile on his face as he said, "All right, then you work hard. 30 years on the other side. Huh, I didn't come to you to break off the engagement. Why are you spouting such nonsense? Besides, at this moment you have no right to speak to me with such arrogance. To me you are nothing but a slightly valuable treasure-hunting rat. The ancient relics, legacies of the strong, peerless martial arts and confidence you obtained in the original book. I will take them all. I spare your life only to squeeze out your maximum value. If you want to break free from my control, dream on." Watching Su Yes' calm and composed demeanor, Chu Feng's sense of humiliation doubled. What did he have to be so proud of? Just a good birth. What right do you have to be noble? If Su Yu had heard this, he would have laughed out loud. What right to be noble? That right comes from the Su family guarding Blue Star for 1,000 years. The 3 martial saints of the Su family all fell beyond the borders. Countless 9th rank and 8th rank experts and innumerable followers of the Su family perished in suppressing alien races and fierce beasts. Wang Tianming, the principal of Jingwu, quietly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Han Shuang bow her head in acknowledgement of her mistake. Although it made him uncomfortable to see his own school's vice principal slapped in public, this was Han Shuang's own doing. His greatest fear was that this woman lacking proper judgment would stubbornly insist on punishing Su Yu. That would not only harm all of Jingwu, but also give the martial arts administration a massive headache. The Su family is fiercely protective of their own. If you can avoid provoking them, do so. See, just by angering Su Yu with words, he summoned an 8th rank latest-stage martial artist, and now a 9th rank grandmaster has appeared to back him up. Dare you provoke that? Apart from Yi Tao, the director of the martial arts administration, who has the power to offend the Su family, they are not someone we can afford to cross. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Principal Wang stepped forward and announced, "All right, the winner of this challenge is Su Yu." Tomorrow is the last day of the heavenly ranking closure. I hope all students will train hard to secure a good rank. Also, when the ranking closes tomorrow, the top 20 on the heavenly ranking will have the opportunity to receive the martial legacy of our Jingwu 9th rank old principal. After Principal Wang's words, the entire venue fell into shock once more. This news exploded like a bomb in everyone's hearts. Instantly, the eyes of all students blazed with fervor. A 9th rank grandmaster's martial legacy. Damn, I can't stand it. This is far more exciting than any reward. Tomorrow I'm challenging the heavenly ranking. Don't even think about the top 1 or the top 10, aim for the top 20 instead. My family gave me a realm-breaking pill which I planned to save for the outer domain battlefield, but now I have to use it today. Same here, I must fight for this 9th rank martial legacy. Everyone's passion was ignited. The 9th rank Grandmaster's legacy included not only techniques and martial skills, but also the Grandmaster's lifelong cultivation insights. If one could obtain it, the chance of advancing to 9th rank in the future would increase by as much as 60%. Seeing the students ablaze with enthusiasm, Principal Wang finally relaxed, for he could not allow the Su family to interfere with this assessment. After announcing this important news, Principal Wang turned to Su Zhanhuang and Su Zhanyuan, smiling wryly. Elders, this is still Jingwu territory. You two should take. I assure you both, Su, you will be absolutely safe in our school. He dared not offend either of them, so he had to speak with utmost care. Su Zhanhuang laughed heartily upon hearing this, saying, "Rest assured, Principal Wang. We too came here and have already broken the rules. We shall now leave and go to the Martial Arts Administration to apologize to Saint Yi. They would not let anyone break the Su family's rules, so they would not break others' rules either, especially those set by Yi Tao. Having caused such a commotion, naturally, they had to go explain themselves to Yi Tao. Then I am relieved." Wang Tianming smiled bitterly and nodded. After exchanging a few words with Su Zhanhuang and the others vanished from the spot, leaving only fleeting afterimages. Once they left, Su Yu cast a glance at Chu Feng and Han Shuang in the distance, then cupped his hands to Principal Wang, saying, "Principal, I'll take my leave to cultivate." "All right, go ahead." Wang Tianming nodded at that moment, desperately wanting Su Yu to leave promptly. Su Yu smiled faintly, then turned and walked away from the arena. Behind him, two pairs of eyes filled with resentment and a trace of killing intent were fixed intently on his back. Without guessing, Su Yu knew who they belonged to. Chu Feng and Han Shuang still dared to look at him like that. Humph. Once they left Jingwu and went to the outer domain battlefield for training, it would be the day of their deaths. Especially Han Shuang. She must die first. After watching Su Yu depart the Jingwu, Principal Wang Tianming withdrew his gaze and glanced at Han Shuang, who still stood there with a resentful expression. Frowning, he said, "Vice Principal Han, I don't care how unwilling you are, but I warn you, put away those petty schemes. If you attempt to assassinate Su Yu, not to mention your father, even the minister won't be able to protect you." Hearing the warning in Wang Tianming's words, Han Shuang's expression shifted slightly, but the more he warned her, the stronger her murderous intent towards Su Yu became. "A mere playboy. Why can't I offend him?" "Oomph." Han Shuang snorted coldly, ignoring Wang Tianming's warning, and turned to leave in disgrace. Watching her leave, Wang Tianming could not help but sigh inwardly. This woman had truly lost all reason. Putting aside his scattered thoughts, Wang Tianming looked at Chu Feng anew and said softly, "Go back and recover well. The day after tomorrow, gather at the nursing home behind the school. This one is a good seedling. I only hope he won't be blinded by hatred." "Yes, Principal." Compared to Han Shuang, Chu Feng was better at feigning obedience. He respectfully saluted Wang Tianming, then left. The battle for the top of the heavenly ranking had concluded. With the news of the 9th rank Grandmaster's martial legacy spreading, all students frantically trained that night, hoping to secure a high rank. It was easy to imagine that tomorrow's arena would be extremely lively. Even the low-key geniuses who preferred to lie low and develop quietly could no longer sit still, beginning to emerge in droves to vie for a spot in the top 20. That night, after returning to his cultivation villa on campus, Su Yu immediately entered the training room. The moment he sat down and accessed the system, a flurry of frantic system notifications rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully slapping the face of the chosen one, Chu Feng. Reward obtained. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully slapping the face of the protagonist's master. Reward obtained. Ding. 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 Congratulations, host. Rewards obtained: villain points, 1500 world force, 10 heaven origin, pill 1, soul, forging scripture 1. The flawless grade heaven origin pill can be taken at the late stage of the 6th rank. When breaking through to the 7th rank, it boosts the success rate of condensing the heavenly soul by 90. Soul forging scripture, a spiritual power cultivation method created by a mysterious war god. Practicing the soul forging scripture can enhance spiritual power. After seeing the rewards given by the system, Su Yu's mouth nearly split from grinning. This time he really struck it rich. Indeed, it's by targeting the protagonist and his master that one can reap massive rewards. Villain points directly increased by 15, and that world force. Only martial artists at the 7th rank Grandmaster level are eligible to condense it. When one's blood energy value reaches a certain level, a qualitative transformation occurs. This newly transformed energy is called world force. Every 1000 points of blood energy can only be converted into 1 point of world force. The strongest 7th rank latest stage grandmaster has at most 99999 points of blood energy. 10 threads of world force. That's something only a 7th rank peak grandmaster can condense. Being only at the mid-6th rank and already having 10 threads, it seems that his path to the 7th rank is bound to be a flawless supreme avenue. Of course, the most important thing is the spiritual power cultivation method later on. As everyone knows, a martial artist's spiritual power doesn't seem very important in the early stages, but the further one progresses, the more its significance becomes apparent. Moreover, there is currently no method to enhance spiritual power. To improve it, one must constantly overdraw their spiritual power in battle, breaking through limits amidst combat. Thus, every powerhouse above the 8th rank is an invincible being who has experienced hundreds of battles. But now that he has this wondrous technique, he can enhance his spiritual power without fighting to the death. How incredibly satisfying. Suyu dared to be certain. If word got out that he possessed a method to cultivate spiritual power, all the Grandmaster level experts on Blue Star would probably go mad. Even a war saint would be tempted. Good, Suyu thought to himself, with my current strength and resources, Chu Feng remains firmly under my control. I don't have to worry about him suddenly turning the tables one day. Suyu mused inwardly. Chu Feng still relied on him for many opportunities. Of course, the greatest opportunity was the relic in the domain battlefield. There lay the greatest treasure of the war god. As long as the Martial University assessment ended and he arranged for the first training expedition to the domain battlefield, this war god treasure would be his. Once he secured the relic, Chu Feng would no longer have any reason to exist. Better to first get the key from that old bastard's hands. Suyu's eyes flickered. Besides Chu Feng, that key was also crucial. Having made up his mind, Suyu stopped dwelling on these trivial matters and called out, "Open the personal attribute panel." Host Suyu. Cultivation late 6th rank. Blood energy 9,999 calories. Unstable control 71. Spiritual power 4,090. Villain points 22000. System shop. Click to open. Items: Tian Yuan sword 9th rank. Origin marrow 100 gene 9 tempered golden body technique. Soul forging scripture. Heaven origin pill. Current quest progress: alter the original plot and kill the son of destiny. Chu Feng current progress 5. Main quest: become the destined villain who rules over all heavens. Glancing at his attribute panel, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. In the past few days, he had consumed many resources from the Su family and successfully reached the late 6th rank martial realm through pills. Although advancing through pills made his cultivation somewhat unstable, Suyu wasn't too worried. An unstable realm could be solidified using villain points or by cultivating the soul forging scripture to raise his spiritual power to a certain level, thereby thoroughly stabilizing his blood energy. As for spiritual power, he was even less concerned. It was already at the peak of the 6th rank, just one step away from entering the Grandmaster level of spiritual power. Thus in Suyu's eyes, Chu Feng's sword strike, containing a hidden spiritual attack today, was nothing but child's play. The difference in spiritual power, each one hertz, makes a world of difference. Seeing that he was only one step away from Grandmaster, Suyu had a thought. Extract. The next second, he exited the system space and returned to reality, a pill emitting golden light appearing in his hand. The flawless grade Heaven origin pill. It can boost the success rate of condensing the heavenly soul during breakthrough by 90. Anyone who successfully condenses the heavenly soul will face no obstacles when later tempering their entire skeleton. To advance to the 8th rank and breaking through to the 9th rank will only be a matter of time. Suyu toyed with the Heaven origin pill in his hand, a glimmer in his eyes as he murmured, to achieve a perfect breakthrough, one must adjust one's own state to the peak. Increase blood energy control. In his mind, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Increasing blood energy control to 100 requires 2900 villain points. 2900 villain points. Suyu pondered for a moment, then nodded. Increase. Now that he had 200 villain points, spending 3,000 to boost his strength wasn't a waste. Without formidable strength, how could one seize power in this great era? Ding. 2900 villain points. Blood energy control 100. Boom. As the system's voice faded, the blood energy within Suyu's body first paused for an instant, then a rumbling roar erupted from within, like an enraged dragon churning the seas. After a few minutes, Suyu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mist. Awesome. No wonder the protagonist always insists on having his power control above 90 before advancing. So this is the feeling. Suyu clenched his fist, feeling the extremely immense power in his body, and couldn't help but sigh. The difference from before was truly heaven and earth apart. A difference in strength. If he were to unleash another strike of heaven's slaughter, Suyu dared to guarantee that with even a trace of energy leakage, Chu Feng would die on the spot. After familiarizing himself with the surging power, Suyu picked up the Heaven origin pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Then he took out various spirit herbs and placed them around him, sat cross-legged on a cushion, and began circulating his technique. Rumble. As Suyu entered a cultivation state, increasingly powerful energy continuously accumulated within him. Now he only needed a single trigger to step into the 7th rank Grandmaster. Blood energy surged within him, converging bit by bit into his dantian under his guidance. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth for dozens of miles around slowly gathered. The commotion was too great to hide. Rumble. Above the capital Marshall University tribulation clouds began to gather, with lightning wreaking havoc within the cloud. Sensing this terrifying pressure, nearly all the experts in the capital looked up at the tribulation clouds at the same time. When they saw the capital Marshall University directly below the clouds, many were astonished. Which genius from capital Marshall University is breaking through to heavenly soul grandmaster? Could it be the son of Saint Yi breaking through? If it were an ordinary grandmaster breakthrough, these experts wouldn't pay much attention, because an ordinary grandmaster promotion wouldn't trigger tribulation clouds. Only those monstrous geniuses could produce such a spectacle. A 7th rank grandmaster who breaks through via tribulation. Its terror is equivalent to the 9th rank of martial arts. Possessing a heavenly soul of perfect 7th grade, his future achievements are immeasurable. Even if you have performed unremarkably before, once you possess a heavenly soul, you are destined to become a 9th grade grandmaster in the future. Even the martial saint is not out of reach. Of course, though it sounds simple, in the thousands of years of history, no more than 100 martial artists have been able to condense a heavenly soul. The Dragon Kingdom currently has a total of 228 9th grade grandmasters. At the pinnacle of martial arts, there are 12 martial saints in the Dragon Kingdom. Among them, the only demigod powerhouse is Yi Tao, the founder of the Martial Arts Administration. Among all the great families in the Dragon Kingdom, almost every family has only one 9th grade grandmaster, while the 36 martial saint families have 2. But the Su family is different. Their glory has continued for 1,000 years. 3 martial saints have fallen, but there has never been a gap. Once a Su family martial saint falls, another member of the Su family immediately seizes the martial saint's Dao fruit and becomes a new martial saint to guard the family. As for 9th grade grandmasters, they have always maintained 5. There are over 20 8th grade golden body powerhouses. One can imagine how deep the Su family's foundation is. Such strength is enough to form a medium-sized nation. Even so, the Su family has only produced 4 heavenly soul grandmasters in its history, and he is the 5th. The tribulation clouds for breaking through to the 7th grade are the terrifying pressure contained within them grows stronger and stronger. Under this world-destroying energy, even a 7th grade latest-stage grandmaster would feel a chill, and if all the thunderbolts churning in the tribulation clouds fell upon the city, a major metropolis with tens of millions of people would be reduced to ruins. Some powerhouses soared into the air, gazing into the distance at the direction of the tribulation clouds, their hearts trembling, as they exclaimed, "No wonder 7th grade, heavenly soul martial artists have been so rare throughout history. If one doesn't have a sufficiently powerful physique and strength, I'm afraid they would perish and vanish in the first thunder tribulation." Which family's genius is undergoing this? Many powerful figures from various families speculated in their hearts. A heavenly soul grandmaster, barring unforeseen circumstances, would surely become another 9th grade grandmaster, enough to stabilize a first-rate family for another 200 years. Even these powerhouses who were some distance away from Jingwu felt a sense of dread, let alone those within Jingwu itself. One by one, students who were in cultivation were jolted awake, withdrawing from their training state. When everyone came out of their dormitories, rushed to the open ground, and looked up at the sky, they were immediately startled, their faces turning pale. Holy crap, what kind of tribulation clouds are these? They're too terrifying. Is the principal undergoing the 9th grade tribulation? Obviously not. Although this thunder tribulation is terrifying, it's far inferior to the 9th grade tribulation. Then who is undergoing the tribulation? A group of students began chattering and discussing. However, when they saw the villa beneath the tribulation clouds, an absurd thought suddenly rose in their minds. This direction seems to be young Master Su's villa. It couldn't be possible. Amidst the discussion, Lin Panxi and her roommates also came out of the... When she heard the discussions around her, her beautiful face changed repeatedly. Looking up towards the direction of Su Ye's villa, her expression was incredibly complex. Isn't he just a useless good for nothing? How can he surpass us? Lin Panxi felt unwilling. She had never felt that Su Yu could compare to herself or Chu Feng in any way. Apart from his family background, he was mediocre beyond belief. His cultivation was not only consistently in the middle to lower ranks, but he also had no moral bottom line. He didn't know how to work hard and spent all day bragging about the Su family. Moreover, he would ask for gifts back after a failed confession. How could such a shameless and despicable man be more talented than her? Humph. Let him have his moment of glory. In the future, Chu Feng will definitely surpass him and trample him underfoot. The complexity in Lin Panxi's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a creeping resentment. The pain you bring us now, I will repay you double in the future. The entire Jingwu was stirred by this grand tribulation cloud. Some powerhouses who were in secluded meditation to break through to higher realms also came out one after another. The entire upper echelon of Jingwu soared into the air, staring ahead in shock. Wang Tianming looked at Su Ye's dormitory, his heart filled with both surprise and complex emotions. A heavenly soul grandmaster. During my tenure, the school has actually managed to nurture a heavenly soul grandmaster. After the initial surprise, his face turned complex again. He glanced covertly at Han Shuang, whose expression had turned extremely ugly, and sighed inwardly. Alas, this matter Han Shuang handled is really. As a high-ranking member of the school, not only had she blatantly favored one student, but she had also attempted to... If it weren't for Su Yu backing the Su family, there would have been no room for redemption. If it were an ordinary student, I'm afraid I wouldn't have stepped in to defend them either. Thinking of this biased action, Wang Tianming suddenly felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. If that were truly the case, it would have been equivalent to indirectly offending a future 9th grade grandmaster, or even a martial saint. Han Shuang was of course unaware of Principal Wang's thoughts. At this moment her resentment towards Su Yu deepened even further. A faint murderous intent stirred within her. She had already completely offended the Su family and Su Yu. There was naturally no possibility of reconciliation. From Su Ye's previous behavior she knew that he would likely not let her off in the future. Since a death feud had been forged, then it was a matter of who killed the other first. Now it was not just about venting anger for her disciple, but also for her own safety. Then the last chance to kill Su Yu would be the trial on the otherworldly battlefield after the assessment. With this thought, Han Shuang did not linger for a moment, and her figure instantly vanished from the spot. Wang Tianming paid no heed to her departure. He merely thought she was irritated by Su Ye's promotion to Heavenly Soul Grandmaster, and didn't want to watch the advancement. Ha ha ha, worthy of being my Su family's young master. With such a spectacle he is truly the first person in our Su family in 1,000 years. As time passed, a hearty voice rang out beside Principal Wang. The next moment, Su Zhanhuang, the 9th grade grandmaster stationed by the Su family, appeared beside Principal Wang, the joy in his eyes impossible to conceal. Wang Tianming turned and cupped his hands towards him respectfully, calling out, "Greetings, Grandmaster." Although he had only left not long ago, the necessary courtesies were indispensable. Su Zhanhuang nodded at him and chuckled. That kid Su Yu really kept quiet about it. I thought he was ruined over a woman, but it turns out he secretly advanced to Grandmaster. Wang Tianming gave a wry smile. He didn't know how to respond to that. He was in no position to comment on the Su family's affairs. The Heavenly Soul Grandmaster's tribulation has begun. Just as Su Zhanhuang was about to continue chatting with Wang Tianming, he suddenly sensed that the tribulation was about to start. The moment they both turned their gazes towards the center of the tribulation. From the villa below, a figure radiating terrifying world power shot out, plunging directly into the tribulation clouds. Rumble. As he charged into the tribulation clouds, the churning sea of lightning within exploded. The lightning, radiating a world-destroying power, instantly found a breakthrough point. The sea of lightning, like floodwaters from an open sluice gate, surged violently towards Su Yu. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Su Yu plunged headfirst into the thunder tribulation. The moment the thunder tribulation sensed his presence, it grew violently restless. Waves of tribulation clouds, each capable of reducing an ordinary grandmaster to ashes, descended upon Su Ye's head. Yet even these thunderbolts that would terrify a grandmaster struck Su Yu without leaving a trace. They could not even burn through the clothes he wore. Within the sea of thunder, Su Yu stood calmly, his expression unruffled, as the lightning crashed against him. Feeling a tingling sensation on his skin, he casually grabbed a bolt of lightning and examined it closely. These thunderbolts. Su Yu infused his spiritual energy into them, and then, as if touching something profound, his body jolted suddenly. Good heavens! Though these thunderbolts exude an aura of utter destruction, hidden deep within that destructive force lies a rich vitality. Rebirth amidst destruction. As if struck by a realization, Su Yu suddenly smiled. He understood. No wonder in the original story Chu Feng could smoothly break through to higher realms despite the erosion of such devastating power, even elevating his cultivation to an inconceivable level. He must have relied on this thread of vitality. Perhaps this thunder tribulation is an opportunity for me as well. A gleam flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Then he suddenly released all his defenses, allowing the thunderbolts to strike his flesh. Hiss! The moment a single thunderbolt struck his body, Su Yu felt a force of destruction coursing through his meridians. Wherever the lightning passed, it nearly obliterated his channels. Capture this vitality and merge it into my blood energy. Once this thought arose in Su Ye's mind, he could no longer suppress it. Boom! As he succeeded in capturing the vitality within the destruction, a surge of green light erupted from his ravaged meridians, and waves of rich vitality began to repair his flesh. The meridians restored by the vitality grew thicker and sturdier. Even his blood energy began to undergo a transformation. The prototype of a mortal substance. Su Yu examined his internal state, and upon seeing the evolving blood energy, felt a jolt of exhilaration. Immortal substance which could only be condensed at the 8th grade golden body realm. He was able to form its prototype at the 7th grade. Ha ha ha! Su Yu burst into wild laughter. His gaze toward the thunderbolts now burned with fervor, and he roared, "Come to me, all of you!" He reached out and swept countless bolts of lightning toward himself. Seeing his actions, the countless powerhouses below were shaken to their cores. Wang Tianming exclaimed in horror, "What is Su Yu doing? He could safely pass the tribulation and become a 7th grade Heavenly Soul Grandmaster, so why is he provoking the thunder tribulation?" Just moments ago, Su Yu had been handling the tribulation with ease. If he had endured the 14 bolts of lightning, he could have completed it effortlessly. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had released all his physical defenses and let the lightning strike his flesh. Doing so could cause irreversible damage to his foundation. At this moment, even the usually carefree Su Zhanhuang lost his smile, his eyes filled with worry. "What is that kid you up to? The thunder tribulation was not meant to be endured this way. His actions not only shocked Principal Wang and Su Zhanhuang, but also sent chills down the spines of those watching below. What is young Master Su doing? Why isn't he defending against the tribulation? He's actively letting down his defenses. My God, is young Master Su courting death? The terror of the thunder tribulation is not something he can withstand. A fierce uproar erupted from the vast crowd. In an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, Lin Panxi wore a face full of schadenfreude and excitement. So you truly are asking for trouble. You could have safely become a grandmaster and continued to embarrass me, but you had to seek your own death. Strike down, strike down. I hope it kills you. Lin Panxi's heart had long twisted with malice, and she wished nothing but death upon Suyu. Amidst the thunder, Suyu continued to forcefully draw the thunderbolts toward himself, crudely channeling them into his body. The power of destruction raged within him. At the same time, after the destruction, he captured the released vitality and cast it into his shattered meridians. Revival amidst annihilation. After just over 10 minutes, Suyu's aura had withered to an alarming degree. He was like a flickering candle flame, swaying precariously in the wind. The 14 thunderbolts have passed, so why hasn't the tribulation cloud dispersed? Below, Su Zhanhuang, a 9th grade great grandmaster, was unusually tense. His aura surged as if he intended to charge into the tribulation and rescue Suyu. But before he could make a move, Wang Tianming stopped him and said gravely, "Great grandmaster, don't act rashly. If you rush in now, you might intensify the tribulation, and Suyu might truly die." Damn it. As a 9th grade cultivator, Su Zhanhuang knew well that the thunder tribulation could not be interfered with. Yet watching Suyu's aura grow weaker, he was consumed by anxiety. If anything happened to Suyu, his elder brother would surely tear him apart. In a state of unease, a few more minutes passed. Suddenly, Su Zhanhuang's eyes snapped open, and he shouted urgently, "His life force is almost gone. No, I have to pull him out." Boom. As a 9th grade great grandmaster, Su Zhanhuang's methods defied common sense. He activated his blood energy with full force, preparing to tear the void apart with brute strength. If he appeared abruptly near the tribulation, his presence would only escalate its intensity. By tearing the void, he could pull Suyu out in an instant, perhaps succeeding. However, just as he reached out to rend the space before him, an overwhelming force of destruction and an intensely rich vitality erupted from within the tribulation cloud. Boom. The eruption of this power sent a terrifying shockwave that scattered the tribulation cloud. What happened? This sudden change halted Su Zhanhuang's movements as he looked up towards Suyu. He was not alone. Every student of the capital martial academy, and even all the martial powerhouses in the capital, stared in shock at the direction of the tribulation cloud. After the tribulation cloud was dispersed, a ray of sunset bathed the earth. And there in the sky, the figure whose life force had nearly faded now erupted with power that warped the very space around him. Destruction and vitality coexisted. Under the stunned gaze of countless onlookers, the figure bathed in the sunset shone as brilliantly as a celestial god. I've finally stepped into the 7th grade. The man's slightly excited voice rang in everyone's ears. Suyu stood on the void, the aura emanating from his body so intense that even the surrounding space could scarcely contain it, warping under the strain. Feeling the abundant and domineering power within him, Suyu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. After a long moment, he opened them, and a black thunderbolt flickered in it. Suyu suddenly punched the void. Crack! A sound like shattering glass exploded. Then under the dumbfounded gaze of the crowd, the space where he struck split open with cracks. This body reborn through destruction. Let it be called the destruction body. Drawing upon his years of extensive novel-reading experience, Suyu's greatest expertise lay in analyzing how to survive against all odds. After all, in this very novel, Chu Feng's most defining trait was his uncanny ability to never die. After undergoing tribulation, one could counter high-ranking martial artists without the need to stabilize their cultivation. For ordinary martial artists, finishing a tribulation would leave their internal chi and blood in a volatile state. The most crucial step would be to find a place to stabilize their energy before they could exert peak combat power. Now he had experienced that very sensation before Chu Feng did, and it was utterly exhilarating. Furthermore, this tribulation not only bestowed upon him the power of destruction, but also greatly enhanced his regenerative abilities. It was an unexpected boon. I wonder just how great the gap is between myself and an ordinary 7th-rank grandmaster, Suyu mused inwardly. Open personal attribute panel. Before Suyu's retina, a pale blue virtual translucent screen unfurled. Host Suyu. Cultivation early 7th rank. Vital energy value 27551, Cal proficiency control 91, spiritual power 6722 Hz. Villain points 19100. System shop, click to open. Items: Tian Yuan, sword 9th rank, source marrow 100 gene, 9-time golden body forging art, soul forging sutra, Tian Yuan pill. Current mission progress: alter the original plot and kill the chosen son, Chu Feng. Current progress 5. Main quest: become the villainous chosen son who rules over all realms. Seeing that both his vital energy and spiritual power had multiplied, Suyu felt an immense surge of relief. Bliss. His vital energy value had broken through the 200 mark, approaching 300 with a control rate of 91 and a proficiency of 25000. With this strength, even a mid-7th rank martial grandmaster would be no match for Su Yu. He could crush them with a single palm. His spiritual power was now comparable to a This breakthrough was a massive gain. Su Yu was overjoyed and murmured confidently, "As long as I get more villain points and exchange them in the shop for items that enhance cultivation by the time I reach the domain battlefield, I can personally butcher that old hag Han Xuan. Enough, I won't dwell on that now. The most important thing is to wait for the ranking settlement tomorrow and obtain that old man's key." Just then Su Zhanhuang's voice rang out. "Ha, you boy, well done." Su Zhanhuang came before Su Yu, looking him up and down with growing satisfaction, nodding without stopping. "Not bad, not bad. Your martial cultivation is stable, your qi and blood are abundant. It seems your foundation is solid." This was the designated young master of their Su family, the future patriarch. He was also the successor to his elder brother. The stronger he appeared now, the more others would fear and hesitate, securing the Su family's position. Su Yu gave him a slight bow and smiled. "Second granduncle flatters me. It was merely that I had suppressed my cultivation for a long time, and now I've had a sudden awakening. I still have a long way to go to catch up to you." He felt a sense of belonging to the Su family. When one person was in trouble, the whole family mobilized. Su Zhanhuang waved his hand and said solemnly, "With your talent, within 20 years you will definitely reach the 9th rank, and becoming a martial saint in 50 years is not impossible." To this, Su Yu merely smiled and didn't reply. 50 years. Too long. For him, a martial saint was not the end point. A martial god was only the starting point. Not to mention the center of the universe. Even in the nearby galactic empire, a 20-year-old martial god could only be considered a genius, far from a prodigy. Blue Star was ultimately too small. Principal Wang stood by, looking at Su Yu with a complicated expression. "Su Yu, since you've broken through, stabilize your qi and blood first. After the ranking settlement tomorrow, remember to come to the nursing home behind the school in the evening." Having said that, Wang Tianming left. Su Yu merely nodded lightly. Jingwu was a place with shifting stances not worth investing too much effort into. This was merely a transitional stop. Su Zhanhuang had a brief conversation with Su Yu, then took out a considerable amount of resources useful for a grandmaster and pressed them into the latter's hands before taking his leave. The news that Su Yu had succeeded in advancing to the 7th rank grandmaster quickly ignited the entire capital. Countless aristocratic families were shaken, and the forces that were on good terms with the Su family were ecstatic. After all, if their ally had a monstrous genius, they too could solidify their own positions somewhat. However, fortune favored some, while sorrow struck others. At the Lin family of the capital, ever since Su Yu had come to break off the engagement followed by the online public opinion incident, the entire Lin family had fallen into the abyss. The Lin family's previous domineering and arrogant demeanor was gone. Now every member dared not act too ostentatiously when going out for fear of being beaten up by someone who took offense. Many of their family businesses were repeatedly thwarted on the verge of bankruptcy. In the Lin family's main hall, a Lin disciple rushed in panic, shouting, "Patriarch, disaster has struck." At that moment, Lin Hao, who was discussing a cooperation with the patriarch of a second-rate aristocratic family, glared at the reckless Lin disciple and scolded, "Panicking like this? What kind of behavior is that? Can't you see I'm discussing important matters with Patriarch Wei?" The Lin disciple swallowed his saliva before saying, "Patriarch, we just received news the genius who broke through to the Heavenly Soul Grandmaster is Su Yu." Boom. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's mind went blank, and his complexion instantly turned pale. His hand gripping the chair suddenly tightened. Crack. The armrest of the chair shattered. Is this news true? After a moment, Lin Hao recovered and demanded harshly, "Is this Heavenly Soul Grandmaster definitely Su Yu?" Facing the ferocious patriarch, the disciple shrank his neck and said weakly, "It's true. The entire capital knows by now." Lin Hao's pupils abruptly contracted. At this moment, he once again experienced fear. The first time was when his father died, and the Lin family was on the verge of collapse. The second time was when Su Yu came to break off the engagement, and he was trampled underfoot by an 8th-rank Golden Body Realm martial artist. The third time was hearing that Su Yu had advanced to the Heavenly Soul Grandmaster. The patriarch of the second-rate family who had been present also became terrified after hearing the news. His family only had one early 8th-rank expert. He had come to the Lin family to discuss business, merely to pick up some leftovers and take over part of the Lin family's assets. But now he had completely lost all interest. "Patriarch Lin, let's call off the acquisition. He'll take my leave now." Patriarch Wei made a swift decision, stood up, perfunctorily saluted with clasped hands, and left the Lin family hall without looking back. His speed was faster than flying. But Lin Hao did not try to stop him. In his mind there was only one thought: the Lin family is doomed. No, I must now at all costs win forgiveness from that little bastard Su Yu. I've got it. Let Sierra go talk to him. He has loved Sierra for so many years. If Sierra is willing to go and kneel and beg him, he might spare our Lin family. With this thought, Lin Hao hurriedly took out his phone and contacted Lin Panxi. The news of Su Yu's advancement to the Heavenly Soul Grandmaster spread like wildfire, shaking the entire capital to its core. However, the commotion outside did not affect Jingwu. The next day, the heavenly ranking competition in the Colosseum entered a white-hot stage. From early morning onward, the rankings began to change incessantly. Except for the top 10, which remained unchanged, the remaining 10 spots shifted constantly, until the moment the ranking was finalized when the battles in the Colosseum ceased. 8 o'clock in the evening. Outside the nursing home behind Jingwu, 20 students arrived one after another. When everyone had gathered, Wang Tianming shouted, "Follow me closely. No wandering off." In the crowd, Chu Feng, dressed, simply followed at the back. However, his gaze was somewhat sinister, yet burning with intensity. The martial heritage of a 9th-rank grandmaster. I must get it. Jingwu Home for the Aged is not an ordinary retirement home. Every person residing here was once a high-ranking leader of Jingwu, each having a peak combat power no less than the 7th grade. It could be said that these residents with a single stamp of their feet would cause the entire Jingdu to tremble. Of course, the reason they retired was not only due to old age and declining vitality, but also because they had sustained severe injuries while fighting enemies on the UI battlefield. As soon as he entered the home, Su Yu saw many elderly people hunched over playing chess in the pavilion. Some were missing an arm, others a leg. Some even wore eye patches. Even from such a distance, Su Yu could sense the aura of death emanating from them. They were all heroes in their twilight years. Each had once been full of vigor and spirit, contributing their share to the human race. They had not retired safely. Only those who could no longer fight were allowed to step back. Should foreign enemies ever attack Jingwu, these old men would be the front line of defense. These young and spirited geniuses, upon entering this place, unconsciously restrained themselves, making themselves docile and low-key. Yo Xiao Wang bringing this year's Tianbang students to receive old Zhao's martial arts inheritance. Tisk, the quality of this year's Tianbang is exceptionally high, much better than that scoundrel Yi Tao's batch. Mid-6th grade, early 6th grade, late 5th grade. Tisk, at least late 5th grade for the lowest. Not bad, not bad. The one at the front should be that Su family, kid Tianhun Grandmaster Tisk. The Su family's blessings are truly enviable. A group of elderly men approached, looking the students up and down full of emotion. Wang Tianming also broke into a smile upon seeing these old men. Ming Lao Kong Lao, these are the seated candidates. This year Zhao Lao said his end is near, so he asked me to arrange the candidates. And indeed they all delivered. Speaking of Zhao Lao, the light in Wang Tianming's eyes dimmed a little. This grandmaster of the 9th grade was Jingwu's greatest pillar. But now, the old man tugged at his goatee and said with a chuckle, "Not bad, not bad. Looks like you kid have done your duty as principal. Go on, old Zhao is waiting for you." After chatting with the old men for a while, Principal Wang continued to lead the group to the deepest part of the home. They stopped before a villa. "Wait here. He'll go in and talk to Zhao Lao first." With that, Wang Tianming entered the villa. After about 20 minutes of waiting outside, the villa door opened, and Wang Tianming came out with a sorrowful expression. He glanced at the crowd and said, "One person at a time. Line up on your own." After speaking, Wang Tianming walked aside alone, looking somewhat dejected. Upon hearing this, the Tianbang geniuses exchanged glances. The girl ranked 9th was the first to enter the villa. Once she went in, the door closed automatically. While waiting, Su Ye's gaze swept across the faces of the top 20 Tianbang students. In the end, he slowly closed his eyes, ignoring them. In the original story, the academy plot was the most boring. Aside from Chu Feng's arrogant face-slapping, only the rebellion against Tianyi was somewhat interesting. The real highlight was still the UI battlefield. That place was truly a lawless land. Only there could his grand plans unfold. There was also Yi Qing, who was similar to Su Yu, not good at conversation, preferring to cultivate alone. While others exchanged words, he too chose to close his eyes and cultivate. Every second, every minute spent in cultivation. Of course, Chu Feng was not idle. Having come from an ordinary background, yet overthrown the then top-ranked Yi Qing of Tianyi, even though he later dropped to second, his monstrous reputation was already established. Many scions of noble families and geniuses from humble origins came to befriend him. Chu Feng naturally accepted all comers. Now he only wanted to use all his ability to recruit a group of geniuses for his own use. Only then could he contend with the Su family. A martial Saint clan plus Su Yu, the Tianhun Grandmaster, had already made him feel a threat to his life. He also worried that if he went to the UI battlefield, he might be assassinated by Su Yu. As time passed, soon the others came out of the villa, many with traces of joy on their faces. Although the inheritor had not yet been decided, they had still gained a lot. 10 minutes of personal guidance from a grandmaster of the 9th grade of martial arts was enough for them to comprehend much. After Yi Qing entered and came out, it was the protagonist Chu Feng's turn. At this moment, Su Yu slowly opened his eyes, glanced around, and seeing everyone sharing insights, he remained silent. But his gaze suddenly fell on Yi Qing. Seeing his bewildered expression, Su Yu knew that just like in the original story, he had been scolded by the old man inside. Chu Feng should have gained the old man's approval by now. Another 20 minutes passed. Creak. Finally, the villa door slowly opened. Though Chu Feng's surface was calm, Su Yu still caught a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Indeed, as in the original story, the protagonist was suited for this martial arts inheritance. Su Yu, it's your turn. Wang Tianming stood at the villa entrance and called out to Su Yu. When they heard Principal Wang call his name, everyone's eyes gathered on Su Yu. They too were curious to know whether this deeply hidden monster would obtain the martial arts inheritance. Su Yu nodded lightly, all right. Then under the gaze of the crowd, he walked into the villa. Bang! The door closed. As soon as he entered the villa's living room, Su Yu detected an extremely strong medicinal smell along with an undeniable odor of decay. Without looking around, Su Yu went straight to the old man sitting cross-legged before him, cupped his hands, and said, "Greetings, old principal." On the cushion, the gaunt old man, whose body was so hunched it was barely recognizable, slowly opened his eyes as he had been slightly closing them. Those aged eyes were clouded and filled with the weird. He raised an arm that was nothing but skin and bones, and said hoarsely, "Sit." Su Yu nodded slightly, not standing on ceremony, and sat directly opposite the old man. The old man looked at Su Yu for a long time, then sighed. "Alas, I never expected Jingwu to produce a Tianhun grandmaster. But unfortunately this inheritance of mine is not suitable for you." The old man said directly, "Although I already have a candidate in mind, I can still offer you some guidance in martial arts. Is there anything you wish to ask?" Su Yu was not surprised by these words. After all, the one most suited for the old man's inheritance was none other than the chosen one. Others were not suitable. However, his purpose in coming here was not for the inheritance, nor for questions of martial arts. In an instant, Su Yu's gaze became deep. He smiled slightly, and said softly, "Zhao Lao, I don't want this." Looking at Su Yu's profound eyes, the old man was taken aback, and asked, "Then what do you need?" Su Yu looked into his cloudy eyes, and said word by word, "The key." Shua. Upon hearing the word key, the old man, who had been full of deathly stillness, suddenly felt his aura surge violently. "You know its secret?" The twilight-aged old man's eyes churned with intense emotion, his formidable pressure as a ninth-rank grandmaster erupting forth. In an instant, it was sensed by the powerful beings within a radius of dozens of miles. "Is that the pressure of old Principal Jingwu?" Outside the villa, Wang Tianming, sensing his master's aura, was startled. He was about to rush in to see what was happening. But before he could make a move, a voice calmed him down. Inside the villa, Elder Zhao stared at Su Yu with a complex and excited gaze, pressing for an answer. "Do you know the secret of that ruin?" The matter of the mysterious key in his possession was unknown to anyone in the entire world. For this was a secret concerning the martial. He had obtained this opportunity by sheer chance back then, and later tried to explore it only to suffer a severe blow. After emerging from the ruin, he was ambushed by several ninth-rank alien clansmen. Since that great battle, his foundation had suffered irreversible damage. A ninth-rank grandmaster could live at least 500 years, yet he had lived less than 200 and his end was near. This filled him with great reluctance. Su Yu looked at the agitated old man, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "I do. But I can tell you with full responsibility, the secret inside has nothing to do with the martial god." Of course it didn't, for it was the ruin of a being beyond the martial god. What connection could it have with the martial god? Boom. The light in the old man's eyes faded once more, and he smiled bitterly. "It seems since the revival of martial arts, only one martial god had ever appeared. He left behind no ruins or techniques, having departed entangled with alien powerhouses. This key of mine, it's probably just a martial saint or demigod ruin. Or perhaps the ruin itself was a false rumor spread by the aliens. Their goal might have been to lure out a martial saint, ambush him, and thus cripple the human forces. Otherwise, why would I have encountered several ninth-rank aliens after coming out that day?" Elder Zhao shook his head with a sigh, then asked, "Since it's not about the martial god, why do you want this key?" He looked at Su Yu with a puzzled gaze. Su Yu smiled faintly, and said, "There's something inside that suits me which will greatly help me achieve the martial saint realm. This ruin was never meant for you." Su Yu emphasized further. If an ordinary person had said such things before Elder Zhao, they would have been ridiculed to death. But the speaker was Su Yu. Elder Zhao knew his background well, a celestial soul grandmaster, the first person in the Su clan's 1,000-year martial heritage to be recognized as the future heir in his youth. No one dared to risk offending the Su clan by killing Su Yu. That would drive this fearsome family to utter madness. The light in Elder Zhao's eyes had now completely faded, and he laughed in self-mockery. "So that's it, just a ruin for breaking through to martial saint." A martial saint. With his talent back, then even at the brink of death, he might have had a chance to become one. If not for his arrogance in seeking the martial god's ruin, his battle power and vitality would still be at their peak. "Since you need it, I'll give you this key." Elder Zhao turned his palm over, and a bronze key radiating an ancient aura appeared in his hand. The moment he produced the key, a complex look of regret flickered in Elder Zhao's eyes. He looked up at Su Yu and said solemnly, "However, I have one request." Su Yu was somewhat surprised that he had yielded the key so easily. "Please speak, Elder Zhao." Su Yu had no ill feelings toward this old man, for he was one of the strong who shielded humanity from storms. He deserved respect. Of course, those who were shameless and ungrateful deserved to be killed just the same. Elder Zhao rubbed the key with his withered hand, a look of nostalgia and regret on his aged face, and said, "If you ever go to the domain battlefield in the 19th city, there is the son of an old friend of mine. He risked his life to save me once in that ruin. He begged me to protect him for a lifetime. He's just an ordinary person, and life in the 19th city is not easy. He hoped I could bring him back to Blue Star. But I broke my promise. In recent years, I've been unable to care for myself, and now feeling my end approach, I want to find someone to fulfill this wish for me. If you can promise to use the Su clan's power to protect him for 100 years, this key is yours." Su Yu was taken aback upon hearing this. This plot, it felt familiar. In the original story, Elder Zhao had given the same instruction to Chu Feng. Later, after years of training on the domain battlefield, Chu Feng remembered Elder Zhao's entrustment when he reached the 19th city at the front. Then he went to find the person only to discover that he was no ordinary man. Instead, he possessed an extremely rare cultivation physique. But due to a lack of suitable resources and the absence of a powerful being to examine his physique, he had remained an ordinary person all along. Chu Feng, having accidentally tempered a pair of eyes that could see through illusions during his training, saw through the man's physique. He then successfully helped him start cultivating. With the terrifying boost from that cultivation physique, the man reached the 8th rank Golden Body realm in just 3 years. He later even assumed the role of the second male lead. Together with the child of destiny Chu Feng, they broke through to martial god and embarked on a new journey across the cosmos. Recalling this plot, Su Ye's expression turned peculiar. Stealing connections. Wasn't this being handed to him now? And such a huge opportunity at that. In excellent spirits, Su Yu laughed heartily and said, "Elder Zhao, I accept this favor. Not only will I protect him for 100 years, but if he has any talent for cultivation, I Su Yu swear on the honor of the Su clan that we will nurture him into a talent." Humoring an old man. Who couldn't do that? He wouldn't be like the protagonist saying something vague like "you'll do it if I get the chance." He was different. Backed by a martial saint clan as the future clan head, even a future martial saint, his words carried more weight in Elder Zhao's ears than the promise of any 9th rank grandmaster. Seeing Su Yu agree so readily, and even guarantee it with the Su clan's honor, Elder Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. "Very well, then the key is yours." Elder Zhao released his grip, and the key flew automatically towards Su Yu. The latter accepted it without hesitation, grasping the key and cupping his fists solemnly. "Elder Zhao, since you gift me the martial saint opportunity, this small entrustment is nothing." Elder Zhao smiled in relief. Then, as if remembering something, he removed the storage ring from his finger. "Take this as well. It's useless to a dying man like me. Just take care of my descendant a little in the future." Su Yu took the ring, stunned for a moment, then a grin spread across his face. This opportunity was quite substantial. "All right, you are of the Su clan, so my martial legacy is beneath your notice. Go now. While I'm still lucid, I must not let my martial heritage be lost." Elder Zhao shook his head and waved his hand, shooing Su Yu out. Okay. Having obtained what he needed, Su Yu exited the villa, and the system's prompt suddenly rang in his ding. "Congratulations, host, for stealing the protagonist's opportunity. Reward obtained." "Congratulations, host. Rewards: villain points 2/0 9 grade cultivation card X1 Void Blade art. Annotation: for the 9 grade cultivation card, upon use the holder will instantly attain the peak of the 9 grade cultivation for 24 hours, with no restrictions. The Void Blade art, a stellar grade blade art created by a void hunter of the star-shattering realm, now lost." After reading the system's explanation, Su Yu was visibly a stellar grade technique. A cultivator of the star-shattering realm. Currently, human martial techniques and abilities were ranked as Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang with Heaven grade. So which tier did this stellar grade technique belong to? Most techniques created by martial saints were Earth grade, and only a few peak martial saints could forge Heaven grade techniques, typically at the mid-Heaven level. As for high Heaven grade techniques, only that one martial god could create them. They were now safeguarded by the Dragon Kingdom's official authorities, accessible only to martial saints and a select few 9th grade grandmasters. Not bad at all. I've obtained a star-shattering realm martial skill ahead of time. Su Yu was familiar with the entire original plot, so he naturally understood what stellar grade 6. One could say that a single stellar grade technique was worth as much as a small planet. While Su Yu was still immersed in the joy of acquiring a stellar grade martial skill, a subtle smug gaze pulled him back to reality. Following the sensation, he turned to see Chu Feng, who was brimming with delight. At that moment, Chu Feng was ecstatic. A 9th grade grandmaster's martial legacy could save someone of humble origins like him many years of detours. If he had previously been confident in becoming a martial saint within 50 years, now he could proudly claim the hope of achieving it in 30. With my unique ability to cultivate automatically 247, surpassing Su Yu is just around the corner, Chu Feng thought excitedly. Haha, Su Yu, even if you become a heavenly soul grandmaster, you are still no match for me. Chu Feng's heart raced with excitement, and his gaze towards Su Yu was laced with satisfaction. He had already built a considerable reputation at Jingwu. In the future, this reputation and these connections would bring him immense benefits. As for Su Yu, with his arrogant nature and reluctance to make friends, he hadn't made a single friend in all 4 years of university. How could his future compare to mine? Now with the 9th grade grandmaster's martial legacy, he's even less able to compete. The geniuses who had grown close to Chu Feng upon hearing that Elder Zhao had summoned him understood that he had become the biggest winner, and one by one, they offered their congratulations. Haha, brother Chu, congratulations. It seems your talent has caught Elder Zhao's eye. Indeed, brother Chu, your future is bright. With brother Chu's talent reaching the 9th grade is just a matter of time. Entering the martial administration is the greatest opportunity for you. They couldn't deny their envy. The 9th grade grandmaster's martial legacy and a future high-ranking position in the martial administration. Either was enough to be astounding. The martial administration was the most powerful organization in the Dragon Kingdom, boasting a demigod director, Yi Tao a martial saint deputy director, and several 9th grade grandmasters. Who would dare provoke it? For this martial legacy, the martial administration had personally stepped in. Whoever obtained Elder Zhao's legacy would be appointed to the martial administration upon graduation. With that connection, even if the recipient were a mere fourth-grade martial artist, their status would surpass that of many second-rate aristocratic families. Moreover, Chu Feng was the current second-ranked on the heavenly ranking. After graduation, even the head of a first-rate aristocratic family would have to treat Chu Feng with some courtesy. The chorus of congratulations around him was deeply gratifying to Chu Feng. However, having spent years cultivating the art of keeping a low profile despite his inner excitement, he managed to maintain an outward calm. Chu Feng clasped his hands and returned the gesture smiling. Everyone here is a talented student of Jingwu. I was merely fortunate to catch Elder Zhao's eye. Brother Chu, don't be modest. We respect your talent and strength. Yes, Brother Chu, let's grab a drink sometime. Chu Feng smiled back. Then after the assessment, let's have a small gathering. With that, he didn't forget to shoot a glance at Su Yu as if to say, see. You may be the young master of a martial saint clan, but you lack people's hearts while I can share a drink with everyone. No matter how strong you are, you'll still be ostracized by the geniuses. Su Yu understood the meaning behind Chu Feng's gaze and simply returned a smile. Heh, friends. Wait until we head to the otherworldly battlefield in 7 days. Then you'll know that not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can be friends with me. They are not worthy. Seeing Su Yu unfazed, Chu Feng grew irritated. What's this? I'm showing off and you're not angry. Don't forget I'm rallying everyone to exclude you. Just as Chu Feng was about to say more, Principal Wang standing nearby spoke with a displeased tone. Student Chu Feng, why haven't you gone in yet? Principal Wang was genuinely annoyed. Elder Zhao had called you in ages ago, and you're still standing here chatting. Don't you know to respect your elders? Elder Zhao was his mentor. From an orphan to the principal of Jingwu, Principal Wang owed much to Elder Zhao's guidance regarding him as a father. Seeing Chu Feng show such disrespect to Elder Zhao, he couldn't help but be displeased. Chu Feng jolted back to reality and said apologetically, I'm sorry Principal, I'll go in now. Damn it. It's all Su Ye's fault, that bastard. If not for him, how could I have been so carried away? Clearly he shifted all the blame onto Su Yu. He saw no fault in himself. Once Chu Feng entered, the matter of the legacy was finally settled. Wang Tianming set aside his displeasure and turned to the other students, speaking solemnly. The academy's assessment is now set. You may go home to visit your families. In 7 days, return to the academy to assemble and head to the otherworldly battlefield for the final assessment. This assessment is a joint effort of global martial universities. You will be assigned to various locations on the battlefield. Prepare well and strive to survive. The crowd responded in unison before dispersing. Upon receiving the news, all fourth-year students of Jingwu cheered and packed up to go home. They were filled with eager anticipation for the otherworldly battlefield training. Walking through the campus, Su Yu passed by several students and could clearly see the relaxed, expectant smiles on their faces. Yet upon seeing him, these students' expressions shifted to one of encountering a plague, their smiles vanishing, replaced by wariness and slight aversion. They also believed Chu Feng's words, that the young master of the martial Saint Su clan bullied those from humble backgrounds. Su Yu paid no heed to the disgust and caution they showed him. His sphere of influence was not Jingwu. Still, he couldn't help but sigh. Youth was truly wonderful. If nothing unexpected happened during this assessment, this year's training casualty rate would still exceed 70. How many would survive? Never mind, head focus on himself. Oh, as for the life and death of others, what did it have to do with him? Su Yu. Emerging from Jingwu University, Su Yu walked alone on the road, followed by over a dozen disciples of the Su clan, all senior students from his same graduating. Due to the incidents that had transpired earlier, many ordinary Jingwu students, upon seeing them, kept a safe distance before they felt at ease. They feared the Su clan might cause them trouble. But had Su Yu ever stirred up any disputes during his years at Jingwu? Those who heeded only one side of the story and lacked independent judgment would never achieve greatness. The Su clan disciples behind Su Yu chuckled at the sight. Young master, it seems our Su clan's reputation at Jingwu is thoroughly ruined. Now they look at us as if we were ferocious beasts, afraid we might devour them. Young master, should we still come to Jingwu? Those who once befriended me have cut off contact, fearing our status as a martial saint clan. The Su clan disciples chatted and laughed among themselves. Far from falling silent under isolation, they appeared utterly indifferent. The root cause of this situation, aside from the entanglements among Su Yu, Chu Feng, and Lin Panxi, was the most critical factor: the identity of a martial saint clan. Why would they dare not reveal their martial saint clan status? It all stemmed from a clan that, relying on their martial saint, stirred up trouble everywhere. They even frequently perpetrated massacres of the human race. Yet that clan, backed by their martial saint, showed no fear of public opinion. Their unbridled audacity eventually led them to massacre a town of tens of thousands as a sacrifice, aiming to enable their 9th-rank grandmaster to break through and become their clan's second martial saint. This very act enraged the Long Kingdom's authorities. In the end, that martial saint was besieged and slain by over 30 other martial saints, and the calamitous martial saint clan was eradicated root and branch. Thus, martial saint clans became the most feared and dreaded entities. All families that produced a martial saint chose to keep it hidden, leading to the present situation. People knew the Long Kingdom had 12 martial saints, but they knew neither their names nor their clans. Su glanced at those pointing fingers and smiled calmly. Walk upright and sit straight. Why fear these baseless rumors? The world knows only that one case and denies all contributions of martial Saint clans. How ignorant. They forget that the assessment grounds for the Outer Realm battlefield are guarded by our Su clan. Once they step out of the campus and enter the Outer Realm battlefield, they will truly realize what a martial Saint clan represents. Our Su clan's foundation has never been here. What is a Blue Star Martial Arts University? What they now fear and disdain is on the Outer Realm battlefield the very existence everyone yearns for. His territory is not the capital, nor is it Jingwu. The Outer Realm battlefield is where his true sphere of power lies. Let's go back to the Su clan. In 7 days they will regret their decision. The Su clan disciples' faces flushed with excitement and barely concealed exhilaration shouted in unison. Yes. Watching their jubilant departing figures, those who had been pointing and sneering grew even more disdainful. Just as expected of a martial Saint clan, bullying others with the backing of power. Let them gloat. Once on the Outer Realm battlefield with their notorious reputation, they'll soon be isolated. Exactly. My father specifically warned me not to get too close to the Su clan. On the battlefield, well, band together with Chu Feng and disciples from other clans. Right, Chu Feng, a genius from humble origins, will surely surpass Su Yu. Let him lead us, and well survive. Let's go. Chu Feng is now receiving a 9th rank martial inheritance. Once he emerges, we'll go find him and tell him our plan. A crowd buzzed with words disparaging the Su clan. Then they recalled the day Chu Feng with his balanced demeanor had crossed ranks to defeat Yi Qing, a towering figure. Their fervor ignited. Clinging to a martial Saint clan was nothing compared to following a noble son from humble origins to carve a path to success. Perhaps they too could achieve greatness. And so under the influence of unchecked rumors, Jingwu University and nearby martial arts institutions began to develop a certain resistance toward the Su clan and first-rate clans. Everyone feared they might be persecuted by these clans. Amid this panic, Chu Feng, the male lead unafraid of authority, became their backbone. For a time, Chu Feng's prestige soared to its peak. Time flew, and it was the 6th day after the assessment ended. Throughout this period, voices marginalizing the Su clan and first-rate clans grew louder across various martial arts universities. Yet they remained silent, offering no rebuttal or explanation. Because they disdained to explain. Facts speak louder than words. Once on the Outer Realm battlefield, they would understand how naive and laughable their thoughts were. On the afternoon of the 6th day, inside the Lin residence, in the living room, Lin Hao and his daughter were holding a critical meeting with the clan's elders. Apart from arranging Lin clan members for the Outer Realm battlefield assessment, they were also assigning elders to maintain the clan's stability, while Lin Hao entered seclusion to break through to the 8th rank Golden Body realm. If he could reach the 8th rank Golden Body, the Lin clan's current predicament would improve. As they discussed how to resolve resource issues, a Lin clan gatekeeper disciple hurried in. Reporting to the clan head, young master Chu Feng has emerged from seclusion and now seeks an audience at the gate. The Lin clan high-ranking members Lin Hao and his daughter were initially stunned, then their faces lit up with ecstasy. Quickly invite him in. Lin Hao in particular wore a beaming smile, his eyes concealing excitement. Haha, gentlemen, I told you investing in Chu Feng would never be wrong. Back then you were all vehemently against me giving away a tire superalloy weapon. Do you still think I made a mistake? As he spoke, Lin Hao swept his gaze over the Lin clan elders, discovering embarrassment and excitement in each other's eyes. His spirits soared. Chu Feng had truly brought honor to him. He had defeated the son of the Martial Administration Bureau Director Yi Tao, a prodigy with the potential of a martial saint. What a proud achievement. Haha, we were too blinded to see young friend Chu Feng's potential. We were wrong. Indeed, the clan head had the foresight to bring the Lin clan a powerful ally. And Sierra's keen, I found such a loyal friend. The elders spoke in turn, praising Lin Hao and Lin Panxi, making father and daughter overjoyed. Just as they were exchanging mutual compliments, a composed and unflustered laugh sounded outside the living room. Uncle Lin, you flatter me. Had the Lin clan not supported me under pressure from the Su clan, I would never have achieved what I have today. Hearing his voice, everyone turned their gaze. The Chu Feng, who had been absent for half a month, now reappeared, having undergone earth-shaking changes. Upon entering, Chu Feng first clasped his hands to the assembly, then turned his eyes to the beauty before him, whose beautiful eyes were slightly reddened. Their gazes met, and Chu Feng's body trembled. He said softly, Panxi, him back. From now on I will protect you for life, and I will never let anyone bully you again. Under his gaze, Lin Panxi felt all the grievances of hiding away during this time dissipate in an instant. At that moment, all she wanted was to throw herself into Chu Feng's arms and weep. But the current setting was inappropriate. She held back her tears, smiled, and said, all right, you said it. Seeing the burgeoning romantic tension between the two, the Lin clan elders, including Lin Hao, all exchanged knowing smiles. Perfect. They had hitched their wagon to Chu Feng. Now they could only wait quietly for him to lead them to glory. Ha, nephew Chu Feng, please have a seat. Lin Hao laughed heartily, and quickly instructed a disciple to arrange a chair. Chu Feng smiled, and nodded, sitting down with composure. The others found nothing amiss with his This was the treatment a genius deserved. Once he was seated, Lin Hao turned serious, and said, Nephew Chu Feng, after tomorrow you will head to the otherworldly battlefield. I hope you can take good care of my heir. And if possible look after the other Lin clan disciples as well. Chu Feng was now being hailed by many martial academy students as a prodigy, having inherited the martial legacy of a 9th-ranked grandmaster, his future limitless. After the incident with the Su family, he was even revered as a leader by countless talented youths from humble backgrounds. He was subtly emerging as the frontrunner among the younger generation. If he merely promised to protect the Lin clan, others would undoubtedly be happy to do him a favor. Chu Feng nodded and agreed, of course. The Lin family has shown me great kindness. Uncle Lin and the clan never looked down on me, and even helped me greatly. How could I dare forget such immense grace? He didn't need Lin Hao's specific request, he would have done it anyway. He held a favorable opinion of the Lin family, and offering them some protection was not a difficult task. Hearing this, Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. That's good. If Suyu had witnessed this harmonious scene, he might have sneered. The Lin family truly embodied the saying of favor becomes a grievance. The Su family had supported them for years, elevating them from a minor unranked clan to a first-rate family with abundant resources, yet they never expressed a word of gratitude. Instead, they took it for granted. Now they were so fixated on a single promise from Chu Feng. Truly ironic. Chu Feng smiled and didn't dwell on the topic. He paused, then said seriously, Uncle, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Speak freely, Lin Hao said. The Su family's bullying of ordinary people is well known. Most of us senior students from Jingwu are dissatisfied with them. So we've united to form an alliance intending to oppose those first-rate families on the otherworldly battlefield, preventing them from bullying us. I hope you can within this day organize the various second- and third-rate families for a joint discussion. At this moment, Chu Feng finally revealed his ambition. He was now the leader of the younger generation, while the Su family's youth had lost public support. He wanted to seize this opportunity to completely ruin the future of the Su family's current disciples. Of course, that didn't mean killing them, just ostracizing them from this generation. With his talent, he was certain to reach the 9th rank within 20 years. Then he would have the capital to contend with the first-rate families. To expand his advantage, he needed to bring everyone to his side, representing justice and the reformist faction. The era of old aristocratic rule. Chu Feng was determined to overthrow it. He would establish a new era. Excellent. Lin Hao agreed without hesitation. This matter was greatly beneficial to him. Once Chu Feng solidified his position as leader, the Lin family's situation would improve. Seeing his agreement, Chu Feng broke into a smile. Thank you, Uncle. Lin Hao was in high spirits. Leave this to me. You've been in seclusion for many days, so you must have a lot to talk about with Sierra. You youngsters should go out and take a walk. After all, this training will last for several years. Take the chance to see the sights of home. Thank you, Uncle, Chu Feng said cheerfully. Uncle Lin truly understood him. He knew what Chu Feng wanted and supported him wholeheartedly. If he achieved greatness in the future, he would surely lead the Lin family to a better path. Lin Panxi's pretty face flushed. She didn't object, only said coyly, Dad, what are you saying? Lin Hao didn't mind, and said with a smile, Sietter, go on. The elders and I still have matters to discuss. You take good care of young friend, Chu Feng, for me. Soon Chu Feng and Lin Panxi left the Lin residence together, strolling along the streets. Their eyes held tender affection for each other. Chu Feng, what realm are you at now? Suyu has broken through to the grandmaster realm, could he? Lin Panxi's face showed worry. She believed Chu Feng could give her what she wanted, but the sight of Suyu breaking through to the heavenly soul grandmaster that day had shaken her deeply. Chu Feng smiled confidently and said proudly, 6th rank mid-stitch. Still a distance from grandmaster, but almost there. Old Zhao's martial legacy suits me well. Barring any accidents, when I reach the 7th rank grandmaster, I will surely condense a heavenly soul. The worry in Lin Panxi's eyes vanished, replaced by brightness and pride. Chu Feng, thank you. Thank you for always being by my side. Lin Panxi's voice became soft. As they strolled by the river, Chu Feng's heart trembled deeply at her words. Even if the whole world stands against you, I will still be by your side, fighting the entire world for you. Their sweet moment was something Suyu of course could not understand. After returning to the Su family following the assessment, he had been in seclusion. Besides stabilizing his grandmaster cultivation, he was also cultivating a stellar-level martial skill, the Void Blade art. This martial skill surpassed all existing ones on Blue Star. Even the Saint-level Heaven-tier, high-grade martial skills were far inferior. Even mastering just the introductory level of the Void Blade art would make it one of Su Ye's trump cards. Inside the Su family's cultivation chamber. This was a cultivation sanctuary built by the Su family, using their vast resources and treasures gathered from the otherworldly battlefield. A single day of cultivation there was equivalent to a month of cultivation outside. On the morning of the 7th day, as dawn broke, a blade intent that commanded the submission of all blades erupted from the direction of the Su family's cultivation chamber. This blade intent swept through the entire Su residence, causing all swords and sabers to hum and ring. It seemed to be a gesture of submission. Sensing this powerful blade intent, all the Su family's strong warriors opened their eyes and appeared outside the cultivation chamber. Under the gaze of the Su family's experts, the stone door of the cultivation chamber slowly opened, revealing a figure in a white robe. Seeing him appear, the gathered warriors were filled with shock. Grandmaster level blade intent. Quickly snapping out of it, they all shouted greetings to the young master on his in front of the cultivation chamber. Suyu, clad in a white robe, stood with his hands behind his back. His handsome, ethereal face, like that of an immortal, broke into a gentle smile. Time to depart for the otherworldly battlefield. It's time to make everyone understand the majesty of a martial saint clan. This day, all senior martial arts students from Blue Star, including those at the institution, returned to their respective schools uniformly. It was also a major event that drew the attention of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Every year at this time, countless people would pause their work and gather before televisions to watch the ceremony as they departed for the extraterritorial battlefield. In an era where martial arts were practiced by all martial artists were the most revered beings, these graduating seniors hailed as the new generation of successors across Blue Star. Although the vast majority would fade into obscurity upon entering the extraterritorial battlefield, that did not diminish their current moment of glory. Though countless students perished during the final trials on the extraterritorial battlefield, each time, people still yearned for it. This was to defend their homeland and country. If not for the martial artists holding the front lines, how could the people in the rear of Blue Star live such stable lives? Behind them stood billions of ordinary. Among them were their own families. They would not retreat a single step. The battle against the alien races was a struggle for survival. If one side fell, their entire race would face annihilation. It was brutal, and no one could betray humanity. At this moment, on the training ground of the Capital Martial Arts University, 3,000 students had assembled. Each carried a small backpack. Those from well-off families had spent a fortune to acquire a storage ring for their belongings. Countless youthful faces were etched with excitement and aspiration. They had graduated. They were about to shine on the battlefield, defend their nation, and leave their names in history. At this point, the class system was abolished. Anyone could form teams freely, and once they entered the extraterritorial battlefield, everything depended on themselves. No one would offer them help. Because of deliberate ostracization, a peculiar scene unfolded on the training ground. All the top-tier aristocratic disciples gathered together, while those from minor families and humble origins clustered in a larger group. The leader of the minor families and humble talents was none other than Chu Feng, ranked second on the heavenly ranking. Behind him stood over 2,000 members of the New Era Alliance, united by minor families and humble talents. They were determined to break the rules imposed by the old aristocratic families, to forge a new era and to establish a more equitable age. Youthful vigor and passion drove them together. However, in Suyu's eyes, this seemed utterly ridiculous. The Dragon Kingdom's system was inherently fair, with no such thing as suppression. As long as you demonstrated corresponding abilities, countless platforms existed to support your rise. The current first and second-tier aristocratic families were mostly newly risen. They had once been dragon slayers. Yet now they had become the evil dragons in your eyes. In this era, with Yi Tao, a demigod, keeping watch all martial saints, and the vast majority of 9th-rank grandmasters stationed on the extraterritorial battlefield, no one dared cause trouble in the rear. Most top-tier aristocratic families adhered to rules more strictly than anyone. Their resources were all plundered from the extraterritorial battlefield. As for the people's wealth, in the age of martial artists, these were less than dust. The resources top martial artists needed were not something ordinary people could find. As for the slogans they had been promoting recently, utter nonsense. Claims that aristocratic families controlled 80 of the world's resources, and that the humble could barely obtain a single spirit stone. The resources of aristocratic families were all won through bloody battles on the extraterritorial battlefield against alien races and savage beasts. Did ordinary people need the source marrow of an 8th-rank golden body? Did ordinary people need a grade superalloy weapons coveted even by 9th-rank experts? Did they? Had they broken through to the 8th rank? Even if you were about to break through to the 8th rank, you could obtain resources through your own efforts. No one would snatch them. If you lacked them, you could apply and exchange them with sufficient contribution points from the Dragon Kingdom's official channels. The conditions were set. Come and take them. If you lack the corresponding strength, do not claim to be oppressed. Thus Suyu found these people naive and foolish, blaming others for their own inadequacies. Of course, in the real world, he would fully agree with their claims. But this was a high martial world with entirely different demands. Where was the oppression? On the rostrum, Principal Wang Tianming, with a stern expression, swept his gaze over the students and bellowed. You are the favored children of heaven from all over the Dragon Kingdom, the pillars of the future. Now that your cultivation has achieved some success, the extraterritorial battlefield will be where you shine. But remember, here at school you may be considered geniuses, but on the extraterritorial battlefield you are nothing. There are many more talented than you. Many of them are warriors who have fought alien races and tasted blood. If you are careless, thinking yourselves geniuses, looking down on aliens, and others believing hearts are simple, then I guarantee that 90 of you will die on the extraterritorial battlefield. Principal Wang first gave them his customary dose of humility. After all, students emerging from the ivory tower were still unaware of the battlefield's cruelty. Indeed, when Principal Wang finished, everyone's expression shifted. Some began to feel fear. However, after building up the atmosphere, Principal Wang changed his tone and broke into a smile. But you are all talented seedlings. After 4 years of training, if you survive tempered by blood and war, many of you will likely become 6th-rank martial artists or even 7th-rank grandmasters. Or looking further ahead with your own abilities, you could become 8th-rank golden body experts or even 9th-rank grandmasters. At that time, you will be the new pillars of the Dragon Kingdom, and the entire nation will take pride in you. The vice principal and the dean of studies will lead you to the extraterritorial battlefield and wait there for 4 years. I hope. When I see you again, you are all still here. That final remark was the highest blessing possible. After all, training on the extraterritorial battlefield had never been without casualties. Wang Tianming spoke endlessly on the rostrum for nearly 2 hours until close to noon, when a melodious bell tolled. Boom. Upon hearing the bell, Principal Wang's expression turned solemn, and he commanded, "All students march out. Go to the extraterritorial battlefield and forge your glory." With those words, all students responded to Wang Tianming's expectations with the loudest voices. "We students will not fail the school's hopes." The earth-shaking roar nearly scattered the few clouds above their heads, letting a ray of sunlight fall. Principal Wang gazed at the spirited young people, his heart filled. How many of this batch would survive? Perhaps 70 would make it. March out. With the command, all students fully equipped filed out of the school in an orderly manner. As the two teams stood side by side in separate lines, Su Yu and Chu Feng encountered each other again. Enemies met, and their eyes burned with hatred. Chu Feng grinned at Su Yu and said, "Su Yu, once we reach the extraterritorial battlefield, our true confrontation begins. Then I will show you what it means to have the people's support. A pampered aristocrat like you who bullies the common folk will never win the hearts of the people." Even now he believed that Su Yu and his aristocratic cronies isolated had no capital to oppose him. After saying this, he led his alliance chest out and head high, striding out of the school first. Behind him, the aristocratic disciples led by Su Yu exchanged strange glances at their retreating figures. "Young Master Su, why do people always think they are the ones isolating us?" Su Yu fixed his gaze on Chu Feng's back, murderous intent flickering in his eyes, though his smile was exceptionally bright. "Perhaps they think they are capable again, but they have completely forgotten. The extraterritorial battlefield is our true territory for us martial saints and top aristocratic families. Our true domain." The Martial University students set off for the Outer Realm battlefield, one purpose being training the other to fill the vacancies in the military's combat strength. Among the over 10 million graduates each year, the number of those who die from alien races, ferocious beasts, sudden wars, accidental deaths, and other factors remains at 2. This is a very high mortality rate. Yet it is unavoidable, for this is a war of extermination where casualties are inevitable. Adding in those disabled by accidental injuries or crippled in cultivation, each graduating class sees roughly 5 million retire from combat. The remainder choose to enter the military or live independently on the Outer Realm battlefield. Only a few, having completed their mandatory war training and feeling fear, opt to return to the rear of Dragon Nation as reserves. Many of those who do not return choose to live on the Outer Realm battlefield, for it is the most suitable place for cultivation. At this moment, all the students marched along the cleared road, advancing in a grand procession toward the spatial rift teleportation point. On both sides of the road, crowds of ordinary people and low-level martial artists gathered. As if savoring the attention, every student held their head high, pride etched on their faces. The entire Dragon Nation had 36 teleportation arrays, each corresponding to one of the 36 human territories on the Outer Realm battlefield, with a martial saint stationed in each direction. These were the strongholds of Dragon Nation's humanity. In terms of area, the territory occupied by Dragon Nation alone was as vast as an entire Blue Star. And this did not even account for the territories of other nations on Blue Star. The Outer Realm battlefield was more like a massive planet, but when it initiated its war of aggression, its duration of existence was only 1,500 years. That is to say, if humanity could hold out for another 500 years, the threat would be completely eradicated. After walking for nearly 2 hours, Su Yu and the others arrived outside a military base on the outskirts of the capital. Here 100,000 soldiers were stationed, guarded by several 8th-rank Golden Body Realm experts and a 9th-rank Grandmaster. Arriving at the spatial rift teleportation point, the Martial University students gazed at the circular structure before them awestruck. So this was the spatial rift teleportation point. 500 meters high and equally wide, the black light within twisted and spun like a vortex, making one dizzy after staring for too long. It resembled a black hole, as if it wanted to devour one's soul. When everyone halted, Vice Principal Han Shuang and the Dean of Studies from Jingwu stepped forward to negotiate with the military. After confirming everything was in order, the military officer raised his hand. The iron fence blocking the crowd slowly opened a path. Then the Martial University students, still filled with deep awe, moved again, lining up orderly to pass through the teleportation point. Su Yu and the aristocratic students were the last to pass, trailing behind the others. Compared to the awe of the others, Su Yu and his group appeared far more composed. Soon after experiencing a bout of dizziness, darkness enveloped everyone. When their vision returned, what greeted their eyes was a colossal city. The city walls stood hundreds of meters high, covered in marks of various attacks, ancient and weathered. Before anyone could recover, a hearty laugh rang in their ears. "Haha, welcome, favored children of heaven, to the Outer Realm battlefield. Hearing the voice, everyone turned to look. A middle-aged man in military uniform stood atop the city wall, his gaze playful as he watched them. He deliberately concealed his cultivation, but he was an 8th-rank Golden Body Realm powerhouse. I am Qin Tua, the city guard general of the 9th city, a major general in the military, and also your supervisor. You are the last batch of Marshall University students to arrive at this city. Besides you, there are also military academy students here. Now, enter the city. We have arranged lodging for you. After you settle and gather at the 9th city square at 5 in the afternoon. With a thunderous rumble as General Qin Tua's voice fell, the originally closed city gates swung open. All the students rushed in excitedly. Upon entering the city, all Jingwu students were led by designated personnel to the residential area. Arriving at the lodging, everyone found their temporary dorms, dropped off their luggage, grabbed their bathing supplies, and rushed to the bathhouse to wash away the dust of travel. Perhaps because they had officially left campus, the factionalism among Jingwu students gradually surfaced. The most obvious sign was, led by Chu Feng, the group of over 2,000 students drove away Su Ye's team, which numbered only a little over 200. They claimed that here rules must be followed. This dormitory building was theirs. If Su Ye's group wanted lodging, they should go to another. Watching those people haughtily block their entry into the dorm, Su Yu and his companions merely smiled faintly, without argument, silently turning to head to another dormitory. Seeing that Su Yu and these aristocratic students dared not argue, the students from lower tier or second-rate families laughed joyfully. Indeed, there was strength in numbers. Even a first-rate aristocratic family dared not provoke them here. Soon after washing up and eating, everyone began heading to the 9th city square to assemble. When Su Yu and his group arrived at the 9th city square, they saw that Chu Feng's faction had already gathered together in tacit understanding. Whenever Su Ye's aristocratic students approached, even slightly, they were mercilessly driven away and told to keep their distance. Su Yu ignored them and led the first-rate aristocratic students to a far-off spot. Seeing Su Yu not even daring to retort, Chu Feng and Lin Panxi felt immense satisfaction. Especially Chu Feng, who looked at Su Yu in the distance and called out, "Su Yu, since we're here, there's no need to hide anymore. Our group is somewhat afraid of your martial saint and first-rate aristocratic families, so please stay far away from us. You don't mind, do you?" Hearing Chu Feng's words, the common-born students and those from second- and third-rate families at Jingwu chimed in. "Yes, your martial saint families bully others. We dare not get too close. Though we're from the same school, let's keep our distance in the future. We don't dare to call ourselves alumni of the noble martial saint aristocratic students. That's right, get lost. No one likes dealing with you aristocratic students." The crowd spoke one after another. Their words were full of exclusion. Though the aristocratic students behind Su Yu said nothing, they felt deeply stifled. Seeing everyone cooperate so well, Chu Feng's smile grew even brighter. "See, everyone is afraid of you, so please don't come near us." He now had popular support. Once the military academy students arrived, he would immediately lobby them to join him in isolating Su Ye's aristocratic group. Military personnel despised the bullying ways of aristocratic wastrels the most. Surely they would be willing to join him, right? Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, all the Jingwu students suddenly felt the ground tremble. Then the sound of orderly, thunderous footsteps echoed across the entire square. Under the astonished gazes of the Jingwu students, a group of people in military academy uniforms marched in with precise steps. Attention! Seeing this 1,000-strong military academy team, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. If he could bring these people into his camp in the future, no one would dare offend him easily. These were combat geniuses trained by the military. With this thought, Chu Feng immediately walked toward the leader. "Hello, I am Chu Feng from the capital Marshall University." Chu Feng approached the leading military academy cadet, extending his hand with a smile, saying, "In the next 4 years it seems we'll be fighting side by side." He held deep respect for the soldiers, as they had been fighting on the front lines for years, sometimes decades, without returning home. They fought bloodily for the peace of their homeland, behind the lines battling alien races. They deserved his admiration. The leading military cadet had a crew-cut, a chiseled face with sharp features, exuding a ruggedness tinged with a hint of roguish charm. The crew-cut man smiled, shaking hands with Chu Feng, and said in a clear voice, "Military Academy Fong Ting." Though his first impression of this man was somewhat unfavorable, still one should not strike a smiling face. Since the other was so enthusiastic, he couldn't exactly put on a sour expression. After a brief greeting, Fong Ting's gaze roamed around, as if searching for someone. When his eyes fell on Su Yu, who stood not far away with a meaningful smile, he paused for a moment. Seeming to notice where Fong Ting's gaze had landed, Chu Feng finally spoke. "Brother Fong, since the general hasn't arrived yet, why don't we go over there for a good chat?" Fong Ting did not agree. Instead, he pointed towards Su Yu's direction and frowned. "Who are they?" At his inquiry, the smile on Chu Feng's face faded, and he sighed. "They are also students of our Jingwu. But because of certain matters, everyone keeps their distance from them. Military academies were typically for ordinary people or those from lower status families, usually located on the extraterritorial battlefields. These military cadets had all participated in battles, so Chu Feng was certain that once he revealed what Su Yu had done, these military men would surely ostracize them. His alliance would then be even stronger. Fong Ting asked with interest, "Oh, and what is that?" He was intrigued and wanted to know what could make so many people shun these mere 200 individuals. Chu Feng sighed, a trace of hatred and resentment flickering in his eyes. Their leader is named Su Yu. Relying on his status as a member of the Marshall Saint family, he forced an engagement on a friend of mine. After my friend refused him, he came to break off the engagement. Not only that, but he bullied others with his power and even injured my friend's father. The whole capital knows about it. You know the heinous sins that Marshall Saint family committed in the past. Now another disciple of that family is doing evil. Tell me, how can we ordinary students not be afraid? Everyone dares not associate with them, fearing they might be harmed. Chu Feng was articulate. Of course, he only mentioned the engagement breaking and Lin Hao's injury, omitting everything else. Lin Panxi then stepped forward, her eyes reddened, her demeanor visibly. When my family was weak, he forced me into an engagement. He pursued me for 7 years. When I refused him again recently, he proposed to break it off, and I agreed. But when he came to my house to break the engagement, his attitude was terrifyingly domineering, and he ordered someone to injure my father. Because our family cannot afford to offend the Su family, we dared not say anything. But the public sees clearly now. Most Jingwu students keep their distance from them. They just rely on their wealthy background. Must they push people to the brink like this? Lin Panxi genuinely felt wrong saying these words. In her view, Su Yu proposed the breakup, so why should he take back the gifts he gave? And he didn't respect elders. What was wrong with her father trying to teach him a lesson? He even ordered someone to hit people. It was utterly shameless. Fang Ting quietly watched the aggrieved and humiliated expressions of the two before him, then turned to the Jingwu students and asked, "Do you all think so too?" Hearing this, the Jingwu students responded in succession. Yes, classmate, you don't know how tyrannical those aristocratic families can be. To break an engagement and still beat people, they are worse than thugs. It's hateful. They just bully us ordinary people. If I had to team up with them, I'm really afraid they'd stab me in the back. With such poisonous elements around, who would dare to deal with them? The higher-ups don't punish them either. How disheartening. The ordinary students and those from minor families of Jingwu expressed their views on Su Yu and the top-tier families, their words filled with anger and fear. It truly looked as if they had been victimized. Fang Ting was silent for a moment, then the corner of his mouth lifted and he asked again, "So were you all personally persecuted? Or has any of you suffered the same fate?" At this, the previously restless crowd fell silent, exchanging glances, then shook their heads. No one answered this time. After all, they had never truly been bullied. They were simply frightened by Chu Feng's tales of aristocratic tyranny, afraid that one day they might face the same, so they banded together. Seeing this, Fang Ting let out a scornful laugh and said no more. Chu Feng was somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. Why did this guy have to ask such questions? Brother Feng, these aristocratic people are very overbearing. You should be careful not to be deceived by them, Chu Feng said with earnest sincerity. Lin Panxi nodded and said with hatred, "They are truly despicable, especially the Su family. So bullying." Fang Ting glanced at them, then to Chu Feng's astonishment pulled his hand free from the handshake. "Brother Feng, what do you mean?" Chu Feng asked, puzzled. Fang Ting ignored him and looked towards Su Yu, who was smiling in the distance, and shouted, "Young Master Su, is this the so-called pretty boy and the woman who turned you down? They are indeed a perfect match." His voice was loud, and he deliberately infused it with some blood energy, making it audible to the entire venue. Instantly, the military academy students burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I can't believe a mediocre woman would reject young Master Su. How ridiculous. I'm dying laughing. Don't they know who young Master Su is? Stop, I can laugh at these two for 10 years. The military academy had always been solemn, but now everyone laughed unrestrainedly. Their laughter left Chu Feng's alliance. Whom were they laughing at? Chu Feng's face grew ugly. "Brother Feng, what do you mean by this?" Fang Ting's laughter gradually faded. He looked at Chu Feng and said seriously, "I mean nothing. I'm just mocking you and the woman beside you. As for your suggestion to stay away from young Master Su." Fang Ting suddenly grinned mischievously and shouted, "Brothers of the military academy, answer him. Do you believe him or young Master Su?" Then, to the utter disbelief and horror of the Jingwu group, a thunderous unified voice rang out, buzzing in their ears. "We believe in young Master Su." That loud uniform declaration left Chu Feng's eyes blank with shock. What was going on? Just then, Su Ye's voice drifted from afar, slowly penetrating Chu Feng's ears. "A frog at the bottom of a well, did you truly think that your clumsy words could fool the entire world? Su Yu." Chu Feng gritted his teeth as he watched Su Yu approach step by step. "What trick have you pulled now?" Chu Feng was still utterly bewildered. He couldn't understand why the military academy cadets held no animosity towards Su Yu. They should have despised someone from an aristocratic family like him the most. How could they all be willing to trust Su Yu? Gazing at Chu Feng's somewhat twisted expression, Su Yu said calmly, "I don't resort to your petty schemes." As the male lead, aside from waiting for the antagonist to err, and then magnifying those mistakes to sway the world, what else was clever about him? Oh, there was something. They did possess unique insights into cultivation, daring to stake their lives on a future. That was indeed a As for Chu Feng, in the original story, his performance was hardly remarkable. On the contrary, the brilliance of certain supporting characters was far more captivating, outshining even the protagonist himself. Fang Ting then approached Su Yu, but maintained a distance of one body length, a protocol reserved for subordinates before their superior. Fang Ting glanced at Chu Feng and grinned. "We've long looked into your affairs with that Lin fellow. If we hadn't been stationed on the alien battlefield, we 3,000 brothers would have sought you out for a chat long ago. Though he wore a smile, his eyes were icy cold. Chu Feng remained silent, realizing only that this time he had miscalculated. Seeing his silence, Su Ye's smile persisted. He turned and asked the military cadets softly, "Tell them, do you believe I Su Yu am a bully who acts tyrannically?" And the cadets responded in unison. "No. Do you trust my word alone?" Were the words of these 2,762. "We trust young Master Su." "Answer them. Are you afraid of my family's martial saint lineage?" "No." "Tell them whose protection do they and the land beneath their feet enjoy?" "The martial saint." "One last question. Tell these self-proclaimed cold gentry who claim we aristocrats oppress them, what are all your origins?" "We rose from the humblest beginnings." Each declaration sent tremors through the hearts of the New Era Alliance. Disbelief flickered in every eye. Why were these military cadets so devoted to Su Yu? Wasn't he just a dissolute aristocrat? Shouldn't they despise him? Weren't they also from humble origins? Why did they hold such respect for an aristocratic wastrel? Countless questions swirled in their minds unanswered. Su Yu stared at the silent Jingwu students and said coldly, "Among them not one is from an aristocratic family. They hail from impoverished regions across Dragon Country. Through their own efforts they passed the military academy exams and changed their fates. With the help of our families they transformed. Every graduate becomes a pillar of the nation. Why don't they resent us? Have we exploited them? The geniuses from Jingwu call themselves cold gentry. What then should those born in obscurity be called? You come from all over Dragon Country with warm clothes and full bellies, spare money for cultivation resources to build your foundations, and the chance to enter Jingwu University through the college entrance exams. You are undeniably geniuses. But they born into poverty with no money for resources and only common cultivation techniques available for free. How did they manage to enter the military academy under worse conditions and even surpass you in cultivation? What should they be called?" Every word from Su Yu struck home, and the Jingwu geniuses hung their heads in shame. They were merely afraid. Seeing no one dared to retort, a sneer curled on Su Ye's lips. How pathetic. Only by truly coming to the alien battlefield would they understand the immense sacrifices of the martial saint families. Not whining in the sheltered haven of Blue Star. This was not the earth of his past life, where capital exploited the poor for profit. This was a world of martial arts. With the existential threat of annihilation looming, 99% of aristocratic families willingly nurtured talents to ease the pressure. And as for money, who cared for it here? Everyone coveted martial resources. After berating the Jingwu geniuses, Su Yu turned and rejoined his fervent aristocratic ranks in the distance. Fang Ting looked at those who had bowed their heads under Su Ye's rebuke, yet still harbored resentment, and sneered. "Young Master Su is right. Pathetic. Blindly following the tide to rebel. If any of you had truly suffered oppression, I'd have joined you. But you haven't. And let me tell you one more thing." Fang Ting glanced at Lin Panxi, and Chu Feng, whose eyes burned with hatred, his sneer deepening. "We military cadets trust young Master Su not because he is the heir of a martial saint family. It's because back in our freshman year before he transferred to Jingwu, he challenged all 3,000 of us at the same cultivation level and remained undefeated. Understand?" These words sent a jolt through the Jingwu students, leaving them utterly stunned. Challenging 3,000 at the same level. Undefeated. Impossible. Su Ye's performance at school had been so unremarkable. How could he have such a glorious past? They refused to believe it. They preferred to think he had merely piled up cultivation with the vast resources from the Su family recently. Your talk of oppression and persecution is utter nonsense. Young Master Su once gifted us Earth-tier techniques and profound-tier martial skills, freeing us from common methods. Do you want— Fang Ting finished with a hearty laugh. Or did you think his martial saint potential came from nowhere? It was earned by defeating 3,000 at the same level without a single loss. As he spoke, a hint of regret flickered in Fang Ting's eyes, and he looked at Lin Panxi with contempt and disgust. If not for you, that woman, why would young Master Su have transferred schools, wasting years of his life only to be humiliated by you all? A bunch of Jingwu geniuses lacking independent thought, following a pretty face, and an ingrate to engage in ostracism. Huh. Fang Ting poured out all he wanted to say. He truly despised these so-called geniuses who isolated others. Too low class. After thoroughly lashing out at the Jingwu geniuses, Fang Ting turned and roared at the military cadets. Everyone move left immediately. Those who support the Jingwu geniuses, stay where you are. Left turn, quick march. In an instant, without a moment's hesitation, the entire military academy followed Fang Ting's steps, standing ramrod straight behind Su Yu. Suddenly a stark contrast emerged on the square. One side was shrouded in gloom, the other radiated soaring spirit. It was then that Chu Feng snapped back to reality, shuddering as he turned to look at his own ranks. In that moment he saw his seemingly impregnable alliance beginning to waver. Ding. Detected severe decline in the Heavenly Chosen's prestige. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the reward. Villain points, 3,000. Gathering Yuan Pill 1. Gathering Yuan Pill, a supreme grade pill that upon consumption elevates one minor realm within the 7th ranked grandmaster stage. Hearing the system's notification, Su Ye's smile grew even brighter. Excellent. He had once again fleeced that little fat sheep Chu Feng. Indeed, a plump little pig was best kept, so when the time came to carve it, there would be more meat to slice off, enough to gorge oneself in one go. But one couldn't keep a little fat sheep, otherwise it might grow into a ravenous wolf. Arriving at the otherworldly battlefield, this was now his domain. Once the upcoming assessment began, Chu Feng would act freely, setting off to seek his opportunities. Of course, Chu Feng wouldn't get a single one of those opportunities. They were all his. And those self-righteous heroines, Chu Feng's harem. As time passed, another group soon arrived at the square. When they saw the two distinctly separate factions, they were momentarily bewildered. Su Yu glanced at the newcomers, recognized Yi Qing and other descendants of the martial administration's high-ranking officials, and then paid them no further attention. What is this? Yi Qing was also baffled by the scene in the square. Why was Su Yu, a member of the capital martial arts university, standing with the military academy crowd? He had been in seclusion recently and hadn't kept up with the outside world, so he was unaware of the new era alliance that Chu Feng had formed. Brother Yi, you've arrived. Chu Feng, who was still pondering how to stabilize his faction's morale, saw Yi Qing and Yi Liangxing's group and felt a surge of joy, quickly stepping forward. Yi Qing, seeing it was Chu Feng, nodded politely. Brother Chu. But that was the extent of the greeting. Yi Liangxing harbored no goodwill toward Chu Feng or Lin Panxi. When she saw him approaching to greet them, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Then she called out, "Brother, I'm going over to Brother Yes' side first." With that, Yi Liangxing walked towards Su Yu. Seeing her leave so decisively, Chu Feng's expression soured slightly. At the same time, he was seething with frustration. Why was a proud daughter of heaven like Yi Liangxing so close to Su Yu? Although he now liked Lin Panxi, that didn't mean he wasn't interested in other beauties, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up with a harem later. A stunningly beautiful woman like Yi Liangxing, with her exceptional talent and family background, was precisely the kind he loved to strike up conversations with. However, she was not interested in him. In the original story, Chu Feng had once tried to win Yi Liangxing's favor. But because her character was set to be devoted solely to Su Yu, she found him repulsive. Especially after Chu Feng and his master Han Xuan killed Su Yu, she went completely mad. She was almost driven to seek revenge against Chu Feng at any cost. But Yi Tao suppressed her efforts. Eventually overwhelmed by grief, she ventured deep into the alien territory alone, slaying several 8th-rank golden body experts from the alien race before meeting her tragic end. This girl. Yi Qing shook his head with a wry smile at his sister's behavior. Just as he was about to follow Yi Liangxing, Chu Feng called out to him. Brother Yi, that side is Su Yes aristocratic alliance. We from the Capital Martial Arts University are over here. Seeing Yi Qing about to leave, Chu Feng grew anxious and quickly explained. Aristocratic alliance. Yi Qing was taken aback by the term. What's this alliance about? Chu Feng patiently explained. When he finished, he noticed a strange look in Yi Qing's eyes. Then he heard Yi Qing's polite, yet distant voice. I see. Thank you for the clarification, Brother Chu. After that, Yi Qing led the other prodigies from the martial administration towards Su Yu. Seeing this, Chu Feng was dumbfounded. What the hell? Shouldn't Yi Qing be on his side? After all, he himself held a position within the martial administration. The other commoner prodigies of the New Era Alliance, seeing Yi Qing also join Su Yes camp, had complex and resentful looks in their eyes. This was completely beyond their expectations. According to Chu Feng, wasn't Su Yu supposed to be a universally despised aristocratic wastrel? Why were they all gravitating? Damn it! Chu Feng's face darkened completely when he saw Yi Qing chatting and laughing with Su Yu. The sight of Yi Liangxing smiling beside Su Yu made his heart clench even. Damn it. That bastard Su Yu. Why did everyone side with him? Su Yu. When we enter the wild forest for the training, don't let me find an opportunity, or I will. Night fell quickly on the otherworldly battlefield. By 5 o'clock, the sky was dyed orange by the sunset glow. Meanwhile, Major General Qin Tua, who had appeared on the city wall earlier, arrived at the square accompanied by Vice Principal Han Xuan and the Dean of Studies from the Capital Martial. Seeing that everyone had assembled, Major General Qin Tua paid no attention to how the teams were formed. The next event was an individual ranking unrelated to team composition. Standing at the front of the formation in his military uniform with a stern and resolute face, Major General Qin Tua spoke in a deep voice. Students, first of all, welcome to the otherworldly battlefield. This is the waste position of our human stronghold, so you need not worry about safety for now. Your mission is to survive and complete the 4-year graduation. During these 4 years, aside from staying alive, another assessment point is earning points. After 4 years, only those who meet the point requirements can officially graduate. Points are allocated based on battle merits, as well as turning in precious resources, beast cores from slain monsters, alien heads, or clues to mineral veins, all of which can be exchanged for points. Of course, turning in the precious resources you obtain is not mandatory, and no one is forcing you, so don't worry about lacking resources. This is just one way to earn points. Major General Qin Tua paused, then continued. Additionally, before you have free time, there are 2 final tasks. First, tomorrow you will enter the primeval forest of the otherworldly battlefield for a Tindui training exercise. Your assessment will be to slay as many monsters as possible and collect their beast cores to determine points and rankings. Finally, the top 10 among you will go to the first city in half a month to participate in an exchange tournament among all Blue Star martial arts universities. The victors will receive generous rewards. Alright, everyone, come forward now to receive your identity cards. These are your IDs on the otherworldly battlefield. Take good care of them. Once you've received your card, you are free to move about and familiarize yourselves with the environment. With that, Major General Qin Tua began arranging for the distribution of the identity cards. When Suyu went up to receive his card, Major General Qin Tua suddenly said, "Young Master Su, General Su Long sent a communication. Please come with me for a moment." Suyu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Did his cheap old man have something to discuss with him? Though somewhat puzzled, Suyu still nodded and replied, "All right." Major General Qin Tua was a general aligned with the Su family. Although he held the rank of Major General in the military, he had been elevated entirely by the Su family. Of course, the Su family harbored none of the ancient ambitions of usurpation. They merely wished to leave their names etched in history and to survive through this chaotic age. This was the enduring philosophy of the Su family, to cultivate outstanding talents for the nation and to preserve their own lasting influence through connections. After receiving his identity card, Suyu left the square with Major General Qin Tua. The two flew through the air to the military base of the 9th City and entered the base's meeting room. Qin Tua pressed a button, and in an instant a virtual figure materialized. "Father!" Suyu called out upon seeing the projection. Su Long looked at his son, a smile spreading across his face as he said softly, "Now that you are here, take some time to familiarize yourself. The main reason I summoned you is to entrust you with certain matters." Suyu nodded slightly and asked, "What matters?" Su Long's smile faded. He sat down, tapping the table, and spoke with a hint of gravity. "You don't need to participate in tomorrow's beast assessment. Focus on training at the base. For this Global Martial Arts University Exchange Tournament, I want you to test the representatives from the Neon and Blackfeather universities. They are unusual. According to our intelligence, these two regions are suspected of colluding with the alien races. If there are signs that they have been modified by the aliens." He paused, his tone turning murderous as he declared, "Kill them all. Afterward, nations worldwide will each dispatch a martial saint to exterminate their entire clans. Betraying humanity is a capital offense. Once discovered, the consequence is the annihilation of the entire clan, leaving not even a dog or chicken behind." Suyu listened and nodded lightly. "Leave this matter to me." He wasn't particularly surprised. After all, in the original story, Neon and Blackfeather had indeed defected to the alien races. Had it not been discovered early, these two regions would have already allowed alien 9th rank grandmasters or even martial saints to infiltrate Blue Star. This mission was also conducted in secret without any university students assigned to test them. In the original tale, it was only when Chu Feng clashed with the university students from Neon and Blackfeather that he uncovered their anomalies. After reporting it, he was the first to execute them. This earned Chu Feng a massive surge in popularity, making him the foremost figure in Dragon Country. But now, this mission belonged to Suyu. Su Long was somewhat taken aback by Su Ye's reaction and asked, "Don't you have any questions?" "I'm asking you to kill. And not just one or two." His son's transformation was so profound that even he as his father could scarcely recognize him. From a 5th-rank midstage cultivator relying on pills to a soul lord, all within less than a month. The once hesitant and troubled youth now seemed like an entirely different person. Had he not sensed that Su Ye's soul and body remained unchanged, he would have suspected his son had been possessed. Suyu smiled faintly, rubbing the storage ring on his finger, and said calmly, "I trust that father has his reasons for his arrangements. Besides, I have never held any fondness for the people from these two regions. Since they dare to betray humanity, I would have no qualms about personally wiping out their entire clans. No kidding. Not to mention the fact that as a villain now I grow stronger just by killing. Even in reality, my great-grandfather and his comrades enlisted and fought, dying at the hands of Neon's guns during the war. How could I ever feel soft-hearted toward them? What I couldn't accomplish in reality, I can achieve in this high martial world, and am more than happy to participate." Su Long gazed deeply at Suyu and said, "Since you have the courage, go ahead and do it. This matter has the backing of a martial saint. This son of his truly shared the same bloodline as the family. Such a killing instinct was the hallmark of the Su clan. This was how one should deal with those who sided with the alien races." Suyu flashed a bright white-toothed grin and said cheerfully, "Then I can rest easy." Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Father, after the assessment, I'd like to visit grandfather at the front lines." He hadn't forgotten that in the original story Su Zhantian would fall a year from now. This martial saint who had shielded humanity for a century had to be saved. Moreover, he also intended to forge a demigod. He still held a great opportunity in his hand. Su Long approved of this request, nodding. "Good. It's been years, and your grandfather has been clamoring to see you. Unfortunately, the alien martial saints at the front keep a tight watch, so he can't break away. Alright, let's leave it at that. I need to prepare for tomorrow's counteroffensive against the alien horde." With that, Su Long turned to Qin Tua and said with a smile, "Major General Qin, I'll leave you to it." Qin Tua, flattered by Su Long's courtesy, quickly replied, "Patriarch, what are you saying? My life was saved by you back then, and you even provided the resources for my breakthrough to the 9th rank. I merely fetched the young master. It's no trouble at all." Su Long waved his hand. "The resources were earned through your military merits, not something I prepared. Let's be clear about that." With that, Su Long ended the communication. Seeing that Su Long gave him no chance to respond, Qin Tua could only offer a resigned smile. Suyu, however, cupped his hands in a playful salute and said with a grin, Congratulations General Qin on your imminent breakthrough to the 9th rank grandmaster. It seems your promotion to lieutenant general is just around the corner. This man was aligned with the Su family, an ally. The stronger he became, the greater the benefit to the Su clan. Qin Tua chuckled without denying it. Young master flatters me. It's merely a stroke of luck. Young master, care to join me for a meal at the base? It's been years, you've probably forgotten the taste of beast meat. The next day outside the 9th city, a multitude of students gathered there. After listening to the rules and receiving their equipment, they all surged into the forest. Some formed teams, while others acted alone. Su Yu, having been pre-selected for the Global Martial Arts University Exchange Tournament, was exempt from the assessment. He spent his time cultivating alone in the base's training room. With Su Yu absent from the assessment, Chu Feng abandoned his plan to hunt beasts solo and instead teamed up with Lin Panxi. His original intention had been to sabotage Su Yu's ranking. But who knew Su Yu would simply skip the event? This left Chu Feng deeply frustrated. 10 days passed in a flash. After all students submitted the beast cores they had hunted for, scoring the roster for the exchange tournament was finalized. Chu Feng unsurprisingly claimed the top spot in the 9th city's martial arts assessment. He achieved the astonishing feat of hunting 27th rank beasts equivalent to 7th rank martial artists, 93 6th rank beasts, and 227 5th rank beasts, securing first place. Total score 720 points. Second place went to Yi Qing with 3190 points. Third place was Fang Ting from the military academy with 3150 points, just 40 points behind Yi Qing. Thus, the 9th city's delegation for the Global Martial Arts University Exchange Tournament was confirmed. On that same day, Su Yu emerged from his 10-day seclusion. 7th rank mid-stage. After breaking through to the mid-7th rank using the Tianyuan pill, Su Yu chose not to emerge immediately. Instead, he spent several more days stabilizing his blood and qi before finally stepping out with confidence. During these 10 days, he not only elevated his cultivation to the mid-7th rank, but also advanced the Void Blade technique from an introductory level to the minor accomplishments. This star-tier martial art was exceedingly difficult to master. Even with Su Yu's exceptional martial and blade talent, rapid progress eluded him. Simply put, his realm was insufficient. Yet having reached minor accomplishments, Su Yu was confident he could cleave through a late 7th rank peak martial artist like Lin Hao with a single. Even an early 8th rank powerhouse would hesitate to withstand that strike. Such was his trump card. Soon the day of departure arrived. When Su Yu reached the assembly point, the 10 selected prodigies for the exchange tournament and Major General Qin Tua had already arrived. After greeting Qin Tua, Su Yu took General Qin, apologies for the delay. I was in seclusion a bit longer. Qin Tua chuckled, no worries, right on time. Seeing Su Yu's arrival, the 10 showed surprise and confusion in their eyes, but remained silent. Lin Panxi, however, was an exception. Thanks to Chu Feng carrying her, she had barely secured 10th place, qualifying for this martial arts exchange tournament. Seeing Su Yu attending without participating in the hunting competition unsettled Lin Panxi. She demanded, General Qin, why can Su Yu go without taking part in the hunt? Isn't this terribly unfair? She had been relieved that Su Yu wouldn't disrupt the tournament, allowing her some peace. But Su Yu's presence infuriated her. Chu Feng remained silent, refraining from questioning. After all, Lin Panxi had taken the lead. Qin Tua's smile faded as he heard her, his expression turning cold. He is a heavenly soul grandmaster with 7th rank cultivation, holding an additional quota. Do you have a problem? He already disliked Lin Panxi. Besides the Su Yu incident, there was the hunting competition. She had exploited rule loopholes to form an illegal team, securing 10th place with mere early 5th rank cultivation. This not only wasted a slot, but also lowered the tournament's caliber. Knowing this was a global martial arts exchange, yet she insisted on joining with insufficient strength, utterly thought, and now she dared to question. Lin Panxi faltered, her face turning sullen as she stepped back, casting a resentful glare at Su Yu. This minor incident passed quickly. Leading the group to the 9th city's teleportation hub, Qin Tua distributed identity tokens for the tournament and briefed them before stepping into the formation. The formation activated, engulfing them in light before they vanished. First City Martial Arena. Here prodigies selected from martial arts universities worldwide had gathered. Diverse skin tones intermingled, conversing and laughing. Soon as the teleportation formation's light flared, all eyes turned. The glow faded, revealing Su Yu's group on the arena grounds. Spotting the identity badges on their collars, the crowd recognized them as prodigies from Longwo's 9th City Martial Arts University. Su Yu and his companions surveyed their surroundings with curiosity. After guiding them to the 9th city's designated area, Qin Tua said, "I'll report to the First City Lord's Mansion. Mingle with students from other universities here." Alright. Once Qin Tua left, they relaxed and wandered, greeting acquaintances they recognized from previous domestic exchanges. Given Longwo's past exchange tournaments, each had familiar friends. Lin Panxi and Chu Feng, newcomers, were particularly intrigued. Having never traveled abroad, they continuously observed their surroundings. Suddenly Lin Panxi turned to find several dark-skinned bald men pointing at her, flashing white teeth with lecherous gazes. Their eyes brimmed with malice. Enraged, Lin Panxi snapped, "Don't you know how rude and disgusting this behavior is?" Her outburst only amused them. In broken Longwoese, one said, "Longwo woman, you are very beautiful." Their compliments slightly eased her anger, but his next words shattered her composure. However, with only early 5th rank cultivation, how did you qualify for this exchange? Has Longwo's martial arts community grown so weak? How about this, we find a quiet place tonight, share some drinks and get acquainted. We like you and wish to be friends. A night of deep conversation, what do you say? The bald man's eyes burned with depravity, nearly undressing her. Bastards, go to hell. Lin Panxi's eyes reddened as she roared, lunging forward, but Chu Feng grabbed her arm. She glared at him, demanding an explanation. Chu Feng lowered his gaze, voice cold. Don't stir trouble now. Let them live a little longer. Once the tournament begins, he'll make them pay. How dare they mock his woman? They sought death. Seeing the murderous intent in his eyes, Lin Panxi paused, nodding firmly. Though moved by Chu Feng's murderous impulse, she still felt wronged. Why couldn't they retaliate now? Glancing around, she saw others watching like spectators, fueling her frustration. How could they all be like this? She was a girl after all. Did they have no chivalry? Why wouldn't anyone defend her? Unbidden, her gaze fell on Suyu. She saw him sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, utterly unmoved. His calm demeanor only stoked her fury and grievance. That Suyu, once vowing to love and protect her, now sat idly watching her humiliation. He deserved to die. This Longwo woman is no fun. It's an honor for her to befriend us and share a night, yet she's ungrateful. And that man beside her is a coward, the bald men remarked. They still yearned to toy with the Longwo woman. Lin Panxi's eyes misted as she heard their crude words, biting her lip. Several times she wanted to argue, but Chu Feng restrained her. It was unbearable. Just then the teleportation formation flared again. Under the crowd's gaze, a woman emerged who captivated every man present. Her raven hair cascaded to her waist. She was tall with perfectly proportioned straight legs. Her stunningly beautiful face featured fair, delicate skin, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with ethereal light, like a clear pool reflecting moonlight, enchanting all who gazed upon her. She seemed a celestial maiden stepping from a painting, her aura cold and proud, deterring approach or desecration. So beautiful. This single thought dominated every mind. Her appearance left the bald men who had harassed Lin Panxi staring slack-jawed, nearly drooling. At the sight of such perfection, reason abandoned them. Their eyes burned with fervor. One bald man directly proposed, Longwo beauty, I wish to befriend you. May I invite you to my quarters tonight for a deep discussion on martial arts? The girl's eyes flickered with frost. Her red lips parted, uttering a single word. Scram. The bald man's expression soured. Woman, we're commanding you, not negotiating. Sleeping with us is the honor of your life. Rest assured we'll treat you well. Before he could finish, a foot slammed his head into the floorboards. Bang. If you can't speak properly, then die. A cold, emotionless voice rang out. Silence fell over the entire arena. All present were the proud prodigies from various martial arts universities across Blue Star. The sudden outbreak of conflict stunned them for a moment, and then a playful smirk flickered across each of their faces. Naturally, it was the foreign prodigies who were mostly eager to watch the spectacle. Meanwhile, the many geniuses of Dragon Kingdom felt a peculiar sensation welling up in their hearts upon seeing the one who stepped forward. Because they all recognized this person. He was a celebrity who had caused a massive uproar in the circles of elite families and top prodigies back in the college entrance exams. Suyu, a top genius from BlackFi, had his head stomped into the floor by a single kick, a situation he naturally could not tolerate. He struggled incessantly, cursing loudly. Bastard, do you know who I am? I am a genius from BlackFi. My father is a 9th-rank grandmaster. How dare you humiliate me? After struggling, he realized he couldn't break free. This realization filled him with shock and fury. He was the son of a chieftain from a top BlackFi tribe, a genius in body refinement. And now he was being trampled underfoot. Several other BlackFi martial arts prodigies who had come with him stepped forward, their auras radiating the pressure of 6th-rank martial artists, as they sternly accused, damn Dragon Kingdom man, release the noble Lord Adebayo at once. If he gets hurt unless Dragon Kingdom gives us a perfect explanation, we BlackFi won't let this go. How dare you humiliate our BlackFi genius? Courting death. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Suye's eyes as he slightly increased the pressure of his foot on Adebayo's head. Oh, so you're threatening me. Crack crack. The faint sound of bone fracturing arose. Adebayo beneath Suye's foot shouted in terror, Bastard, let me go. He had always prided himself on his formidable physique. Yet now under the foot of a Dragon Kingdom man his bones were nearly breaking. The others seeing this were even more enraged. They rolled up their ill-fitting shirt sleeves, revealing their robust muscles, and gathered their strength to it. Courting death. You started this. Since you seek death, don't blame us. Here, even if we kill you, the Dragon Kingdom people can't say anything. Die. The BlackFi people primarily cultivated their physical bodies. They had no other martial arts techniques to practice, and most of their heritage came from physical training. Thus, they rarely practiced martial skills, relying solely on brute force in combat. Several BlackFi prodigies moved swiftly, charging at Suyu at incredible speed, with faint sonic booms echoing in their wake. One could imagine the sheer power behind their movements, breaking the sound barrier with their physical bodies. Facing their encirclement, Suyu remained undaunted. Calmly, he retrieved in a rank super weapon the 9 Hells blade from his storage ring. The moment he gripped the blade, Suyu's aura instantly turned domineering and sharp. Blood slaughter. Gripping the blade tightly, he slashed fiercely into the void ahead, and a flash of crimson light burst before everyone's eyes. The terrifying blade and tint erupted, causing those around to sense a surging aura of blood. With a wet tearing sound as the light faded, screams erupted from the mouths of those Blackfi prodigies. The agonizing cries echoed throughout the exchange arena, sending a chill through the hearts of many foreign prodigies. Looking closely, the several Blackfi prodigies who had tried to outnumber Su Yu were now all collapsed on the ground, with large pools of blood flowing beneath them, and beside each lay a pair of severed "My legs! Up!" Cries of pain rose, and fell heart-wrenching and piercing, startling many. So ruthless. He had directly severed their legs. Who was this person? Why would he cause trouble at the global martial arts exchange? The prodigies from other Dragon Kingdom universities were also shocked by Su Yu's decisive brutality. Dragon Kingdom had always maintained a policy of appeasement abroad. They had been advised not to cause trouble at the exchange, to settle any grievances only on stage, where even accidental killings were permissible. But they were absolutely forbidden from causing trouble offstage. Now Su Yu had openly violated this rule. After casually crippling several Blackfi prodigies, Su Yu expressionlessly sheathed the Nine Hells blade. These body-refining Blackfi prodigies were all at the mid-6th rank. In close combat, even some late 6th rank cultivators would find them troublesome. However, to Su Yu their threat was even less than that of the male lead Chu Feng, who was at the 5th rank. As for causing trouble, his mission was precisely to stir up trouble. Since he had encountered it early, making a scene didn't seem like a big deal. At this moment, all the prodigies in the exchange arena turned their gaze towards Su Yu. The aloof girl who had earlier been verbally harassed by Adebayo also fixed her eyes on Su Yu. His actions could be considered standing up for her. After all, it would be a lie to say a girl wasn't angered by such crude and offensive remarks. Some of her suitors might also engage in this kind of forceful intervention, but they always deliberately sought credit from her, so she was not fond of such behavior. However, Su Yu was different. His gaze had never lingered on her, not even once. The only time he had glanced at her was when he first arrived, a brief look before he turned away and never observed her again. From this perspective, it seems Su Yu was simply standing up for justice. The stunning girl's cool eyes flickered slightly. The others harbored similar thoughts to some extent. But Lin Panxi thought otherwise. From the start, she had felt a deep disgust toward Adebayo and his group. When she was being provoked, no one had stepped forward to defend her. Only she knew the full extent of her grievances. Even Chu Feng didn't dare to step up and reclaim her honor at that moment. Especially Su Yu. He didn't even spare her a glance. This had made Lin Panxi both angry and aggrieved to the point of despair. But after that woman appeared, the Su Yu who had remained unmoved had stepped forward to defend her. And he had even severed the legs of those men. This stark contrast nearly consumed Lin Panxi's mind with fury and vaguely. There was even a hint of jealousy. Why? Why did you not stand up for me when I was being bullied, not even spare me a glance? But when someone else was humiliated, you dared to trample their heads underfoot. Is this your idea of being good to me for life, Su Yu? Huh? At this moment, Lin Panxi's resentment towards Su Yu deepened even further. Having enjoyed the benefits Su Yu had provided, she was unwilling to give anything in return, only wanting to unconditionally enjoy the convenience he offered. Once Su Yu acted in such a manner, she would feel that he was petty. She even felt he wasn't a real man. This typical way of thinking is exactly what is called an ingrate. Damn Dragon Kingdom bastard. How dare you harm the geniuses of noble Blackfi? You're playing with fire. You're courting death. Under Su Yu's foot, Adebayo, witnessing this bloody scene, was furious. He pounded the floor with his hands and roared continuously, "Just wait. I will lodge a complaint with your Dragon Kingdom officials. How dare you humiliate me like this and injure my Blackfi geniuses? I will make sure your entire family dies." As soon as these words were spoken, all the martial arts prodigies of Dragon Kingdom widened their eyes in shock. Did they hear that correctly? This man was going to kill Su Yu's entire family. It's over. The same thought crossed their minds simultaneously, and they silently lit a candle for Adebayo in their hearts. Sure enough, after Adebayo made that statement, Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Make my entire family die, you say? Then how about you die first? As the words fell, spiritual energy surged beneath Su Yu's feet, and an aura of death enveloped the enraged Adebayo's heart. Sensing Su Yu's killing intent, Adebayo snapped back to reality and asked in terror, What are you trying to do? No, don't. Die, trash. Su Yu gradually increased the pressure of his foot on Adebayo's head just as he was about to crush it. Suddenly, a voice carrying the might of an 8th-rank golden body powerhouse silenced everyone. The next instant, a figure enveloped in golden light shot toward the exchange arena at supersonic speed, raised a hand, and launched an attack straight at Su Yu. Little bastard, stop right there. The figure enveloped in golden light was also a burly bald man with dark skin. At this moment, his face was overflowing with shock, rage, and murderous intent, his eyes glowing with an unusual hue that set him apart from ordinary men. You little wretch, how dare you injure the prodigies of Blackfi? Die. The burly dark-skinned man was utterly enraged, for he had only stepped out to handle entry procedures only to return and witness this sight that nearly made him faint. Adebayo, lying on the ground, was not only a genius of Blackfi Martial University, but also a descendant of a 9th-rank grandmaster. At the same time, he was the heir favored by the holy god. If he died here upon returning, not only would he himself perish, but his family would also be implicated. How could such a situation not enrage him? However, before he could charge, within 3 meters of Suyu, the dark-skinned man's body was suddenly suspended in midair. He couldn't move an inch. Bastard. 9th rank Grandmaster of Dragon Kingdom, are you openly violating the Blue Star Martial Convention? As an 8th rank golden body powerhouse, he naturally knew who had restrained him. The garrison general of the first city, a 9th rank Grandmaster. Yongjun. As the dark-skinned man's voice faded, everyone looked up. In the east, a scholarly middle-aged man in military uniform walked through the void, strolling over. Yongjun casually glanced at the exchange arena, then looked at the dark-skinned man, a smile spreading across his face as he said softly, General Nasabi, killing someone in the exchange arena is not permitted. As for those geniuses from Blackfy Martial University, whose legs were severed, you body-tempering practitioners can reattach them with little trouble. General Nasabi's face changed upon hearing this, and he roared, Bastard, is this about severed legs? Can't you see he was about to crush Aedibio? This is a blatant provocation against the Blue Star Martial Convention. You are making enemies of the entire world. He would never admit that he wanted to seize the chance to kill a martial prodigy of Dragon Kingdom. That would put him at a disadvantage. Yongjun noticed the madness and ferocity on his face, and smiled. Then he turned to the military generals from various nations behind him, asking with a bright grin, Do you want my Dragon Kingdom to make enemies of the entire world? Without a moment's hesitation, the generals replied with smiles, Dragon Kingdom has always adhered to the martial convention with no violations. How could that be making enemies of the world? Every nation attending the Global Martial Exchange Tournament possessed martial saints. For those without martial saints to participate, how could they even? No nation would be foolish enough to offend Dragon Kingdom. In this era of martial arts, Dragon Kingdom had 12 martial saints. That was 1/3 of the entire Blue Star. Moreover, they possessed the only demigod-level powerhouse in the world, a super strong warrior comparable to 10 martial saints. Who would dare to offend them? Of course, among the nations that echoed this sentiment, Neon was not included. The military general of Neon had a flicker of darkness in his eyes, but hearing their responses, Yongjun nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at the dark-skinned man, and said with a smile, General Nasabi, you see, everyone agrees that Dragon Kingdom has not violated any rules. Do you have anything else to say? Nasabi's face was extremely grim. If not for his dark skin, it would have been a livid sight. Then tell him to release Aedibio immediately. Yongjun nodded, and said naturally. With that he shot a glance at Suyu. Suyu understood instantly. He smiled, withdrew the spiritual energy coiled around his foot, and kicked Aedibio in the chest, sending him tumbling to Nasabi's feet. Seeing Suyu's move, Nasabi was furious. He wanted to strike, but was suppressed by Yongjun, who stood above him. Ridiculous. Not to mention that Suyu was a prodigy of Dragon Kingdom and the young master of a martial saint family, but even a mere 8th rank early-stage golden body like Nasabi dared to be so disrespectful to a grandmaster like him. Yongjun would never show him any kindness. Alright, all university representatives take a moment to rest, and then we'll begin the draw for the final match order. Yongjun waved his hand, his gentle tone falling upon everyone's ears. At that moment, Suyu quietly retreated to the rest area of the 9th city. His position happened to be near the representatives of the 8th city. Not far from him, the cool girl watched Suyu walk back to the rest area and sit down just 3 meters away from her. Suyu didn't look at her, merely nodding symbolically before sitting down and closing his eyes to focus. Although he knew she was the second female lead of the entire story, and also the most popular one, Suyu didn't deliberately greet her to make her acquaintance, as that would put him in a passive position unfavorable for his strategy. At the same time, Suyu realized that he was still among the ranks of monstrous prodigies. This state wouldn't do. It was not conducive to his control of the situation. He needed to quickly earn villain points and break through to the 8th rank golden body, or even the 9th rank. Moreover, this world had more than just one male lead, Chu Feng. This was a system designed to mold him into a heaven-defying villain ruling over the cosmos. How could there be only one male lead? If one male lead died, there would surely be a second, a third son of fortune emerging. His progress was still too slow. On the other side, Chu Feng was somewhat frustrated after seeing Suyu steal the spotlight, and not only survive, but also be protected by Yongjun, the 9th rank Grandmaster. He had originally planned to let those Blackfy geniuses cause more trouble than step in to slay them himself. That way he wouldn't be bound by the rules. Who would have thought? Just by playing the fool for a moment, Suyu had acted and severed the legs of those men. And he still got away with it. If he had known, he would have stepped up himself. Now Panxi was looking at him with reproachful eyes. Damn, Suyu, always trying to steal the show, such a pretentious poser. Chu Feng cursed inwardly. However, it was now time for him to shine. Chu Feng had a feeling that this exchange tournament wouldn't be so simple. Those dark-skinned men from earlier were suspicious. They gave him a feeling. Like wild beasts. There was a scent of ferocious animals about them. Soon the commotion was suppressed. Since no one stepped forward to hold anyone accountable, Nasabi and the prodigies of Blackfy Martial University could only swallow their but they secretly vowed to cripple several Dragon Kingdom contestants on the field to vent their anger. Next came the draw conducted by the generals of each nation. The competition consisted of 4 rounds with a total of 52 teams participating, and each round eliminating half of the opponents. The team that lasted until the end would be the champion of this exchange tournament, and would also receive resource rewards provided by the tournament officials. In name it was an exchange tournament, but in reality it was a test for the martial saint nations to compare the strength of their juniors. When Yang Jun announced the sequence of the upcoming matches after the draw, the very first match made everyone's expressions turn subtle. Match 26, the representative of the 9th city versus the 36th city. Hearing this arrangement, Su Ye's eyes quietly opened, and he looked at Yang Jun with a hint of amusement. General Yang Jun really knows how to set things up. With that, Su Yu turned his gaze to the representatives of the 36th city, a faint flicker of killing intent flashing in his. This is letting me first sacrifice a dark-skinned man as an offering. Then, let the chaos begin. The martial arts of Hefei had always been the weakest, with no martial saint emerging for centuries. It was only 200 years ago that the martial saint of Aogwa was ambushed and slain by a foreign martial saint, leaving the saintly seat vacant, and at that time the other 9th-rank consummate grandmasters were unprepared. Thus, that individual managed to steal the saintly seat, becoming one of the 36 saints of Blue Planet. However, due to insufficient martial knowledge, that person relied solely on physical strength and innate talent to forcibly become a martial saint, resulting in him being far weaker than the other martial saints. In an unknown duel, he was no match for any other martial saint. Yet aside from the martial saint, Hefei had surprisingly risen in modern times. Several 9th-rank grandmasters appeared and quickly cultivated to the consummate realm. This was quite perplexing. However, Su Yu, who was familiar with the plot, knew that a century ago the Hefei martial saint had defected to the alien race. After gaining the support of the alien race, he began to use resources to nurture his own forces. At the same time, he also plotted to seize the saintly seats of other martial saints on Blue Planet. However, before his scheme to swap the saintly seats with the alien race could be fully launched, it was discovered by Chu Feng, the chosen one. In the end, the Hefei martial saint and the Nihon martial saint were besieged and killed. The saintly seats became vacant. Then those 9th-rank grandmasters who favored Chu Feng plucked the fruits of these saintly seats. It was precisely because of this plot that Su Yu said that only upon arriving at the extraterrestrial battlefield would the chosen one Chu Feng truly rise. With 2 newly ascended martial saints backing him, that was the foundation of his confidence in defying the Su family. Had it not been for the fall of Su Zhantian, a top-tier martial saint, those 2 new martial saints would not have posed much threat to the Su family. However, as it now appeared, this opportunity was bound to fall into his hands. Su Yu had already made his plans. This matter must be expedited. His chief father Su Long was already at the 9th-rank grandmaster consummate realm. If he could seize the fruit of the saintly seat, the Su family would instantly possess 2 martial saints. Su Yu was still pondering how to advance the plot. At that moment, the exchange competition had already begun. The first match was between the Pyongyang Martial University and the Jiaguo Martial University. The second match was between the Yiguo Martial University and the Gaolu Martial University. The overt and covert struggles between Yiguo and Pyongyang had always been on the surface, dating back a millennium before the resurgence of spiritual energy. Moreover, both countries had an equal number of martial saints, 8 each, making them the nations with the most martial saints aside from Longhua. Their battle was fierce, yet the prodigies representing the 2 universities did not exert their full strength. The national fortunes of the 2 countries were comparable, and their martial prowess was similar. Among this generation of prodigies, each side had a monstrous student at the 7th-rank grandmaster realm. However, they had only condensed a wisp of the power of heaven and earth, placing them at the entry level of the 7th-rank grandmaster. Watching their battle, Su Yu couldn't help but appreciate it. Ig was specialized in the martial path of ice and snow, and fighting in extreme cold significantly boosted their combat power. Normally able to use 10,000 points of chi and blood, with the boost, they could unleash the combat power of 13,000 points. The match ended swiftly. Unsurprisingly, the winners of the 2 matches were Yiguo and Pyongyang. Their opponents were not weak, but compared to them, the contestants from these 2 countries were utterly dominant. The 7th-ranked grandmaster realm crushed everyone. Soon the next match was between the representatives of the 8th city and the 19th city's martial universities. The 19th city was a combination of Gaoli and Roma. This match was equally dazzling. What caught everyone's eye was that remarkably beautiful and aloof girl who seemed not of this mortal world. Her movements were crisp and decisive. Anyone who attempted to strike at her could not withstand even a single move. Tisk, that Longhua woman is truly beautiful, even more so than the Pope's daughter. Nonsense, she's about the same as the Pope's daughter. Her strikes are so clean. She never uses a second move if one suffices. How cool. Some foreign female prodigies' eyes sparkled with excitement. What they admired most were the strong, especially female powerhouses. However, amidst all this admiration, Lin Panxi, lurking in the crowd, did not find it worthy of excitement or pride. She gazed at the stunning girl stealing the spotlight on the stage. A pang of jealousy rose in her heart. Lin Panxi muttered softly, "If I had such strength, I could achieve the same." Though both were women, for some reason Lin Panxi felt uncomfortable toward the aloof girl on stage, as if they were enemies. This baseless feeling was absurd, yet she chose to trust her intuition. Our Panxi is not bad either, as she just needs an opportunity. One day she will surely become a female martial saint that commands the world's attention. Hearing Lin Panxi mutter, Chu Feng's heart stirred. He gently placed his hand on Lin Panxi's head and ruffled her hair, his tone full of affection. He cherished Lin Panxi immensely. It was as if an invisible thread pulled him toward her close and intimate. Only in this way could he bring good fortune to himself. And indeed it was so. After meeting her in the second year of Martial University, Lin Panxi had been providing convenience for Chu Feng, including cultivation resources, and so on. The Lin family also regarded him as a prodigy willing to exhaust everything to nurture him. Otherwise he would not have attained such strength. Chu Feng's words made Lin Panxi proudly lift her little nose. Humph, you know it. Chu Feng rubbed his nose and chuckled. Behind them Su Yu sat in a chair watching their affectionate display. He clapped in praise, and said, "Tsk tisk is expected of the 1st and 10th place of our 9th city. Your bond is truly. Go ahead, be affectionate. In a while the scene of you two tearing each other apart will be such a stark contrast." Beside him, Yi Qing said nothing, but the twitch of his eyelids spoke volumes. As for Fang Ting, he paid no mind. Standing behind Su Yu he grinned and asked, "Young Master Su, how strong do you think this freak who surpassed 20 mid to late 6th rank geniuses to take the 10th place in the assessment is? Oi." Coming from a military academy, he disliked such scheming. His eyes were filled with contempt as he looked at Lin Panxi and Chu Feng. Su Yu chuckled softly and said lightly, "She surely bears the bearing of a female saint. Otherwise how could a mere 5th rank initial stage surpass dozens of mid to late 6th rank geniuses, slay so many fierce beasts, and seize a top 10? Fang Ting laughed heartily. Haha, you're right. I was being narrow-minded. With such formidable talent our assessment is solid." The two of them kept heaping praises on Chu Feng and Lin Panxi, lifting them to the highest pedestal with no place to step down. Because there was simply no way down. A martial artist at the 5th rank initial stage securing the top 10. This was shocking in any era. Hearing their exchange, a few other top 10 contenders couldn't help but laugh. Young Master Su dared to say what they all thought. A 5th rank initial stage who cheated her way into the top 10 and then had the face to take up a slot in the exchange match. Wasn't that an insult to them? Seeing everyone around laughing, Chu Feng and Lin Panxi's smiles instantly turned dark, their faces nearly dripping with gloom. Looking at his composed demeanor, Lin Panxi wished she could devour his flesh alive. How hateful! To humiliate her like this. Chu Feng suppressed the near-mad murderous intent in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he said in a low voice, "So you stop being sarcastic? Later, I will make you kneel before Panxi and apologize to her." Upon hearing this, the laughter ceased. Su Yu curled a playful smile at the corner of his mouth and said, "All right, I'm very eager to see just how you will die." At that moment, a shout from the arena brought them back to reality. Match over. Winner 8th City Martial University. Please prepare for the next match. Next match, 9th City versus 36th City. Hearing the referee's voice, Su Yu rose lazily, casting a glance at the Fei Martial University representatives across from him. "You've been hopping around long enough. It's time for you to die. You've bounced around for so long, now it's time for you to die." The representatives of the 9th City and the 36th City stepped onto the challenge stage one after another. Heifei, led by Aadbo, saw their opponents, and the eyes that so easily betrayed their emotions instantly turned bloodshot. It was truly a case of enemies meeting, their eyes blazing with hatred. Aadbo spat on the ground, his gaze fixed on Su Yu's calm face like a predator sizing up its prey. He snarled viciously, "Kid, in this challenge match I'm going to make you die." Their purpose in coming was to cripple as many geniuses from the martial universities as possible, so they had no intention of following the rules. Earlier down below the stage, Su Yu had stepped on his head, in humiliation worse than death itself. Now facing his foe once more, how could he remain calm? Su Yu cast him a glance composed and unhurried, and said with a serene smile, "Fine. Provided you have the strength." Su Yu had never taken these gorilla-like men seriously from the start, relying on techniques modified from alien races, and they dared to act so arrogantly. "Damn it, you cursed dragon country beast." Seeing Su Yu's demeanor, Aadbo flew into a thunderous rage. His eyes nearly spat fire. "Contestants, prepare. This match is a free-for-all battle. Victory is achieved when either side surrenders or all opponents are defeated." The referee glanced at both sides, then shouted, "Begin." With that, the referee immediately flew off the challenge stage, leaving the combat arena to them. On the viewing platform, led by Yang Jun, a 9th-rank grandmaster, sat military commanders from the other 36 cities. Except for the representatives from the United States, Russia, and the Papal faction, who were 9th-rank grandmasters, the other cities had dispatched 8th-rank Golden Body realm martial artist. "General Yang Jun, it seems you did this deliberately," said the 9th-rank general from the United States, looking at Yang Jun with a smile. Arranging a confrontation between feuding teams in the very first match. There was surely some maneuvering behind this. Yang Jun chuckled and waved his hand. "General Mac jest. The matchups were drawn fairly. How could there be any deliberate arrangement? It's merely a coincidence." General Mac smiled without comment. A fair draw? He didn't believe there was anything fair about it. But then, he was also aware that the higher-ups had plans involving the Dragon Country and the Papal faction. The Heifei representatives and their lackey, the Land of the Rising Sun, seemed unwilling to remain subordinate. This time these Heifei men might not even leave the first city alive. With that thought, General Mac turned his gaze to the challenge stage. The two groups did not rush into chaos immediately after the match began. Since everyone was a 6th-rank martial artist with devastating power, fighting in such a confined space left little room to maneuver. Seeing that no one had moved, Chu Feng silently stepped forward. Everyone, let's arrange a strategy. Hearing his voice, the others turned their gazes to Chu Feng. Noticing everyone looking at him, he stepped forward and immediately took command. Among the Heifei geniuses opposite us, 3 are at the mid-6th rank, 8 at the late 6th rank, and 4 of those are at the peak of late 6th rank. Chu Feng summarized his observations, and then said seriously, moreover, they specialize in physical cultivation, we can't clash Eden with them. To defeat them with minimal losses, we must first wear them down. I can hold off 2 of them, the rest of you can pick your own opponents. If they matched Onion, the numbers would be even, 11 on each side. But then, they had Lin Panxi, who was only at the early 5th rank. She was essentially a deadweight, so it was reasonable for Chu Feng to take on 2. Yi Qing shot him a glance, somewhat disliking Chu Feng's penchant for playing the commander, but the choice was indeed the best under the circumstances. I have no objections. Seeing that Yi Qing had no objections, the others hesitated for a moment. However, most of them came from aristocratic families, and 3 were from military academies. The latter naturally made no comment. Fang Ting, unhappy with Chu Feng's eagerness to steal the spotlight, instinctively glanced at Suyu. Seeing Suyu give him a subtle nod, and hearing a telepathic message in his ear, Fang Ting's eyes lit up. Seeing no one opposed, Chu Feng felt elated. Especially when he saw Suyu standing silently by, he couldn't help but feel smug. In the end, it all came down to him. However, he was overthinking it. Even if there were 10 more of these 6th-rank foes, they wouldn't be enough for Suyu, a grandmaster, to cut down with a... But Chu Feng sensed nothing amiss. He smiled and said, since everyone agrees, then let's follow. However, before he could finish, Fang Ting, standing at the edge, stepped forward. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Ting rubbed his crew-cut head, grinned at the Heifei representatives across from them, and taunted arrogantly, hey you gorilla men, over there still staring at your daddy. If you don't dare to fight, surrender. Kneel down and call me daddy 3 times, and we'll spare you. At these words, the entire arena fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes were filled with utter disbelief and bewilderment. What the hell? Was he always this venomous? Sure, they did look a bit like gorillas. Did he have to say it out loud? Crack. On the viewing platform, the armrest of General Nasab's chair shattered into pieces. His face turned ashen with fury as he snarled, damn it. Yang Zhan, is this how all you Dragon Country people show respect? At that moment, murderous intent surged wildly in General Nasab's heart. If not for the presence of these 9th-rank martial artists, he would have already rushed up to cut Fang Ting down. Yang Zhan smiled nonchalantly, just a child's loose tongue. Why get angry, General Sabi? The representatives of other nations also nodded expressionlessly. But their gazes at Nasabi carried a hint of scrutiny and faint mockery. Not bad, it was quite fitting. Damn it. Nasabi noticed their looks, and his murderous intent and rage peaked. Once the Holy God's plan succeeds, all of you will kneel and serve us noble Heifei as slaves. Boom. On the challenge stage, after Fang Ting's verbal provocation, the Heifei Martial University geniuses, who had been hesitant and wary, were instantly enraged. What they hated most was being called gorilla men. They were the origin of humanity. Cursed Dragon Country man, I'll tear your mouth apart with my own hands. Aadbo, as the son of a chieftain from one of Hefei's 5 great tribes, was incensed by such an insult. His eyes reddened instantly. The aura of a peak 6th-rank martial artist erupted. The muscles in his legs swelled, instantly thick, veins almost bursting through his skin. Whoosh. Sonic booms rang out in succession. The 11 Heifei geniuses brandished their clubs and spears, charging toward Chu Feng, Fang Ting, and the other. Their bodies roared as they broke through several times the speed of sound. Their power doubled. Monkeys of Dragon Country die. Aodbo's eyes were bloodshot as he raised his club and smashed it viciously toward Chu Feng. Due to Fang Ting's deliberate positioning, Aodbo spotted Chu Feng first, and without a second thought, aimed to crush him. Feeling the sonic boom behind him and the terrifying force that nearly snapped his spine, Chu Feng's face changed dramatically. He glared at the fleeing Fang Ting, his eyes filled with humiliation and murderous intent. You set me up. A gust of wind struck from behind. Though Chu Feng seethed with indignation at Fang Ting's actions, this was no time for cursing. He retrieved his weapon from the storage ring and spun around to thrust it at Oudbiao. Stellar Sword Art, second form, Falling Star. As Chu Feng thrust his sword, a sharp and fierce sword intent erupted. At the tip of the blade, it seemed as if he had plucked a star down from the galaxy. With a hum, the sword tip clashed against the skeletal club. The seemingly pliant blade merely trembled a few times before exerting its force anew. With a crack, a small fragment of the skeletal club was pierced through. Rebounding from the force, Oudbiao withdrew his club and stepped back several paces, his frenzied gaze locked onto Chu Feng. He shuffled his feet, scuffing the ground. Where his feet landed, the specially crafted bluestone bricks, hard enough to withstand artillery bombardment, shattered upon impact. Get out of my way, you scrawny monkey. You're not my target. As a physical martial artist at the peak of the 6th martial rank, Oudbiao could naturally sense the robust blood and chi within Chu Feng, although the latter was only at the late peak of the 5th martial rank. Yet the opponent's mental strength and control over blood and chi far surpassed his own. If he truly wanted to take him down, he would have to pay a grievous price. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but twitch his face. Damn it. This idiot with the dark skin. If you want me to move, just use a voice transmission. Why the hell do you have to shout it out loud? Chu Feng was practically fuming. If you want to kill Fong Ting, why didn't you just charge at him directly? Why the hell did you come at me instead? Now you're telling me to move aside in front of everyone. If I really step aside, what will others think of me? Chu Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and contempt for Ode Biao, and said coldly, enough nonsense. In a battle we don't pick and choose our opponents. Come, let's fight. Having said that, before Ode Biao could flare up, Chu Feng quickly transmitted a message to him. Hold back in the fight later. Have your men intercept me, and then you go after him. He was truly afraid this fool would keep clinging to him. In this chaos, the best course was to let him and Fong Ting along with Suyu tear each other apart, so he could reap the benefits as a bystander. Hearing the transmission, the fury in Ode Biao's eyes subsided slightly. He also understood Chu Feng's intent. This was an attempt to use him to eliminate the competition. But he didn't care. Then go die. Ode Biao swung his club, a dark light enveloping it, as he fully activated and reinforced his blood and qi within his physical body. He did not employ any martial techniques. For the people of the Black Fey race, as long as their physical strength was formidable enough, martial techniques were nothing but flashy and frivolous tricks. They focused solely on tempering their physical power. With a hum, as this club came crashing down, it carried an aura that seemed to cleave the very air. Where the club passed, even space itself warped. Had this blow struck a small hill, it would likely have flattened it entirely. Chu Feng appeared solemn in the face of this attack. He held his grade long sword horizontally before him, gritted his teeth, and a fierce glint surged in his eyes. Stellar sword, art, sever the stars. Blood and qi surged wildly within him, unleashing a torrent of formidable power. Relying on his pre-enlightened sword intent, and the Earth-grade high-level stellar sword art technique, he used the blood and qi of a 5th-rank martial artist to forcibly erupt with combat power comparable to a peak 6th-rank martial artist. This was already a leap across an entire major realm. A 5th-rank martial artist could initially mobilize the energy of heaven and earth to fight, whereas the advantage of a 6th-rank martial artist lay in fully utilizing that energy to amplify their blood and qi. Under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult for a peak 5th-rank martial artist to defeat an early 6th-rank martial artist. Yet here Chu Feng with his 5th-rank cultivation had erupted with combat power comparable to a peak 6th rank. This scene drew the attention of everyone present. Prodigy. This was undeniably a prodigious genius. All those present were favored children of heaven, none older than 25, yet their cultivation far surpassed that of ordinary people by countless times. However, they prided themselves on being able to defeat ordinary martial artists 1 or 2 minor realms higher, but they dared not claim they could overcome a fellow genius across major realms in battle. Especially not like Chu Feng, who not only fought across realms, but did so across an entire major realm. With a thunderous rumble, the ultimate collision of the two sent out an invisible shockwave that forced even the nearby combatants to halt. All eyes turned solemnly toward Chu Feng. Dust rose as centered on the bluestone bricks beneath their feet shattered one after another into fragments. With a boom, as the colliding force reached its limit, both were pushed back several steps. But at that moment a sudden change occurred. As he retreated, Ode Biao, following Chu Feng's transmission, held back a third of his strength. Using the momentum of his retreat, he stabilized himself with his club, then landed on the ground, bending his legs until his veins bulged. With a whoosh, leveraging his peak physical strength, he launched himself forward like a projectile. His target was Fong Ting. Seeing this, Chu Feng feigned a look of shock and moved to stop him, only to be blocked by 2 black-skinned men. The other black-skinned men, witnessing this, unhesitatingly followed Ode Biao. Their goal was clear: Fong Ting. When Yi Qing and the others saw their opponents break free from their engagements to follow Ode Biao, in ambushing Fong Ting, they sensed trouble. Quick, stop them! Yi Qing shouted loudly. They dared not delay and immediately charged after them. If it were only Ode Biao alone, Fong Ting wouldn't back down, but what about when 5 more 6th-rank mid to late stage martial artists joined in? There was only one outcome: Fong Ting would surely die. Ode Biao paid no heed to those chasing behind him. His bloodshot eyes were fixed solely on Fong Ting. This man must be killed first. With this thought, Ode Biao's mind stirred, and his already bulging muscles underwent another change. Blood and qi roared within him. At this moment he was even more powerful than when he had fought Chu Feng. You damned monkey, how dare you insult my noble Black Fey race? Ode Biao exerted all his strength, pushing his blood and qi and physical power to their limits. For a moment, even the surrounding space was warped by the surging, roaring blood and qi within him. The sheer force of his blood and qi alone was enough to distort the air. This power was nearly 30% greater than before. Fong Ting watched him approach without any movement, even taunting him. A gorilla is still a gorilla. Is brute force all you've got? Everyone clearly heard what Fong Ting said, and couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Was this guy still running his mouth at a time like this? Wasn't he afraid of provoking a lethal strike? Sure enough, upon hearing this, Ode Biao's bloodshot eyes blazed with undisguised murderous intent. You're asking for death. At that moment, he swung his club down with all his might. This time, even space began to crack. Witnessing this, everyone was shaken. The martial prodigies from various nations were astonished. 7th rank. Faced with such a terrifying attack, did Fong Ting still have a chance to resist? What other trump card did he have? What? Was he still not preparing to fight back? Just as the club was about to crash down on Fong Ting's head, suddenly a slender arm reached out and caught the furious murderous blow with effortless grace. Your strength is passable. But this weapon is inferior even to the toys of the children in my Su family. In the next moment, under the astonished gaze of everyone, the club, made from the hardest bone of a mutant beast, was mercilessly crushed into pieces. Crack! A grating sound rang out, and then that large bone club was shattered by Su Yu using his formidable blood and chi. Bone dust mingled with the dust floating in the air. The ferocious expression on Ao de Biao's face froze, looking utterly ridiculous. He released his empty hand, staring at the drifting bone, dust momentarily stunned in place. You are a grandmaster. After recovering his senses, Ao de Biao's voice turned shrill, filled with shock and disbelief. A grandmaster. And not just an ordinary one. At least a 7th-rank mid-stage martial grandmaster. He had cultivated at least 3 strands of heaven-earth power. The other foreign prodigies, hearing his scream, drew in a sharp breath. A 7th-rank grandmaster. And a fresh graduate from a martial arts university. For a moment, everyone present fell silent. Except for the students from Dragon Country's martial arts universities. Because news of Su Ye's promotion to a sole grandmaster had already spread. Fong Ting stood behind Su Yu, deep respect in his eyes, and asked, "Young Master Su, what should we do next?" As he spoke, he swept his gaze over the frozen black feather martial arts prodigies around them. The killing intent in his eyes was unmistakable. They were all traitors to humanity, deserving of death. Yi Qing and the others naturally sensed Fong Ting's murderous intent, but they were somewhat surprised and puzzled. This was a martial arts exchange tournament. Killing was prohibited. However, they also realized that Fong Ting's actions were authorized by Su Yu. Yi Qing and the other 2 from aristocratic families, along with the 2 prodigies from the military academy, asked no questions and voluntarily came to stand behind Su Yu. As for the other cold origin prodigies who followed Chu Feng, they exchanged glances, uncertain, watching Chu Feng's changing expression. Su Yu chuckled softly, withdrew his hand, and said calmly, "Just watch from the sidelines. Leave the rest to me." Because he had detected the anomalies with Black Feather and Neon, he decisively killed them, forcing Black Feather and Neon to join forces early and reveal their alien techniques. It was precisely because of this battle that Chu Feng had gained extremely high prestige among the human prodigies. Even some of the oldemers had taken a liking to him. Such an opportunity, he did not want to give it away. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances and then nodded in unison. Since Su Yu wanted to handle it alone, they would just watch. After all the competition awarded team rewards, there was no difference between one person winning and the whole team. None of the prodigies in the 9th city had any objections. Only Chu Feng and Lin Panxi were displeased. Seeing everyone's attention on Su Yu, their jealousy grew strong, especially Lin Panxi. She felt that Su Yu was stealing the spotlight that belonged to Chu Feng. This person is really annoying, she gritted her teeth inwardly. Don't think being a 7th-rank grandmaster gives you the right to be arrogant. After a brief shock, Ao de Biao calmed down. Hearing Su Ye's arrogant words, his face, "You dared to crush my bone club. You'll pay with your life." Ao de Biao roared, unleashing his physical strength. His burly body, like a bullet from a gun, tore through the air straight towards Su Yu. On his fist, black light bloomed. This time, Ao de Biao held nothing back. He activated the secret technique within him, burning his blood and chi to increase his physical power. Wherever his fist passed, even space trembled uncontrollably. A booming sonic boom rang out. Faced with his attack, Su Yu didn't even blink, raising his hand and slapping down from afar. The surrounding heaven-earth energy was mobilized, forming an invisible giant hand that directly landed on Ao de Biao's black shiny head. Bang! Ao de Biao's body was slammed to the ground, creating a deep crater. Too weak, Su Yu shook his head. Damn it! From the pit, Ao de Biao punched the ground, spat out a mouthful of saliva, and leaped out. He stood tens of meters away from Su Yu, deep wariness in his eyes. If your strength is only this, then die. A faint smile lingered on Su Ye's handsome face. To Ao de Biao, that smile looked like nothing but mockery. Ao de Biao's rationality was gone. His head hot, he shouted, "All of you come over and kill him together." The remaining 10 black feather martial arts prodigies quickly, they took out their weapons, spears or bone clubs, no other arms. It seemed these weapons were still popular in the black feather tribes. As his words fell, they simultaneously activated their physical strength, burning and compressing their blood and chi. The rolling pressure they unleashed would frighten even a 7th-rank grandmaster. Several 6th-rank peak experts, and the rest at mid to late 6th-rank physical cultivators. The combined force they unleashed was far beyond what a single 7th-rank grandmaster could match. The quality of this year's black feather contestants drew admiring remarks from the generals on the viewing platform. They were only slightly weaker than the major nations. Yet facing their encirclement, Su Yu calmly drew his 9 Hells blade and casually slashed at the void ahead. Crack! Space shattered, revealing a dark void, but it held for less than a second before healing. But that was enough. To create a void rift required at least 50,000 points of blood chi. A domineering blade intent, filled with destructive force, swept across the arena. Some 6th-rank latest-stage prodigies close by turned pale, with fright upon sensing the sweeping blade intent. The destructive blade momentum was unstoppable. An illusory blade light sent Ao de Biao and his group flying. Blood mist sprayed in the air. Their faces pale, they crashed heavily onto the floor. Suyu glanced at his 9 hells blade, and then laughed. With such weak strength, you don't even qualify for me to use martial techniques. You are unworthy. Black feather physical martial artists. Weaker than infants. He paused briefly, then a faint killing intent spread. Since you have no more strength, I'll send you on your way. Hearing his words, everyone's expressions changed slightly, but no one stepped forward to stop him. On the viewing platform, General Nasab's face was grim, yet he made no move, as if he wasn't afraid Suyu would kill them. Hearing this, Chu Feng, who was watching from a distance, had a glint of joy in his eyes. Suyu, that fool, actually intended to kill. Truly a spoiled second-generation heir, disregarding the tournament rules. If he could stop him, wouldn't he gain the support of Black Feather? Even if Suyu ignored his warning and persisted, he would still have done a favor, a win-win. With that thought, he immediately stepped forward and shouted, Suyu, are you trying to bring shame to our dragon country? The exchange tournament forbids killing. Chu Feng's voice drew everyone's attention back to him, but with some puzzlement. Wasn't this guy on Su Ye's team? Why was he jumping out to stop his teammate? On the stage, Yang Zhen also had a worse impression of him. Suyu, who was toying with his 9 hells blade, glanced sideways and sneered, idiot. You? Chu Feng's face flushed with anger. Just as he was about to retort, a sudden change occurred. Earlier, Su Ye's harsh, insulting words reached Ao de Biao and his comrades. Their eyes turned bloodshot, killing intent surging. Their greatest pride was their physical strength. Now Suyu had belittled it as worthless. Damn beast, you forced my hand. Ao de Biao roared. Then an unexpected change happened. Ao de Biao and the other Black Feather fighters' bodies underwent a massive transformation. Each muscle bulged abnormally, almost tearing their flesh apart. A vague but sinister energy surged within them. At the same time, the last traces of humanity in their pupils vanished, replaced by the terrifying gaze of bloodthirsty beasts. Boom. Their change made everyone stand up. The faces were ugly. The aura of demonic beasts. They never expected Ao de Biao and the others to bear such a presence. In that moment, everyone became solemn. There were traitors. But before they or Ao de Biao could react, a piercing sound of air being torn suddenly rang out. Instantly, the entire sky above the exchange arena was dyed blood red. An indescribable oppressive weight pressed down on everyone's hearts. At that moment, they seemed to see a mountain of corpses, and above that sea of blood and mountain of corpses, the very sky seemed split in two. Heavenly slaughter. This single strike, brimming with surging bloodlust, and a saber intent infused with spiritual power, plunged everyone into illusions. Before their eyes seemed to unfold a terrifying tableau of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a sight that could rend the heavens and split the earth. The rolling waves of bloodlust caused nearly everyone's countenance to shift dramatically. They could even sense the scent of blood lingering at their nostrils. Such a fearsome strike. Can a 7th-rank martial artist truly unleash such an attack? This is terrifying. Could this be the renowned martial skill of the martial Saint Su clan, the God-slaying saber? The God-slaying saber. This was a saber technique comprehended by the Su clan's founding martial saint while witnessing a duel between martial gods. The battle between martial gods had nearly shattered the entire spatial battlefield into fragments. Even on the far northern lands, the residual heat of that terrifying martial god battle still lingered. The dreadful killing intent was enough to gravely wound even a 9th-rank grandmaster who dared to enter. The great rift valley in that northern land was caused by a single saber strike from that mysterious martial god. The Su clan's founding martial saint had gained profound insight from that strike, and on the verge of his own demise created this heaven-grade martial skill. The God-slaying saber. Though it possessed its form, it lacked its spirit. Yet that was sufficient. The God-slaying saber technique was renowned across the extraterritorial battlefield. Even an alien martial saint would have to yield before this strike. The God-slaying saber comprised 4 forms. The first form, manslaughter. The second form, bloodslaughter. The third form, heaven slaughter. And the fourth form, God-slaying. This strike not only caused the countenances of numerous martial prodigies to change, but also slightly altered the expressions of seasoned 7th-rank grandmasters and even martial artists who had just entered the 8th-rank golden body realm. If they were to forcibly withstand this blow, they would likely be either dead or crippled. I never expected the young master of the Su clan to have cultivated the God-slaying saber technique to such a profound state. It seems the Su clan's fortunes are still at their peak. Maintaining stability for another few hundred years should not be an issue. Many powerhouses inwardly sighed with emotion. Too monstrous. The prodigy of the previous generation was Su Ye's father, Su Long. Although he was not a heavenly soul grandmaster, he was still the second strongest in Dragon Kingdom during that era. As for the strongest, that generation had produced a freak like demigod Yi Tao. Now in this generation, the Su clan had turned the tables once more. Su Long's son had overwhelmed demigod Yi Tao's son. On the viewing platform, the military generals had somber expressions, their thoughts unknown. However, most had also abandoned their struggles. After all, since the rise of martial arts in Dragon Kingdom and the decline of thermal weapons, they had always been the dominant force. Even if they were stronger, Everyone still had to unite against the alien invasion. But the people of Neon and Blackfight did not think the same way. When they witnessed Suyu displaying such formidable talent, they involuntarily lowered their heads. As everyone focused their attention on Suyu, a wild, murderous intent flickered deep in there. This child must not be allowed to live. With this thought, the general of Neon and Neisabi exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. The Neisabi abruptly stood up and charged straight towards the challenge platform. A flash of light from his storage ring and a black gold long spear materialized in his hand. Nasabi's killing intent was undisguised as he roared, "Dragon Kingdom mongrel, you seek death." Daring to openly commit murder during an exchange turn, he aimed for a one-hit kill, even if it meant his own death. He had to slay Suyu or else his existence would threaten the grand scheme of the Holy God. This was a battle concerning Blackfi's future status on Blue Star. He had to stop it. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Yangjin shot to his feet, his expression icy cold. "You seek death. How dare Emir Neisabi openly assassinate a Dragon Kingdom prodigy?" Blackfi's overall strength was only slightly superior to a single martial Saint clan. They had never possessed such audacity before. It seemed the higher-ups' suspicions were correct. Yangjin erupted with the aura of a 9th-rank expert, suppressing even the surrounding 8th and 9th ranks, inducing a sense of dread. 9th rank mid-stage. This erupted pressure indicated a blood energy value of at least 4 million. However, just as Yangjin's figure vanished from his spot, a sinister voice rang out. Then everyone saw a general from Neon appearing midair to intercept Yangjin. "General Yangjin, your Dragon Kingdom openly violates the rules of the exchange tournament. That you wish to make an enemy of the entire world." Yangjin's eyes locked onto the short man before him, grinding his teeth, Komocho Asakura. This was one of Neon's top 9th rank grandmasters, also a general in their military. He was at the 9th rank Great Perfection realm. "It seems you are indeed problematic." Yangjin wasted no words. A long staff materialized in his hand, and gripping it, he swung it at the Neon general Komocho Asakura. Boom. Seeing that the conflict had erupted into open hostility, the remaining representatives from Pretty Country and Russia did not remain idle spectators. They both drew their weapons and joined Yangjin in attacking Komocho Asakura. Rumble. Several figures clashed together simultaneously. Then the defending generals from various cities, witnessing this sudden development, were initially startled, but did not hesitate for long. Judging by their reactions, it was clear that Dragon Kingdom Russia and Pretty Country had a plan. They instantly knew which side to align with. One by one they drew their weapons and joined the encirclement. Several of Dragon Kingdom's 8th rank Golden Body generals attempted to rescue Suyu, but were all blocked by Komocho Asakura alone. "A bunch of rabble. None of you will interfere with our grand plan." Komocho Asakura's arrogant laughter rang out. This time they would ensure the deaths of all the world's prodigies. By seizing their souls and blood energy as a sacrifice, Neon would surely produce another martial saint. Instantly, everyone present sensed the terrifying atmosphere. Midair, Suyu naturally witnessed the upheaval on the viewing platform, yet his expression remained calm. Gazing at Neisabi charging towards him, a hint of disdain curled at the corner of Suyu's mouth. He looked at Odibio and the others, who were momentarily stunned by his blood energy and spiritual power, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "Die!" Rumble. At that moment, a dull thunderclap echoed across the clear sky. But it was not thunder. It was the sound of Suyu's strike tearing through the void. Space shattered bit by bit, revealing the pitch-black void, as an endless torrent of terrifying saber light poured forth. "You can't kill me. My father is a 9th rank. I am the chosen successor of the Holy God." When the attack locked onto them, Odibio and the others snapped back to reality with a jolt. Seeing this terrifying saber strike, they were frightened out of their wits, their faces turning deathly pale. They wanted to turn and flee, but locked down by the heaven slaughter form, their feet felt as heavy as if filled with lead, unable to move an inch. The Holy God, just a dog raised by the alien race. Suyu sneered in response. His movements did not slow in the slightest. With a single saber slash, large swaths of space shattered. Explode. In an instant the saber intent descended. The pleas of Odibio and the others were abruptly cut short, and their monstrous beast-like bodies exploded into clouds of blood mist. No. Neisabi, who had intended to assassinate Suyu, stared with eyes wide in fury and roared. Seeing the chieftain's son die before his eyes, the killing intent in Nasabi's heart reached an unprecedented peak. Blood vessels burst in Nasabi's eyes as he bellowed, "You scum, I'll kill you." Suyu glanced at the now insane Neisabi, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Is that so? Then why don't I send you down to accompany them as well?" Suyu's strike was so swift that even an 8th grade Golden Body realm expert could not intervene. Though still within the 7th grade domain, this blade carried yet it exuded a pressure that unsettled even some early 8th grade powerhouses. From the contest start until now, Suyu had only unleashed a single. Even when Odubio and his cohorts activated secret arts, transforming into savage beasts with formidable prowess, it was to no avail. Under absolute, all beings were equal. Odubio and the other 10 geniuses of fleshly martial arts from Hefei Martial Arts University were directly blasted apart by his slash, scattering into mist of blood. The void's rift devoured them, leaving no trace. Witnessing Suyu's ferocious might, everyone was stunned. Especially Lin Panxi, who stood nearby, her delicate face turned deathly pale. For she truly sensed the terror within that blade intent. She had the illusion that merely drawing closer would cause the aftershocks of that strike to consume her. Impossible, impossible. Lin Panxi's small face was pallid, devoid of color, as she screamed inwardly. How can Suyu be this strong? He's nothing but a wastrelly useless man who forced me into marriage. He can't possibly surpass me. In truth, even when she was confronted with Su Ye's attack at such close range, Lin Panxi still couldn't believe it. That man she had always regarded as worthless could be so formidable. With one stroke he obliterated opponents that even Chu Feng could not defeat. Compared to Lin Panxi's terror, Chu Feng, who shielded her, wore an unpleasant expression. These useless Heifei trash claim to be geniuses of fleshly martial arts. They can't even withstand a single slash from Suyu. Chu Feng cursed under his breath. He had planned to reap the benefits from a distance, but now Suyu had slain them with one blow, gaining immense fame at his expense. He gained nothing. Earlier when he voiced support for the Heifei team, he knew he had courted trouble, for those men bore the aura of savage beasts. Clearly the Heifei warriors might have allied with foreign races. If this were uncovered, his reputation might suffer. This enraged Chu Feng greatly. Yet now seeing Suyu provoke an 8th grade golden body realm expert, he rejoiced inwardly. Excellent. This fool truly believes that killing a few weaklings qualifies him to challenge an 8th grade. How utterly stupid. I hope he dies here so my reputation remains intact. Chu Feng thought venomously. His gaze then subtly shifted to the genius from the land of cherry blossoms nearby. That one was clearly problematic too. Once Suyu died, perhaps these people could help him recover some of his losses. That was the plan. Fine, fine. A mere 7th grade martial artist dares speak to me like this. If I don't flay you alive today, where will my Heifei pride stand? Neisabi was clearly infuriated by Suyu, his face twisted with murderous intent. You little wretch, die, he roared. The black gold spear in his hand gleamed, a terrifying force of annihilation spilling from its tip. Though just a thread, this power surpassed the heaven-earth force of a 7th grade martial artist. This annihilation force could erode a 7th grade martial artist's spiritual energy and blood vitality. A single strike could kill a peak late 7th grade powerhouse. At the 7th grade, even severed limbs could be regenerated. But annihilation force could negate that property. An 8th grade expert's blow could nail the opponent to death. When Neisabi charged, the terrifying pressure and faint aura of annihilation emanating from him filled those within 100 meters with a thick sense of doom. Anger and shock flickered in everyone's eyes. But not fear. They were martial arts prodigies. If they cowered before a powerful aura, their martial heart would be finished. Henceforth they would never advance another realm. These geniuses needed an indomitable momentum, save for bowing to 9th grade grandmasters and martial saints. Perish. Neisabi raised his spear as if gathering strength to hurl it. This attack style made even the martial prodigies hold their breath. This, attacking with brute force instead of martial techniques, truly characteristic of Heifei masters of fleshly martial arts. Though puzzled, they dared not underestimate the thrown spear's power. Bolstered by immense physical strength, this throw rivaled the might of martial techniques. Not to mention the annihilation force imbued within it. Seeing this, Yi Qing and Fang Ting, who stood behind Suyu, changed color. Young Master Su dodged. His pressure isn't locking us. Oh, let's flee. Fang Ting shouted urgently. Yi Qing also cried. Yes, that has annihilation force. We can't withstand it. If the annihilation force erupted, even a late 7th grade martial artist would suffer. Suyu did not turn back. Instead, starlight flickered in his brilliant star-like eyes. His aura calmed, but the blood vitality within him under his suppression roared like a furious dragon. It strained to break free, eager to battle the heavens. The next moment, under their gaze, Suyu trod the void, the 9 hells blade in his hand clanging. Hum. Suddenly a crisp blade hum sounded in everyone's ears. This change stunned all. They stared at Suyu standing unmoved in the void. Could he be intending to withstand this blow? Suyu's robe billowed. As he gripped the 9 hells blade, crackling sounds erupted. The space around him shattered, revealing a pitch-black void, deep and mesmerizing like an abyss. Suyu stood upon the void, his pupils turning black as well. His calm, yet domineering voice echoed in everyone's ears. This strike is called Void. I shall sacrifice you in early 8th grade to herald its birth. Rumble. In that instant, heaven and earth changed color. A destructive aura arose silently, and countless dark energies surged from the void. The dark energy poured into the 9 hells blade, making it radiate extreme darkness, yet devoid of any evil aura. Witnessing this, both the martial university prodigies and Yang Jun and others battling above paused to watch below. Before Suyu, Neisabi suddenly felt an intense fear rise in his heart. He was horrified. Impossible. He was an 8th grade martial artist. How could he fear a 7th grade? No, I cannot let him live. A chill ran through Neisabi. Resolute golden light bloomed on his arm, tinged with streaks of black. Simultaneously, Neisabi's body swelled into a 9-hang-tall golden giant. This was a hallmark of the 8th grade golden body realm: tempered bones, condensed immortal substance, refined blood vitality into annihilation force, forging an indestructible golden body. When all bones turned gold, one reached the late golden body stage. Enhanced by golden body power, the spear in Nasaba's hand grew even more terrifying, shattering the void bit by bit. Die! Nasabi hurled the black gold spear with all his might, aiming straight at Su Ye's brow. At the same time Suyu moved. The Nine Hells blade in his hand gleamed with black light, his pupils replaced by darkness, a sinister smile on his lips. Void blade art first form. Sever the void. Crack boom. Suyu slashed fiercely, shattering space for hundreds of meters. The attack directly struck the black gold spear. Under the horrified gaze of all, the spear carrying annihilation force couldn't hold even a second. Suyu cleaved it into fragments. And this strike was far from over. The endless black blade light, after shattering the spear, directly cut into Nasaba's Ninjong golden body. Boom. No. I am an 8th grade expert. You can't. No. In the incredulous eyes of the crowd, the Ninjong golden body was cleaved in two, crashing heavily to the ground. Even the immortal substance could not repair it. Nasabi was dead. A dignified 8th grade golden body realm expert. Slain by Suyu with a single strike. In that moment, the entire arena fell into dead silence. The colossal, indestructible golden body of martial arts was cleaved in two by an unstoppable blade momentum. The two halves of the golden body crashed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Yet this did not diminish the shock on everyone's faces. Their minds were nearly blank, occupied by a single thought: a 7th rank has slain an 8th rank. This was an almost impossible feat, one that no one could believe. After all, even the weakest 8th rank golden body powerhouse possessed over 100,000 points of blood vitality, not to mention the enhancement of destructive power and indestructible matter. Once an 8th rank powerhouse went all out, their combat strength could rival several 100,000 points of blood vitality. Even a peak 7th rank martial artist infinitely close to the 8th rank was no match for the weakest 8th rank. Yet Suyu had accomplished it. At this moment his aura fluctuation was unconcealed, merely the midstage of the 7th rank. But he had slain an 8th rank. A collective sharp intake of breath filled the air. All eyes fixed on Suyu as if beholding a deity or demon. The space shattered by that single blade took a long time to slowly heal, yet wisps of void aura still lingered over the arena. The pitch-black depth in Suyu's eyes faded, replaced by the bright star-like radiance of before. Sensing that his blood vitality had not dropped drastically, he felt a hint of delight. Executing a stellar-level martial technique at the mid-7th rank stage had consumed merely 3/10 of his blood vitality. This outcome pleased him greatly. Had any knowledgeable person been present, they would have been utterly astounded. A stellar-level martial technique created by a star-shattering realm expert above the martial god level. Even the first move would drain an 8th rank golden body martial artist of all blood vitality. Yet Suyu had only consumed 3/10. It was utterly absurd. But this result applied only to others. Suyu was different. As a prodigy with overwhelming brilliance in his early days, his constitution was naturally beyond ordinary. He possessed the rarest physique in the world, capable of holding blood vitality far beyond the limits of his realm. Moreover, due to his unique constitution, the higher his rank, the more techniques he could wield. And when he had crossed the heavenly soul tribulation as a grandmaster, he used the lightning tribulation to capture destruction and vitality, elevating his physique to the destruction body. This foundation had enhanced his potential and limits, making him incomparable to others. Setting aside everyone's shock. On the challenge stage, Chu Feng and Lin Panxi were dumbfounded, a faint fear creeping within them. Chu Feng stared at Suyu hovering in midair, clenching his fists as a bitter, jealous roar echoed in his heart. Why? Why despite all my effort can I not surpass him? He barely cultivates. Why is he so much stronger than me? How can he slay an 8th rank? He had thought his own improvement in spirit power and blood vitality, allowing him to contend with, or even kill a 7th rank, was something to be proud of. But witnessing Suyu's overwhelming might, a crack formed in his heart. The other had always been ahead of him. No, even if he can slay an 8th rank now, I will surpass him in the future. I am destined to become a martial god. Lin Panxi's gaze was dazed, fixed on the figure above like a celestial being. At this moment a flicker of regret arose within her. 8th rank. This realm was already beyond her reach. Suyu, not yet 23, possessed the strength to kill an 8th rank. If given another 10 or 20 years, would he perhaps already have achieved the 9th rank? Such a genius was the Prince Charming she had always dreamed of. But why? Was it this man she had once looked down upon? No, I cannot regret. If Suyu knew, he would only become more arrogant. The regret in Lin Panxi's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by resolve. Chu Feng will surely be stronger than him. But if I lower my stance and speak to him, he should no longer hold a grudge against my Lin family. If we cannot be friends, at least let him not be an enemy of the Lin family. With this thought, light gleamed in Lin Panxi's eyes. She was a confident woman, always believing she would become a female martial saint. Her standard was that her partner must match her. He must be a genius. Otherwise, how could he stand by her side at the peak? The former Suyu was unworthy and she disdained him. Only Chu Feng, with his performance back, then had met her internal standard of genius. But now, Suyu had suddenly become qualified. High in the distant sky, the 8th rank and 9th rank generals watching below were also deeply shaken. As for Yang Zhen, the corners of his mouth were nearly curling up. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being the young master of the Su family, accomplishing such an inconceivable feat. He had been worried about Su Ye's situation as they had not anticipated the arrival of a 9th-rank consummate grandmaster from the enemy. With so many of them, none could break through the encirclement to rescue him. Kamishiro Asakura as a consummate 9th rank was too powerful, single-handedly holding back dozens of 8th rank and 3 9th rank experts. Yang Jun had been prepared to burn his own blood vitality to open a gap and save Su Yu. If Su Yu died here, the entire Su family would likely go mad. Fortunately, Su Yu had given him a great surprise, slaying an 8th rank from a lower rank. It was also a moment of inspiration for the Dragon Kingdom and the entire world. Humanity might yet see the rise of a martial god. A 7th rank martial artist slaying an 8th rank golden body in one move. Such potential was worthy of a martial god. Ha ha ha. With this thought, Yang Jun could not help but laugh uproariously, then fixed his gaze on Kamishiro Asakura and said coldly, "Your schemes, Japan and Black. Now it's your turn, Kamishiro Asakura." The other experts also shuddered, then stared at Kamishiro Asakura with blazing battle intent. Not far away, Kamishiro Asakura's face was grim. He had never imagined that an 8th rank would be slain by a 7th rank martial artist. Nasabi and these wastes. The people of Blackfi are only fit to mingle with savage beasts. Kamishiro Asakura's face darkened with gloom. But, with me here, you will never turn the tide. With these words, Kamishiro Asakura summoned his martial golden body and directly engaged Yang Jun and the others in battle. The sounds of explosions and spatial shattering echoed incessantly from above. On the challenge stage, all the prodigies were still immersed in the image of Su Yu slaying, and only Su Yu shook the 9 Hells blade in his hand. The blade hummed, but not as crisply as before. An A-grade superalloy weapon. Its strength was insufficient to bear such powerful martial technique force. But it could still be used once. Before that, however, it was time to sweep away the Japanese and other forces. With this thought, Su Yu slowly raised the 9 Hells blade, unleashing his aura and snapping everyone back to reality. The blade tip pointed toward the Japanese representatives, and a terrifying killing intent erupted. Japan has allied with the alien races intending to betray humanity. No mercy. In that instant, all the prodigies hesitated no more. Their bodies vanished from their spots, their target. Straight at Japan. Bastard. Betraying humanity, siding with the alien race. These words pierced deeply into everyone's nerves. They were all top-tier prodigies nurtured by Wu University, and most came from influential families. They naturally understood what the alien race represented. It was a demon that treated humans as blood prey. If humanity was defeated, all captured humans would become their blood. It had been this way for over 1,000 years. Only when one race was completely annihilated could this war end. But now, these people from the Neon Nation and Black Fae dared to betray humanity and even help the aliens slaughter human prodigies. It was utterly unforgivable. If an ordinary person had said this, they would not have believed it. But it was Su Yu. He had been attacked by a Black Fae 8th rank, and the powerful experts who came to his rescue were all stopped by a Neon 9th rank. This said it all. Kill. Those who betray humanity must die. Damn it, I've long disliked the Neon Nation and Black Fae. Neon has always been treacherous, everyone knows that. Black Fae isn't even human, I can understand their betrayal. Kill them. Damn it, if not for young Master Su killing that 8th rank, we might all have been slaughtered by now, right? Kill. At this moment, none of the prodigies felt anything amiss. They unhesitatingly chose to follow and believe Su Ye's words. This had already established his authority as a strong leader. After dealing with the 8th rank, Fong Ting and Yi Qing were eager to act. At Su Ye's command, they all charged forward. Their target was the group of representatives from the Neon Nation's Wu University. At this moment, only Lin Panxi and Chu Feng remained standing where they were. They were unwilling to obey Su Ye's orders. But the jealousy in Chu Feng's eyes grew more intense as everyone followed Su Ye's commands. Why? Chu Feng's inner voice was nearly frantic. This honor should have been mine. I was the one who first noticed Black Fae's anomaly. Why was Su Yu so decisive? He just stirred up trouble and stumbled into such a great achievement. Jealousy threatened to drown Chu Feng's heart. His hands clenched tightly, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. He had planned to wait until the end, then step forward to resolve the matter and gain fame. But now it was ruthlessly ruined. How could he not hate? His bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Su Ye's back. He had never felt such a sense of crisis, nor such an unknown fear deep within. He was afraid. Baka. Mina Isho Ni Karos Carrera no Iashi Shizokuo. The leading neon prodigy, enraged, spouted a string of gibberish. Then, using his special means to enhance his martial realm, he single-handedly entangled several prodigies. As he ceased to hide his alien aura, the other neon prodigies also began to employ their own methods. They had all been modified with alien blood. The alien race possessed a very special technique, blood burning. By igniting their own blood essence, they could greatly enhance their combat power. Sometimes an 8th rank initial stage alien burning blood could even unleash combat power comparable to a mid to late 8th rank. This was why the alien race had always been feared. Moreover, they could kill opponents and absorb their blood essence to fuel the blood-burning secret technique. That was the most terrifying part. Su Yu watched the fierce battle calmly, his gaze steady. The neon representatives here were all modified by the alien race, possessing formidable strength. However, they wouldn't last much longer. These were the top martial prodigies from across Blue Star. If so many couldn't take down 11 neon bastards, it would be too shameful. He looked up at the sky above. The peak martial experts were locked in battle tens of thousands of meters high. The terrifying shockwaves cascaded down, putting even him under some pressure. But that wasn't important. He had more crucial matters to attend to. With this thought, his gaze inadvertently swept toward Chu Feng below, who was taking advantage of everyone's focus on the neon group. He slowly retreated. Seeing this, a strange smile curled on Su Ye's lips. Just as he expected. In the original story, Su Yu knew all of Chu Feng's actions, opportunities, and connections. The reason he went to such lengths to bring a weakling like Lin Panxi to the exchange tournament was not only to help her earn rewards. There was another important point. In this first city, there was an opportunity. The original narrative detailed that the Destined Son's master Han Shuang had discovered a relic here. Inside there were heaven-grade martial techniques and earth-grade cultivation methods. Chu Feng was still practicing a mystic-grade high-level method granted by the Su family to the Lin family years ago. A mystic-grade high-level method had great advantages among low to middle-level martial artists. But as one advanced especially beyond the grandmaster level, the blood essence condensation efficiency of such methods declined. Only by switching to a new method could he be reborn, even breaking through to the 6th martial rank. So Chu Feng would certainly not miss this chance. Moreover, Han Shuang was waiting here too. Su Yu knew why Chu Feng didn't wait for the battle to end before leaving. The relic's activation time only lasted until 8 o'clock. It was already 6 now. With the chaos on site, it was inevitable that Chu Feng would sneak out early. By the time the battle concluded, no one would remember he had slipped away. The little fat pig couldn't resist after all. A smile played on Su Ye's lips. Perfect. Time to collect some interest. Chu Feng couldn't be killed yet, as he was needed to find the Starfall Realm relic. But that foolish woman Han Shuang could be killed to add some excitement. Su Yu swept his gaze across the arena and then transmitted to everyone. He'll go outside to search for neon and blackface spies. Leave this place to you. The others received the transmission without any reaction. They had no objections. After all, those capable of such a task were all in the sky besieging the neon 9th rank grandmaster. Apart from Su Yu, there was no 8th rank combat power left. Having given his instructions, Su Yu concealed his aura and quietly followed Chu Feng. Chu Feng was also cunning. After leaving the exchange arena, he took a special suit from his storage ring and changed into it instantly, altering his entire aura. Then he put on a mask, sprinkled some special spices on himself, and only then felt safe to leave. From the arena, Chu Feng twisted and turned, eventually arriving at a hotel. After crushing a jade token, he waited quietly. Soon a figure appeared like a ghost. Seeing the newcomer, Chu Feng bowed slightly and said softly, "Master." Han Shuang, also in disguise, nodded and said quietly, "Let's go before the relic closes." "Yes." Soon the two sped out of the city, flying 100 miles south before stopping. Gazing at the mountains before him, Chu Feng's body trembled with excitement. Finally, he would change his cultivation method. "Once I master a new method, Su Yu, in this life, you will only be trampled under my feet." "Master, let's begin. We need to hurry," Chu Feng said urgently. Han Shuang nodded. "All right." With that, she took a bronze key from her storage ring, walked to the foot of the mountain, pressed her hand against a stone, and a keyhole silently appeared. Seeing this, Han Shuang decisively inserted the bronze key and then stepped back a few paces. Rumble. In their excited gazes, the stone wall suddenly trembled and large amounts of rubble fell. They paid no heed, their eyes burning as they stared ahead. Behind them, Su Yu leaned against the trunk of an ancient tree, watching everything with an amused expression, until the stone door opened. Su Yu moved. A black greatsword exuding a thick aura of death appeared in his hand. Use. 9th rank cultivation card. As Su Yu voiced his thought, a formidable aura enough to make anyone tremble surged from him like a tide. 9th rank cultivation card activated successfully. Remaining experience time 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. The surging, almost tangible pressure swept across the entire forest, causing all creatures within dozens of miles to prostrate themselves on the ground, their eyes filled with terror. Peak of the 9th rank grandmaster realm. In that instant, as Su Yu felt the boundless power within him, his eyes revealed a look of infatuation. This is the ultimate power. Without any hesitation, he put on the red dust mask he had purchased from the system store. The next moment, the human skin mask adhered to his face, altering his original appearance into that of an ancient, weathered, middle-aged man. At the same time, his body was also changing. Even the aura on him transformed from domineering destruction to the demonic chi of the 9 abysses. At this moment, even the person closest to Su Yu standing before him would never recognize his original appearance. Exchanging for the red dust mask cost Su Yu a full 1500 villain points. But it was well worth it. Except for those above the star-shattering realm who could see through his true form, any martial artist below would absolutely not be able to see through him. After the spiritual energy and blood within his body completely transformed into the demonic chi of the 9 abysses, Su Yu raised his eyes, a thick murderous intent spreading out, revealing a row of stark white teeth, and gave a chilling smile. "Troublesome fellows. They'll cut them all down today." Then he looked up at the battle above. The Japanese Kamishiro Asakura, a future usurper of the martial saint position, was a dangerous figure. He would also have to be finished here today. Boom. Thinking this, Suyu no longer concealed himself. The peak 9th rank grandmaster realm causing turmoil in the energy of heaven and earth directly intimidated all things. Ahead, Chu Feng and Han Shuang master and disciple were in a state of excitement. Han Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, "Little Feng, let's go and quickly get the technique and martial skills and leave. We'll come back for the rest later." A martial saint's legacy with countless treasures hidden inside. But their goal was clear, only the technique. The remaining treasures were all martial inheritances from the martial saint not suitable for them to take at this stage. Above, the 9th rank grandmasters were still fighting. After they got the items and came out, they could just rush back to the first city without anyone noticing they had ever left. Chu Feng nodded heavily, suppressing his excitement, and said seriously, "Yes, master." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at his master, ahead, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Master was truly too good to him. And master seemed to be single still. Han Shuang didn't notice his abnormality and continued excitedly, "Let's go. After today, you will stand on the same starting line as those prodigies and monsters. With your talent, you will definitely catch up to them, even surpass them. You could even kill Suyu without fear." As she spoke, Han Shuang took Chu Feng's hand and quickly walked towards the stone cave. Chu Feng remained silent. Kill Suyu. He had the same intention. Their steps were fast, and just as they were about to step into the cave, suddenly a terrifying demonic chi exploded behind them, freezing their figures in place. Boom. Their bodies stiffened on the spot, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Shock and terror nearly filled both their eyes. 9th rank grandmaster peak. As an 8th rank golden body late peak half a foot into the 9th rank, how could Han Shuang not know the level of the pressure behind her? This aura that made her unable to help kneeling to the ground definitely surpassed her father. At least 9 million Ka of combat power. And she didn't even have a million Ka of blood energy. In the later stages, even a difference of 1 Ka in blood energy was like heaven and earth, not to mention the amplification of combat power by the origin power stronger than the 8th rank. A peak 9th rank grandmaster, his origin path had probably already reached 900 meters. Han Shuang turned her head with difficulty, trying to see who was behind her. When she turned around, she saw a stranger, a middle-aged man she had never seen before, leaning against a large tree behind her. His evil demonic chi caused the surrounding trees to wither and die. That seemingly refined and weathered middle-aged man, however, had a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were appraising her with amusement, as if looking at an ant. Seeing this, Han Shuang's heart instantly chilled. This man was definitely not a good person. "Senior, I wonder where I offended you." Han Shuang swallowed, forcing down the fear in her heart, her voice trembling. Her attitude was extremely humble, almost to the point of groveling in the dust. So you couldn't help sneering inwardly. This stupid bitch was indeed someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When he was weaker than her, she insisted on teaching him a lesson, and even dared to show killing intent towards him. Humph. Now that he was stronger than her, she would lower her head and apologize. What a spineless creature. Nothing, it's just the legacy I've guarded for decades. You opened it like this. Your behavior is no different from a thief. A hint of mockery flashed in Suyu's eyes. Since you like to twist right and wrong so much, I want to see what you as arrogant as Han Shuang can do. Hearing this, Han Shuang's heart turned cold. She could clearly tell that this man wanted to seize this legacy. However, despite the extreme unwillingness in her heart, she dared not act rashly. She bowed her head and said with utmost respect, "I'm sorry, I didn't know this place belonged to you, senior. Please forgive my disciple and me, we will leave immediately." Hearing this, Chu Feng's face changed drastically and whispered, "Master, we discovered this." "Shut up," Han Shuang scolded in a low voice. This stupid disciple, couldn't he see that this man was about to take it by force? In this world, strength was the only truth. If you're weak, you get beaten, don't you understand? Chu Feng's face changed several times, then he raised his head resolutely and said in a deep voice, "Senior, this legacy was discovered by us, and the key to open it was ours as well. Please understand." Chu Feng's attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. Even facing a peak 9th rank grandmaster, he dared to straighten his spine and look the other directly in the eye with pride. Han Shuang's face turned extremely ugly. She had never expected Chu Feng to do this. This foolish boy, couldn't he see the situation was unfavorable for them? So you turned to look at Chu Feng and sneered, "Yours. I've guarded this place for decades. Just a while ago a thief stole my key. Now you show up with the key and open my legacy openly, and you still say you're not a thief." Hearing this, Chu Feng's resolute face turned ashen, as if he had bitten into something foul. "Senior, you." Chu Feng was about to retort, but before the words could leave his mouth, the overwhelming demonic chi that twisted space itself suddenly erupted. Crack. Thud. The clear sound of bones breaking came from the knees of the master and disciple, and then both fell to their knees simultaneously. Rumble. With both knees on the ground, they supported themselves with their hands, heads bowed, staring blankly at the ground. Chu Feng's mind went blank. He was actually kneeling. Damn it. This man must die. In that moment, Chu Feng's eyes turned bloodshot and an endless murderous intent surged in his heart, nearly drowning him. However, before he could erupt in fury, the middle-aged man wrapped in demonic chi spoke. His calm voice, like a judgment, instantly chilled both their hearts. "An ant dares to question me. You. Which one of you will atone with death?" Suyu's words instantly silenced the two. Their hearts plummeted like stones into an icy abyss. Exchanging a glance, they found the deep-seated fear lurking in each other. This man intended to kill them. At this moment, Xu Feng finally calmed down from the shock of losing his opportunity, realizing just how foolish his earlier action. This was a desolate wilderness, not the city. Moreover, their opponent was a 9th-rank perfection grandmaster radiating overwhelming demonic chi. No matter how one looked at it, he was no benevolent figure. Had he truly still thought of turning the tables? Only now did a sliver of regret creep into his heart. Of course, just a sliver. What gnawed at him more was his own lack of strength. If only he possessed the combat power of a 9th rank, he would have risen and fought this man to the death. If he could escape this place alive, he vowed to slay this person in the future. How dare he force him to kneel? Xu Feng's fingers dug fiercely into a handful of soil, his knuckles stark white. He lifted his head with difficulty and said earnestly, "Senior, we are willing to leave this place. Please spare us. My master is the vice principal of Jingwu University, and I am the 2nd ranked on this year's Jingwu Heavenly Leaderboard, holding a position in the Martial Administration Bureau. Our direct superior is Director Yi Tao." Xu Feng analyzed the current circumstances in his mind, then listed the powerful figures backing him. Although he had never met Yi Tao, he was nominally a member of the Martial Administration Bureau. Surely the other party would grant this favor. Han Shuang nodded repeatedly, adding, "Senior, my father is Han Xin, the director of the Martial Administration Bureau's Research Institute, a 9th-rank grandmaster. If you spare us, we can hand over everything we have." Now she understood too. He intended to silence them. And she had come here secretly with no one knowing her whereabouts. Investigating her death would be extremely difficult, especially since the perpetrator was a 9th-rank perfection martial arts expert. He surely had methods to erase all traces. Even a martial saint personally investigating might find it impossible to uncover the truth. Now only begging for mercy remained, pleading for him to spare them. Su Yu laughed upon hearing this, his arrogant eyes filled with disdain and contempt. "What good things could ants like you possibly possess?" he said coldly. "How laughable. So it turned out that whether you were a protagonist or not, before absolute power, everyone had to kneel and submit, bullying the weak and fearing the strong." Indeed. The two were stunned into silence, their faces burning with shame. Indeed, one was destitute and the other was on the verge of breaking through to 9th rank, having spent everything on breakthrough resources. Where would they have any treasures left? "Senior Wei." Su Yu raised a hand, cutting off their attempts to explain further. In his hand, the black, demonic blade radiating a deathly aura flashed. Su Yu said calmly, "They'll give you 30 seconds to choose who dies." He wanted to see under the threat of death whose backbone would hold out longer. Weren't you supposed to be a devoted master and disciple in the original story, destined for a love that transcended ethics? Fine then. Let's see which of this pair of lovebirds would fly solo first. Sure enough, upon hearing Su Yu's ultimatum, their faces changed instantly, all hope gone, replaced by sheer disbelief. This man was determined to kill them. They exchanged a glance, each seeing the other's unwillingness to die. In that instant, cracks appeared in both their Dao hearts. Under the shadow of death, this master-disciple pair, who had known each other for just over a month, could hardly harbor any profound bond of master-disciple devotion. They both wanted to survive. If they could stall a little longer, perhaps rescue would come. But everyone was now drawn to the aftershocks of the battle above. Who would notice this sealed space down here? A chill ran through Xu Feng and Han Shuang. Xu Feng's heart burned with resentment. His hands clenched the soil, his teeth nearly ground to dust. This man was forcing him onto a path of betraying his own kin. He deserved to die. 10-9-8. As the two wrestled with their inner turmoil, Su Yu's voice rang out cold and utterly devoid of emotion. The final countdown gnawed away at the remnants of their conscience. Xu Feng's eyes wavered violently. He was struggling. He didn't want to betray, but he didn't want to die either. He was destined to become a martial saint. How could he perish here? Even now, he still clung to hope for a miracle, even as the countdown reached 3 seconds. Beside Xu Feng, Han Shuang's still charming face turned deathly pale. She was even more unwilling to die. With her talent, given a few more years, she was confident she could reach 9th rank. What use was a powerful disciple if she herself was dead, to be remembered as the master of a martial saint? Han Shuang's peripheral vision caught Xu Feng's suddenly resolute expression. Seeing him turn to look at her with eyes full of reluctance and determination, she too became steadfast. It seemed he wanted to sacrifice himself to protect me. Han Shuang's conflicted expression softened. This disciple of mine wasn't so bad after all, knowing to repay me with his life. Oh well, I might as well let Xu Feng have his way. Perhaps in the future I could truly become the master of a martial saint, or even a demigod, to be remembered through the ages. That wouldn't be so bad. Su Yu slowly raised the demonic blade in his hand. The oppressive demonic chi surged, and under its terrifying pressure, space itself cracked and healed repeatedly, the fissures flickering with dark purple demonic energy. Time's up. Have you made your choice? Su Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile. As his words fell, both spoke almost simultaneously. I am willing to sacrifice myself, but please spare my disciple, Senior. I choose my master. Please, Senior, be swift, and don't let... They spoke at the same time. When Han Shuang heard the other's choice, her eyes widened in utter disbelief. He He chose to let her die. Then what was that reluctance and determination in his eyes just now? Chu Feng's face turned ashen. He had never expected that his master of only a month would choose to sacrifice herself to save him. At that moment several cracks fissured across Chu Feng's Dao heart. Han Shuang's eyes bulged as she exclaimed in agitation, but before she could finish an attack infused with primordial and annihilating power struck her down. Boom. Han Shuang's eyes flickered with confusion and disbelief as her body crumpled to the ground. Witnessing this, Chu Feng's mind went blank. His master had died before his eyes. After delivering the strike, Su Ye's face returned to a refined smile. Well, since someone is dead you can get lost now. Ha! What a splendid show. It seems Tang's personality is just like that of most novel protagonists. Better a friend perish than I. Hearing his voice, Chu Feng rose shakily, tears welling in his eyes. He wanted to collect Han Shuang's body, but was frightened off by Su Ye's words. Get lost before I change my mind, or you can stay too. At this, Chu Feng dared not linger. After one last deep look at Su Yu, he fled the forest at full speed. He would seek revenge. His master was dead, he could not die too. Watching him disappear, the smile on Su Ye's face grew even brighter. Since this child of destiny cares so much about reputation, why not send him another grand gift? He glanced at Han Shuang's intact corpse on the ground, then using his primordial power, swung his blade to sever her right hand. Su Yu reached out and grasped the void, hurling Han Shuang's body dozens of miles away. Then he stepped into the stone cave. The opportunity here was useless to him, but the Su family needed it. After collecting this treasure, it was time to end this turmoil and slay Kamiyo Asakura. Elsewhere on a mountain peak dozens of miles from the ruins in the opposite direction of Chu Feng's escape, Han Shuang's body suddenly trembled faintly. After a long while, a voice so weak it seemed ready to fade at any moment drifted out softly. What a fine disciple I've taken in. The Martial Saint ruins. As Su Yu stepped inside, he felt no trace of unfamiliarity. Well acquainted with the storyline, he naturally knew what treasures lay hidden within this ruin. Its foremost purpose was to provide the protagonist with an advanced cultivation method as a bridge, allowing him to stand on equal footing with prodigies and granting him the capital to surpass them. Without this transitional phase, his cultivation realm would be severely delayed in the later stages. Although Han Shuang was at the late 8th grade stage and had a 9th grade grandmaster as her father, the technique she cultivated was merely an Earth grade low tier 1. Cultivating such a technique to the 9th grade was already quite a stretch. Moreover, as one advanced, the combat boost provided by lower grade techniques diminished. To support the chosen one in cross-dire battles, profound techniques and advanced martial skills were indispensable. This secret realm had long been ransacked. All valuable resources had already been carted away. Now only a single stone stele remained, one that even a 9th grade grandmaster could not budge. By using their spiritual energy to perceive this stele, a martial artist could obtain the Earth grade high-tier technique recorded within. Of course, this was insignificant. Inside the stone cavern, Su Yu swept his gaze around. Several inextinguishable oil lamps hung on the walls. These were crafted from the fat of deep-sea ferocious beasts capable of burning for 1,000 years without fading. Stepping deeper inside, Su Yu glanced at the skeletal remains seated at the highest point. It was unclear how long these remains had existed, but indestructible matter still flowed within the bones, causing the entire skeleton to emit a resplendent golden luster. Since I have accepted your martial legacy, rest in peace here. Su Ye's gaze was utterly devoid of emotion as he gently raised his palm and grasped toward the skeleton through the... With his other hand he swept toward the ground, and a deep pit appeared. After completing this, Su Yu cast a cold glance at the skeleton and said with a faint smile, "Senior, still not planning to show yourself?" His voice echoed through the hollow stone cavern. After a moment, a faint ethereal voice resounded, as if responding to Su Ye's call. "Sigh, I never expected that Ainan Xiongfeng would meet my end here." A feeble, icy voice carried resentment and frustration. Then the skeleton that Su Yu had grasped through the air trembled several times, and a phantom figure materialized. A haggard, stooped, illusory spiritual entity appeared out of thin air. He was the owner of the skeleton. Once a mighty martial saint, he was now reduced to a mere wisp of a soul, barely clinging to existence. He had also realized that the other party had no intention of letting him live. Su Yu, disguised as a middle-aged man, smiled faintly and said, "You've occupied the saint's seat for far too long. It's time to yield it." The position of martial saint was not something one could attain simply by reaching the requisite cultivation realm. There were constraints. Only those acknowledged by the world's will could become martial saints. Each martial saint could only relinquish the saint's seat upon their death and the complete dissolution of their soul. Only then could 9th grade perfected grandmasters break through to become martial saints. Otherwise, even the most exceptionally gifted individual having walked the 9th grade origin path to 999 meters would still be unable to surmount the final 0.1 meter to achieve martial sainthood. Such was the restriction. According to descriptions later in the original text, Blue Star could accommodate at least 99 martial saints and 1 martial. Yet the current reality was that Blue Star had only 36 martial saints. Thus, in obscure corners, the spiritual entities of 63 other martial saints still lingered in the world. Some were martial saints, spiritual entities who had fallen into an eternal slumber after great battles. Others were those nearing their end, but unwilling to die. This skeleton belonged to the unwilling to die, unwilling to make sacrifices, and even more unwilling to yield the saint's seat. They left behind ruins and inheritances waiting for a suitable physical body to enter so they could seize it. Although they could recover the saint's seat after possession, they would become only the lowest rank of martial saints. Some exceptionally powerful ninth-grade origin martial artists could even fight them to a standstill. In the original plot, after Chu Feng and Han Shuang entered this place, the martial saint's spiritual entity appeared, claiming he would impart the martial saint's martial legacy. In reality, his intent was to possess them. However, due to his extremely weakened soul, he was ultimately slain by the chosen one, whose spiritual power far surpassed that of his peers. Thus the inheritance was obtained. Hearing Su Ye's casual remark, the martial saint named Nan Xiongfeng grew agitated and lost his composure, sneering, Yield it. Do you know the immense effort I expended to become a martial saint? Yet no sooner had I achieved martial sainthood than I was gravely wounded by a powerhouse from an alien race, and within 3 years my end was nigh. I haven't had my fill of life. I had only just become a martial saint. Why should I die so ignominiously? Do you know how hard I struggled to reach this point? I guarded that old fossil for a full 400 years before he finally died. I killed so many. I paid a bloody price to become a martial saint. And then the very moment I achieved it, I was ambushed and killed by the alien race. How can I accept that? Nan Xiongfeng's spiritual entity rippled as he roared at Su Yu, venting his pent-up grievances. Facing his accusations, Su Yu remained utterly, "What is that to me?" A single dismissive remark instantly stifled Nan Xiongfeng's urge to continue his outburst. Meeting Su Ye's sharp, indifferent gaze, the martial saint realized that the other man's eyes held not a shred of sympathy for his plight. Humph. Words are useless. Since you refuse to let me go, I won't let you off easy either. A look of grim determination appeared in Nan Xiongfeng's eyes. He knew the man standing before him was a ninth-grade perfected grandmaster. Thus he chose to self-destruct. Even though his spiritual entity's power was less than 1% of its prime, detonating his origin path would surely gravely wound his opponent. Hey, you want my saint seat? Then you'll have to pay the price. Nan Xiongfeng laughed maniacally, and then resolutely chose to self-destruct. Behind him, a phantom path flickered into view. At its end, the origin path began to shatter piece by piece. The aura of his spiritual entity also swelled gradually. If he succeeded in shattering this 1,000-meter origin path, even a martial saint would be injured. This was his final resort. It was also a mutual destruction tactic. Since the other party refused to spare him, he would drag them down with him. Die with me. Nan Xiongfeng roared like a madman. Faced with his impending self-destruction, Su Yu remained utterly unperturbed, calmly watching as the other's origin path crumbled. Seeing his composure, Nan Xiongfeng suddenly sensed a foreboding. And indeed, just as his origin path had burned down to its final meter, Su Yu made his move. Under the martial saint's horrified gaze, Su Yu formed hand seals, and a surge of origin power radiating ceiling fluctuations erupted. In the blink of an eye, Nan Xiongfeng's self-destruction, which had reached its limit, came to an abrupt halt. The space around him began to collapse and compress. Feeling this power, Nan Xiongfeng's expression was one of utter shock as he stammered, "This is the origin seal. How can you know this technique? You are from the Su clan." Su Yu replied with a smile, "Correct. As a reward you get to live. For now, your greatest value is to make way for my father." Su Yu did not choose to kill him immediately. Instead, he used his temporary 9th-grade perfected grandmaster cultivation to seal the other. For Chu Feng and the others, perhaps the greatest fortune here was the heaven-grade martial skill and earth-grade high-tier technique. But for him, the greatest fortune here was the ability to create a second martial saint for the Su clan. Boom. As the space was completely severed, Nan Xiongfeng's spiritual entity instantly solidified, ultimately transforming into a transparent cube the size of a Rubik's Cube. The transparent cube solidified completely. Su Yu raised his hand and grasped the block containing the saint seed opportunity. This gift I imagine my so-called cheap father will be quite fond of, won't he? Toying with the Rubik's Cube formed from solidified space, Su Yu swept his gaze across the skeleton that, having lost its spiritual entity, was now devoid of any indestructible substance. Su Yu casually waved his hand, tossing the remains into the pit to bury them. After all, he had taken the man's life and saintly seat, so granting him a burial ground in death was only reasonable. He was not like Chu Feng and Han Shuang, who would smash the marrow out of their victims' bones after killing them. In contrast, Su Yu was even somewhat moved. How benevolent was he to even bury them? With the greatest fortune secured in his possession, he then pulled out the 2 stone steels from the cave and stored them in his spatial ring. Deprived of the spiritual force's attachment, the steel's resistance was not strong. Thus Su Yu collected them with ease. Having done all this, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting the child of destiny's fortune. Rewards: star level weapon, heaven-burying blade, 2/0 villain points, realm enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully causing the rift between master and disciple. Rewards: 2/0 villain points, star level martial art, burial life blade, art, star level cultivation, method, human sovereign scripture. Heaven-Burying Blade, a star-level weapon once wielded by a latest-stage, star-shattering realm powerhouse, whose whereabouts became unknown after his death. Burial Life Blade Art, a star-level martial art exclusive to the star-shattering realm. It comprises 3 forms: bury the earth, bury the heavens, and bury all living beings. Human sovereign scripture. Cultivating this method allows one to condense the aura of a human sovereign and tread the path of a human emperor. Upon gathering the will of all beings and stepping into the path of origin, the higher the faith of the masses, the stronger the realm, allowing one to break through the planetary limit to the star-shattering realm. After seeing the system's description, Su Yes' spirits lifted entirely. The Heaven-Burying Blade Art and the Heaven-Burying Blade were a perfect match. From this perspective, he had gained another trump card for survival. A star-level martial art was incredibly tempting to Su Yu now. He had previously slain an 8th-rank warrior with a single stroke of his Void Blade Art. It was simply too formidable. Now with a matching martial art and weapon, it was no exaggeration to say he was like a tiger with wings. This trip was incredibly worthwhile. Su Yes' eyes narrowed into a smile. From the upturned corners of his mouth, it was easy to tell he was immensely pleased. Not only had he caused a rift between the protagonist and his master, but he had also obtained a saintly seat qualification and received exceedingly generous rewards. It was well worth using a 9th-rank experience card. Worth it. I hope that stupid bitch Han Shuang pushes Chu Feng to the brink of collapse. Only then will my spuro-thement decision to spare her wretched life not be in vain. So you couldn't help but muse. Yes, the reason Han Shuang was still alive was that he had held back. He had suddenly taken an interest in watching Chu Feng's utter ruin. A charge of betraying his master would be more than enough to trouble him. Ideally, master and disciple would slaughter each other. Given that Chu Feng was the child of destiny, after enduring so much oppression, his realm would surely advance swiftly. Even if his realm didn't rise, his combat power would definitely be pulled above the 7th rank. And by severing Han Shuang's arm, he had indirectly damaged her indestructible substance, while also permanently erasing 80% of her vitality. Han Shuang was now no different from a cripple. Even after recovering, she would only have the combat power of a mid to late 7th rank warrior. This is a grand gift I prepared for that little fat pig. I hope he won't be ungrateful and will at least put on a good show for me. So you said with a chuckle, although it was a bit cruel. He enjoyed toying with human nature. Ha! Ding. Mission: alter the original plot and kill the child of destiny Chu Feng. Current progress, 23. Congratulations, host. Reward 1800 villain points. How satisfying. Hearing the system's reward prompts ring out one after another, Su Yes' mood was far too cheerful. He was drawing closer to his goal of building a martial saint family. His ambition was far greater than that. Since he intended to be a great villain who reigns over the myriad realms, he naturally had to forge the power behind him. He looked down on the martial saint seat in his hand. He also rejected the human sovereign scripture rewarded by the system. Once he reached the 9th rank and cultivated his own origin path, he would obtain a brand new martial saint seat. He had no intention of being restricted by Blue Star. As for the human sovereign scripture, although it allowed cultivation to the star-shattering realm through faith power, he still refused it. This cultivation method had too many limitations. Once cultivated, one's entire being was completely bound to humanity, requiring one to be a benevolent emperor to advance. It was not suitable for him. However, he considered giving it to his cheap father. With his reputation and prestige in the military, he would likely rapidly advance in strength after breaking through to the mark. Moreover, by cultivating the human sovereign scripture, one could achieve sainthood independently, without needing the world's will to grant a saintly seat. Thus, the saintly seat in his hand could be used to create another martial saint. Su Yu stroked his chin, the light in his eyes growing brighter, and murmured, "It seems that within a month the Su family can produce 2 martial saints simultaneously. 3 saints in one clan. This family would barely be enough to protect him." It wasn't that Su Yu was belittling himself, but he was destined not to hide, and he didn't want to conceal things either. 1 martial saint couldn't deter those petty troublemakers. So 3 would do. Then no matter how much trouble he stirred up, he wouldn't fear being targeted. Want to bully him? He'll bring 3 martial saints to your door personally. I ask you, wouldn't you panic? Thinking this, Su Yu nodded with satisfaction. A huge profit. Once the matter at First City is settled, I'll head to the front line, where my Su family is stationed, to find my cheap father and assist him in becoming a saint. I just got another realm card. They'll push my realm to the peak of the 7th rank of martial arts, then break through to the 8th rank during that battle. By the end of the campaign, Chu Feng should have found those confidants by then, along with that ruin. Once I've extracted the maximum value from them, after Chu Feng has bounced around for so long, it's time for him to die. After clarifying his next steps, Su Yu hesitated no longer. He turned and left the martial saint's relic. Upon reaching the outside, Su Yu soared into the air. Hovering midair, he glanced back at the unremarkable small mountain peak. Rumble. Su Yu pressed his palm downward, and instantly the entire mountain peak began to crumble and collapse, dust flying everywhere. In the end, this martial saint relic, hidden for centuries, was reduced to a small mound. Before leaving, Su Yu did another good deed. He used the mountain to erect a grave for this unfortunate martial saint. This brought Su Yu another moment of self-gratification. After all, it was a virtuous act. For a villain like him to do good deeds was indeed somewhat heinous. Having done all this, Su Yu gazed into the distance. He cast a glance at Han Shuang, who was sitting cross-legged recovering from her injuries, and a strange smile curled at the corner. This final act. Let you pull open the prologue. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Yu looked up at the sky. Seeing the fluctuations of ongoing battles, he furrowed his brows slightly. Forget it. He had been unable to destroy Neon in his past life. But in this life, he would arrive with a majestic presence and lead the 3 Su family saints to slaughter them. While I still have my 9th rank realm. As his words fell, Su Yu's figure suddenly shot forward. The terrifying demonic aura that made others pale in fear was not concealed in the slightest, sweeping across a radius of 100 miles. I'll first behead this Kamiyo Asakura as a sacrifice to the heavens. The sky was growing dark. At this moment, tens of thousands of meters above the first city, dozens of 8th rank and 3 early to mid 9th rank martial artists were in dire straits. Under their hostile gazes, a 9th rank great perfection powerhouse stood opposite them, his aura utterly undisturbed. The general of the Neon country, Kamiyo Asakura. This man was the most promising candidate in the Kamiyo clan to inherit the next martial saint. The Neon country had a martial saint also from the Kamiyo clan. Thus, when that Kamiyo clan martial saint reached the end of his lifespan, barring unforeseen circumstances, Kamiyo Asakura was destined to be the next martial saint. His combat prowess was unmatched, and he had tread 800 meters along the path of origin. Empowered by the path of origin, he could single-handedly face all before him without faltering. If prolonged, he could slay them one by one. Kamiyo Asakura wore a sneer, looking at Yang Jun and the others mockingly, saying, "What is this, all the strength you have?" Yang Jun's face darkened and he roared, "Kamiyo Asakura, aren't you afraid that our Dragon Kingdom's martial saint and 9th rank great perfection experts will come to commit such betrayal against humanity? The entire Blue Star cannot tolerate you." Heh, Kamiyo Asakura dismissed with disdain. "Then guess why I dared to strike. Why after all this time haven't your Dragon Kingdom martial saint and the martial saints of other nations come?" He dared to reveal himself, naturally having made thorough preparations. The alien races had simultaneously instigated riots, entangling humanity's steps and preventing them from rushing to reinforce this place, all to buy him time. He intended to slaughter the entire first city, including this generation's prodigies. As long as he killed them, his mission would be complete. In the time to come, he only needed to withdraw and then arrange for all their countrymen to transfer to the otherworldly battlefield. Hearing this answer, Yang Jun's heart sank heavily. It seemed this brutal battle was unavoidable today. If no reinforcements came, everyone present would die here. Damn it, the people of the Neon country are truly as bottomless as ever. Even after 1,000 years, old habits die hard. In the past, slaughtering humanity could be understood as fighting for territory, but now they dare to openly betray. We should have slaughtered the Neon country's people back then. Behind Yangjin, experts from other nations broke into loud curses. They too were enraged. Though in the past they had plundered and killed for resources, facing the survival of their race, all nations had set aside their grudges and united on the otherworldly battlefield to resist the alien invasion. They had barely managed to gain the strength to stand against the alien races. Yet this hard-won advantage was utterly destroyed by the Neon country and the Black Fae. Every expert regretted in their hearts. Why hadn't they united to kill the 2 martial saints from the Neon country and the Black Fae who had attained sainthood? If they had killed them, those nations wouldn't have a single martial saint, and even if they betrayed, the impact would be minimal. But now 2 martial saints had directly defected. This was an excruciating pain for humanity. Kamiyo Asakura listened to the curses, his face clearly disdainful, and said arrogantly, "If not for my Neon country starting late, would you have the status you have today? Since you ostracized my Neon country, we naturally side with the stronger side." With that, he raised his arm. Under everyone's gaze, what was originally a normal human arm gradually swelled, eventually transforming into a bloody beast's claw. Kamiyo Asakura gazed at his mutated arm, a look of intoxication in his eyes. "A bunch of fools, what do you know of the power of the strong?" Rip! As his words fell, the mutated beast claw slammed down fiercely. In an instant, claw marks brimming with overwhelming blood energy tore through space, attacking Yang Jun and the others. A single terrifying claw, if it struck a 10th-meter mountain, would not hold for even a moment before being shattered into pieces. Even with dozens of them joining forces, they dared not resist this blow. Their expressions shifted drastically as they mobilized all their blood energy and destructive power to resist. Yang Jun and the other 3 9th-rank grandmasters linked to their respective paths of origin, drawing origin power to amplify their blood energy and combat strength. "Hold on!" Yang Jun roared, his eyes bloodshot. Facing a casual strike from Kamiyo Asakura, they had to exert their full strength and join forces just to barely. Pathetic. Kamiyo Asakura sneered at the sight and struck down with another claw. This time Yang Jun and the others could no longer hold on, spitting blood as they flew back several miles before barely stabilizing. Their auras were utterly depleted. They stared at Kamiyo Asakura in horror, the shock in their eyes impossible to conceal. The battle range of 9th-rank grandmasters was immense. Within a radius of several thousand meters, all space shattered, revealing the void. The fractured space healed only to collapse again. Too strong. This was a completely one-sided battle. A ninth-rank grandmaster could shatter space with a casual strike, summon an indestructible golden body, and use origin power to amplify it. Even a light palm strike could blast a kilometer-deep crater into the ground. The claim that a single palm strike could reduce a major city of millions to nothing was no joke. The power unleashed by a ninth-rank grandmaster's attack was no less than a magnitude 9 earthquake. I've had my fun. Now it's time to kill you and then slaughter the first city. Only then will my mission be complete. Kamiyo Asakura teleported to within 100 meters of them, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Licking his lips, he said cruelly, "You should be grateful that you caused my neon country to lose a batch of geniuses." Yang Jun and the others looked utterly grim. None of them had the strength to fight any longer. Even the ninth ranks were now severely wounded. Yang Jun's gaze burned with immense unwillingness and deep hatred. He said harshly, "Kamiyo Asakura, don't be smug. If you dare kill so many of humanity's prodigies, your neon country will face extinction." Ha ha ha, extinction. Kamiyo Asakura burst into wild laughter at this. He said arrogantly, "Then let's see who gets exterminated first. But you won't live to see that day. All of you die." With that, Kamiyo Asakura exploded with power. A several hundred metal martial golden bodies stepped onto the void. The golden boat's right arm was eerily strange blood red and exuding a cursed aura. Crack, crack. The right arm's claws pierced the void, the bizarre blood energy shattering space, and an immense claw descended upon Yang Jun and the experts from all nations. The terrifying, eerie blood energy that made countless trembles spread across the sky, nearly turning into a sea of blood that swallowed space. It's over. Yang Jun and the others looked up at the blood-red giant claw above, their expressions filled with despair and hopelessness. This time they were truly doomed. Kamiyo Asakura's strike had shattered their will to resist. Seeing the despair in their eyes, Kamiyo Asakura's madness grew even more intense. Perfect blood meals. So many 8th ranks and 4 9th ranks. If he devoured them all, his path of origin would surely reach 999 meters. Only one step away from becoming a martial saint. Haha, become my blood meal, Kamiyo Asakura's. Kamiyo Asakura's expression was nearly in his excitement, trembling gaze suddenly, bang. A blade light wrapped in overwhelming demonic energy tore through space and struck the sky, covering blood-red giant claw. In the crowd's despairing and stunned expressions, the demonic blade light illuminated each face. Then a voice like a demon god from the 9 hells resounded across the heavens. How dare a beast from the neon country make such noise? This eerie demonic voice echoed in everyone's ears, drawing all gazes upward. There, a middle-aged man in a black robe wreathed in demonic aura stood suspended in the void. Wherever his presence reached, space itself trembled, as if unable to withstand his pressure and on the verge of collapse. The dense demonic aura suffocated the crowd, their very bloodlines seemingly suppressed by this man. Even Kamishiro Asakura at his peak felt a faint elusive pressure. His martial instincts told him that this man had locked onto him. Moreover, the opponent's strength was far beyond his own. "Who are you?" Kamishiro Asakura raised his head, his colossal martial golden body, pointing a blood-red claw at Tsuyu, bellowing. The enemy was formidable. So much so that his spiritual energy issued frantic warnings. Even this massive golden body trembled imperceptibly under the oppression of the demonic aura. "A beast dares to point its claw at me." The refined demonic middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. The black blade, swirling with demonic energy, swept lightly. Up. To the stunned gazes of the crowd, the formidable claw of Kamishiro Asakura's golden body was severed with a single strike. At the wound, immortal substance flowed wildly, but could not reconverge. "Who exactly are you?" Kamishiro Asakura, sensing his wound's condition, was seized by terror. As a 9th-rank martial artist at the great perfection, having traversed 851 meters on his origin path, he should in theory be unkillable by anyone below a martial saint. Yet he was wounded by a mysterious powerhouse at the 9th-rank perfection. Even when he mobilized his origin power, the immortal substance could not heal the wound. Impossible. Yang Jun and the others were shaken to their core. A non-martial saint had severed the claw of an origin path martial artist, and the latter could not heal. This was utterly baffling. After all, at the 9th rank, one could no longer be called mortal. At this stage, even a single piece of flesh and blood could regenerate the entire body, let alone healing such a minor injury. The refined middle-aged man's eyes flickered with killing intent as he said indifferently, "You talk too much." As the words fell, a blade of light flashed. My chin." A scream rang out as the chin of Kamishiro Asakura's golden body was neatly sliced off. Divine immortal substance dripped continuously, yet the wound remained eerily unhealable. The colossal golden body writhed in the air, causing the surrounding space to ripple, void fissures appearing and vanishing one after another. This man was utterly uncanny. There was no fluctuation of blood essence, only a discomforting surge of demonic aura. Under such suffocating pressure, Yang Jun and the others held their breath, daring not to move. How terrifying! This strangeness was even more horrifying than facing a martial saint. In that moment, Kamishiro Asakura felt the breath of death creeping closer. "Senior, spare my worthless life. I will offer all my treasures to you. I am willing to be your slave." As the embodiment of cunning and treachery, Kamishiro Asakura chose to beg for mercy without hesitation, even offering servitude. This was utterly astonishing to the onlookers. The once arrogant and domineering Kamishiro Asakura now knelt in the void like a dog. Kamishiro Asakura's golden body raised its remaining left hand high above its head, presenting a storage ring on its palm, as if offering a treasure. Tsuyu watched him calmly. With a wave of his hand, the storage ring flew into his grasp. He clenched it lightly, and his formidable spiritual energy invaded the ring, effortlessly breaking the barrier Kamishiro Asakura had set. Boom. The colossal golden body shuddered violently. In that instant, Kamishiro Asakura realized just how terrifying the black-robed middle-aged man before him. His spiritual energy might even surpass that of a martial saint. Otherwise, how could he instantly shatter his soul barrier? He knelt on the ground, trembling, all his former arrogance extinguished. Senior, I am willing to offer my soul imprint for your enslavement. Please spare my worthless life. Kamishiro Asakura's tone was sycophantic. He was like a dog showcasing its loyalty. However, in response to his sincerity, a glint of mockery flickered in Tsuyo's pitch-black, demonic eyes. As expected, no matter the parallel world, the people of Neon are as shameless as ever. Their loyalty is worthless. When weak, they grovel at the feet of the strong, who once given the chance to rise, this vicious hound will immediately turn and bite its master. This is the nauseating racial trait etched into their bloodline. Your sincerity is quite substantial, Tsuyu nodded coldly. Hearing this, a flicker of joy along with a bloodthirsty killing intent flashed in Kamishiro Asakura's eyes. The opponent's blood essence was too special. His new bloodline craved to devour it. If he could consume this unique blood essence and origin path, he might instantly become a martial saint. As for being branded a slave, his new bloodline possessed another special ability. It could obliterate any soul imprint. All he needed was an opportunity. Then he could devour this tempting blood meal. With this thought, a flicker of excitement and cruelty passed through his eyes, which were lowered nearly to his crotch. From the top of the golden Buddha's head, a wisp of soul emerged. Kamishiro Asakura said reverently, Senior, this is my soul imprint. Please brand your sloth. However, before Kamishiro Asakura could finish his last word, a cataclysmic demonic aura erupted. Space trembled and shattered. All living beings within 100 li sensed it, looking up at the sky simultaneously. They felt their souls quiver, their eyes filled with awe. Their bodies might merely tremble, but their souls felt an impulse to submit. Heavenfall. The next second, the entire sky changed color, darkness descended, and demonic aura shrouded the heavens. This sensation made Kamishiro Asakura feel as if the sky itself was falling. Before his eyes, a gate to hell seemed to open, from which countless nauseating, terrifying demons crawled out, presenting a scene of utter hell. Under Kamishiro Asakura's despairing gaze, the space before him completely collapsed, countless spatial forces shredding his golden body into fragments. No. His eyes burned with intense resentment and disbelief. A cry of unwillingness echoed. Behind the golden body, which had turned into golden dust, his origin path, complete. Boom. The immortal golden body exploded, the origin path shattered. The lament of the path resounded in the minds of all 9th rank origin path powerhouses on blue. Whether in seclusion or in battle, every 9th rank origin path expert opened their eyes in shock. A 9th rank martial origin path expert had fallen. Yang Jun and the others stood dumbfounded, their minds blank. An origin path powerhouse was dead. Like a chicken, slain with a single blade. The immortal substance, the origin path. All extinguished, especially since this man was not a martial saint. Kamishiro Asakura, a 9th rank martial artist at the great perfection, with an 851-meter origin path. Dead. As everyone recovered, they looked at the black-robed, middle-aged man above with deep reverence and fear. In that moment, only one phrase came to everyone's mind, a peerless figure. Though not yet a martial saint, he slew a 9th rank grandmaster of the origin Dao. Such talent is truly unparalleled, a peerless genius no less. Without attaining the saint realm, slaying an origin realm martial artist of the same rank is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Yet the refined middle-aged man before them had done so, and with the ease of slaughtering a chicken. General Yang Jun and General Mike held their breath, their eyes burning with awe as they gazed at Tsuyu. Too powerful. And yet, when they noticed Tsuyu's gaze sweeping over them, their breaths caught in their throats, fearing that he might be displeased and slay them as well. After all, the man's origin aura was utterly different from theirs. His blood chi blazed like a scorching sun, incinerating all gloom. Yet they sensed no blazing blood chi from him, only a chilling dread that seeped from the depths of the soul. Demonic chi coiled around his body, but there was no hint of malice. After recovering a bit, Yang Jun cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Thank you for your assistance, Senior. May I ask your name?" Tsuyu glanced at Yang Jun and said indifferently, "There's no need to know." Yang Jun was left speechless but tactful enough not to press further. "Very well, Senior." No sooner had Yang Jun spoken than he saw the middle-aged man tear open space and step inside. At the sight, Yang Jun and the others were stunned, their eyes nearly popping out. To wield spatial power without being a martial saint, this man was even stronger than they had imagined. Yang Jun took a deep breath, then looked at the exhausted commanders from various nations and cities and said with a wry smile, "Let's go too. This battle is over." Let's return and report to the Martial Saint and discuss when to begin the campaign against Neon and Blackfi. As he spoke, flames of hatred gathered in everyone's eyes. Those who betrayed humanity, they would never be forgiven. They would not rest until Neon and Blackfi were wiped out root and branch. Outside the first city, Suyu landed silently in the forest. After deactivating the experience card, his cultivation level returned to the middle stage of the 7th rank. This was his true realm. However, he could no longer be judged by ordinary standards. His blood chi reserves far exceeded those of his peers, and his spiritual power cultivated through a special method was likewise superior. Even 8th rank golden body martial artists could not match his spiritual intensity. He tore off the red dust mask, revealing his original appearance and build. Who? Suyu stood there exhaling a turbid breath. A hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes as he clenched his fist and murmured, "The power of a true expert really feels great. But why am I so familiar with the technique and demonic chi of this 9th rank experience card?" When using it, he had a strange feeling. It felt as if this technique was created for him, perfectly attuned to his physique. A truly wondrous sensation. After pondering for a while, Suyu shook his head and chuckled. Let's not think about it too much. He'll go back to the city, finish up here, and then head to the 5th city to hand over what I have to my cheap father. Right now, he had a martial saint position ready to be claimed, as well as the human emperor scripture. Suyu would never cultivate that scripture himself, he would only give it to Su Long. Su Long was at the peak of the 9th rank in martial arts, and he had also walked his own origin Dao, even advancing it to 900 meters. At his stage, he only needed one opportunity to break through to martial saint. Without a martial saint Dao fruit, he would be stuck at the 9th rank forever. But now it was different. Suyu had a martial saint Dao fruit, and the human emperor scripture, which could directly create 2 martial saints. With Su Long's influence in the 5th city, he might even break through to martial saint in one go. At this thought, Suyu's mood brightened. Although he had only experienced the peak 9th rank cultivation for a day, it was enough. If he hadn't had that experience, he might have considered cultivating the human emperor scripture. But now he no longer wanted that. The 9 nether demonic chi from the experience card was more suitable for him, and he was determined to obtain that technique. Back to the city. Having made up his mind, Suyu grabbed a neon demon and flew toward the first city. This was a neon spy he had captured when he left the city. He had knocked him out and thrown him out of the city to create a cover for his return. Entering the city, Suyu returned to the Martial Arts University exchange arena. At that moment, the geniuses from various cities were sitting in their designated areas, meditating and cultivating, draining the arena of all its ambient energy. They were all holding in their frustration. Since they couldn't fight, they decided to compete to see which faction could absorb the most ambient energy. Suyu paid no attention to this. Arriving at the 9th city's area, Suyu immediately spotted Chu Feng sitting in the corner with Lin Panxi chatting softly with her without a change in expression. A faint smile curved at the corner of Suyu's mouth. It seems little fatty doesn't care much about his teacher. Seeing you like this, I'm relieved. Otherwise, that foolish woman Han Shuang would have gotten off scot-free. Seeing Suyu return, Fong Ting immediately rushed over and called out, "Young Master Su, did you capture a spy?" He glanced at the neon demon being dragged by Suyu and curled his lips in disgust. Suyu nodded slightly, casually tossed the demon aside, and asked, "How is it? No one got hurt, right?" Hearing this, Fong Ting grew excited. "No, young Master Su, you have no idea. These neon demons are damn tough. Some have modified legs, some have modified arms, and some have even replaced their entire skin with alien parts. They're damn tenacious. With so many of us, including several 7th rank experts, we still had to beat them for half an hour to finish them off." As he spoke, a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. What a damn loss. Should have stomped them a few more times. Seeing his regret, Suyu couldn't help but laugh, then said meaningfully, "Don't worry. Soon enough you'll have your fun." Huh, are we going to war with Neon? But Neon's garrison is at the 31st city, while the Su family's territory is in the 5th and 9th cities. That's quite a distance. Entering the rest area, Suyu nodded to Yi Qing and a few others from the various clans as a greeting. As for those who came with Chu Feng, well, he had long said that whoever chose a side should not regret their choice. Even if they died at his feet in the future, he would not spare them a single glance. Suyu returned to his seat. Just as he nodded in greeting to the stunning aloof girl from the 8th city, a voice that sounded both proud and somewhat embarrassed suddenly rang out. "Suyu, let me handle this, Neon. I haven't earned any merit this time. You've already stolen the spotlight enough. Let me take this one to report. If you give me this credit, I can forgive you. How about that? Let's make up." As soon as she said this, everyone from the 9th and 8th cities turned to look. When they saw who had spoken, everyone's eyes turned strange and puzzled. Suyu stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at Lin Panxi, whose pretty face was filled with a sense of entitlement. At that moment, Suyu suddenly smiled. She really was just like those fairies from his past life who would secretly take their boyfriend's hard-saved betrothal money to buy concert tickets. Smack. Lin Panxi, can't you understand human speech, or are you just looking for attention? I've said get lost many times. I'm tired of repeating it. Understand. As he gazed upon Lin Panxi, whose face bore a mix of pride and shyness, Suyu's eyes remained utterly indifferent. Raising his hand, he delivered a resounding slap across her face. He had endured this insufferable female lead for far too long. A truly brainless heroine, utterly oblivious to the situation, still believing herself to be the object of the original protagonist's fawning adoration. Ridiculous. Even after being struck so many times, she still hadn't learned her lesson. She was exactly like those entitled women he had seen in the real world. The moment the simp struck it rich, they'd pull him out of the blacklist and shamelessly demand he take responsibility. Responsibility for what? It was utterly pathetic. If not for the fact that her presence beside Chu Feng could provoke him, Su Yu would have long since killed her. Su Ye's eyes turned icy, a murderous glint flashing within them as he said coldly, "I don't want to hit women, but you brainless fool practically begged me to slap you." Whoosh. He mustn't act rashly. The urge to kill had surged within him, nearly making him crush her skull with a single palm strike. "Su Yu will fucking kill you for hitting." At that moment, a roar of extreme fury echoed across the scene. Everyone turned to see Chu Feng, now consumed by rage, his eyes bloodshot, and his aura spiraling out of control. Chu Feng unleashed his full blood vitality, his combat power surging. At the peak of the 5th rank late stage, he forcibly displayed strength that even 7th rank experts would find alarming. Crack. Before he could even move, a faint sound came from within Chu Feng's body. Then the violent blood vitality around him suddenly converged, and moments later, an even denser surge of power erupted from within. 6th rank. The crowd was astonished. A breakthrough in the midst of battle, and so swift without any turmoil. Reaching the peak of the realm immediately upon breakthrough. Didn't he need to stabilize his blood vitality? Fang Ting's expression turned grave as he barked, "Chu Feng, do you realize what you're doing? This is against the rules." As a 6th rank peak expert, his strength was unquestionable. As the top prodigy of the military academy, Fang Ting, with his 6th rank peak combat power, had once challenged a 7th rank initial instructor, and though defeated had managed to. Possessing 7th rank combat strength, he now sensed a threat from Chu Feng, who had just broken through to the 6th rank initial stage. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. What rules? With the generals absent, and the exchange unable to proceed, what harm is there in a spar between us? His heart was overflowing with unvented rage. His master had died saving him, and he had gained nothing, fleeing back like a beaten. He had suffered countless humiliations at Su Ye's hands before, and now Su Yu had struck his beloved's face. As images of shame and fury flashed through his mind, Chu Feng roared, "Su Yu, today, I will make you pay. For hitting Panxi, I'll make you kneel and apologize." So what if Su Yu was a 7th rank mythstage? So what if he was a heavenly soul grandmaster? Was he truly inferior to Su Yu? With the 24-hour automatic cultivation device, his techniques and martial skills would reach perfection even without active practice. By simultaneously comprehending, a single day of cultivation equaled several for others. And he harbored a greatest secret: his meridians and dantian were twice as wide as others, allowing him to store more and purer blood vitality. The later the stage, the stronger the power he could unleash. Like now. Kneel. Chu Feng vanished from his spot, leaving a trail of afterimages around Su Yu, making it impossible to discern truth from illusion. Raging wave fist. The next second, the afterimages dissipated, and a sea blue light enveloped Chu Feng's fist. As it descended, the fist's force broke through several times the speed of sound, shattering the air itself. Had this strike been aimed at 6th rank, or even early 7th rank grandmaster warriors, few would dare to receive it. This was evident from the expressions on the onlookers' faces. This Chu Feng is quite skilled, unleashing such combat power across ranks. No wonder he became the top scorer of the 9th city's trials at the 5th rank late stage. Now at 6th rank, I feel he hasn't even used his full strength with this strike. Indeed, it's so powerful that even space is. If he had more time to stabilize his cultivation, he might even tear space and unleash true 7th rank power, don't you think? True, but I find him rather laughable. Why? As they chattered, though, they looked down on lower-ranked warriors. Strength reigned supreme. Since Chu Feng could display combat power that threatened even them, they would treat him as an equal prodigy. But overreaching. That was sheer foolishness. Facing Chu Feng's attack, Su Yu felt only boredom. Why are all of you so pathetic? Slap. Another crisp, resounding slap. With this strike, Su Yu knocked out several of Chu Feng's teeth. Boom. The once furious and battle-ready Chu Feng now lay collapsed at Su Ye's feet, the force of the blow immense. Several floor tiles were shattered. How is this possible? Chu Feng's mind went blank. Strength. How could the gap still be so vast? Back at Jingwu, when he challenged Su Yu, he had at least forced him to use weapons and techniques. Why now? Could he not withstand even a single slap to the face? Before he could fathom the reason, a searing pain shot through his head. Su Yu, what are you doing? Chu Feng snapped back to reality, only to see Su Yu stepping on his head. He thrashed wildly, trying to break free. But no matter how he struggled, Su Ye's foot clamped down like iron pincers. Let me go. They'll fucking kill you. Chu Feng roared, his voice laced with terror, confusion, and trembling. He, who sought to prove his path through invincibility, was now trampled underfoot. This sight stunned every prodigy present. Such humiliation. It might very well break Chu Feng. Lin Panxi, who had been slapped, watched dumbfounded, her heart clenching, as she saw Chu Feng writhing beneath Su Ye's foot. Su Yu, let Chu Feng go. Lin Panxi charged, recklessly shrieking. If you have any grievance, take it out on me. Why humiliate him like this? He'll apologize to you, just let him go. Lin Panxi was on the verge of madness. She knew better than anyone the path Chu Feng sought to walk. The path of invincibility. Yet before he could even claim dominance over his peers, Suyu had trampled him. Would he ever recover? Lin Panxi tried to approach Suyu to pull him away, but before she could get within 3 meters, a burst of blood vitality sent her flying. A voice dripping with murderous intent echoed in her ears. Who do you think you are to question me? As Lin Panxi was sent flying by the blast of energy, her gaze momentarily met Suyu's eyes. When she saw the murderous intent within them, her entire body trembled. Her delicate face turned deathly pale, drained of all color. What terrifying eyes! She understood the meaning all too well, yet dared not believe that Suyu harbored such killing intent toward her. Though that flicker of murderous intent vanished swiftly, she still caught it. For the first time she felt how close death truly was. Had Suyu not restrained himself, perhaps she would have perished in that instant. Lin Panxi closed her eyes as her delicate frame crashed heavily to the ground. With a spurt of blood, she fell unconscious. Sierra. Chu Feng witnessed this scene, his eyes blazing with fury. Hearing his frantic voice, Suyu furrowed his brows, inexplicably disturbed and irritated. What was happening? Why had his killing intent suddenly surged so fiercely? Where had things gone wrong? With this thought, Suyu turned his gaze inward to examine his own condition. Soon a faint trace of crimson in his eyes dissipated. After completing this, clarity returned to Suyu's eyes. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, those neon bastards. He had nearly fallen into their trap. In the original text, the blood of alien races had the power to amplify one's lust for slaughter, which was why humanity always treaded so cautiously when battling them. He must have been contaminated when he had just recovered to the 7th rank and captured that 5th rank neon fiend. Damn it. Coming back to his senses, Suyu glanced at the child of destiny, Chu Feng, whom he had pinned beneath his foot. Still, it felt rather satisfying. Get lost. If you dare offend me again, I can't guarantee you'll keep your life. Suyu kicked Chu Feng hard in the abdomen, sending him flying far away. He had no mood to humiliate the protagonist now. After all, this fellow was still a plump little piggy. Apart from the 10-kill threshold, he still had 67 of the meat to harvest. Killing him so soon wouldn't do. Chu Feng, subjected to such humiliation, felt his indomitable heart of the invincible waver violently. Beneath his Dao heart, the faint cracks expanded once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully disturbing the child of destiny. Chu Feng's state of mind, causing violent fluctuations. Reward, 3,000 villain points. Green Spirit Pill, X1 bottle. Green Spirit Pill, a supreme healing elixir. A single pill can restore all injuries, including hidden ailments, for a martial saint. For those below the martial saint realm, it can revive anyone as long as they have a breath left. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully seizing the popularity of the child of destiny Chu Feng. Plot progress 2. Reward, 4,000 villain points. Method of forging the indestructible glazed golden body. Method of forging the indestructible glazed golden body. When forging the 8th rank golden body, one can use a special method to condense indestructible matter strengthening cells into indestructible cells. Combat power far exceeds that of peers at the same cultivation level. When the indestructible body reaches its peak, one can slay a 9th rank expert. Upon seeing the rewards from the system, Suyu was overwhelmed with boundless joy. Tisk TSK. Indeed, it was better to keep this little fat pig alive for a slow slaughter. Save it for the New Year's feast, so the meat would taste all the more delicious. His path of advancement would never lack the offerings from this little fat pig. Sigh. He was growing more and more eager to see what Chu Feng would accomplish next. Watching Chu Feng carry Lin Panxi back to the rest area to tend to her injuries, Suyu shook his head with a hint of regret. What a pity. Once he finished with the exchange tournament, he would have to leave and wouldn't be able to keep tabs on Chu Feng's movements. Still, Suyu wasn't worried that Chu Feng could stir up any trouble. As long as he remained stronger than him, Chu Feng would always be the little fat pig he kept pinned up. He only needed to wait until he himself broke through to the 9th rank, then subtly guide that fellow toward the Shattered Star Realm relic. By then it would be time to slaughter this little fat pig Chu Feng. Besides, he had left a grand gift for Chu Feng. With such a gift, if Chu Feng could still rally popularity, Suyu would have to admit defeat and call him impressive. The prodigies from the various martial universities waited until 9 o'clock in the evening. Only then did the sky resound with the whoosh of breaking air, followed by dozens of figures landing on the exchange tournament grounds. Their condition had improved somewhat. When Yang Zhen and the others returned, all the prodigies simultaneously opened their eyes, turning their gazes toward the observation deck. Dear students, I deeply apologize that some issues arose during this exchange tournament. After taking his seat, Yang Zhen spoke, first his face full of apology. Due to the pressing battlefront in various cities, this year's university exchange tournament is concluding early. Of course, the rewards will still be distributed. With such a major incident occurring, no city felt comfortable leaving their prodigies out in the open. They all chose to recall them. Naturally, since the rewards for the Global University Exchange Tournament were jointly funded by all cities, they didn't feel the sting of giving them out. It was akin to giving them to their own people. After delivering some official platitudes, Yang Zhen instructed the representatives from each city's martial university to line up, distributing the rewards one by one. When it came to the 9th city's turn, Yang Zhen gazed at Suyu with admiration and smiled. Student Su Yu truly worthy of being a descendant of the Su family, able to slay an 8th-rank golden body expert at such a young age. In time surpassing your father Su Long will be well within your reach. Yang Zhen was a member of the martial Saint Yang family and the younger brother of the current family head. He was a contemporary of Su Yes, so-called Father Su Long. Both were prodigies of their era. Of course, no matter how strong they were, they could not surpass the demigod Yi Tao, who was also of their generation. Su Yes' handsome and noble face broke into a smile. He chuckled lightly. Head General Yang flatters me. I merely inherited the family's glory. If I were too weak, I would only bring shame to the Su family. Yang Zhen nodded in agreement, sighing with feeling. Indeed, bearing the family's glory means shouldering greater responsibility. Alright, these are the rewards for the 9th City's university representatives. You may distribute them. Very well. With that, Yang Zhen departed. Having stood before Su Yu for so long, and observing him up close, he still failed to detect that Su Yu was the mysterious 9th-rank source powerhouse who had slain Pendant Asahiro. The Mortal Realm mask was incredibly effective, truly an essential tool for murder and plunder. Su Yu took the storage ring, turned to face the prodigies of the 9th City, where Chu Feng and Lin Panxi had also recovered. They had learned their lesson and dared not step forward to spout nonsense or accusations. With a clatter, Su Yu poured out all the rewards from the storage ring and began distributing the transcendent weapons. Each person received 1 grade transcendent alloy weapon. As for resources, there were 110 spirit stones for cultivation, exactly 10 per person. In addition, there was 1 Earth-grade low-level cultivation technique and 1 Earth-grade low-level martial skill. A total of 22 copies. After evenly dividing the resources, everyone expressed satisfaction. Of course, a hint of resentment lingered in many hearts. All because of Lin Panxi. A mere 5th-rank initial-stage martial artist who had contributed nothing had undeservedly received such a bounty of valuable items. This irked some prodigies from humble backgrounds. Of course, they kept silent for now, but when the fuse was lit in the future, it would spell Lin Panxi's doom. Everything distributed. Pack up your belongings. We're returning to the 9th City. After that, you'll be free to train as you wish. At this moment, Major General Qin Tua, his face still bearing wounds, approached and spoke with a heavy tone. Everyone nodded in unison. Seeing this, Major General Qin Tua wasted no time. Return to the city. The group arrived at the teleportation point. Qin Tua took an identity card from his storage ring and handed it to Su Yu, instructing him. Young Master Su, this is your pass. Keep it safe. Su Yu took the card and said with a grin, all right, General Qin. See you in 3 months. With that, Su Yu turned and walked toward the teleportation point for the 5th City. After some brief exchanges, he departed with the 5th City's representatives. Witnessing this, Fong Ting couldn't help but ask curiously, General Qin, why is young Master Su going to the 5th City? Stroking his crew cut, Qin Tua nodded slightly. To the front lines. A collective gasp. This revelation startled everyone. Going to the battlefield so early. They as university martial artists were required to train in the outer domain battlefield for a year before they could engage in actual combat. At the back of the formation, Chu Feng lowered his head, a flicker of venom flashing in his eyes. The front lines. Don't think you're the only one who can make a name for yourself. Just wait. When I reappear, that will be the day you Su Yu kneel before me. At the 5th City teleportation gate. The teleportation array gleamed with light, and over a dozen figures emerged from it. Stepping out of the hall, Su Yu clasped his hands toward the 5th City representative, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke with a composed demeanor. General Li, I appreciate you leading the way. Before the Martial Academy students of the 5th City stood a burly man with a long scar across his face, lending him an air of severity. Perhaps due to his cultivation technique, General Li stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, resembling a small giant. General Li waved his hand and said courteously, Young Master Su, you flatter me. The 5th City falls under the jurisdiction of Su Saint, and your father is our city's lord. Guiding you is my duty. General Li's cultivation was only at the mid-8th stage. Thus he was somewhat daunted by Su Yes blade that had slain the Black-Fi General Nesabi. Though Su Yu appeared to be only at the mid-7th stage, General Li already regarded him as a martial peer. Had Su Yu been merely a wastrel, his courtesy would not have been so generous. General Li turned to the martial prodigies he had brought and barked, return to the dormitories on your own. Tomorrow someone will assist you with your entry permits. Dismissed. Yes, sir. The prodigies stood ramrod straight with solemn expressions, acknowledged the order, and then jogged away in formation. Observing their uniforms, Su Yu realized that most of them were prodigies from military academies. Evidently the training system in the 5th City was far more rigorous. Young Master Su, let us go. After seeing off the military prodigies, General Li nodded, at Su Yu signaling that they could depart. Su Yu gave a slight nod and followed General Li as they left together. Since it was night, the streets of the 5th City were sparsely populated. Of course, this was largely due to the pressing frontline battles and the fierce offensives of the alien races, which had drawn most personnel to the front. On the extraterrestrial battlefield, all electrical and fuel-powered devices were rendered useless. Thus there were no tanks, cars, aircraft, or the like. It was more akin to a primitive society. The front line was thousands of miles from the city, and traversing such a distance on foot was exceedingly time-consuming. Due to the unique nature of the front, teleportation points could not be established. Fortunately, both men were highly advanced martial artists. Flying through the air to the front line took only 4 hours. In the early hours, Su Ye's vision caught an orange blaze approaching from afar. We've arrived. It was the firelight of the battlefield. The air was thick with smoke and the stench of burning. The moment he landed, Su Yu was assaulted by an intensely acrid odor. He understood what was happening. They were burning the corpses of their fallen comrades. The alien races could extract and devour the blood energy from the dead, and if allowed to feast on it, their power would surge to terrifying heights. Thus, to prevent the aliens from consuming human remains, they had no choice but to reluctantly reduce their battle brothers to ash. Su Ye's brow furrowed deeply. The situation was as grim as he had anticipated. In the original story, Su Long had been injured during the rebellions in Neon and Blackfi, losing an arm to a martial saint. It had taken Su Ye's nominal martial saint grandfather immense effort to heal him. The two arrived at the camp, stated their identities, and were immediately escorted by soldiers. Entering the tent and pushing aside the curtain, Su Yu saw his nominal father Su Long seated at the head, his face deathly pale. "Father," Su Yu called out. He then noticed Su Long's anomaly. His left sleeve was empty and his military uniform was stained with blood. His aura was exceedingly weak. "Commander, how were you injured?" General Li, who had followed, and exclaimed in alarm. In peacetime, Su Long was the city lord. On the battlefield, he was the army group commander. Su Long looked up at the two and smiled. "No matter. A bit of resources will..." Suddenly, Su Long caught a meaningful glance from Su Yu and, maintaining his composure, ordered, "Major General Li, since you are here, go to the 5th Army Group to assist with casualty statistics and coordinate medical resources." Major General Li immediately straightened up, saluted, and replied loudly, "Yes, Commander." With that, he turned and left the tent without any hesitation. Once Major General Li had departed, Su Yu asked his nominal father, "Father, how many 9th-stage grandmasters from our Su family are here?" "Is third granduncle present?" Su Yu retrieved a green spirit pill from his storage ring, walked up to Su Long, and tossed it directly into his mouth. Su Long shook his head in exasperation. "This child, throwing things into my mouth without a word. Including me, your third granduncle and your fourth granduncle are also here." Su Long frowned and asked, "Why do you need your third granduncle?" His third granduncle was a 9th-stage great perfection powerhouse, having traversed 990 meters on his origin path. He was only a saint's seed away from becoming a martial saint. Wait! Before Su Long could press further, a warm, soothing green light suddenly enveloped him from within. In the blink of an eye, Su Long's pallid complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. The wound where his left arm had been severed began to itch. "What's happening?" Su Long was startled at first, but quickly calmed down, trusting that Su Yu would not harm him. The healing light within him restored his blood energy remarkably, and his left arm itched as if something were about to grow out. Seeing Su Long's transformation, Su Yu smiled faintly and said, "This is a green spirit pill. Even if you were left with only your head, father, I could heal you." Su Long was speechless. No need for such a curse. He grew increasingly curious about where Su Yu had obtained such a miraculous pill capable of healing even wounds inflicted by a martial saint. Of course, Su Long knew better than to pry too deeply. All he needed to know was that Su Yu would never harm him. Soon he closed his eyes, savoring the comfort of his wound's restoration. After over an hour of treatment, Su Long's empty left sleeve now held a newly grown arm. Though still tender with repeated washing using immortal substance, it could be strengthened to match his other bones. A natural arm was far superior to a reattached one. Once recovered, Su Long opened his eyes, flexed his left hand, and asked gravely, "Tell me, what do you need your third granduncle for?" Su Yu glanced at his father, turned his palm, and a white light materialized. In his hand appeared a transparent crystal-like cube. At the sight of the cube, Su Long asked in confusion, "Our Su family's origin seal. What's inside?" Su Yu smiled enigmatically, urging him to probe deeper. "Boom." In the next instant, Su Long's aura surged violently, and he trembled with excitement, his voice quavering, "Sealed inside is a saint." Seeing that he had discovered the secret, Su Yu no longer concealed it. He rose to his feet, exuding an intangible aura of dominance and unquestionable authority. "Yes, father. The saint seat within is for third granduncle." Without giving Su Long a chance to speak, Su Yu continued, "As for you, father." He paused for a moment, a flicker in his deep star-like eyes. "You shall become the emperor of humanity." Boom. At those words, Su Long's body trembled violently. Emperor of humanity. Seeing his cheap father's dazed and bewildered expression, Su Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Then, under Su Long's puzzled gaze, Su Yu flipped his left hand, and an ancient book radiating the fortune of the human race appeared in his palm. The moment this book appeared, Su Long sensed a mighty wave of kingly aura surging toward him. "What kind of cultivation art is this?" Su Long asked, his mouth dry and his voice slightly hoarse. When this ancient tome emerged, Su Long became acutely aware of his own anomaly. It was something called desire. He craved this thing. Su Yu clutched the ancient book tightly in his hand, raised his head with bright eyes, and slowly uttered 3 words, "The human emperor scripture." It is an existence far superior to even high-grade heaven-tier cultivation arts. A star-tier cultivation art. High-grade heaven-tier was the pinnacle of techniques only a martial god could create. What then lay beyond this high-grade heaven-tier? What level of cultivation was required to create such a thing? Su Long fell silent, but the emotions within him churned like a once calm sea now raging under a violence. He did not fully comprehend what this cultivation art signified. But he only needed to confirm one thing: cultivating this art would in time inevitably lead to becoming a martial god, or even the supreme existence beyond a martial god. Su Long's eyes flickered with internal conflict. Finally he sighed, and said, "This cultivation art suits you better than me. I am already old while you are still young, and your talent is the greatest. You shall be the emperor of the human race. Our Su family will dedicate all its resources to nurture you." In the end, his desire to see his son succeed overcame his. Compared to cultivating it himself, he yearned more for his exceptionally talented son to practice this art. The human emperor scripture. Just from its name he understood that only one person in an entire race could ever become the emperor. Hearing Su Long's refusal and reply, the smile on Su Ye's face grew even brighter. "No, father, the path I must walk is different. I cannot be the emperor of the human." That Su Long could still think of him, even under the temptation of a star-tier cultivation art, moved Su Yu somewhat. After all, the allure of the human emperor scripture was truly immense. No one could resist it. Yet Su Long had refused. But this also proved one thing: the Su family was reliable, a clan worthy of his full dedication to nurture. Furthermore, he truly had no desire to cultivate the human emperor scripture. Firstly, its limitations were great. Secondly, he preferred the cultivation art from the 9-grade experience card. Otherwise, to become the destined villain ruling over the myriad realms relying solely on the human emperor scripture would require nurturing the human race for countless years. That would not serve his interests. Currently, he was merely at the mid-7th grade. Even with a realm elevation card, reaching the 8th grade would still take some time. If he cultivated the human emperor scripture without the support of human race, fortune advancing further would become exceedingly difficult. But Su Long was different. After cultivating it, he could achieve sainthood instantly. Then when Su Yu needed to borrow his authority, it would be far more convenient. Su Long still wanted to refuse. But Su Yu gave him no chance, pressing the human emperor scripture into his hands, and saying with a smile, "Father, take this, and cultivate it. I have a better option. Also, father, please go and summon third granduncle back." The plan to forge 3 saints in one family could not be delayed. The days were growing ever more pressing. He needed to rapidly enhance the family's combat strength. Otherwise, what was the point of being a villain if he had to handle everything himself? Of course, the thrill lay in nurturing the family and letting them act as his enforcers. "All right, I will notify your third granduncle immediately." Su Long was not an indecisive man. Seeing Su Ye's insistence, he nodded firmly, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Sainthood, and the martial saint of the human emperor's throne. Such a destiny he had never dared to imagine before. He had originally thought that the Dragon Kingdom's plan to forge the human emperor would be realized through Yitao. He never expected his own son to produce the human emperor scripture first. Soon, Su Long's message reached the frontline garrison. Upon receiving the Su family's urgent secret order, a 9th-grade perfect grandmaster who had been meditating on the front line vanished from his spot instantly. Half an hour later, an aged, somewhat weak voice sounded outside the tent. "Su Long, what major event has occurred?" The tent flap was pushed aside and a gaunt old man with white hair and beard entered. His clothes were tattered and torn, and his aura was considerably diminished. Yet the unsettling killing intent emanating from him was dense and intense. Su Zhanya, Su Ye's third granduncle and the blood brother of the Su family's martial saint. The Su family had a total of 5 9th-grade grandmasters. Aside from the 5th granduncle, all of Su Ye's granduncles were at the 9th grade, plus Su Ye's chief father and his second uncle. That was the entirety of the Su family's foundation. Stepping into the tent, Su Zany's brow was furrowed with gravity. However, when he saw Su Long, whose aura had recovered to its peak, and whose left arm had also regenerated, he was utterly stunned. Your injuries are completely healed." Su Zhanya was momentarily dazed, the gravity in his brow dissipating, replaced by sheer delight. Su Long nodded. "Just fully recovered." Su Zhanya was about to ask further when his gaze fell upon Su Yu standing nearby. "You boy, why are you here?" Su Zhanya was bewildered. Why had his grandnephew appeared here? Su Yu gave a slight bow and said with a smile, "Third granduncle, I've come to bring warmth to you and my—" Su Zhanya. "Warmth? What warmth?" Su Zhanya was utterly confused, then strode quickly towards Su Yu, scolding with a laugh. "You rascal, daring to tease your granduncle. The frontline battlefield is so tense, and you call me back for this? Asking for a beating." With that, Su Zhanya raised his hand to give Su Yu a light smack on the head. However, just as his hand descended, it froze midair. His gaze shifted from affectionate to dazed, and finally, "A saint's seat!" Su Zhanya exclaimed in a lost voice. The moment Su Yu revealed the translucent cube, Su Zhanya felt the long stagnant barrier of his cultivation realm subtly begin to loosen. Sealed within this was a saint's seat. Su Yu was quite pleased with his reaction and said with a meaningful smile, "Third granduncle, I wonder, is this warmth to you?" Su Zany's eyes blazed with dazzling brilliance, and his laughter turned wild with excitement. "Ha ha ha, satisfied, more than satisfied. I never expected you, boy, to have such an opportunity. This is wonderful. Hurry and give it to your father to break through to martial saint. Our Su family will soon have a second martial saint." Ha ha ha. The gaunt old man was so excited he nearly danced, his words tumbling out in a jumble of surprise. He did not think of becoming a saint himself. Instead, he wanted to pass this most crucial opportunity to his nephew. From this alone, it was easy to see why the Su family had endured for 1,000 years without ever showing signs of decline. Su smiled gently and said softly, "Third granduncle. This saint's seat is for you. As for my father, he already has one." With that, Su Long also took out the human emperor scripture he had tucked into his chest. The ancient book, brimming with the fortune of the human race, emanated an aura that left Su Zhanya utterly stunned. The aura of the human emperor. Su Zhanya was completely astounded this time. What exactly had his grandnephew done? He had brought 2 sainthood opportunities to the Su family in one go. Su Zhanya swallowed hard, then said fiercely, "Good lad, well done. Su Long, you stay here and break through in peace. I will go and guard the front line. Even if it costs me my life, I will buy you enough time to become a saint." He now fully understood that with these 2 items the Su family could produce 2 martial saints in the shortest possible time. He felt he was old. He was willing to sacrifice himself to buy time for the Su family's prosperity, even if it meant falling in battle. Su Zhanya turned to leave the tent and return to the front line. Before he could turn away, Su called out to him, "Third granduncle, you and father can break through here in peace. Leave the rest to me." Both of them turned to look at Su and shouted in unison, "No." However, before they could finish their refusal, a terrifying aura, one that oppressed even these 2 top-tier 9th-grade experts, rose from Su's body. Like a hidden dragon bursting forth from the sea, stirring up monstrous waves. "With me here you can break through without worry. The alien races will not advance a single step." Su Zhanya and Su Long, this uncle and nephew pair, nearly had their eyes popping out of their sockets. Incredulity and terror almost filled their eye sockets to the brim. Although the aura erupting from Su was not ordinary blood energy, the presence of a 9th-rank grand perfection was undeniably real, and even stronger than both of you. "You boy, how are you already at the 9th rank? Su Zhanya stammered. The 9th rank. This was no common vegetable. When he had left the Su family earlier, Su was only at the 5th rank. Now he had suddenly become a 9th-rank cultivator. If not for his stout heart, he might have fainted from shock. Not just him. Even Su Long, Su's own father, was dumbfounded, his face frozen in bewilderment. "When I came to the outer battlefield, you were only at the 6th rank. How did you?" He was utterly dazed. He suspected his son might have been taken over by some ancient monster, but the familiar soul and bloodline told him that no possession had occurred. Then how could he be at the 9th rank? Su's whole body was wreathed in demonic chi, almost suffocatingly oppressive. He smiled and said, "I got lucky exploring a relic where a senior gifted me something. Before dying, he sealed his blood energy within me using a special method. My foundation remains unharmed, yet I can tap into his cultivation. Naturally, I can only sustain it for about 10 more hours." Boom. As his words fell, Su pulled 2 stone tablets from his storage ring, each inscribed with a heaven-grade cultivation art and a heaven-grade martial skill. As for earth-grade martial skills, Su did not produce them. He intended those for training Fong Ting and the others. As a villain, one must have a top-tier family background. How could one lack lackeys to handle affairs? Gulp. Both Su Zhanya and Su Long swallowed hard, the shock in their eyes still unabated. At that moment, a man suddenly burst in, shouting urgently, "Commander, the front lines are in peril. 10 9th rank and dozens of 8th rank alien races are pressing in with a massive army." Hearing the report, the shock in their eyes dissipated. Su also immediately restrained his aura, reverting to a harmless appearance. Su Long looked at the man and said solemnly, "I understand. Pass the order. All uninjured men take pills to restore their blood energy and rush to the front to support. Also send someone to the 4th city to request reinforcements." "Yes, sir." The soldier received the command and withdrew at once. Su Long and Su Zhanya exchanged a glance, then Su Long said, "Your great uncle and I will finish this battle first. After that, we'll break through." An assault organized by 10 9th rank and dozens of 8th rank cultivators. This was the most top-tier battle beneath the martial saint level. On the 5th city front, they only had 4 9th rank and fewer than 28th rank Golden Body Realm cultivators. This battle would be extremely arduous. If they didn't receive support from other defending cities, they absolutely could not hold out for 3 days. Yet Su calmly gestured for them to sit back down. Then Su spent 1,000 villain points in the system space to replicate 2 copies of the Void Blade art and handed them to the 2 men. The Su family had always used blades. Their highest grade martial skill was the heaven grade mid-rank soul-severing blade art. A skill of this level was fine for fighting peers, but to crush opponents of the same realm, like a top-tier cultivation art and martial skill, were indispensable. This Void Blade art is a stellar level martial skill. Though hard to master at first, father and great uncle, after you break through to martial saint, you'll need to learn new skills. Void Blade art is perfect. Su was worrying like a nagging mother hen. To have a powerful family backing him on Earth while he stirred up trouble against the protagonist, he kept pulling out treasures one after another. However, the Su family members had good judgment and were trustworthy. Su Long and Su Zhanya stood there dazed numbly, letting Su shove the skill copies into their hands. Su Zhanya felt stifled and protested, but there are 10 9th rank enemies. They could hold on because both were 9th rank Grand Perfection Grandmasters capable of fighting 2, even 3 simultaneously. If they, the top combatants, were missing, all the pressure in this battle would fall on Su. and he only had about 10 hours of 9th rank power. Su Long silently put away the Void Blade art copy, and said seriously, don't be reckless. We don't need to break through immediately. He didn't want Suyu to take risks. If something went wrong, how heavy would the blow be for the Su family? Suyu gave them a deep look and said softly, Father Grey Tuncle, just proceed with your breakthroughs. 10 9th rank enemies. I am confident. He didn't tell them too much, only he knew how absurd this 9th rank cultivation card was. Suyu had a conviction. With the infinite 9th rank cultivation boost, he could slay every 9th rank. And even if a weaker martial saint came, he would still be able to slay that opponent. Beneath the martial saint, I am invincible, above the martial saint. 1 for 1. If Su Long knew that the mysterious man who killed the Japanese 9th rank in the first city that afternoon was him, he would probably go mad. Su Zhanya and Su Long remained silent. They didn't know why Suyu was so confident, but from the strangeness emanating from him. It might be fine. Moreover, being able to casually produce the human emperor scripture and offer them saint positions meant Suyu had likely encountered great opportunities unknown to them. Could it be that some terrifying being above the martial god had descended on earth and taken Suyu as a disciple? If so, that would explain everything. Otherwise, how could he produce cultivation arts and martial skills beyond the martial god level? There must be some mighty figure watching over him. Thinking this, they felt somewhat reassured. Su Long and his nephew exchanged a look side with a hint of helplessness and said, since you're confident, we won't stop you. But remember, Su Long paused, his expression turning earnest. Don't be reckless. Preserve yourself first, you can always settle scores later. Hold them off for 2 days. Once I succeed in cultivating the human emperor scripture, I'll emerge from seclusion. Su Zhanya silently rubbed the sealed cube with his wrinkled, age-spotted hand. They all knew that Suyu was striving to buy them time, to let them attain sainthood. Suyu smiled and nodded, then took out the mortal facade mask, putting the paper-thin mask on his face. His entire aura instantly changed. His body frame, soul, aura, everything transformed into another person. Under the two men's surprised yet unsurprised gazes, Suyu's body became identical to Su Long. Even Su Long was stunned. Looking at the transformed Suyu, he felt like he was staring into a mirror. Both soul and blood energy were perfectly identical to his own. Xiao Yu. Su Long was puzzled. But Suyu's next words warmed his heart. Father, since you are to become the human emperor, I will gather enough human faith for you to help you attain sainthood. This era is still yours. After saying this, Suyu added silently in his heart, but for countless years to come, it will be my dominion over the myriad heavens. An era of terror, when he achieved great mastery and reigned over the myriad heavens. The entire cosmos would be plunged into an endless war age of rivers of blood. Suyu altered his appearance to resemble Su Long's, doing so to avoid diverting the faith of the human race. On the battlefield were hundreds of thousands of troops. If he could display an invincible demeanor in the ensuing battle, the momentary boost of faith might allow Su Long to break through to martial saint within 3 days. Moreover, he would become a top-tier martial saint directly. With proper nurturing in the future, he could ascend to the human sovereign, or even reach demigod status within a few years. Sai, who could understand the desire to see one's father become a dragon? Suyu took out a cyan spirit pill and tossed it to his granduncle Su Zhanya, saying with a smile, Granduncle, swallow this pill, and your depleted blood, and she will return to their peak in no time. Then crush the sealed crystal to seize a saint position and become a saint. Taking the cyan spirit pill, Su Zhanya nodded firmly. Good. He had never imagined he would abandon the thought of becoming a saint in this lifetime. Yet his grandnephew had bestowed upon him such a tremendous, it was truly overwhelming with emotion. Rumble. The blood energy altered by the mortal mask erupted instantly, though Suyu knew he was still employing demonic art. Father, focus on your breakthroughs. Leave the rest to me. With these words, Suyu tore through the space before them and vanished inside. The two exchanged glances, their earlier convictions solidified. Suyu had indeed been taken as a disciple by a great power. With that thought, they immediately headed to the underground chamber for seclusion. The 5th city had been managed by the Su family for centuries, as had the 9th city. Over these hundreds of years, they had made all necessary preparations. This underground cultivation chamber had been reinforced by generations of martial saints from the Su family. Even a full-force strike from a martial saint could not breach its defenses within a day. As they entered the chamber and activated the defensive formation, 2 distinct, yet awe-inspiring auras began to permeate the military camp. One was the majesty of the saint realm. The other was the sovereign pressure that made humans instinctively submit. At this very moment, over 1,000 miles away from the camp, on the frontline battlefield, an army of hundreds of thousands of low-level warriors clashed with the alien race. The clamor of battle echoed to the heavens. Flames spread and a chilling, pungent aura of blood lingered in the air. The stench of charred corpses filled every nostril. Kill. These damned aliens dare to attack under the cover of night. The grandmasters are already blocking the alien elites ahead. We must not fall behind. Slay these beasts. Charge. The 5th city originally had a garrison of 1 million troops, but yesterday's alien assault had inflicted heavy losses. Though they annihilated 300,000 alien soldiers, the 5th city suffered over 200,000 casualties. While the low-tier alien forces posed little individual threat, their sheer numbers overwhelmed through attrition. Even a warrior capable of defeating 10 could be worn down. The battle raged across a plain hundreds of miles wide. This land had been contested by humans and aliens for centuries. The once towering mountains had been ground to dust by the clashes of powerhouses. Only barren, desolate earth remained. Rumble. At the forefront, dozens of martial golden bodies stood in the air, facing colossal blood-red giants. Their auras were eerie and bloodthirsty. Damn it, these aliens' methods grow more terrifying. One slip, and their blood energy will corrupt us. Some 8th-rank golden body martial artists showed only wariness. If the blood energy entered their bodies, their will would be tainted, turning them into bloodthirsty monsters. Screw this'll cut you down. A hot-tempered golden body giant raised his axe and struck fiercely at a blood-red giant. The axe tore through space, unleashing an energy blast capable of shattering a 10,000-meter mountain. Rumble. The blood-red giant raised an arm to block the released energy, cracking the earth below. The leading blood-red giant, parried the attack, his grating laughter piercing and discordant. Blood meals, this 5th city of yours is ours for the taking today. Hearing his words, the human camp's leading 9th-rank latest grandmaster sneered. If you want our 5th city, you'll have to pay with your lives. Having cultivated to the rank of human grandmaster, they upheld the righteousness of the race. To defend the land they guarded, they would rather die in battle than yield an inch. For 1,000 years, without such resolve, humanity would have been annihilated by the aliens. Do you truly think we have no way to deal with you? The blood-red giant sneered contemptuously. Your city lord has lost an arm to our saint god. Who else can hold this city? The human 9th-rank grandmaster remained silent, his gaze cold. Suddenly a sight before him sent chills down his spine and horror into his eyes. 3 9th-rank great perfection aliens. At these words, the other 9th-rank latest grandmaster's face turned ashen. Where are the city lord and General Su? The 2 9th-rank latest powerhouses struggled to hold off 10 early to mid 9th-rank aliens. Now 3 9th-rank great perfection aliens had arrived, each having stepped onto the path of origin. I told you this city is ours. Die. The blood-red giant's laughter boomed as his aura swelled. Whoosh. He stomped on the void, shattering it with terrifying force. The leading blood-red giant launched his attack, followed by the others, each seeking their target. Rumble. Damn it. The burly, bald 9th-rank martial artist withstood attacks from 5 9th-rank aliens, his golden body dimming as golden blood sprayed. Nourishment. Human 9th-rank blood is truly potent. The blood was instantly drawn into the alien's mouth by a powerful suction. After tasting the golden blood containing immortal matter, the blood-red giant's crimson eyes blazed with heightened bloodlust. Die. The attacks from the 5 9th-rank aliens grew fiercer, shattering and restoring the surrounding space repeatedly. Though they were only early to mid 9th rank, their numbers overwhelmed the bald 9th rank latest grandmaster. He was forced back step by step. Another mouthful of golden blood, and his golden bodice luster faded entirely. Now you can't escape, human 9th rank. Die, blood meal. Witnessing this, the alien 9th rank great perfection hovering above flashed with greedy killing intent and vanished instantly. The moment he disappeared, the scent flying bald 9th rank felt his hairs stand on end. In an instant, a chill rose before him. The alien 9th rank great perfection appeared before him, a vicious claw aimed at the bald 9th rank's head. This blood meal is mine. Seeing this, the bald 9th rank's eyes filled with despair and resignation. In the end, had he failed to hold? He cast a final glance at the hundreds of thousands of human troops still fighting, his sorrow deepening. Forgive me for not protecting you. Just as he slowly closed his eyes awaiting death, a cold, furious voice echoed across the battlefield. Crack. Heaven slaughter. A dense, suffocating blood-red hue dyed the dark battlefield, accompanied by the unceasing sound of space shattering. The next second, the alien 9th rank great perfection scream rang out beside the bald 9th rank. Hearing his scream, the bald 9th rank opened his eyes to see a familiar figure standing before him, a silver moon blade shattering the space ahead. This is the territory of the human race. Dare to set foot here. Are you prepared to meet your doom? A lone man stood with his blade a barrier between the alien and human races. His eyes were sharp as a hawk's, a military coat draped over his broad shoulders rustling fiercely in the surging gale. An aura of invincibility. If one were to define invincibility, it was this: one man, one blade, facing 13 9th rank aliens and dozens of 8th rank foes. He was the very embodiment of invincibility. In the battlefield, sky space for 100 miles around shattered into fragments, revealing the deep, dark, endless void. Even as space desperately tried to heal itself, it was torn asunder again by the residual waves of his blade chi. Upon the earth where the human and alien armies clashed, a chasm 100 miles long had been cleaved open. The blade intent permeating the air stung the skin of the alien warriors, filling them with terror. City Lord. City Lord. The City Lord is invincible. Welcome back, City Lord. On the battlefield, the human army who had paused to watch the fight erupted after a moment of stunned silence. A tidal wave of cheers resounded. Every soldier's eyes blazed with fervent light, reverence, awe. This was their City Lord Su Long. Greetings, City Lord. At that moment in the sky, the 8th and 9th rank martial artists from the human camp retracted their martial golden bodies and came to stand behind Su Long, bowing respectfully. Su Long gave a slight nod and asked General Qi, "Are you injured?" The bald 9th rank master Qi Lianzhao, pale-faced, shook his head. A smile he couldn't hide spreading across his face as he said heartily, "It's nothing, just a scratch. City Lord has your hand recovered." He was the head of the Qi family, a first-rate clan in the capital, and a latest-stage 9th rank grandmaster. His strength was formidable. He had followed Su Long since childhood, serving as his right-hand man. Next, you and the others will slay the 8th rank aliens. Leave these 9th ranks to me. Su Ye's gaze was cold, devoid of any emotion. Since he was going to build up his cheap father's reputation, he had to do it perfectly, creating the momentum of an invincible 9th rank for him. With their faith, Su Long would surely become a saint within 3 days. Qi Lianzhao was greatly alarmed, and quickly said, "City Lord, your injuries have just healed. You mustn't take such a risk." Besides the 10 9th ranks, there are 3 9th rank great perfection masters overseeing them. He knew Su Long's combat prowess. He was unmatched at the same level. He could even fight 2 9th rank great perfection grandmasters alone without losing ground. But now he was saying he would take on 13 9th ranks by himself. Su Yu grinned, his tone brooking no argument. "Leave them to me. Fall back." This. Qi Lianzhao was stunned. After a moment of deliberation, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes, your subordinate obeys." Qi Lianzhao led another latest-stage 9th rank grandmaster flying down 1,000 meters to begin organizing the 8th ranks. Seeing this from across the way, the 13 9th rank aliens gazed from afar, their eyes burning with murderous intent as they stared fixedly at Su Yu, venomously spitting Su Long old scores and new grievances alike. "Today, you will pay with your blood." To dare come alone and interfere with them was sheer overconfidence. Su Yu and his guys, as Su Long wore a cold smirk on his face. "That depends on whether you have the strength for it." As a fellow human, Su Yu had already sensed a stream of faith power coalescing from the void, and the direction this faith power flowed was towards the frontline camp of the 5th city. With this faith power, the next step was to magnify his cheap father's reputation 1,000-fold. Let him attain the martial saint realm through the name of invincibility. Step onto the path of the human sovereign. And the perfect stepping stones for this were these 13 9th rank alien masters before him. With this thought, Su Yu flicked the silver moon blade in his hand. The blade hummed its sound, causing ripples to spread through space. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, the alien 9th rank great perfection master, who seemed to bear a deep grudge against Su Long, had the killing intent and hatred in his eyes intensify. He roared harshly, "Attack! Slay him here, and the rest of the humans will have no power to resist." Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the 13 9th rank aliens activated their blood-colored golden bodies, unleashing a terrifying power so strong that even space could not contain it. On the claws and fists of each blood-colored golden body, power capable of annihilating an entire city surged. If such an attack were to land, the hundreds of thousands of human soldiers and millions of aliens below would be instantly wiped out. A thunderous roar sounded. Their speed was so great that even 10 times the speed of sound could not compare. Su Long died. An enraged roar exploded like a tiger's cry from a mountain, shaking space until it trembled. Su Yu gripped the silver moon blade, his gaze growing increasingly sharp. His blade intent was so astonishing that even 9th rank martial artists struggled to withstand it. The final chapter of the god-slaying blade art. A spiritual power dozens of times stronger than a 9th rank's coiled around the silver moon blade. As blood Qi poured in, the blade trembled violently. Space around it exploded, and the void could not heal. He raised the silver moon blade, and behind him a colossal phantom suffocating in its enormity materialized. Its appearance struck fear into the hearts of all living beings within 1,000 li. Some weaker existences even knelt in worship towards Su Ye's direction. The appearance of the phantom made the souls of all living beings tremble, especially the massive blade raised in its hand, which exuded an indescribable terrifying pressure that weighed down heaven and earth. It felt as if should the blade in its hand fall, their very souls would perish along with it. Though the human side did not bear the full brunt of the soul pressure, the alien army was a different story. Warriors below the 7th rank fell to their knees, their eyes filled with terror. Had they not knelt voluntarily, the pressure, nearly strong enough to break space itself, would have shattered their spines. Even after kneeling, they still felt an extreme sense of oppression. Only by prostrating themselves on the ground could they barely breathe. Not good. The faces of the 9th rank aliens charging at the front changed drastically, their eyes filled with horror. They roared frantically, "Retreat." This strike was too powerful. At such close range, anyone below the late 9th rank would not survive. But how had Su Long become so strong? Hadn't their clan saint cut off one of his arms, causing his realm to fall? Why hadn't his realm fallen? Instead, he had become even stronger than before. If this were the old Su Long, he could barely contend with him on his own. But this time was different. This one strike from Su Long gave him the scent of death. Had he become a saint? Impossible. A terrifying and absurd notion arose in his mind and refused to dissipate. But how could this be? The Blue Star Martial Saint positions could only accommodate a maximum of 99. Over the past millennium, their clan had used schemes to reduce the Blue Star Saint positions to 36. Adding the defected Hei Fei and Ni Hong, there were at most 34 blue star martial saint positions left. But no martial saint had died, so how had he become a saint? For a moment, these 13 ninth-rank grandmasters of the alien race retreated frantically, trying to escape the range of this strike. But it was too late. The corners of Su Long's mouth curled up slightly. Then the killing intent in his eyes spread, and the silver moon blade slashed down, fiercely shattering space and severing even the void. God-slaying blade art. As the silver moon blade fell, the entire region of space fell silent in an instant. Then the sound of endless shattering echoed. Crack. Final chapter. Godslayer. This single strike caused heaven and earth to change color. In the eyes of countless living beings, it seemed as though the very sky above them was about to be severed. As the blade's intent erupted, the energy that carried a vast amount of spiritual force struck the alien race. In an instant, countless low-rank warriors within the alien army collapsed, their eyes wide and pupils unfocused. Their souls had clearly been shattered. Within the vast dark tide of alien warriors, nearly half of those who had been prostrate were instantly slain. This sight began to sow fear throughout the entire army. They were of course fearless in their plunder of the Blue Star. Yet this manner of death was truly bizarre. High above at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The phantom behind Su Yu followed through with its strike. A tangible blade shattering space and severing the void swept across the 13 ninth-rank aliens with an This strike from the phantom was an illusory blade. It appeared to cause no physical harm, but in truth it targeted their spiritual force. What is the greatest trump card of indestructible matter, a golden body, and a formidable spiritual force? But if even the soul is severed, of what use is this indestructible matter? Does this golden body not become an empty shell? My blood god golden body. It hurts so much my head feels like it's going to explode. Stop this. The 13 ninth-rank aliens who had been so ferocious moments before were now like drowned rats, clutching their heads and scurrying in all directions. They desperately tried to flee this place, only to find that space had already been cut off, leaving them no escape. No. Within mere seconds, the alien warriors at the early and middle stages of the 9th rank perished amidst unwilling roars. The radiance of their golden bodies extinguished, their indestructible matter consumed entirely in the cycle of destruction and restoration. When the last wisp of their spiritual force was ground away by the blade's intent, their corpses shattered into countless fragments, crashing down to the earth. The ground trembled as if struck by an earthquake. Below them lay the territory of the alien army. The falling fragments of the golden bodies crushed a vast number of alien warriors. This scene was witnessed by the human army and many 8th rank warriors. Every one of them stood rigid and trembling, but it was more from excitement than fear. Their faces flushed red with fervor. Long live the city lord! Long live the city lord! The city lord is invincible! Everyone roared Su Long's name, their awe and reverence far deeper than before. So powerful. With a single strike, he slew several 9th rank grandmasters, and the unleashed energy annihilated a third of the alien army. This was their city lord. A single blade to slay the alien true kings. The alien and human martial ranks differed. They called the 9th rank the true king, the martial saint the holy god, and the martial god the holy king. Shi Lianzhao raised his head, gazing at the figure above, his eyes burning with even greater fervor and reverence. Mighty, truly worthy of the one he followed. Ha ha, our city lord possesses the potential of an invincible one. The city lord's power is advancing. Soon he might become a candidate for martial saint right. The hundreds of thousands of troops were discussing this excitedly. For a moment they forgot that their enemy was the alien race. But the residual might of this attack still lingered, forcing them to remain prostrate, not daring to move a muscle. Cough, cough. In the sky, the blood-colored golden body of the leading alien, a 9th rank great perfection, had dimmed considerably. He clutched his chest, coughing blood, his eyes filled with the utmost terror and dread. How is this possible? How could you have become so powerful? You are not even at the holy god realm yet. The blood-colored giant, like a madman, shook his head repeatedly, in denial, muttering to himself like a lunatic. At this moment, only a pitiful 6 9th rank beings remained by his side. Apart from the 3 of them who had stepped onto the origin Dao at the great perfection stage, the early and mid-listage 9th rank warriors were all dead. Only a few slightly stronger mid-listage ones could barely hold on. Fear had taken root in the hearts of these 7, and any will to fight Su Yu had vanished. Could this battle even continue? It could not. This single strike had directly slain 7 9th rank warriors. Such combat prowess was not far off from a full-force blow from a martial saint, was it? Su Yu sheathed his silver moon blade, his expression flat and indifferent. I am indeed not yet a martial saint, but killing you few chickens and dogs does not require much effort. A pity though. The Su family's top-tier heaven-grade martial arts were still a bit weak. Had he used the void blade art or the burial blade art, not a single intact piece would remain on these aliens if they were considered strong. Damn it, Su Long, don't be so smug. Our race has 2 new holy gods, and they will soon descend upon this place to break your human 5th city. The leading blood-colored giant, clutching his violently spasming heart, continued his threats even now. They had never expected Su Long to recover from his injuries, let alone make such great progress in his cultivation. With a single strike, he had severely wounded their 13 true kings, and even slain 7 of them. He swore to avenge this humiliation. Is that so? Su Long's gaze was profound. Then he smiled and said softly, then you all wait down there. Your holy gods will soon join you. His voice was light, but it did not escape the ears of the few. Upon hearing this, the faces of the alien true kings grew even more grim. Don't be arrogant. In 2 days when our holy gods arrive, they will slaughter 100 of your human. The threat was left unfinished. A pressure several times more terrifying than the previous attack swept over them. In that instant, the chill in their hearts nearly froze them solid. If your holy gods come, let them sleep here for eternity. An utterly indifferent voice resounded through heaven and earth. In a mere moment, the space that had just been restored showed signs of shattering again. The stars of the Milky Way above the dome flickered. In their eyes, the river of stars seemed to be infinitely magnifying, as if it were about to fall. The second form of the void blade, art, sever the river of stars. The plain voice echoed in everyone's ears. In the pitch-black night sky, the starlight blazed with intense radiance. When the few severely wounded 9th-rank aliens saw Su Long raise his blade, the majestic sight of him drawing upon the river of stars above, they were terrified out of their wits. No, rumble. As the final strike, sever the river of stars, descended in the military camp behind the front lines within an underground cultivation chamber. From within the stone door on the left, a rich aura of the human sovereign quietly emerged. Behind the stone door, Su Long sat cross-legged on a cushion. Behind him, a vast and grand path was faintly visible. The origin Tao materialized. As this surge of human sovereign energy condensed from the faith of hundreds of thousands poured into it, the chaos that had obscured the end of the path suddenly dissipated for several meters. Boom. The origin Tao 1,000 meters. When this boundless, endless path was extended to 1,000 meters, the entire extraterrestrial battlefield, and even the entire blue star. The scenery of both realms changed dramatically in an instant. Countless people looked up, unaware of what was happening. Only those familiar with this sight had expressions of shock on their faces. In the depths of the void within the extraterrestrial battlefield, a gentle and refined figure suddenly froze and placed the book in his hand, dropping to the ground. Someone has set foot on the path of the human sovereign. Deep within the otherworldly battlefield in the void, a refined man in white robes had a slightly stiff expression, yet a hint of joy lingered between his brows. Haha, humanity has finally produced another emperor. In this void where even a martial saint could barely endure, he exuded no imposing aura whatsoever. He possessed only the demeanor of a scholar, appearing utterly harmless. Yet if any human powerhouse were present, they would surely recognize him as the prodigy who had burst onto the scene 30 years ago. The current director of the Long Kingdom Martial Arts Directorate, the demigod Yi Tao. He picked up the book that had fallen into the void, closed his eyes, and entered the path of origin. Sensing next to his own great path the surging faith of humanity, which was not weak, the anxious heart in his chest immediately settled. Haha, a human emperor has emerged. Now we must build momentum for him. A gleam of delight flashed in Yi Tao's eyes. He had thought it might take decades for humanity to produce an emperor, yet now one had already appeared. He wondered which person had become emperor by writing the fortune of humanity. As the director of the Martial Arts Directorate, his path of origin and the imperial human path complemented each other as the path of edification. The more humanity flourished under his system, the stronger he would grow. And by championing the human emperor, the emperor's power would only amplify his own. Although this path enabled swift godhood, its flaw was all too apparent. It depended excessively on humanity's fortune and faith. Had it not been for the alien invasion, he would never have chosen the path of edification to attain sainthood. Before Yi Tao could ponder further, the void before him suddenly churned, and a bloodthirsty aura capable of corrupting minds appeared out of thin air. Yi Tao, our race grows stronger by the day. This cage of yours will be broken within 10 years, and on that day humanity will face annihilation. A cold, terrifying voice resonated through the void. It was so eerie that any weakling who heard it would likely be seized by killing intent, turning into a mindless bloodthirst. Yi Tao responded with a cold snort, the Confucian aura bursting from his body, dispersing that sinister presence. The sages of humanity once took away your race's martial god. That proves our fortune has not yet run out. In the future, we will invade your ancestral star and slaughter every last one of your disgusting creatures. In the void, the voice fell silent for a long moment before sneering, a race fit only to be blood livestock. How could you possibly understand our heritage? Just wait. This cage of origin can't hold much longer. Ha ha ha, when I break free, humanity will become our blood slaves. Only that cruel, arrogant voice echoed in the endless void. Looking from afar, one would see that the void was enveloped by a transparent golden book shining with light, like a cage from which no one could escape. On the front line of the 5th city's battlefield, the space here was also shattered and mangled, with void energy leaking everywhere for hundreds of miles. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the battle's core, almost solidified blade glows still danced. A boulder struck by a dancing blade glow silently split into two. Under such terrifying power, the weak had no hope of survival. On the battlefield beneath the sky, hundreds of thousands of human soldiers looked up in unison, watching with fervent eyes as blood-red specks of light fell from the sky. They resembled a river of stars suspended in the heavens, severed and cast down to the mortal realm. But they knew this was no falling galaxy. It was the remains of alien 9th rank powerhouses slain by their 5th city Lord Commander-in-Chief of the 5th Group Army Su Long. Not a single fragment of their martial golden bodies remained. Under their city lord's blade, those 9th rank beings were blown apart, scattering like stardust. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the sky, without blinking. After a few breaths, the shattered space healed and restored itself. When they saw Su Long's emperor-like figure standing ahead, one man, one blade, the impact was undeniably the most stunning. The city lord's martial arts are invincible. Long live the city lord. Quickly send this battle report to all surrounding cities. The crisis of the 5th city is resolved. The city lord is too powerful, almost as strong as a martial saint. Hundreds of thousands of human soldiers cheered, their excited voices shaking the sky, all thrilled by this victory. It was simple. The invincible stance of their commander was the greatest morale boost. The entire 5th Group Army's morale soared. Even though hundreds of thousands of alien troops lay not far away, they now completely ignored them. They had won this battle. High-end combat power determined the direction of victory. And now the scales of war had clearly tipped in favor of the 5th Group Army. High in the sky, Su Yu did not immediately descend to help. Instead, sensing something, he turned to look toward the garrison behind him, where he felt a different imperial aura rising. The fortune of humanity. It seems father has become a saint. A broad smile spread across Su Ye's face. He was naturally very satisfied with this outcome. With 3 martial saints sitting in the Su family, it could provide him the greatest assistance on Blue Star. This included cleansing Neon Blackfi and the Northern Divine Court. Of course, the main goal was still to cultivate martial gods, and even star-crushing martial artists for the Su family and for humanity. With that thought, Su Yu vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was on the ground. In front of the human army, the aliens, seeing their true king slain instantly, had their morale and will to fight shattered. Countless aliens no longer had any desire to fight and turned to flee. Run! That invincible true king of humanity is here. Quickly go back and ask the holy god of our race to suppress him, or this place will be lost. Escape! The alien army scattered in all directions, completely devoid of fighting spirit. Yet their speed of retreat looked utterly ridiculous in Su Ye's eyes. Su Yu swept the silver moon blade forward. A terrifying blade glow that even cut space into a straight line burst forth. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of alien troops powerless to resist were cut down to less than 100,000. The city lord is invincible. Seeing this, the human soldiers could not help cheering again. Su Yu stood in midair facing the army and pointed the silver moon blade forward, shouting, "All soldiers, hear my command. Charge with me." The voice rang in everyone's ears. Countless soldiers felt their blood boil and raised their weapons to answer Su Yu. Kill! 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 Su Yu listened to the roars behind him, his smile growing even brighter. This was the momentum he wanted. The greater father's prestige, the stronger he himself would become. Now let him offer father another great gift. Advance the front line. All territory within 3,000 li shall belong to humanity. With that, Su Yu split open space with a slash, creating a spatial rift, and stepped into it. His goal was to seize all the alien-occupied territories of the 5th city, while his cultivation experience card was still active. This battle was undoubtedly the first opportunity for humanity to counterattack the alien race since the disappearance of the war god. The human frontlines had once been far more extensive than they were now. Yet the alien powerhouses emerged ceaselessly, and humanity had been struggling to hold the line. It was only 30 years ago, after the rise of the demigod Yi Tao, that they managed to stall the alien demigods, earning a brief respite. But it was merely a stalemate. Over the years, demigod Yi Tao simplified the cultivation methods, allowing countless humans to train, thereby bolstering humanity's combat strength. Even so, they could only barely contend with the alien race. But now slaying over a dozen 9th-grade martial artists within a single city was akin to severing 2 fingers from their high-end combat force. This battle situation was undoubtedly exhilarating. With a hum 2,000 li from the 5th city garrison, the alien army encampment came into view. A blood-colored saber glow stained the sky, crimson instantly shattering the area into fragments and slaughtering countless aliens. The sounds of battle and roars echoed through the air. That night was destined to be sleepless. With a thunderous boom, as Su Long in the sky delivered a single slash to the ground, the land within a 50 li radius centered on the alien camp sank. A massive abyss formed. Dust billowed as the 5th city army advanced, and the battle to hunt down the remaining aliens began. 2 hours later, Su Long sat cross-legged in midair, radiant as a deity guarding the region. Countless human soldiers looked up at him. Their eyes brimmed with admiration and reverence. Reporting to the city lord, all aliens here have been slain. We have seized thousands of gene of 8th grade origin marrow, several mineral veins, and numerous rare medicinal resources. The sky over the foreign battlefield turned a pale, fish-belly white. The morning sunlight spilled across the land, illuminating the earth that had endured a brutal night of combat. Smoke rose everywhere, and the sounds of human cheers and exclamations of joy were unceasing. Qi Lianzhao, brimming with high spirits, arrived behind Su Yu and bowed respectfully. City lord, what should we do next? He was now completely awed by Su Yu's combat prowess. Too powerful. With 1 person and 1 blade, he had torn straight through the alien stronghold. Even the several ninth-grade grand perfection alien powerhouses that came to reinforce were slain on the spot. No alien expert could last a single move under his blade. Such strength inspired awe. Suyu sat cross-legged in midair, the silver moon blade floating beside him. The ninth-grade pressure emanating from him showed no signs of weakening, remaining as vigorous as ever. In fact, having slaughtered over 1 million aliens tonight, his blood aura had become intensely concentrated. An ordinary martial artist approaching within 100 meters would likely kneel in fear. The blood aura was simply too dense. Garrison this place, contact the 7th and 9th cities, and have the Su family and first-rate clans like the Chi family along with the martial saint families come to divide these mineral veins. Suyu glanced at the exhausted army below, wearied from the battle. He spoke calmly, use the spoils from tonight to exchange for corresponding resources and distribute them to all soldiers of the 5th city. The Su family gets 30%. Qi Lianzhao cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Understood. He saw no flaw in this arrangement. In fact, it was quite reasonable. It was even a generous gain. After all, with so many resources captured, even if Suyu wished to take everything for himself, no one would dare object. Yet he chose to share with such magnanimity earned his profound admiration. Of course, the reason Suyu allocated resources this way was that these people were the first source of faith for Su Long, as well as soldiers loyal to the Su family's command. In essence, they were his own faction. Since he intended to elevate his clan into the top family, he would not be stingy. Moreover, these resources were but a drop in the ocean compared to the entire foreign battlefield. Once he broke through to Martial Saint, he would also head to the alien ancestral star and the territories of spirit plants within the foreign battlefield, were the truly valuable resources for high-end combatants. After receiving the order, Qi Lianzhao returned below and shouted to the soldiers who were excitedly gathering resources. Once everyone has finished collecting, return to the garrison for rest. Tomorrow we will reward according to merit. Each regiment record your achievements. Our rewards will be distributed upon return. The city lord has decreed that aside from the mineral veins, all captured alien resources will be shared among you. Unsurprisingly, when this news was announced, the soldiers below raised their weapons and cheered wildly. Their fervor bordered on fanaticism. They joined the army to fight not only to defend humanity, but also to acquire resources to improve themselves. In this battle their role had not been fully utilized. Yet their city lord still rewarded them. This act won over the entire 5th city army once more. Thank you, city lord. After finishing all this, Suyu slowly rose. The duration of the cultivation card was about to expire. He gazed ahead. There, an aura that could intimidate even 9th-grade grand perfection martial artists was coalescing. He knew it was a martial saint. As expected, he couldn't hold back. A slight smile curled at the corner of Su Ye's lips as he grasped the silver moon blade floating beside him. Ding! Remaining time for 9th-grade cultivation card 0 hours, 0 minutes, 29 seconds. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, a sharp glint flashed in Suyu's eyes. Void Blade Art, first form, sever the void. With a single flicker, Suyu appeared 100 li away. Then under the gaze of the human army, he unleashed a surge of power that shook the earth and shattered space. A thunderous boom. That blade cut through the void. With a full force strike at the ground, he split open a chasm more terrifying than the one from the previous night. A gash spanning thousands of li with a width of 1,000 meters. Had he struck at the void, even space itself would have been severed. The earth shattered, countless mountain ranges were flattened. This single attack was so fearsome that even the martial saint thousands of li away sensed its terror. What a powerful strike. The terrifying aura that had risen from the alien headquarters at the 5th city frontline immediately halted. After performing this feat, Suyu's resonant voice echoed across heaven and earth. This boundary marks all territory of the 5th city. Should any dare to set foot beyond it, even a martial saint shall die. With a rumble, the white clouds that had just formed in the sky were scattered by his blood-imbued voice. Those who heard remained silent for a long time, their shock deepening. Exactly how powerful was the 5th city Lord Su Long? No one knew. 5th city army returned to the city. With those words, Suyu slashed open space and vanished into the void. As he disappeared, countless soldiers were instantly captivated by his domineering aura. A dense surge of faith erupted and poured into a single path. Moments later, outside the forest near the 5th city army garrison, a spatial rift opened and the figure of Su Long emerged. Ding! 9th grade cultivation card experience time has ended. With the voice in his mind, the invincible aura on Suyu began to fade. In an instant it receded to the state of a 7th grade mid-stage martial artist. Feeling the power ebb away like a receding tide, Suyu felt a pang of loss. Indeed, I need to harvest some villain points to strengthen myself. Otherwise I can't handle high-stakes battles. Shaking his head, he cast the thought aside and his smile turned strange. I wonder if digging such a big hole will get me beaten to death by my cheap father. That last slash he unleashed was terrifyingly powerful. It had even intimidated the alien martial saint. If the enemy wanted to kill Su Long, they would probably need to send 2 martial saints at once, right? He's already become the human emperor. He should be able to handle it, right? Even as he said this, Suyu felt a twinge of guilt. In the underground cultivation chamber of the garrison. Achu, why do I feel like I'm being schemed against? After the battle concluded, the news of the night's confrontation at the 5th city spread rapidly across the 18 cities guarded by the Dragon Kingdom. When countless people learned the outcome of this great war, a surge of exhilaration swept through them all. For the first time, the human race had achieved a decisive victory over the alien clans. One man, one blade in a single night had slain nearly 29th rank alien warriors. Among them were several 9th rank, great perfection origin path martial artists. The name of Su Long, the city lord of the 5th city, resounded across the entire domain battlefield. Along with the spread of his fame, the faith energy of humanity swelled to an unprecedented degree. In the secluded cultivation chamber, the profound aura of imperial sovereignty grew denser by the day, intensifying with every passing moment. This is absolutely incredible. For the first time, our human race has secured a perfect victory in open war against the alien clans. City Lord Su Long is truly the pillar of humanity. That day, the most talked about news among everyone was Su Long's feat of slaying nearly 29th rank alien warriors. Under Su Long had etched an indelible mark upon the hearts of all humanity. At this moment, within the Su family's cultivation chamber at the garrison, Su Yu, after concluding the battle, also chose to enter the chamber to cultivate. This battle was not only to build his father's reputation, simultaneously he was dismantling a future opportunity for Chu Feng, that of the human sovereign. Was Chu Feng destined to become a sovereign in the future? Very well. Now I will make my father the sovereign, leaving you with no path forward. The reason he could afford to ignore Chu Feng was precisely to seize this very opportunity for himself. Thus, no matter how swiftly Chu Feng progressed, he would remain firmly within Su Yu's grasp. He would never be able to turn the tables. Inside the cultivation chamber, Su Yu first practiced briefly stabilizing his cultivation base to its peak, then entered the system interface. As soon as he entered the system, a flurry of notification sounds rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully seizing the human sovereign opportunity from the child of destiny Chu Feng. Rewards: innate talent, demons, descent 9/0 villain points, 1 realm ascension card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully altering the Su family's cannon fodder fate. Rewards: stellar class combat, art divine, elephant suppressing, health force 1/0 villain points, 1 soul nourishing pill. Ding. Altered the original plot and killed the child of destiny Chu Feng. Current progress 31. Rewards: 6/0 villain points. Purchase authorization for the transcendent demon scripture of self-transformation. A cascade of system notifications left Su Yu feeling somewhat dizzy. So many. The rewards from this great battle were simply too generous. Soul nourishing pill nourishes the power of the soul and strengthens spiritual force. Demon's descent, the innate secret art of the supreme demon bone. Activating this secret art summons a projection of a primordial chaos god demon into the body, granting a massive boost in power, albeit with certain side effects. Note unlocks after the 8th rank. Stellar class combat, art divine, elephant suppressing health force. Created by a certain stellar powerhouse inspired by witnessing a celestial elephant in battle. It nourishes the spirit through blood energy, when cultivated to perfection, it can shatter stars. Transcendent demon scripture of self-transformation, a supreme demonic art of the heavens. It can transform into eternity, forge the past and future, cultivate billions of true bodies that stand alone through the ages, and with the power of one become a godman or the heavens themselves. Upon seeing the system's descriptions, Su Yu finally realized the true magnitude of his gains this time. In the face of Demon's Descent, even the stellar class combat, art divine, elephant suppressing health force held no allure. Not to mention the final item, the transcendent demon scripture of self-transformation. Reading its description, Su Yu suddenly understood the level of that boundless demonic power he had felt when using the 9th rank experience card. This was the very technique. It bore no rank description, only that suffocating introduction. One person evolving through the ages, evolving the future, evolving the heavens, and transforming into eternity. At this moment, an unprecedented fervor blazed in Su Yu's eyes. He had to purchase it. No matter how many villain points it cost, this transcendent demon scripture of self-transformation must be in his hands. It was the true ultimate trump card that would allow him to reign over the heavens. With this thought, Su Yu eagerly opened the system shop. The moment he entered the shop, a pop-up window appeared before him. Limited time purchase, transcendent demon scripture of self-transformation, rank unknown. Cost 150000 villain points. Seeing this, Su Yu did not hesitate and chose to purchase it. Ding. Purchase successful. Replacing host's current cultivation technique. Progress 1, estimated completion time 21 hours, 35 minutes 11. Seeing this notification, Su Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. His body instantly relaxed. He didn't know why, but he felt an absolute necessity to acquire this technique. It was tied to his future destiny. Perhaps it's because it resonates with me. Su Yu murmured, a smile spreading across his face. His hand unconsciously went to his chest, feeling the powerful beat of his heart within. And the barely perceptible aura of demonic intent. Was this demonic heart, born for this very technique? Su Yu whispered to himself. Originally, he had believed that as a villain who had transmigrated here, he possessed only some talent, and that growing stronger would require relying on villain points to push his realm to match the protagonists. But after using the 9th rank cultivation card, he realized he was wrong. His heart was not ordinary. It was a demonic heart, and there was also a section of demonic bone. No matter what identity I have, nothing can stop my advance. I may not be able to be a protagonist. Suyu paused, then a cold, resolute expression hard to fathom spread across his handsome face. Then I will become a villain destined by fate, one that makes all the heavens tremble. He cared not how many children of destiny existed. He only needed to know that across the entire cosmos there could only be one villain. His cold, piercing expression gradually softened. Suyu withdrew from the system space and turned his senses to his father's progress. The aura of the human sovereign grows stronger. Father is probably stabilizing his martial saint realm. He will likely emerge from seclusion, soon won't he? In the other cultivation chamber, though the commotion was minimal, Suyu could clearly perceive that beneath the calm surface Great Uncle's origin path was also advancing towards its zenith. In at most a month, Great Uncle's origin path would reach a distance of 999 meters. After that, he would only need to crush the ceiling cube to immediately seize a martial saint position, becoming the third martial saint of the Su family. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, and his mood gradually relaxed. The stronger the Su family was, the more beneficial it was for him at this stage. It's time for me to break through to the 8th rank as well. To refine the indestructible Vajra body and indestructible Vajra cells will also take some time. When that time comes, I will have to settle accounts one by one with those old ghosts who chose to occupy saint positions due to the alien clan's schemes. Of the remaining 62 martial saint positions, the Su family will claim 90%. With this thought, Suyu retrieved his resources and began to cultivate, preparing to break through to the late stage of the 7th rank. At this moment, the outside world was in an uproar, because from this day forward the alien clans that had been waging war against humanity's 36 cities began to retreat. According to reliable intelligence, they were gathering their forces, preparing to launch a full-scale assault on the 5th city. Deep in the western reaches of the domain battlefield within the alien clan's main camp, a cold, sinister voice echoed. In 3 days, launch a full-scale attack on the human 5th city. Upon witnessing the anomalous movements of the alien race, the Dragon Kingdom swiftly made adjustments. 1/3 of the elite warriors and troops from each city were redeployed to reinforce the 5th city. Meanwhile, additional personnel for mining the new vein were en route. Within just 2 days, the Dragon Kingdom had extracted tens of thousands of tons of cultivation resources from the mine seized by Suyu. This undoubtedly alleviated the immense pressure on the human race. The aliens' dominance stemmed from their control over the vast majority of resources in the outer. For instance, the source marrow and energy stones essential for cultivation were all under their occupation. The humans could only rely on body refinement to enhance their blood energy capacity and the improved cultivation techniques brought by Yi Tao to bolster their overall strength. At that moment, within the command tent of the 5th city's military encampment, a massive war council table was surrounded by numerous 9th ring grandmasters and 2 marshals. At the head of the table sat 2 figures. The elder on the left bore several scars across his face, and despite his deliberate suppression, the murderous aura emanating from him still weighed heavily on the many 9th ring cultivators present. With graying hair and a well-proportioned, robust build, he exuded none of the frailty of old age. This man was none other than the current martial saint of the Su clan. Su Ye's nominal grandfather, Su Zhantian. Seated beside Su Zhantian was Jiang Tianjing, the former patriarch of the Jiang clan, another martial saint lineage. Martial Saint Jiang Tianzheng had suffered far more grievously than Su Zhantian. Half of his face was nearly disfigured and his right eye had been gouged out, leaving an empty socket. Achieving the rank of martial saint was not as glorious as it seemed. When they attained sainthood, they were ambushed by alien martial saints. Though they survived, the terrifying primordial source energy still prevented their wounds from healing. This time it's bound to be a tough battle, Jiang Tianjing said, crossing his legs, his remaining left eye filled with worry. The aliens had returned in full force. A full-scale assault on the 5th city would likely involve several martial saints coming to intercept. With just the 2 of them, it would be exceedingly difficult to hold the line. Su Zhantian's expression remained impassive as he tapped his knuckles on the conference table and said calmly, "No matter how tough we fight, this opportunity for sainthood must not be missed. Su Long must ascend to sainthood. With a new martial saint joining us, our situation will become much easier." Jiang Tianjing heard this and smiled bitterly, nodding in agreement. Yes, the Jiang and Su clans had been allied for a long time, advancing and retreating together. When he attained sainthood, Su Zhantian had come to guard him, bearing several scars on his face from protecting him. That battle had nearly cost him his life. The 2 exchanged a glance, then turned to the assembled crowd and asked, "How many 9th ring cultivators do we have currently?" Reporting to the martial saints, "We have gathered a total of 60 9th ring cultivators. Among them 20 are 9th ring grand perfection who have stepped onto the path of origin, and the rest are at the early or middle stages. Additionally, 21 are still on their way. 60 9th ring cultivators." The 2 pondered for a moment, then shouted in unison, "Good. Issue the order. Tonight we march to the front lines and deploy for battle." Yes. The numerous 9th ring powerhouses seated at the table rose and filed out of the tent in an orderly manner. After they departed, Su Zhantian let out a sigh and said, "This time will be the last time I protect him." As a martial saint, he could naturally sense the increasingly profound and terrifying pressure emanating from the cultivation chamber deep underground. That was a martial saint, and not an ordinary one at that. His son was truly extraordinary. Jiang Tianzheng nodded in agreement, but his brow furrowed in confusion. Strange, he said. Why do I sense 2 auras of sainthood here? It seems like there's also a 7th ring cultivator inside. Su Zhantian chuckled wryly and said, Are you out of your mind? Achieving 1 martial saint is already an extraordinary feat. Where would 2 come from? Let's go. Head to the front lines first. Jiang Tianzheng withdrew his spiritual sense, shrugged his shoulders, and said with emotion, All right. Let's see how many martial saints the alien race dares to send to block Su Long's ascension. No matter how many come, they'll have to kneel. If they want to stop my son from becoming a saint, they'll have to trample over my corpse first. Su Zhanshan's bold laughter echoed through the tent. The next moment the laughter ceased abruptly, and their auras vanished from the encampment. Only faint ripples of spatial energy lingered in the tent. Boom, boom, boom. As the sun set over the out-of-realm battlefield bathed in the glow of twilight, the earth on the front lines began to tremble. Pebbles danced on the ground. Looking up into the distance, one could see endless rows of troops marching in perfect order toward the plains of the front lines. The sight was awe-inspiring. A torrent of over 10 million human soldiers swept across the entire battlefield. Only when they reached the plains did the millions of troops come to a halt. Solemnity was etched on every face. A chilling, murderous aura spread, and the surrounding creatures, sensing the magnitude of this formation, fled in panic, fearing they would be caught in the ensuing battle. Formed a battle array. Qi Lianzhao, the commander of this war, soared into the air and manifested a colossal martial dharma that stood 1,000 meters tall upon the earth. His voice was thunderous. Beside his martial dharma stood dozens of 9th ring grandmasters whose auras alone seemed to compress the surrounding space, causing it to tremble like ripples. Without any superfluous words, the gazes of all the powerhouses were fixed ahead. On the far side of the abyss carved by Su Long's single sword strike, dusk descended and darkness gradually replaced the light. A thick, nauseating stench of blood began to spread. Whoosh! Then under the watchful eyes of all, the earth on the opposite side of the abyss began to quake. An oppressive, suffocating aura surged into the sky. Looking up, the clouds were dispersed by this pressure, revealing scattered starlight. This sight caused the expressions of the millions of troops to turn grave. Countless individuals silently began to circulate their blood energy. Woo! As a strange horn sounded, a dark, massive horde of alien troops slowly rose from the opposite shore. Their aura was even more formidable than that of the humans. Moreover, these aliens had bizarre appearances. They bore human bodies, but were entirely crimson, with 2 small slender horns growing from the sides of their heads. Their faces were similar to humans, yet their auras were starkly different. The humans exuded surging blood energy, while the aliens were chillingly cold. Seeing this, the 9th ring grandmasters tensed up, each filled with gravity and vigilance. Because the 100 towering aliens leading the charge on the opposite side were all 9th ring cultivators. At the forefront, witnessing the 109th ring aliens appear, the expressions of the 2 martial saints, Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianzheng, also darkened. This was trouble. However, an even more terrifying scene unfolded before them. Above the millions of alien troops in the boundless darkness, a massive rift was suddenly torn in the space. The next moment, under the terrified and fearful gaze of the humans, 5 terrifying figures slowly emerged from the torn space. Their mere appearance caused the surrounding space to collapse instantly, as a horrifying aura swept across the entire field, and countless blood-colored light spots drifted down. At the same time, an extremely greedy voice came from within. Millions of blood sacrifices. This time our young ones can feast. Above the alien race, 5 formidable beings emerged, their terrifying auras causing space to tremble. They strode across the void, step by step, advancing before Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianzheng. The 5 alien holy spirits were immensely powerful, their bodies wreathed in nauseating crimson, malevolent energy. Within the rippling red mist, countless human faces seemed to howl in anguish. This was not merely suppression in terms of rank. Even their souls felt as if they were being torn from their bodies. For a moment, the human army grew restless. As the 5 alien holy spirits appeared before them, Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianzheng simultaneously unleashed their own blood energy to block the enemy's assault. Their gazes were heavy, their expressions grim to the extreme. What a grand gesture, all 5 of you coming to intercept us at once. Across the void opposite them, these 5 crimson humanoid beings, each standing 4 meters tall, bore no great difference from the alien horde below. The sole distinction was the pair of bone wings sprouting from their backs. The horns on either side of their heads were sharp and glinted with a cold light. An eerily chilling sight. Humanity has produced such a prodigiously talented individual. If we do not slay him on the spot once he becomes a saint, he alone could contend with multiple of our holy spirits. The leading alien holy spirit spoke with a sinister tone. We failed to assassinate Yi Tao back then, and within a few short years he broke through to demigod. Now he has imprisoned our clan leader within the void. Such a thing must never happen again. Demigod Yi Tao. This name spread far and wide, not only among humanity, but also among the alien race, where it was synonymous. In those days, he alone with a single book refined millions of alien soldiers, including a holy spirit. Such means filled even the alien race with terror and lingering fear. If humanity is wise today and hands over the fifth city lord, we shall withdraw our forces at once and allow you all a few more years of existence. Otherwise we will slaughter the two of you here and now. The alien Holy Spirit swiped its claw tearing through space and let out a cold, sinister laugh. Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianzheng snorted in response. Then let us see who is mightier. Boom. As his words fell, the thunderous roar of spatial detonation swept across the field. The figures of the 5 alien Holy Spirits and the 2 humans vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye they entered the void to do battle. When the spatial rift closed, the sky still echoed with terrifying pressure and explosive sound. Charge! With the departure of the martial saint-level powerhouses, Qi Lian, Zhao, the supreme commander of tens of millions of troops, gave the order with his 1,000-meter golden avatar. Instantly, countless humans surged toward the alien forces. Battles of this magnitude not only tempered lower-level warriors, but also tested the combat prowess of both races. With tens of millions on each side, it was a contest of who was superior. Of course, once the martial saints on either side determined the victor, not a single soul would remain alive on the losing side. Kill! The earth-shaking clamor of battle resounded across the field, sparks flying as blades clashed. In the sky, dozens of human 9th-rank experts faced off against 100 alien 9th-rank beings. At this stage their power was beyond doubt. Though they lacked the ability to enter the void for combat, the battle among these top-tier 9th-rank experts in the heavens caused the very earth for thousands of miles to tremble. Even a trace of their power unleashed could obliterate the 10,000 mountains. If it fell upon the ground, even a fraction could annihilate all life for dozens of miles. Boom. In the military camp deep within an underground cultivation chamber, 3 auras rose and fell, each seemingly undergoing a transformation. Inside the stone chamber, Suyu sat cross-legged. His skin was now nearly translucent with blood vessels clearly visible. The blood flowing within was like subterranean magma brimming with the energy to destroy all things. Upon closer inspection, a peculiar hue now colored his blood, a glazed tint. Beside him lay a pile of exceedingly rare 9th-rank source marrow. This was a resource coveted by every peaked 7th-rank martial artist. With 7th-rank source marrow to aid cultivation, breaking through to the 8th-rank golden body would instantly elevate them to a formidable presence among golden body cultivators. Just as grandmasters were divided into ordinary and heavenly soul grandmasters, so too did the 8th-rank golden body have its distinctions. The immortal golden body was classified into 3 grades: the flood dragon grade, the hidden dragon grade, and the true dragon grade. The flood dragon grade golden body had the least potential, and it was the primary cultivation method in small nations like Black Fae, which lacked powerful martial traditions. The hidden dragon grade was the mainstream golden body in the dragon kingdom, cultivated by most ordinary geniuses on the rise. As for the true dragon grade golden body, it required a vast amount of source marrow resources to condense. Generally, even for a true dragon grade golden body, only about a dozen gene of 9th-rank source marrow. But at this moment the depleted 9th-rank source marrow besides Suyu already weighed dozens of gene. Yet even so the majority of his bones had yet to be tempered into gold. I must finish absorbing these 9th-rank source marrow and emerge from seclusion. Suyu analyzed his state calmly as he cultivated. He had used a realm advancement card to elevate himself to the late peak of the 7th rank. Initially he had planned to forge his golden body solely through source marrow, but he did not choose the true dragon grade golden body method. Instead he selected the immortal glazed golden body forging art. He intended to forge his foundation to the utmost strength. The 9 tempering golden body method allowed for tempering the golden body 9 times or more at the 8th rank. He would smelt the immortal glazed golden body, and then use the 9 tempering method to undergo nirvana 9 times. When he achieved 9 nirvanas and broke through to the 9th rank. Even if he were a newly advanced 9th rank, those 9th rank great perfection cultivators who had already walked their own origin path would not be his match. The war must have started by now, right? After absorbing another batch of 10 gene of 9th rank source marrow, Suyu pondered. If the war had begun, then heading to the battlefield to break through using extreme combat might fully awaken his immortal cells. The immortal glazed golden body, besides forging the body, had a unique property: it could forge cells containing immortal matter. If he could forge immortal cells, even if he were beaten down to a mere clot of blood in the future, as long as an immortal cell remained, he could revive. This was the most terrifying aspect, and the very reason Suyu chose to cultivate the resource-intensive immortal glazed golden body. Thinking this, Suyu decisively accelerated his absorption to temper his bones. However, after fully depleting 100 gene of 9th rank source marrow, all of his bones now shimmered with golden light. Exhaling a turbid breath laden with impurities, Suyu opened his eyes and suppressed the surging violent energy within him. Stepping out of the cultivation chamber, he glanced at the 2 closed stone doors on either side. Father Third Granduncle hurry and emerge from seclusion. Suyu murmured softly where he stood. The war has begun. It's time for the world to witness the Su family's 3 saints. The 2 stone doors seemed to hear his words and trembled slightly. Seeing their reaction, Suyu smiled. It seemed they still needed a bit more. Oh well. It was better to go out and stir up trouble himself to give them some motivation, otherwise they would never cultivate. Moreover, he had a premonition. As Chu Feng's fortune value continued to decline, new children of fortune were slowly emerging. With his current strength, the background of these new children of fortune would likely, thus the Su family had to be well established. Otherwise, as a villain, he wouldn't feel safe stepping out. Ha ha ha. I hope these alien 8th rank experts can bring me some pressure, otherwise my immortal glazed golden body cultivation will have failed. With these words, Su Yes figure vanished. This time he would use his true combat strength to single-handedly battle hundreds of alien 8th rank golden body cultivators. As he departed from the cultivation chamber of Su Zhanyi on the right, came the crisp sound of glass shattering. In an instant, spiritual rain imbued with celestial energy began to fall across Blue Star. Another has become a saint. The battlefield on the plains. Across the 1,000-mile expanse, fires and explosions were visible everywhere. Each time a foreign race slayed a human soldier, they would devour his blood and chi on the spot. The drained corpse would become a mummy, crumbling into dust at the slightest touch. Despite the gruesome scene, no one present felt any discomfort. After witnessing so much, their hearts had grown numb. Only by seizing the moment when the foreign race absorbed blood and chi could they strike and eliminate them, preventing the enemy from growing stronger. Bang! Bang! Though there were no modern weapons, the explosive bursts of blood and chi along with the turbulent energies stirred by 6th-rank martial artists and 7th-rank grandmasters were still a spectacular sight. On the battlefield, a young man with a crew cut wore a calm expression with a hint of roguishness on his brow, but his handsome features remained vigilant. His strength was formidable. At the late peak of the 6th rank, there was an air of imminent breakthrough to the 7th rank, the realm of a grandmaster. While surrounding soldiers wielded weapons, he fought barehanded, engaging the foreign race in close-quarters combat. The foreign race was famed for their bizarre abilities and formidable physiques. Yet he directly clashed with them in physical combat. When his fist smashed into a foreigner's head, any alien he targeted would have its head explode like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered. Damn it, these cursed aliens really have hard heads, Fong Ting said, shaking his hand after crushing another late 6th rank foreigner. It hurts. Haha, Captain, better grab a blade, or your hand will be crippled before we kill enough aliens. Yeah, Captain, don't be stubborn. When has the captain ever been stubborn? He flees when outmatched. Who can catch him? True, Captain, go crush them. We're from the military academy too. Can't lose face. This alien squad must be annihilated. Young faces all around shouted to Fong Ting. These were all cadets from the 9th City Military Academy, each with combat experience and considerable strength. Their performance on the battlefield was outstanding. Fong Ting clasped his hands, cracking his knuckles with a slight pressure. You all stay low. I'm going to rip off that 7th rank alien's head and give it to you as a football. A fierce grin spread across Fong Ting's face as he plunged excitedly into the alien ranks. Though he usually showed respect to Su Yu, it was only because Su Yu had beaten him. In Su Yu's absence, he was more arrogant than anyone else. Having fought on several battlefields and earned considerable merit, he now held the rank of major. Damn it, I'll punch your dog heads off. Fong Ting was full of pent-up anger. He was genuinely glad that the Su family had a sacred realm, as they invested heavily in the military academy. Martial techniques and cultivation methods were freely exchangeable for credits. Without the Su family's special recruitment into the academy, given his grades, he would at most have reached the 3rd rank, maybe even the 2nd. How could he have changed his impoverished fate? Now that the foreign race dared to obstruct his benefactor's ascension to sainthood, and he lacked the strength to protect him, how could he not feel aggrieved? Unable to defeat the high-tier combatants, he took it out on the lesser ones. You filthy alien bastards dared to block City Lord Su Long's sainthood. They'll beat you to— Cursing and swearing, Fong Ting charged into the alien ranks. Somehow he managed to dodge every alien attack. He took no hits at all. Even several 7th rank aliens couldn't stop him. Soon he reached the heart of the alien defenses. There stood a 7th rank foreigner, short in stature, weak in both physique and combat power. A 7th rank in name only. This was the foreign race's equivalent of a tactician. Below the 8th rank, the taller the alien, the simpler the mind. They needed a sharp brain to arrange tactics. Only at the 8th rank did their intellect fully develop. Thus these short, frail ones served as centurions commanding squads. Kill him, and the remaining aliens would fall into chaos. Die. Fong Ting spotted the squad leader, leaped up, clenched his fist, and smashed down fiercely. Quick! Stop him! The small alien commander shouted in panic. The surrounding burly aliens abandoned their opponents and rushed back to intercept Fong Ting. But Fong Ting pressed on regardless, his fist slamming into the small alien's head. Splat! The head burst, blood and brain matter flying. With its mental link severed, the sub-8th rank aliens were disoriented, their orderly battle formation instantly broken by the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Time to scram. Fong Ting didn't linger. He slipped away smoothly like oil on water. His next target was another alien squad commander. Fong Ting's escape skills were unique. Sometimes slithering like a loach, other times sinking into the earth when surrounded, advancing underground. His unpredictable ambushes allowed him to kill several alien squad commanders. Not a single one of his victims had an intact head. That's 7 more. One more kill, and he'll head back. Fong Ting panted from his hiding spot underground. After a brief rest, he resurfaced, spotted an unguarded squad commander, and charged without hesitation. Dodging alien interceptors, he closed in. Die, you cursed alien. He clenched his fist. Boom. Fong Ting's fist neared the alien commander's head, but the alien showed no panic. Instead it sneered mockingly. Seeing that taunting smile, Fong Ting sensed danger. Damn, it's a trap. Before he could dive underground, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. 8th rank. His face turned pale. What the hell? How had he, a martial artist below the 7th rank, provoked an 8th rank alien? Blood food, you've killed several commanders. Consider yourself capable. But this is the end. The 8th rank alien emerged, its crimson eyes gleaming. It raised a claw to slash Fong Ting's throat. If hit, he would be like a chicken with its throat cut. I'm done. It's a trap. Despair filled Fong Ting's eyes along with regret for his own folly. Why had he been so overconfident? Just as he was about to close his eyes, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Clang! A flash of blade light severed the 8th rank alien's claw along with its head. Seeing the figure in front of him, Fong Ting cried out in shock. Holy crap, young Master Su. Beyond shock, Fong Ting felt the elation of a narrow escape from death. Young Master Su, when did you arrive? Su did not answer his question immediately, but instead unleashed a strike of the Su clan's annihilating god blade, Art Bloodslaughter. With that single slash, he cleaved all the nearby alien races in two. I arrived a moment ago. Enough, this place is too deep inside. Retreat. Su Yu flicked his finger, and a wisp of green light flew into Fong Ting's hand. Yes, I'll leave at once. Fong Ting cradled the green light, tilted his head back, and in an instant the blood and chi his body had expended returned to their peak. Sensing such potent medicinal effects, Fong Ting's reverence for Su Yu deepened. After recovering, Fong Ting wasted no time. He charged straight toward the outer perimeter. Whenever alien races came to block his path, he threw a punch, and each alien's head exploded instantly. Witnessing this head-crushing behavior, Su Yu could only remark that he was truly a ruthless man. He cared for nothing else but a single lethal strike. Such ruthlessness befits my identity as the villain's underling. He was thoroughly satisfied with Fong Ting's performance. For no other reason than 2 points, he was willing to follow him, acted decisively and ruthlessly, and was exceptionally adept at escaping. The second point was, his surname was Fong. Su Yu always felt this fellow might be connected to the next child of fortune. If this were confirmed, wouldn't that be perfect? Subdue the child of fortune, make him fight for himself. Could he still dare to pull any tricks? When the war ends, I must properly train these talents as well. At this thought, a sharp glint flashed in Su Yu's eyes. He turned around. He saw in the sky ahead hundreds of 8th rank cultivators locked in chaotic battle, their golden bodies radiating light, their annihilating power nearly bursting the heavens. The oppressive aura of hundreds of 8th rank cultivators in melee. Even a peak 9th rank martial artist would feel daunted. Yet when Su Yu witnessed the scene of their battle, he felt an urge to join in. I can't handle high-stakes battles for now, so this nest of 8th rank cultivators will serve as my appetizer. Su Yu's eyes blazed with mad battle intent. He possessed the destruction body, a legendary physique, said to seek life through death. His meridians were naturally thicker than ordinary men's, and his dantian was twice as large as that of a cultivator at the same realm. He also had various advanced combat techniques and martial skills. Despite being endowed with numerous advantages, he had never fully unleashed his combat prowess. This time, he would vent freely, precisely testing how strong his true combat strength could be. Ideally, he would be beaten to death by a siege, allowing him to comprehend the true essence of the imperishable Vajra body and imperishable cells, thereby truly reaching the 8th rank gold. With this in mind, Su Yu suddenly grasped at the void ahead. From the emptiness, he pulled out a long sword of bizarre shape with a blade of black and white exuding thick depth. The Heaven Burial Blade. When it fully manifested, it gave those who gazed upon its blade an illusion, as if this sword once swung possessed the might to bury everything. Whoosh. The next second, amid the alien race's bewildered expressions, Su Yu's figure vanished from his spot. In midair, hundreds of 8th rank cultivators engaged in chaotic battle, their martial golden bodies erupting. Each golden body was at least 9 zhang tall, and the tallest reached 100 zhang. These were all martial golden bodies at the 8th rank. If a 9th rank martial artist manifested their golden body, it could reach 1,000 meters in size. Rumble. In this space, the 8th rank exclusive annihilating power spread. Both the Dragon Kingdom's 8th rank cultivators and the alien 8th rank showed signs. However, in this 8th rank melee, the Dragon Kingdom was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. The alien 8th rank numbered nearly 300. In contrast, the Dragon Kingdom had only a little over 180. Although most were late 8th rank elites drawn from various cities, they were still outmatched against 300 8th rank opponents. Boom. In the sky, with a thunderous roar, the golden light of a martial golden body suddenly dimmed. At that moment, a flash of golden light rushed before the pursuing alien 8th rank, blocking it, and turned to shout, "Major, General Li, go quickly." The golden body, over 10 zhang tall, that had been sent flying rapidly shrank, eventually revealing a tall, middle-aged man. His face was stained red by the blood he caught. On his chest was a bullseyed wound that pierced through his body, his internal organs clearly visible. Major General Li was the garrison commander of the 5th city, who had led Su Yu to the military camp that day. He had completely fallen unconscious, his breath faint. Blood poured from the wound, piercing his body as if it cost nothing. Below, when the 7th rank alien races caught the scent of golden blood, they became frenzied and riotous, scrambling toward Major General Li's falling body. Blood meal, the blood of a venerable. It's all mine. Seeing this, countless humans blazed with fury and 7th rank grandmasters stepped into blood. Beast, get down here. Damn it. Your opponent is me, come down. Who can spare a hand? Save Major General Li. Roars rose and fell, echoing everywhere, but were soon drowned out by the sounds of slaughter. No one could spare a hand. In such a situation of insufficient manpower, merely holding one's own and delaying the enemy was exceedingly difficult, let alone saving others. Just then another scream rang out. Looking over, they saw another mid-8th rank golden body expert severely wounded by an alien ambush. Whoosh. His heart was ripped out from behind by an alien's claw. The annihilating power which prevented even indestructible matter from healing wounds spread across the injury. Without the interference of annihilating power, the 8th rank's indestructible matter could certainly have healed these wounds. Now let's see how you block our race's advance. This late 8th rank alien powerhouse opened its gaping maw and swallowed the still beating heart. This sight chilled everyone to the bone. They must not be captured. Even in death, they must self-destruct. After devouring the heart, the wounded late 8th rank alien powerhouse's aura, peak late 8th rank. Die. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the alien 8th rank's blood deepened further. When its surging aura subsided, it sneered. Let these two venerables serve as evolution fodder for my race's young. As the words fell, a sonic boom resounded. Its target was the falling Major General Li and another human 8th rank. It intended to tear apart these two 8th rank bodies using the blood rain to nourish the peak late 7th rank of its race. If they broke through, victory would be theirs. Damn it. Someone self-destruct and stop it. If it tears apart Major General Li and Major General Sun's bodies, we're in trouble. Koffel, stop it. Someone tried to charge down and self-destruct to block it, but was intercepted by alien 8th rank. Thwarted, everyone grew furious, their attacks becoming fiercer. Die. With no one to stop it, the alien 8th rank's ferocious grin widened. Its blood-red claws gleaming with cold light stabbed toward Major General Li's body. Seeing this, everyone's eyes burned with rage. Each person roared madly. Amid their despairing gazes, an unremarkable white light flashed, and a shout echoed in their ears. Get lost. The startling change made everyone stop their curses, all eyes turning forward. As the white light passed through the alien 8th rank's body, everyone's pupils contracted sharply, because they saw. Where the white light passed, space was sliced into a slender rift of void. And the alien 8th rank's ferocious expression froze. Bang! The next second, the alien 8th rank's body was split in two, its soul also cleanly severed in. Then in the space, an ice-cold voice reverberated. Those who harm my race shall be slain without mercy. Suyu, clad in a white robe, appeared somewhat elegant, with hair untouched by scissors for 2 months. His countenance was extraordinarily handsome, yet at this moment his face was filled with coldness. A murderous gleam flickered in his eyes. Behind him, Fong Ting also flew through the air, catching the falling Li Xiaowei and Sun Xiaowei. 2 green pills shot from Su Ye's hand, precisely entering the mouths of Li Xiaowei and Sun Xiaowei. The moment the azure spirit pill entered their mouths, a gentle green radiance full of vitality enveloped them. The destructive force wreaking havoc within their meridians was expelled from their bodies. Having done all this, Suyu grasped the sky-bearing blade, raised his eyes toward the hundreds of alien 8th rank beings, his battle intent soaring. It seemed not bad at all. You boy, what are you doing here? Get back immediately. At this moment, a startled and furious voice rang out, and then an old man in a black robe swiftly appeared before Suyu, his face filled with alarm and anger as he shouted, "Go back. This is no place for you. This is a battlefield." Su Zhanyuan glared at Suyu, his expression wrathful. Go back. Suyu was the treasured seed of the Su family. If something happened here, his nephew Su Long would not be the only one coming after him. Even his older brothers would not let him off. Faced with his furious questioning, Suyu remained unconcerned. The chaotic aura of one at the peak of 7th rank and bordering on early 8th rank burst forth instantly, the blast sending the low-ranked aliens tumbling backward. You are about to break through to 8th rank. Su Zhanyuan was stunned, his speech incredulous. Suyu nodded slightly, then said solemnly, 5th granduncle, our Su family has never feared the battlefield for 1,000 years. Never before, and even less in my generation. So, I beg to disobey. His voice was calm, yet carried an unyielding stubbornness. Su Zhanyuan opened his mouth wanting to say something, but ultimately could only let out a faint sigh. As you wish. With that, he returned to the battlefield, engaging 1 late 8th rank and 4 mid 8th rank aliens in combat. Although Su Ye's appearance startled many, they soon ceased watching. Compared to Suyu, the enemies before them were more troublesome. After Suyu erupted with his aura, causing Fong Ting and Li Xiaowei to leave, he turned his gaze back to the battlefield, surveying it. To him, the enemy was not important. What was important was where to strike. A moment later, Su Ye's eyes suddenly fixed on a peculiar-looking alien of 8th rank. That 8th rank being bore extra features compared to the others. For instance, large horns. And crucially, it had wings sprouting from its back. This was the mark of an alien divine descendant. Upon seeing it, Suyu curled his lips slightly. You're the one. A divine descendant is it? Then let's see. What's so special about them? Uft. The large-horned alien tore apart an 8th rank being with a claw sneer tugging at his lips. These blood meals are truly weak. But he licked his lips, his sharp claw piercing a heart. He gulped down the heart, a look of ecstasy on his face. The taste of these blood meals is so exquisite. Rich in blood energy, they are a great tonic for my kind. Beside him, 2 ordinary 8th rank peak aliens followed, respectfully saying, "Master speaks the truth." After devouring the heart, the large-horned alien scanned the battlefield for the next prey. Suddenly his gaze locked onto Su Zhanyuan, excitement rising. He bears the aura of Su Zhantian. I will eat him. With that, the large-horned alien charged at Su Zhanyan, the bloodthirst in his eyes intensifying. In his childhood, he had tasted a drop of divine blood. That was a drop of blood from the human Su family's divine being Su Zhantian, seized by his father. Thus he was extremely sensitive and fond of the Su family's blood energy. The large-horned alien appeared behind Su Zhanyuan, raising his sharp claw to stab into his back. Die. Engaged in fierce combat with 5 alien 8th rank elites, Su Zhanyuan suddenly felt a chill from behind, the breath of death approaching. Not good. Su Zhanyuan's face contorted in alarm. He tried to dodge, but was simultaneously locked down by several 8th rank beings. Haha, this blood meal is mine. The large-horned alien was ecstatic, his speed increasing further. The claw pierced the air, sonic booms exploding in eardrums. Just at the critical moment, a terrifying blade aura erupted, severing the large-horned alien's claw at the root. Get lost. At the sudden change, the surrounding aliens of 8th rank paled in shock, crying out, "The Holy Sun! Protect the Holy Sun!" Unlike humans, among aliens the offspring of their divine being held the highest status. Even true kings, and those who had stepped into origin, were not as noble as a Holy Sun. If the Holy Sun fell here, all these 8th rank beings would die upon returning. In an instant, nearby alien 8th rank beings abandoned their pursuit of human 8th rank beings and gathered to encircle the large-horned alien. My claw. The large-horned alien saw his claw along with the finger bones severed, and the mysterious energy spreading upon it was even erasing the indestructible substance within him. He grew terrified, roaring, "Kill! All of you, kill him! I want him dead!" At this command, the 8th rank aliens immediately shouted yes. In an instant, they vanished from their spots. Over a dozen late 8th rank alien elites manifested their golden bodies, unleashing overwhelming pressure that scattered. At this moment, even the human 8th rank elites changed expression. Trouble. Su Zhanyuan, seeing the surrounding 8th rank aliens, turned even paler. All were late 8th rank. This was dire. Though over a dozen aliens had gathered, the situation for their side had not improved. Each person was dealing with at least 2 8th rank aliens with no hands free for combat. "You boy, run. Your second granduncle is above," Su Zhanyuan shouted. But Su Yu remained unmoved. "5th granduncle, go down and rest. Leave this to me." Su Yu stood with hands clasped behind his back, blade in one hand proudly poised in the void. Confronted by a siege of over a dozen late 8th rank beings, he showed not a trace of panic, but extraordinary calm and composure. Su Zhanyuan's face darkened further. "Get the hell out of here. They are late 8th rank, not here to play house with you." This fool. Couldn't he grasp the situation? Attack. Kill him. The large-horned alien, now gulping down heavenly treasures, roared when he saw Su Yu unmoved. Swoosh. At his command, the dozen 8th rank beings moved instantly, each striking at Su Yu with space-crushing might. Space trembled, collapsed, and shattered. Without 9th rank, prolonged space destruction was impossible. Even a second of shattering was formidable. "Damn it, you'll get us both killed." Su Zhanyuan's face twisted like excrement, cursing as his aura surged wildly. It seemed he was about to self-destruct. He had to save Su Yu. He himself had no hope for 9th rank, as good as useless. He could die, but Su Yu was still young, he could not die. Just as Su Zhanyuan was about to charge forward, using self-destruction to rescue Su Yu, he was frozen by a single word from Su Yu. "5th granduncle, you do not understand. This battle is the opportunity for my breakthrough. They are not enough to threaten me." "You?" Su Zhanyuan started to retort. Yet what happened next nearly made his eyes pop out. "I have a blade that can bury all things, can bury heaven and earth, can also send all beings to their funeral. Since you beg me to deliver you to the grave, then I shall fulfill your final wish." Space, like a mirror, let out a crisp sound under the gradually gathering pressure. Crack. This blade. Bury heaven and earth. In that instant, an endless torrent of death chi began to coalesce, swirling around the burial heaven blade. Within moments, it enshrouded all the alien forces that had been besieging him. As the death chi invaded their bodies, these 8th rank aliens were seized with alarm, hastily channeling their energy to suppress the erosion of their internal organs. Yet they soon discovered their efforts were utterly futile. Their own energy proved completely ineffective against this death chi, and even showed signs of being assimilated. Their organs withered, their blood vitality seemed to— What kind of energy is this? Why is it destroying my organs? The indestructible substance is useless. Quick, flee the black mist range, or we won't last much longer. These once fierce 8th rank powerhouses were now utterly wretched. In the blink of an eye, their only thought to escape the black mist. Otherwise, the mist alone would erode them to death before long. The death chi continued to gather. This scene drew the gaze of all lower-rank cultivators and every 8th rank expert alike. As the eerie black mist gradually solidified, every powerhouse's eyes narrowed sharply. Terrifying. Their battle instincts screamed warnings. If they were tainted by the black mist, they would be severely wounded if not killed outright. The human camp. Su Zanyuan's aged face twisted into a comical expression. He had been worried for Suyu moments ago, even resolved to charge forward and self-destruct, willing to die, but reality dealt him a slap. Suyu alone had stripped over a dozen Lady Rank aliens of their will to fight. Even more. He hadn't even brought down his blade. How is this possible? What has Yuer gone through to cultivate such a fearsome technique? Su Zhanyuan stared at the swirling black mist of death, Qi, drawing a sharp breath. He was certain he had been away from Suyu for barely half a month. How could he now battle 8th rank foes on the alien battlefield? He knew Suyu had slain a black-fi 8th rank before, but that was merely a fleshly martial artist at the initial 8th, utterly different from the dozen-plus Lady rank aliens before him. Amid his stunned and uncertain gaze ahead, Suyu held his blade horizontal behind him, body slightly bent, poised to strike. As the black mist of death chi gathered to a critical point, a sharp glint flashed in Suyu's eyes. Death chi coiled around the blade, slowly condensing into a black mist dragon in the air. Let me escort you all to your burial. Burial of life. A soft cry rang out. Suyu's hand gripping the burial heaven blade bulged with muscle as he struck out. Roar. At that moment, a dragon's roar seemed to echo in everyone's ears. Boom. The black mist dragon opened its maw wide, carrying the death chi blade light within its jaws. It tore through the air's severed space, and at a speed exceeding 10 times the speed of sound, clamped down on over a dozen 8th rank alien powerhouses. Bang! A violent explosion thundered. The black mist dragon burst apart, the pervasive, life-eroding black mist carrying a terrifying blade momentum as it savagely tore into them. My indestructible substance is draining. Save me. Lord. Save me, I don't want to die. Ugh. Shrill screams rose and fell. As the black mist slowly dissipated, everyone could finally see the scene within. In their horrified eyes, the golden body light of those 8th rank aliens faded at an alarming rate along with their life force. Until their last drop of energy was exhausted, their physical forms shattered and crumbled into nothingness. Only 2 seconds had passed from the moment the black mist dragon bit them to their deaths. In that moment, every 8th rank powerhouse was chilled to the bone. 2 seconds to slay over a dozen 80th rank golden body realm experts, along with their indestructible substance and spiritual power. All annihilated. Huff. As the alien's life force faded, the black mist slowly dispersed. Even after the mist cleared, death chi still lingered in that area. Below, a few 6th rank alien martial artists stepped into them. They died without a sound amid the terrified gazes of those around them. Instantly, no one dared approach that zone. Before Suyu, the large-horned alien stared dumbfounded at the scene, fear slowly creeping into his eyes. When he finally saw Suyu's faint mocking smile, he burst into shouts. Quick! All of you come to me. Kill him! Kill him! The large-horned alien pointed at Suyu, his voice filled with terror and dread, screaming, He's looking at me. He's smiling at me. His target is me. Whoosh. At the cry of this alien's sacred descendant, all aliens abandoned their attacks and rushed to Simultaneously, every 8th rank expert watched Suyu warily. Their bodies were taut, as if fearing he would unleash another attack like the last one. Nearly 300 8th rank aliens converged here. They had a premonition that this blood prey before them must be slain first, or his presence could reverse the tide of battle. Seeing this, the many human 8th rank experts also gathered behind Suyu. In that moment, regardless of their own strength, their eyes toward him held a new reverence and respect. In a world where martial might reign supreme, the strong are always revered. Clearly, Suyu had utterly captivated them. A half-step 8th rank, slaying over a dozen 80th rank aliens with one strike. The absolute bearing of a martial saint. Su Zhanyuan, seeing Suyu's battle state fade, flew to his side, his gaze complex and gratified. Where are you? He wanted to say much, but the words died on his lips. He only knew that his grandnephew's importance was now beyond compare. Even if all the 8th rank he must be escorted back safely. After unleashing the burial of life technique, Suyu felt his already unstable blood vitality stir anew. Within his spine there was a hint of immortality. He understood it was the generation of indestructible substance, still faint. But the trend had begun. Even among the billions of cells in his body, one had already produced a faint, immortal aura. Battle was indeed the swiftest path to power. Suyu felt invigorated, his body like a suppressed volcano on the verge of eruption. He glanced at his 5th granduncle, knowing his intent. But he truly didn't need it. Suyu smiled faintly, then turned to the human 8th rank experts who wanted to assist, and said softly, Everyone, I am enough here alone. Go to the other front. His words were light, yet carried an undeniable authority and absolute tone. Every human expert shuddered. This young master of the Su family intended to fight 272 8th rank foes alone. Impossible. Even a 9th rank wouldn't dare boast like that. These aliens, though mostly early 8th rank, included many at late and peak stages. At the 8th rank, blood vitality was at least 100,000 calories, with peak reaching 99,000. With the regenerative power of indestructible substance and the enhancement of destructive force, their combat strength couldn't be measured by mere blood vitality. Under the siege of so many 8th rank foes, even a mid-9th rank martial grandmaster could fall here. Suyu, a mere half-step 8th rank. How could he dare such a thing? Su Zhanyuan urged anxiously, "Don't be reckless. Get back here." His worry was genuine. But Suyu paid him no heed and ceased suppressing the terrifying energy within him that had reached its limit. Boom. His aura exploded, a fearsome pressure sweeping the entire area. Let the battle begin. With that, Su Yes figure shot forward, charging straight at the 272 8th rank aliens. He would fight all 8th rank foes alone to attain the ultimate 8th rank. A phantom flickered, overlapping shadows appearing above the heads of numerous alien 8th rank powerhouses. Suyu stood aloft in a white robe, stepping on their heads as he gazed down from the sky, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his lips. "All of you, come at once." His dismissive tone left everyone breathless. Such arrogance. Yet no one dared to underestimate him. That eerie slash had indeed made even the peak 8th rank powerhouses secretly tremble. Suyu now yearned for a great battle. A battle that would let him unleash his full might to his heart's content. The energy inside me can barely be contained anymore. To battle 100 8th rank golden body cultivators and prove himself invincible at the extreme 8th rank. The blood flowing within him surged like lava, rampaging through his veins, scorching them as searing heat slowly seeped out from the surface of his skin. Terrifying. That was the feeling his oppressive aura gave everyone present. Amidst the steady, thunderous heartbeat, they even had the illusion that what stood before them was not an 8th rank cultivator at all, but a fearsome, heaven-stomping divine elephant. The power inside his body was so terrifying that even before reaching the 8th rank, the mere overflow of his chi and blood shook the very space to tremble ceaselessly. "Kill him. Hurry up and kill him." When the horned alien surrounded by his kin saw this, his eyes filled with even greater terror. He shrieked, "All of you attack together." He was afraid. Usually he regarded humans as mere blood prey, believing that such a lowly race could never surpass his own. But Su Ye's appearance now had slapped him harshly across the face. Even though Su Yu did not deliberately target him, he felt as if he were being watched. This prickling sensation made him restless and uneasy. Hearing his words, the more than 200 8th rank aliens hesitated for a moment, then decisively charged into the sky. They did not choose to fight alone. Instead, they swarmed together, intent on slaying Su Yu on the spot in the shortest time possible. He was too strange. So strange that even these races who treated humans as prey felt fear. Go to hell. Dozens of aliens made the first move, erupting simultaneously with the oppressive aura of peak 8th rank cultivators. Instantly the space around them shattered. Energy surged in the void. Blood-colored golden bodies stood in the air, swinging their sharp claws to strike at Su Yu. A combined strike from so many peak 8th rank powerhouses would not be easy even for a 9th rank to withstand. Haha, well met. Su Yu's eyes lit up as he laughed heartily. He had not yet reached the 8th rank and possessed no martial golden body. But he faced these behemoths fearlessly. Reaching out with a single hand, he pushed through space, sending a wave spreading all around. The powerful blast swept low-level aliens within 10 li off their feet. Boom. Su Yu gripped the void, catching a blood-colored golden body in one hand. With a squeeze, blood burst from the golden body. Instantly, the entire space was dyed gold, crushing an 8th rank cultivator with a single palm. To the human powerhouses watching this scene was nothing short of a dream. Having crushed a peak 8th rank powerhouse, Su Yu did not pause for a moment. Inside his seemingly frail body lurked energy that could make heaven and earth. With a blink, Su Yu appeared atop another blood-colored giant. "If you're this ugly, you shouldn't transform so big just to scare people." As his words fell, Su Yu stamped down with force enough to crush mountains into rubble. Like a humanoid beast, he let loose his brute strength wantonly. Puff! With a single stomp wrapped in endless death chi of burial, he crushed the head of the blood-colored giant. The death chi flowed downward, devouring all the imperishable substance within the giant's body. Boom. Another 8th rank golden body fell. Seeing this, everyone gaped their mouths wide enough to hold an egg in sheer astonishment. Was this truly a battle with the 8th rank? What? Did it give them the illusion that Su Yu was not fighting but slaughtering a chicken? Too powerful. Is this the young master of the Su family in this generation? Even more ferocious than City Lord Su Long back in his day. A true seed of a martial saint. If young master Su Yu becomes a saint, he will surely rise to semi-god like Director Yi Tao. Every 8th rank human had high standards. They were elites who had survived hundreds of great and small battles, so their insight and strength were beyond. From the current situation alone, they could already see Su Ye's extraordinary nature. Before reaching the 8th rank, he butchered peak 8 ranks like slaughtering chickens. Kill. Kill him, you useless wretches. Why are you still standing there, waiting for him to come and kill you? Seeing his own peak 8th rank fighters killed so easily, the horned alien trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, as he roared madly at the 8th rank cultivators around him. He had to escape. Otherwise he would truly die here. He didn't want to die. He still had a bright future. 50 years later, when a new saint seat would be produced in his clan, he still aspired to become a saint god. Hearing his words, those 8th rank cultivators dared not take it lightly and struck out one after another. Their golden bodies were too large to attack Su Yu with precision, so they would fight with their physical bodies. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they would pile up to kill Su Yu here. Every 8th rank alien took out their weapons. Some were jade-bone weapons, others long spears or war staffs. Boom. All the 8th rank aliens struck together. The combined attack directly blasted space apart, sending explosive chi flying. The low-level aliens below, and some human warriors who had not fled in time, were caught and killed. Blood-colored lightning raged through the air, carrying an evil and bloodthirsty aura as it struck at Su Yu. Facing this combined attack, Su Yu was fearless. He stopped his motion, turned around, and punched out. Boom. Beneath his almost translucent skin, bones of a faint crystalline color erupted with astonishing energy. In the moment of impact, he disintegrated the attack. Then before these 8th rank cultivators could react, he punched again. Bang. Several early 8th rank aliens who could not dodge in time were punched into the void, reduced to nothing. Charge. His skull hasn't been tempered yet. Strike his head. At that moment a voice rang out. More than 20 aliens suddenly appeared behind Su Yu and smashed fiercely at his head. If that blow landed, even a 9th rank would have his head blown open on the spot. The attack, wrapped in the power of destruction, evaporated the air as it passed, turning it. Sonic booms resounded one after another. Young master, be careful. The human 8th rank cultivators watching couldn't help shouting. Naturally, Su Yu was aware of the situation behind him. He withdrew his fist and turned around. In his eyes a colossal phantom appeared, as if it could crush heaven and earth. The chi and blood in his body, as heavy as mercury, paused for an instant. Inside his physical body, several tiny particles pulsed. The power within each particle, seemingly insignificant, was not to be underestimated. The energy of these particles gradually released, and an accumulated might was brewing to erupt. Su Yu's body, which had gradually turned crystalline through battle, was now shimmering. His chest heaved. The next second a majestic divine elephant phantom instantly coalesced behind Su Yu. The divine elephant phantom stood in the void, yet it gave the feeling that it could trample this entire world. Then a terrifying sound wave burst from Su Yu's mouth. Roar. Boom. In an instant the space before him, like a mirror, appeared with spiderweb-like black lines, then completely shattered. Divine elephant, prison suppressing art. One roar. Shatter stars. Behind Su Yu, the colossal giant elephant, thousands of meters tall, lifted its head and roared to the heavens. Instantly terrifying sound waves rippled outward, shattering space as they spread. Wherever the sound waves passed, space shattered completely. The darkness of the void even swallowed the night. Within dozens of miles, all living beings felt as if their eardrums were about to burst, racked with pain. Even their spiritual power nearly collapsed. And this was only the power at the outermost edge of the sound waves. The closer to the center, the lower-level alien races, simply within 1 second their bodies were shattered by the sound waves. Countless chunks of flesh and blood splattered. The tide of battle instantly became clear. The heaven-reaching roar of the divine elephant's power caused tens of thousands of aliens to explode and die. The alien powerhouses who had attempted to ambush Su Yu faced the strongest impact of the sound waves. In an instant, cracks appeared on their flesh and immortal substance gushed out wildly, yet it was futile. In the end, amid cries of unwillingness, more than 20 alien warriors at the late and peak 8th stage exploded into pieces. In an instant the air was filled with immortal substance and fragments of corpses. After the phantom of the divine elephant vanished, the vitreous luster within Su Yu's body grew even denser. It seemed almost to drown his entire being. The accumulated blood and chi energies sleeping within him had reached a critical point, ready to erupt at any moment. Su Yu gave a cold snort, then abruptly vanished from where he stood. Wherever he passed, cracks appeared in space. Although not yet shattered, space could hardly bear the increasingly surging blood and chi energy within Su Yu. Streams of destruction force began to arise from his dantian. His bones were even transforming from gold to a vitreous hue. When Su Yu's figure reappeared, an 8th stage alien was torn in half by his bare hands. Rain of blood fell like a scene from purgatory. SSS. Young Lord Su Yu's combat prowess is truly monstrous. He's actually using the battle against the aliens to release the ceaselessly produced destruction force within him. So ferocious, tearing aliens apart with his bare hands. Are these still the same aliens that turn people into bloodthirsty monsters? Young Lord Su Yu truly has the bearing of a demigod. The many human powerhouses who had caught their breath stood on the ground looking up at Su Yu displaying his divine might in midair. Everyone's face was full of awe and admiration. Su Zhanyuan was at a loss for words to describe his emotions. Watching Su Yu single-handedly battle 208 stage warriors without losing the upper hand, even overwhelming them. As his granduncle, he felt only deep relief mingled with a touch of desolation. His own foundation was ruined. In this life, he would never reach the 9th stage. In the path of safeguarding Su Yu's ascension, he would likely have to step down now, as Su Yu's guardian Su Zhanyuan had volunteered to be his protector ever since Su Yu turned 6 years old. Until now, he had watched Su Yu step by step from being rejected in love, causing his talent to go to waste, and his cultivation to stagnate, until that day when Su Yu came to ask him to accompany him to the Lin family to sever this mundane past. Only then did Su Ye's cultivation finally break through. From the mid-5th stage of martial arts, he entered the 6th stage overnight. Half a month later in the Jingwu Heavenly Ranking Challenge, he effortlessly defeated the top contender, and that same day advanced to the Heavenly Soul Grandmaster realm. Now only a little over a month had passed since then. Su Yu had already reached the 8th stage Golden Body realm. Su Zhanyuan looked at his grandnephew's invincible posture. Tears and relief welled up in his aging eyes. The Su family could still flourish in Su Ye's hands and be carried forward. In midair, Su Yu continued to vent the energy that constantly overflowed within him. He did not use any weapons. Relying solely on his hands and feet, he fought the 8th stage aliens until they trembled with fear. You just killed the 5th city's defending General Wu Xiaojiang. You go down and keep him company. Su Ye's right hand like a steel claw seized a peak 8th stage alien powerhouse. With an indifferent expression as if delivering a verdict, he pronounced his doom. Boom. Under the peak 8th stage alien's fearful and pleading gaze, Su Yu remained expressionless. With a slight exertion of force, the destruction force imbued with annihilating power instantly erupted. This fanged grimacing head exploded instantly. Even the spiritual power within was crushed and obliterated. Some late and peak 8th stage powerhouses who still thought of rushing forward to ambush Su Yu had their spiritual power shattered directly by his roar. The soulless 8th stage golden bodies crashed onto the ground. Rumble. Under the gazes of countless humans' reverence and aliens' terror, Su Yu like a god or demon frenziedly slaughtered the 8th stage golden body powerhouses. It felt as if these 8th stage golden bodies were nothing but chickens and dogs waiting to be slaughtered. Every time a sound rang out, an 8th stage alien fell. In just a few minutes, more than half of the 272 8th stage alien powerhouses had been wiped out. The remaining were only early and middle stage, utterly insignificant. Perhaps this mad scene of a killing god was too terrifying. Even the bloodthirsty alien monsters in humans' eyes began to feel fear and thoughts of fleeing from Su Yu. Run. He's not human, he's a monster. Flee. His near-overwhelming combat power evoked an instinctive desire to escape among these already frenzied 8th stage aliens. After the first breakthrough, the aliens' 8th stage combat power instantly collapsed. They were completely demoralized. At this moment they had only one thought: run. Run as far as they could. Since you're all here, where do you think you're running? Seeing this, Su Yu gave a cold smile. His entire body was bathed in divine vitreous luster, and combined with his sinister demonic smile, it appeared eerie for a moment. Young Lord Su is mighty. Young Lord Su is invincible. Brothers, charge. Follow the young lord and slaughter these aliens. On the ground, the human martial army infected by Su Ye's invincible aura was boiling with fervor. Lifting their weapons, they pursued and killed the aliens. The tide of battle here was completely reversed. Leave 10 8th stage warriors here to oversee the battle. Everyone else follow me to aid the 9th. Seeing the reversal here, Su Zhanyuan did not hesitate and immediately led the remaining 8th stage warriors to assist elsewhere. Here his Su family's young lord was more than enough. Kill. The battle cry shook the heavens as fierce killing intent soared. The surrounding soldiers were both shocked and delighted. Their morale surged dramatically. A slaughterhouse of 8th stage. The blood and chi within Su Yu was about to explode. His skin so tough that even a nuclear bomb could not harm it now showed signs of slight cracking. Sensing this change, Su Yu was greatly displeased. These 8th stage aliens. Not enough to kill. Rip. As soon as the thought arose, Su Yu slew the half-step 9th stage alien grappling with him in close combat. No one below the 9th stage could withstand his second strike. With bare hands, Su Yu managed to slaughter all 272 8th stage alien powerhouses in just a After punching the last 8th stage alien to death, Su Ye's gaze instantly locked onto the great horn alien frantically fleeing in the distance. Upon seeing it, a smile appeared on Su Ye's cold face. Your turn. As the words fell, his figure flashed several times, and he had already caught up behind the great horn alien. Feeling the killing intent from behind, the great horn alien looked back and immediately saw Su Ye's face. At that moment, it was terrified into shrieking, "No, don't kill me. My father is a holy god. If you kill me, you won't escape either." The great horn alien's soul nearly fled its body. Seeing Su Yu, it felt only deep terror. One man slaughtered nearly 300 of their tribe's 8th stage. Even a god of death would be no more. Su Yu sneered disdainfully. Only your family has a martial saint. Enough, you die too. As he spoke, Su Yu gathered blood and chi energy in his hand. In his palm, space collapsed and a hair-raising aura spread from within. Heaven-crushing palm. The palm accumulated all the overflowing blood and chi from his body. This power, even a full-force strike from an early 9th stage powerhouse, would not be as terrifying as the black sphere in his hand. As the palm struck out, the great horn alien was so frightened that its soul scattered, screaming no. Just as the palm was about to hit the great horn alien, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly emanated from beside the great horn alien, and a furious roar exploded. Brat, how dare you harm our tribe's holy son? Boom. With the explosive sound, the surrounding space could no longer bear the pressure and shattered directly. 9th stage. The two streams of energy collided, resulting in an explosion. Taking advantage of the shockwave, Su Yu retreated several hundred meters. After steadying himself, he gazed into the distance. A vortex appeared beside the horned alien, and from it emerged a towering purple-skinned alien with a ferocious face and 3 eyes. As the 3-eyed alien appeared, the space around him trembled incessantly, like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake stirring ripples upon ripples. A foul and rancid stench emanated from his body, as if it were a tangible substance. Where it lingered, space seemed corroded and cracks in the void continuously appeared. They healed and shattered again. Even the air carried a chilling, unsettling odor. A 9th-rank powerhouse. Suyu stared intently at this abruptly appearing 3-eyed alien, then shifted his gaze to the horned alien shielded behind him. It seems your luck is quite tenacious. Even that couldn't kill you, Suyu said calmly, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. As expected, even though this alien was a villain killed by Chu Feng in the original book, it didn't mean he was devoid of fortune. He too had someone to come to his rescue. The horned alien was terrified, collapsing to sit in the void, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Oof. A despicable race dares to plot the murder of our tribe's holy son. It seems you don't know how to spell death. At that moment, the 3-eyed alien spoke coldly. He had come so close to failing the task the holy god had entrusted him with, to protect the holy son. Returning would surely mean death. Those useless fools, so many of them, couldn't even guard the holy sun. He had only left for a short while to ambush a human 9th rank, and this happened. He was merely a step away from death. Now his chest was filled with a fury he needed to unleash. This blood meal before him truly deserved death. Suyu chuckled lightly at this, saying indifferently, enough idle talk. Since you're 9th rank, then make your move. A 9th rank early stage, nearly mid-stage alien powerhouse. This level was enough for him to fight with all his might. As his words fell, Suyu's body vanished instantly. In the air, the constantly overflowing blood and chi energy burst through space, revealing his whereabouts. Seeing this, the 3-eyed alien's eyes were filled with contempt. Still trying to kill me with that trick? Bang! He sidestepped and reached out with a claw, roaring, "Get out here!" His sharp claw wind tore through space, causing a ripple in the void beside him, from which Suyu, his body shimmering like glass, leaped out. Boom! Suyu showed no fear of the alien's claws and threw a punch directly. Scrape, scrape. Fist met claw, and the terrifying force sent both of them tumbling back dozens of meters. Regaining his balance, the 3-eyed alien's face darkened. He looked at the faint fist imprint on his claw, his hideous visage twitching wildly. You seek death. He had suffered a hidden loss at the hands of a half-venerable realm being. This was a monumental disgrace. He was a true king realm powerhouse. How could he fail to kill a martial artist who hadn't even reached the venerable realm? Rip! A claw tore through the void, leaving several cracks, and terrifying power poured down. Haha, well met. Suyu spat out a turbid breath rich with blood chi, and laughed as he charged forward. Boom! Boom! In an instant, under countless gazes, Suyu, with his mad, reckless fighting style, forced the 9th rank alien to retreat step by step. Bang! The alien's claw landed solidly on Suyu's chest, and the glass-like light on his body blazed brightly. The glass heartbone was complete. When the bones in his chest fully transformed into a glass-like hue, a surge of indestructible matter energy poured into the wound. In the blink of an eye, Suyu's injury healed completely. Impossible. The 3-eyed alien's vertical pupil contracted sharply, disbelief rising within him. Couldn't he even scratch his defense? Was he truly at the half-venerable realm? Before he could figure it out, Suyu's even more ferocious and domineering style greeted him, each punch leaving him no room to dodge. Boom! Boom! Sonic booms rang out one after another. Space shattered, healed, and shattered again in an endless cycle. Seeing this, everyone was utterly stunned. A half-step 8th rank golden body realm cultivator was actually fighting on par with an early 9th rank alien powerhouse, and even showing signs of suppressing him. The Su family. Truly an immortal clan with a millennium of heritage. Too powerful. One prodigy after another. This generation's Su family heir possesses an invincible aura. Stop watching the show, quickly clear out the surrounding aliens. Suyu's life-risking fighting style also inspired countless young soldiers. Each one tapped into their potential, imitating Suyu and killing many aliens. Rumble. After dozens of intense exchanges, Suyu's pure blood Danki combat method fully released the energy accumulated within him. Injured, then recovered. He repeated this process over and over. Suyu grew braver with each fight, his aura becoming more profound and terrifying. The 9th rank 3-eyed alien, however, grew more frightened as the battle raged, until finally a hint of fear crept in. He is using me to break through to the venerable realm. At this thought, the shock in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Several times he tried to escape, but Suyu dragged him back, denying him any chance to draw his weapon or unleash his techniques. Thump! Thump! The powerful heartbeat grew steadier. Over the next few dozen minutes, Suyu's bones completed their final transformation one by one. As the glassification of his entire skeleton reached 90, Suyu's heartbeat grew louder. The blood flowing through his veins gradually shifted from crimson to a glassy. Glass blood coursed through his body like a surging vast river, churning countless waves. Rumble. At that moment, heaven and earth suddenly changed color. Countless black calamity clouds began to gather above the battlefield. Crack. The sound of tribulation thunder exploded. Suyu, locked in battle, halted immediately, looking up at the clouds amassing energy above his eyes, narrowing. Tribulation again. This time the calamity clouds were hundreds of times more terrifying than when he had crossed into the heavenly soul grandmaster realm. Haha, despicable blood meal, let's see how you can still be so arrogant now. Seeing Suyu halt his assault, the slightly battered three-eyed alien rejoiced, laughing wildly. When the thunder tribulation falls, your death is certain. He had truly been frightened by Suyu's recent onslaught. For a moment, he had even suspected that Suyu might wear him down to death. He hadn't expected Suyu to face tribulation. It seemed the heavens were on his side. Suyu cast a cold glance, ignoring his clamor, and instead used his spiritual sense to sense the changes in his own body. Of the 206 bones in his body, only the skull remained. And then he would achieve the perfect 8th rank golden body. Face the tribulation. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu charged straight into the thunderclouds above. Rumble. Sensing Suyu's approach, countless mysterious thunders churned within the clouds, as if roaring in fury. Watching Suyu rush toward the clouds to undergo tribulation, a mad, killing intent flickered in the three-eyed alien's eyes. This man must die. If he were allowed to grow smoothly, he would pose a tremendous threat to the alien race. He could become the second human demigod. Today he'll make sure you die under this thunder tribulation. With that thought, the three-eyed alien's form flickered, and he followed Suyu, gathering all his power into an attack. Seeing his attack aimed at Suyu, countless human powerhouses below changed expression. No good, go up and stop him. Instantly, countless 8th rank and even 7th rank cultivators broke away from their own opponents, charging forward recklessly to block the attack for Suyu. But the three-eyed alien paid them no heed. He released his energy outward, sending these human powerhouses flying. All the human powerhouses who charged forward were struck by the energy wave, spitting blood as they crashed to the ground. Having dealt with them, the three-eyed alien turned his gaze back to Suyu, his eyes sharp, the terrifying energy in his claws gathering bit by bit. He wanted a one-hit kill. Die. Coffin-splitting claw. The three-eyed alien struck out with his claw, and a terrifying might exploded instantly. Boundless energy rippled out, throwing the battlefield below into chaos. You boy. At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry echoed across the sky. A streak of black light surged upward desperately. It was Su Zhanyuan. Su Zhanyuan's eyes were wide with fury, his blood and chi burning madly. He roared. Run. Don't face the tribulation yet. If you don't run, you'll die. Come to your granduncle, we'll block it for you. Su Zhanyuan's desperate shouts were nearly hysterical. Hearing this commotion, the 9th rank three-eyed alien's eyes filled with killing intent. You seek death. He would not allow anyone to ruin his plans. After unleashing his attack on Suyu, the three-eyed alien charged at Su Zhanyuan, his claws gleaming with cold light. If they landed, Su Zhanyuan would be torn to shreds. But just as the three-eyed alien was about to strike Su Zhanyuan's head, suddenly space behind Su Zhanyuan was torn open, and an awe-inspiring sovereign aura that compelled kneeling and submission erupted. In that split second before the three-eyed alien's claws could shatter Su Zhanyuan's skull, a terrifying pressure swept across the entire battlefield. A powerful hand reached out from the torn space, gripping the claw that tore through the void. Then a steady voice, simmering with fury, exploded in the ears of countless humans. You dared to strike at my son's tribulation and showed killing intent toward my 5th uncle. Speak. How do you wish to die, you vermin? Boom. In an instant, as the sovereign aura fully erupted, countless humans involuntarily bowed. A thunderous cry spread across the entire battlefield. We welcome the martial sage's emergence from seclusion. The sovereign's imperial aura enveloped 1,000 miles in radius, as the might of a martial saint swept across the entire battlefield. Bereft of a martial saint to counter this saintly pressure, the alien horde fell like wheat before a gale, collapsing in vast swaths upon the ground. Martial artists at the saint realm and those below it exist in two entirely different paradigms. Upon reaching the martial saint stage, they already possess the rudimentary ability to traverse the cosmos. Though unable to venture far, they have utterly transcended the mortal domain. From the spatial rift behind, Su Zhanyuan, a figure clad in military uniform, stepped forth slowly. With each stride, the very space beneath his feet trembled. Sacred divine realm. The three-eyed alien who had moments ago been insufferably arrogant now had its gaze stripped of all bloodthirsty killing intent upon seeing Su Long. Only profound terror remained. With a shriek, the three-eyed alien turned to flee, but Su Long seized it and yanked it back. Crack. A single hand gripped its head directly, his voice seething with fury. How dare you interfere in matters of the battlefield? Do you truly believe your kind has already secured victory? The three-eyed alien's skull creaked under the pressure, racked with unbearable pain. Its agonized cries echoed through heaven and earth. To lay hands on my son, and now seek to kill my 5th uncle. Su Long's oppressive aura, like a raging dragon churning seas, crushed the alien's spine until it shattered. The three-eyed alien was but an ant in his grasp, devoid of even the strength to struggle. Spare me, sacred divine. Su Long's eyes were icy to the bone. He tightened his grip on the alien's head with slight force. Bang. In an instant, the three-eyed alien's life force vanished utterly. Its sharp claws drooped limply. Dead. Empowered by the martial saint's formidable primal source, he did not even grant it the chance to use indestructible matter. He crushed it directly, annihilating both body and boom. Su Long casually discarded the corpse, then turned his gaze to the stunned Su Zhanyuan beside him. Fifth uncle, my apologies. I was recently stabilizing my primal source path, and could not arrive sooner. Su Long's face was filled with guilt. Looking at this aged man, his heart ached deeply. He had been guided by Su Zhanyuan since childhood, and after his son was born, Su Zhanyuan continued to watch over him. One could say that both father and son had grown up under Su Zhanyuan's protection. Yet now this elder had nearly been thrust into a deadly predicament. Su Zhanyuan, however, was not dwelling on such thoughts. After his initial shock, he was instead overcome with astonishment and elation. Ha ha ha! You lad have finally attained sainthood. Our Su family now boasts 2 saints guarding us. Su Zhanyuan stammered with excitement, his dim, weary eyes brimming with profound relief. They were children he had watched grow up. Now they had truly come of age. In merely a few decades he had surpassed him, attaining the rank of martial saint. Compared to his own safety, he yearned more to see the Su family rise to prosperity. Now that this wish had come true, he had no regrets left. Su Long nodded with a smile, casting a glance at Su Yu faintly visible within the calamity clouds. He said to Su Zhanyuan, "Fifth uncle, go back and rest. Leave father to me. This farcical battle should also come to an end." As he spoke, Su Long's gaze suddenly turned profound. Having walked the human sovereign's primal source path, he now understood many things, realizing how trivial this current war was compared to the final genocidal battle to come. Here, it was merely a blockade against attaining sainthood. But the battle ahead, that would be a true crisis of extinction. If no breakthrough could be found, even becoming the human sovereign would be futile against the alien onslaught. They were draining the human race. All right. Su Zhanyuan nodded emphatically. He might not heed Su Ye's words, but Su Long's commands now carried true authority. For he was the supreme peak powerhouse of the era. After Su Zhanyuan descended, several human 8th rank experts immediately stepped forward to escort him. Having calmed him down, Su Long paid no heed to the wary and fearful gazes of the aliens behind him. He stood 1,000 meters high in the sky, looking down upon the human army below. "Brave soldiers, you have endured much this time." Su Long's voice boomed, carrying across the battlefield and into every human ear. The millions of human troops remaining were all overcome with intense excitement. For the Dragon Kingdom had gained yet another supreme martial saint. Now launch the counterattack and drive these aliens back. Su Long raised his arm in a rallying cry, and all the soldiers raised their weapons, responding with their loudest voices. Counterattack! Charge! The human army, as if injected with adrenaline, charged forward fearlessly. Seeing this, Su Long wished to spare them further death, but in extraordinary times extraordinary measures were necessary. Those who survived here would play a greater role in the battles to come. As Su Long watched the army surge forth, he glanced at a commander nearby who immediately understood and approached. "Greetings, Martial Saint." The newcomer, a peak latestage 8th rank martial artist, bowed respectfully to Su Long. Su Long nodded slightly and asked, "Where are the other martial saints?" Reporting to the martial saint, the aliens have dispatched a vast army this time. The garrison forces and martial saints of other cities are all pinned down and unable to come. Only War Heaven Martial Saint and Heaven Justice Martial Saint could break free. The commander of the surface army concealed nothing, promptly briefing Su Long on the situation. Su Long understood that whenever a human attained sainthood, the aliens would surely come to obstruct. Thus this scale of resistance actually exceeded his expectations. In the past, when someone sought to prove their Tao as a martial saint, only 1 or 2 martial saints would come to slay them. This time 5 had come to assassinate him. This troubled him somewhat. Why was he so special as to draw 5 alien martial saints along with tens of millions of alien troops? Wars of this magnitude occurred only once every decade or so. Only 3 years had passed since the last one. Have the aliens recently had new martial saints? How could they spare 5 to slay me? Hearing this, the commander's eyes burned with reverence and fervor. He said excitedly, "That day, as a 9th rank, you slew 20 weak 9th rank aliens, including several primal source 9th ranks, and finally cleaved a chasm with one blade, subduing an alien martial saint. They are deeply wary of your ascension, hence 5 saints came to slay you." Since this feat was publicized, nearly all human powerhouses regarded Su Long as the second coming of Yi Tao, the director of the martial Tao administration. A potential demigod realm. After hearing the report, Su Long remained outwardly calm, but was deeply shaken within. What exactly is the origin of Yuer's master that he could grant him the power to massacre 9th ranks in such a short time? On the day Su Yu produced so many fine treasures, he suspected that his son had been taken as a disciple by a celestial powerhouse. How else could he casually produce such riches? But that aside, the key was that he now possessed the ability to slay 9th ranks. This sent a chill down his spine. 9th rank, they were not cabbages. The Dragon Kingdom had only 228 9th ranks in total, fewer than the aliens' 400 known 9th ranks, but they excelled in quality. Yet, to slay 20 alien 9th ranks in a single battle, eliminating 1/10 of their powerhouses. No wonder they were madly determined to slay him. Su Long took a deep breath, then raised his hand to tear through space, precisely locating the void direction of the martial saint's battle. Since this lad has placed such a lofty crown upon me, I must not let him down. Boom. From the freshly torn spatial rift, a terrifying residual wave of energy surged forth. The pressure it carried was enough to send the 8th rank commander crashing to the ground instantly. Fortunately, Su Long bore the brunt of the pressure, sparing the commander from harm, merely being flung aside. Ha ha ha, Su Zhantianyu and Zhang Tianjing think you can stop us. A fool's dream. In the void, 2 figures flew backward. Even the void itself could not withstand the fluctuations of their battle. 5 ferocious alien martial saints were about to seize the opportunity to strike and injure the 2. But then they noticed a solitary figure standing calmly outside the rift not far away. With an expressionless face, he stepped inside, and in a flash appeared before Su Zhantian and Zhang Tianjing. Su Long, you reached sainthood. The 5 alien martial saints stared at him in utter disbelief and shock. Where is your martial saint tribulation? They were utterly baffled as to how Su Long could become a martial saint without a sound. Moreover, his aura was so stable. They knew that from the 8th rank onward, every advancement required enduring the heavenly tribulation and receiving the baptism of heaven and earth. Those who survive become stronger. Those who fail perish, body and soul extinguished. As for the martial saint tribulation, it is terrifying beyond measure. Almost every bolt of lightning could strike down a 9th rank cultivator who had walked the path of origin. But why had they not sensed the breath of the tribulation? Su Long swept his gaze over the 5 alien martial saints, said nothing, and instead turned to transfer his own indestructible substance to the wounded Su Zhantian and Zhang Tianjing. With the human emperor's indestructible substance, the deep bone-exposing wounds on their chests gradually healed. Their pallid complexions also improved. Su Zhantian rose and sized up Su Long's surprise in his eyes. You changed your path. As Su Long's father, he knew him better than anyone. In the past, Su Long walked the path of the benevolent general, which did not grant an excessively absurd boost to combat power. But now the origin aura he sensed from Su Long was not that of the benevolent general path. It was an entirely new path, one whose origin made him feel a faint urge to acknowledge Su Long as the leader. Was this the origin path concerning the human race? Zhang Tianjing also observed from the side, his brow furrowing repeatedly. The imperial path? He asked, somewhat incredulous. Su Long smiled lightly and nodded, replying, I walk the path of the human emperor, which requires no tribulation. There was no need to conceal this matter. Of course, it was only known to the upper echelons. On the path of the human emperor, he only needed to develop the power of the human race. The higher the recognition and acknowledgement from humanity, the stronger his origin path would become at every moment. Hiss! Zhang Tianjing and Su Zhantian exchanged glances, both drawing a sharp breath. To walk the path of the human emperor. Wasn't this what Yi Tao had spoken of before, that the human race needed someone to become an emperor to fight the aliens? They had thought it would take decades, or even centuries before it could happen. But now Su Long had abruptly switched to the path of the human emperor. Seeing the shock in their eyes and their desire to question further, Su Long said, Dad, now is not the time to discuss this. Let's settle matters here first. With that, he cast a sidelong glance at the 5 alien martial saints who were itching for action. Although the situation was 3 against 5, he was unfazed. The foreign martial saints who came were all 2nd stage, none exceeding the 3rd stage. He could handle them. All right. Su Zhantian and Zhang Tianjing suppressed their doubts and resumed their combat stances. Martial saint advancement was divided into 9. The gap between each stage was measured in thousands of meters. Su Zhantian and Zhang Tianjing had both achieved sainthood 30 years ago, yet they were only at the 2nd stage. For human cultivation methods from 1st rank to 9th rank, as long as one had resources, talent, and the courage to bleed and hone themselves in battle, advancement could be very. But once one became a martial saint, the laws of cultivation required personal exploration. Thus progress was excruciatingly slow. You've only just achieved sainthood and you dare to join the fight. Are you seeking death? The 5 alien martial saints bared their fangs, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Su Long, however, paid them little heed. Light flickered from his storage ring, and a spear radiating moonlit energy entwined with silver light materialized in his hand. The silver moon spear. Back before he set foot on the origin path of the blade, Su Long specialized in the spear. It was only when he entered the origin path to fit the martial saint inheritance of the Su family that he switched to the blade. Now that he had forged his own path, using the spear brought him to his peak combat power. With a single sweep of the spear across the void, Su Long pointed the tip downward. Points of silver light gathered annihilation force mixed with origin power. It seemed capable of piercing the void itself. Who comes to die? Holding the silver moon spear, Su Long's expression was proud and disdainful. In his youth it had been the same. Invincible at the 8th rank. Except for Yi Tao the demigod. Bold. An alien martial saint with blood-colored bone wings, enraged by his arrogance, flapped his wings and shot forward at an incredible speed. Faster than 100 times the speed of sound, he closed the distance to less than 1,000 meters from Su Long in the blink of an eye. Facing his charge, Su Long's eye sharpened, and he thrust the silver moon spear forward. Stab! A small hole was punctured in space. The spear tip plunged into the black hole and emerged on the other side of the alien martial saint's head. Sensing the deadly threat, the imposing martial saint instantly dove downward. The silver moon spear tip grazed the top of his head. 2nd stage, origin. The blood-winged martial saint, having narrowly escaped, grimaced and ground out the words. Great shock surged within him. Was Su Long truly just a newly ascended saint? To possess the combat power of a second-stage origin right upon achieving sainthood. So you dodged it. Su Long sighed with slight regret. It's been years since I last used the spear. My technique has grown rusty. But you won't evade this strike. As his words fell, Su Long's figure at the spot turned into an afterimage. He had already charged forward the power of his spear, causing chaos among the dark matter in the void. Gazing at the moon thrust. Boom. In the boundless dark void, a crescent moon phantom rose. The dense lunar energy amplified by Su Long's origin martial path made the entire void unstable. Not good. The bone-winged martial saint's expression changed drastically, terror flickering in his eyes. They were both second-stage martial saints. Why did his attack give him the illusion of death? At this moment he spared no thought. Drawing his weapon, he erupted with all his energy, barely managing to block the silver moon spear tip. Clang. Sparks flew, origin energy scattered, and chaotic currents surged through the void. Rumble. After barely half a second, the bone-winged martial saint's weapon shattered, and he himself was blasted back over 1,000 miles. Having done this, Su Long swept the silver moon spear before him, calming the void currents. Come at me all at once. Su Long's expression was cold and stern. For the first time in many years, this middle-aged man revealed the sharpness and dominance long buried within. The remaining 4 martial saints stared at him fixedly. You? How exactly did you achieve sainthood? Wasn't the thunder tribulation a few days ago triggered by you? They watched Su Long's face, waiting for his explanation. Yet under their gaze, Su Long burst into laughter. Who told you that the sainthood thunder tribulation was caused by me? If not you, then who? The 4 alien saints wore ugly expressions, an ominous premonition stirring in their hearts. The next second, a hearty and joyful voice exploded across the entire void. The sainthood thunder tribulation belongs to this old man. Do you have any objections? As the words faded, an emaciated old man with graying hair and beard strode boldly into the void. The moment he appeared, a massive thundercloud vast enough to cover 100 miles in radius materialized above his head. Within the thundercloud, lightning tribulation stirred, each bolt carrying a terrifying might that made one's heart tremble. Tribulation. The sagehood tribulation. Upon seeing him, Su Zhantian and Zhang Tianzheng stood utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape, as if they had seen a ghost. A Yiyu? How have you also attained sagehood? Su Zhantian stared at his third brother, shock filling his eyes almost to the brim. The 100-mile tribulation cloud above, and the dense primal source energy radiating from him, left. It unequivocally told him that Su Zhanyi was indeed undergoing tribulation. Seeing his elder brother's expression, Su Zhanyi burst into hearty laughter. I was fortunate to obtain a fortuitous opportunity. After I finish crossing the tribulation, I will return and tell you the details, big brother. Unlike the disheveled state Su Yu had seen him in earlier, Su Zhanyi now exuded high spirits. His thick blood energy seemed about to break through the heavens. Just entering the martial sage realm, that is the first stage martial sage, required a minimum blood energy of 10.01 million calories. With the combat boost from primal source force, he could unleash battle power no less than 15 million calories. Su Long smiled and said, "Third uncle, feel free to break through. As long as I am here, no one can stop you from becoming a martial sage." Within a month, the Su family had produced 3 sages from one household. They had risen to invincibility directly. He himself had walked the path of the human sovereign, and now, with the blessing of faith power, his own combat strength had reached second-stage martial sage. Even if a third-stage martial sage came, he could not be defeated. Even a fourth-stage martial sage he could withstand. None could halt the Su family's rise to glory. Ha ha ha, excellent. Su Zhanyi's laughter was hearty, showing no doubt in his words. Then in front of the 5 alien sages, he charged headlong into the thundercloud. In an instant, the entire void was illuminated by the lightning of the tribulation cloud. Rumble. The mind-shaking power spread, nearly shattering the temporary void space. Looking at such an arrogant Su Long, the 5 alien sages across from him wore ugly expressions. Kill. We must prevent another human from attaining sagehood. The bone-winged sage who had been knocked flying by Su Long's spear had now returned. His aura was slightly disheveled, his eyes filled with hatred. A sage god renowned for 100 years had been sent flying by a junior. If word got out, it would be an utter disgrace. Yes. The other 4 sages did not hesitate, responding with sharp voices. They had thought dispatching 2 first-stage and 3 second-stage martial sages to assassinate Su Long was already overestimating him. Yet they had still underestimated him. Now they were caught between a rock and a hard place, but the arrow had already left the bow. There was no turning back. Boom. At this moment, the energy within the void reached a peak, even hidden from the outside world. The terrifying energy still leaked out. On the external battlefield, sensing this martial sage primal source power, both human and alien warriors were struck with terror. Oomph. Su Long snorted coldly, taking the lead with his silver moon spear. He single-handedly held off 2 first-stage martial sages and 1 second-stage martial sage. The remaining 2 sages were intercepted by Su Zhantian and Zhang Tianzheng, who followed closely. The battle of sages erupted. At this moment, Su Long, who had attained sagehood, was like a divine being bathed in the aura of the human sovereign, his combat prowess ferocious and unmatched. Every spear thrust from his hand could slay a ninth-grade expert of the origin path. Rumble. The tribulation thunder sea still churned, and the terrifying energy continued to accumulate. Outside the void, Su Ye's 8th grade ultimate tribulation had also begun. In the depths of a nearly liquefied thunder sea, Su Yu sat cross-legged, allowing the sea of thunder to baptize him. The color of his flesh gradually deepened into a crystalline hue. Even the final piece of his skull as lightning entered his body began to glow with an ever-brighter golden light. He was cultivating. Though the thunder sea was filled with the destructive aura of thunder, a thin thread of life also existed within, and Su Ye's task was to capture it. Destruction tempered the body while life force repaired it. When I crossed the 7th grade Heavenly Soul Master Tribulation, the destruction body was only at its initial stage because I hadn't devoured enough destructive power. Now with the blessing of this vast tribulation thunder sea, I can probably reach the minor completion stage. Su Yu endured the pain inflicted by the thunder while also dividing his mental energy to capture threads of life force and channel them into his dantian. Life force was extremely useful. He intended to capture as much as possible. His defense was remarkably abnormal. Even as the thunder savagely struck his physical body, it could not breach his defenses. However, to awaken the immortality cells, Su Yu carefully allowed a wisp of lightning to enter his body. Confront strength with strength and enhance oneself. Sizzle. As the electric current passed through those cells, already faintly radiating immortality, fiercely resisted this destructive power. But after repeated strikes, the cells grew stronger. Explosion recovery cycling endlessly. After being struck for an unknown period, suddenly a cluster of cells located in the cardiac area within Su Ye's body underwent a dramatic mutation. This cluster consisted of 300 cells, and at that moment they all transformed into a crystalline hue. A rich scent of immortality flowed through the blood vessels into the heart. As the immortal aura entered the atrium, Su Ye's whole body shuddered. At the same time, the remaining part of his skull also completely turned into a pure crystalline color. The crystalline bone was complete. Instantly from his dantian and spine, the imperishable substance exclusive to the 8th grade realm began to pour forth endlessly. Imperishable substance was measured in strands. For an 8th grade golden body expert to generate imperishable substance, they first had to expend mental energy and a large amount of blood energy. By consuming 1,000 points of mental energy and 1,000 calories of blood energy, they could produce one strand. The mental energy of an 8th grade golden body expert ranged from a minimum of 1,000 to a maximum of 1,000, while blood energy ranged from a minimum of 1,000 to 99999 calories. After depleting 1,000 mental energy points and 1,000 blood energy, an 8th grade martial artist would need a full day of cultivation to barely recover. And one strand of imperishable substance could regenerate a severed limb. To condense enough to cover the entire body, nearly 1,000 strands, the expended blood energy and mental energy would be unimaginable. Thus, imperishable substance was the most precious resource. Yet here in Su Ye's case, the imperishable substance appearing within his body had already exceeded 300 strands. If converted into cultivation spirit stones, that would be enough for 30 million. This was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Once the golden body was formed, the tribulation thunder gradually weakened, and the wild blood energy within Su Yu calmed down. After capturing the last thread of life force from the thunder boom, the thundercloud in the sky shattered with a deafening roar. On the battlefield, a melodious voice resounded across the entire field. Even the 9th grade experts battling 10,000 meters above all ceased fighting, and 8th grade golden body condense. At the same moment in the temporary void combat space, the martial sage tribulation cloud that had covered 100 miles the tribulation cloud dissipated without a trace. Moments later, an immensely fierce sage might swept through the combat space. Today the Su family has produced 3 sages from one household. As he fully transcended the thunder tribulation, the sacred aura upon Su Zhanya became complete. The thunder tribulation dissipated, and the acknowledgement of the worlds will descended, heralding the emergence of the 38th martial saint on Blue Star. On Blue Star, a spiritual rain imbued with the essence of heaven and earth began to fall from the sky. Every being touched by this rain experienced a subtle improvement in their cultivation. Even ordinary mortals incapable of cultivation found their bodies strengthened and their physiques enhanced when bathed in the spiritual rain. Such were the blessings of it. Of course, such privileges were reserved only for martial saints acknowledged by the world's will. The Su family shall flourish in this era. Su Zhantian, who was locked in battle with the alien race, turned his head for a glance. His aura surged explosively, and his scar-covered face lit up with exhilaration. The Su family shall flourish. More than a legacy spanning millennia, he yearned to witness the glory of 2 saints emerging from a single household. Now, not just 2 saints. 3 saints arose simultaneously. Jiang Tianjing witnessed this scene, envy flickering in his eyes as he marveled at the Su family's prosperity. Yet it was fortunate that the Jiang family shared an exceptionally close bond with the Su family. Even if the Jiangs lost their sainthood, the Su family would surely extend sky-severing spear. At that moment, Su Long, entangled with 3 alien saints, thrust his spear into the shoulder blade of a weaker one-stage saint and pried upward with force. Crack! The alien saint's arm snapped instantly. Meanwhile, Su Zhanya joined the fray, taking over the battle against the wounded alien saint. Having just attained sainthood, he craved tempering. This injured one-stage saint would serve as the perfect sparring partner. In an instant, the entire void echoed with the ceaseless clamor of battle. Under the assault of these apex combatants, space itself became fragmented and unstable. Such was the nature of the extraterrestrial battlefield. Forged temporarily and existing for millennia, its spatial fabric had long lost the stability of the normal world. So much so that even 8th rank cultivators could shatter it. 9th rank cultivators could harness spatial energy as their own. As for martial saints, even the leakage of their aura sufficed to destabilize space. With full exertion, reducing 1,000 miles to scorched earth was effortless. On Blue Star, their power would be somewhat suppressed. The stable planet was not so fragile. When the number of saints became balanced, the 5 alien saints lost all advantage, even falling into a disadvantageous position. After tens of minutes of fierce combat, Su Long once again invoked the amplification of the human sovereign's origin, Dao, greatly enhancing his battle prowess. With a single spear thrust, he shattered the lower leg of a 2-stage alien saint. Suddenly the void was filled with the foul, putrid stench of alien blood. The 5 alien saints were forced together, their bodies bearing various wounds, and their eyes burned with unwillingness. Even though they had inflicted new injuries upon Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianjing, there was no cause for celebration. The assassination has failed. The bone-winged saint grimaced fiercely and said reluctantly, "Retreat. They won't flaunt for long. Once our chieftain breaks free, that day shall mark the doom of humanity." A century ago, we received a message from the Saint King from the depths of the cosmos. He was preparing to break through to the star-shattering realm. 100 years have passed, and he may soon return. When that time comes, Blue Star shall become our clan's trophy. After deliberation, the bone-winged saint bared his fangs and snarled, "Consider yourselves lucky this time. Next time, we shall annihilate your entire race. Even Yi Tao can no longer hinder our steps." With these words, he tore through the void with his half-missing bone wing and charged out. Seeing their retreat, Su Long and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Truly slaying them was still beyond their reach. If Su Long could stabilize for a few more months, leaving 2 of them behind would be no problem. Let us leave as well. They tore open the void with their bare hands and stepped through. At the 5th city's frontline battlefield, the ground was shrouded in the smoke of gunpowder. Though humanity had lost over 2 million soldiers, the alien army of 10 million had been butchered down to a mere 5 million. This battle was a great victory. After a day and night of combat, all were exhausted, yet they fought on with unwavering spirit. Behind them lay billions of ordinary people, including their own families. A single step back would mean death for their loved ones. Thus they would rather die than retreat. Everyone fought with desperate resolve. When the 4 martial saints, Su Long and the others, appeared, the human camp erupted in thunderous cheers like a tidal. Long live the martial saints! For they had seen that 2 of the 5 alien saints bore injuries. In the apex battle they had triumphed. As the saints emerged, the 9th rank battlefields in the high skies immediately ceased. The 2 races' 9th rank cultivators returned to their respective camps. The casualties among 9th ranks were minimal. Humanity had lost 4, while the aliens had lost only 2. Your subordinates pay respects to the 4 martial saints. After the 9th ranks returned, they bowed to Su Long and the others before retreating to their positions. The great battle ceased. The 2 sides stood in opposition. Yet the human side was visibly brimming with high morale, while the aliens showed signs of decline. For a millennium, they had never suffered such a devastating defeat. Recalling all the aliens, they retreated to the opposite bank of the chasm Su Yu had severed. The leading bone-winged saint said darkly, "Do not think you have won. This was merely a miscalculation. Cherish your dwindling days. Within 20 years the end of humanity shall come. Children, retreat." At his command, the alien army withdrew reluctantly. As they turned, Su Long, hovering midair, raised his silver moon spear and began gathering his power. At the spear's tip, black-purple energy lightning tore through space, a testament to its terrifying might. The next moment, Su Long hurled the silver moon spear with devastating force. A shrill whistle pierced the battlefield. When the bone-winged saint turned back, his face shifted in alarm. He tried to dodge, but the spear had locked onto him. The spear struck his bone wing, shattering it into several pieces. Up! As his agonized scream echoed, Su Long stepped forward, retrieved his spear, and said coldly, "Since you lost, leave a trophy behind." Even if he couldn't slay them here, he would exact some interest. The momentum Su Yu had built for him. He could not disappoint the boy's hopes of his father becoming a dragon. His domineering words stirred the millions of weary Dragon Kingdom soldiers, their gazes burning with fervor as they looked at his silhouette. How imposing! Was this their newly ascended martial saint? The city lord is mighty. Cheers once again resounded to the heavens. In contrast, the bone-winged saint roared in agony, "I will remember you, Su Long." All troops retreat quickly. Seeing their own saint wounded without daring to retaliate, the low-ranking aliens were terrified out of their wits, fleeing at top speed. After watching them disappear into the distance, Su Long turned to face the excited faces below. A brilliant smile broke through his cold expression. "We have won this battle. From now on 3,000 miles of territory belong to our dragon kingdom. A thunderous cheer erupted from the millions, nearly drowning out. Suyu, seated cross-legged in the air, watched the scene with a handsome smile, his eyes glinting with an eerie light. It seems, Father the human sovereign is beginning to build momentum. The Su family is now on the right track enough for the next few years. So next, it's time for me to take the stage. This restless ambition within me is stirring. The Sniper Sage War had concluded. After the great battle, the human race began to tally their losses, ultimately discovering that over 2 million soldiers had perished, along with several 9th-rank grandmasters and 10 8th-rank golden body powerhouses. This outcome was undoubtedly tragic. Of course, it was also due to the insufficient foundation of the human race. Although the emergence of 2 new martial sages was cause for celebration, such a high mortality rate still plunged everyone into silence. As for the spoils of war, they were quite substantial. Not only had they acquired a vast amount of resources, but also 10 spirit stone mines and several primeval forests. These were all high-quality resources awaiting development. If utilized well, they could significantly elevate the strength of the human race. It was only 3 days later that the defensive lines were deployed and resource extraction was arranged. After everything was set within the 5th city, in the reception hall of the city lord's mansion, the seats of honor were occupied by Su Zhantian, Su Zhanya, and Su Long. The secondary seats were taken by Su Zhanshuan and Su Zhanyuan, along with Su Ye's 4th granduncle. Though few in number, they were all members of the Su family. From the head seat, Su Long gave a slight nod to Su Yu across from him, and said, "Heir, why have you urgently summoned us back? Is there something you need?" Having just attained the rank of martial sage, and walking the path of the human sovereign's origin, he had many affairs to attend to. Su Zhantian was also curious about his own grandson. How could he have reached the 8th rank at such a young age? After all, Su Long was once the foremost prodigy of the younger generation, the leading figure of the previous era, until yet even so, Su Long only broke through to the 8th rank at 30. Yi Tao had achieved it at 29. But Su Yu at merely 22 was already at the 8th rank, and possessed a heavenly soul. Such talent was not just terrifying, it was simply absurd. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of his elders, Su Yu let out a soft laugh, and said, "It concerns the Su family's next strategic direction. I have some suggestions I wish to discuss with you, Father." Strategic direction. Upon hearing this, the Su family elders present couldn't help but grow curious. "Oh, go on." Su Yu smiled, and with a flash of light from the storage ring on his finger, 20 pills appeared in his hand. The pills were emerald green, exuding a faint, hazy spiritual energy. As the fragrance spread, the group subtly sniffed, and their faces instantly twisted into expressions of utter disbelief. Su Zhanshan's body even trembled slightly, his scarred old face a mask of astonishment as he exclaimed, "What kind of pill is this?" Just the scent alone had begun to heal some of the internal injuries within his body. Compared to the shock of Su Zhantian, Su Zhanshuan, and Su Zhanyuan, Su Zhanya, and Su Long remained quite calm. They had already tasted this kind of, no, it would be more apt to call it a divine medicine. Unfazed by their reactions, Su Yu slowly said, "Azure Spirit Pill. For those below the martial sage realm, even if only a breath remains, it can save them. For those at the martial sage realm and above, it heals all injuries and repairs the very foundation. Here are 16 pills to be gifted to the martial sages of Dragon Kingdom and its allies. Keep a few for yourself, grandfather, for emergencies." With that, Su Yu tossed the pills, which landed in Su Zhanshan's hands. At the same time, 2 pills fell into the hands of his 4th granduncle and 5th granduncle. Su Yu looked at his 5th granduncle, Su Zhanyuan, a gentle smile on his face, and said softly, "5th granduncle, this pill is enough to repair the foundation you lost years ago, as well as the flaws in your spiritual power. The 5 dragons of our Su family cannot leave a single one behind." Su Zhanyuan was the one he had known the longest, the relative who had repeatedly risked his life, without hesitation, to charge forward and save him. Now that he had sufficient pills, he naturally could not forget him. Staring at the pill in his hand, Su Zhanyuan was momentarily dazed, as if recalling something. His slightly sunken eyes reddened and moisture began to gather. "5th granduncle, when Heir grows up, he will definitely become a martial sage and protect you for life. 5th granduncle, today Heir broke through to the 3rd rank. I will find a spiritual herb to repair your foundation and make you a martial sage. 5th granduncle, Heir has fallen for a girl. She is so beautiful. Can I use this month's resources to give her a gift? 5th granduncle, I have a favor to ask of you. Accompany me to break off the engagement." In the blink of an eye, it had been 20 years of him guarding Su Yu. Now the past was vivid before his eyes, and the words spoken by that child back then had come true. And he had begun to protect this old man who had lived a solitary life. Su Zhanyuan wiped his tears, nodded with a smile, and said, "All right, I'll listen to you." The gathered Su family powerhouses were also deeply moved. After distributing the pills, Su Yu took out the martial technique scrolls he had prepared in advance, and placed them on. Su Yu looked at his nominal father, and said seriously, "Father, now that you walk the path of the human sovereign's origin, there is much to be done. These are the original copies of the Void Blade Art and the Burial Life Blade Art, star-level martial techniques, to replace the Su family's Annihilation God Blade Art. As for the cultivation method, we will keep it as it is for now. The other Earth Grade and Heaven Grade martial techniques, treasured by the Su family, are of little use. You can use them to build momentum father by making them public for the human race to earn renown. Next he would go to reap the benefits from that plump little pig Chu Feng in exchange for a martial god cultivation method along with some high-level techniques and martial arts, setting the Su family on the right track. And the low-level items would serve perfectly to earn Su Long fame. Such an arrangement would neither hinder the Su family nor unite the hearts of the people, killing two birds with one stone. Su Zhantian and Su Zhanchuan were bewildered, unsure of what star-level martial techniques were. It was only after Su Zhanya explained that they were techniques above the martial god level that their shock deepened even further. Upon hearing this, Su Long gently tapped the conference table, then mused, "There's no rush to disseminate everything, but we can first release the Earth-grade high-level cultivation methods to allow the entire Dragon Kingdom to practice martial arts." Cultivating the human sovereign's origin, Dao He naturally understood the benefits of fame and human faith. If the billions of people in Dragon Kingdom all acknowledged his status, he could establish himself as a martial. Su Yu did not argue. His nominal father would naturally make the arrangements. If not, he could just adopt the guys and do it for him. He had no desire to play the good guy, he only wanted to find the child of destiny and harvest villain points. Alright, you can head out now. We still have a meeting to attend. Su Long waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Su Ye's heart stirred, but his expression remained unchanged as he asked, "Is it about Neon and Blackfi?" Su Long raised his eyes to look at him, then nodded. Indeed, it's time to deal with Neon and Blackfi. The betrayal of Neon and Blackfi to the alien race had thoroughly enraged the human race, and they had decided to dispatch troops to annihilate these two rebels. Upon hearing this, a brilliant smile spread across Su Ye's face. "Notify me when the expedition begins. I too need more training." Destroying Neon and Blackfi. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. For some reason, he felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. After exchanging a few more words with Su Long and the others, Su Yu walked out of the reception hall. Outside the city lord's mansion, a young man with a crew cut was sitting on the steps. When he saw Su Yu emerge, he immediately approached. "Young Master Su, everything you instructed is done. I've been waiting for you." Su Yu glanced at Fong Ting, a smile gracing his handsome face. This was a promising seedling perfect for training as his personal shadow guard. The most suitable choice. Lead the way. Let's go see them and change your cultivation methods while we're at it. Su Ye's ambitions were by no means confined to the insignificant blue planet. This place could only serve as a temporary stop. He must not linger here for long. Faced with the protagonists of the myriad heavens who could slay millions with a casual gesture or shatter an entire galaxy with a single punch, his only recourse was to ceaselessly fortify himself. "I imagine Fong Ting has already briefed you before you arrive." In a deep mountain 500 li from the fifth city, a gathering of 12 youths, including Fong Ting, stood assembled. Their faces bore a similar expression: determination and tenacity. These were military academy cadets from humble origins, each a promising seedling selected by the Su family during the college entrance exams from various regions. Originally, they were meant to be groomed into military commanders akin to Qin Tua. However, due to Su Ye's influence, they had now gathered here once more. His gaze sweeping across their faces, Su Yu spoke in a calm tone. "From today onward, you shall be my personal shadow guards. If any of you are unwilling, step forward now." As his words fell, the 12 individuals standing before him did not so much as stir. The resolve in their eyes remained unshaken. "Young Master Su, it was you who requested the military academy's admissions officers to recruit us back then. Whatever we have achieved today is also your gift. If you are willing to lead us, how could we possibly be unwilling?" These men harbored profound gratitude towards Su Yu. Had it not been for him back, then they would likely have sunk into mediocrity, drifting through life in the mundane cycles of marriage and child-rearing. How could they have attained the 5th or 6th rank, held the ranks of lieutenant or captain, and earned the reverence of ordinary people? Moreover, on that day in the battlefield, Su Yu had single-handedly torn apart nearly 300 8th-rank alien beings with his bare hands. For such a peerless prodigy, serving as his personal guards was a tremendous honor. Perhaps in the near future, Su Yu would become a martial saint. How could they be unwilling to follow a future martial saint? Su Yu took in their unwavering expressions and nodded inwardly. Their talents might not be extraordinarily monstrous, and they might never reach the 9th rank, or even the 8th in their lifetimes. But their loyalty was more than enough to compensate for that. "Very well. Since none of you wish to leave, I shall now impart to you new cultivation techniques and martial arts." As he spoke, Su Ye's hand produced 11 copies of a heaven-grade mid-rank cultivation technique. These are the heaven-grade techniques practiced by the direct line of the Su family, along with the matching heaven-grade martial art, the Annihilation Divine Blade, and 3 other heaven-grade martial arts. With a mere thought, the technique copies in his hand flew toward the group. As they received them, all 11 youths' eyes widened in astonishment. Heaven-grade. All of them were heaven-grade. If such techniques were ever leaked to the outside world, even 9th-rank grandmasters would be tempted. Yet Su Yu had bestowed them so casually. "For the next 6 months you will train here. There are 20 million spirit stones, and the pills you'll need for breakthroughs." Pausing briefly, Su Yu continued. "Once you reach the mid-6th rank, I will teach you a new technique. A technique for cultivating mental energy." He intended to nurture heavenly soul grandmasters, thereby solidifying the foundation of these shadow guards, enabling them to transcend the star-shattering realm and beyond in the future. Yes, We shall obey the young master's command. The 11 youths clutched their technique copies, their faces alight with excitement, their gratitude and loyalty evident. Soon Suyu sent them deep into the mountain range. A natural illusionary formation protected the area, concealing them from detection unless a grandmaster personally probed it. Once they had entered, Suyu turned to the roguish youth Fong Ting. Beckoning him over, he said, "For now, hold off on switching techniques. Focus on cultivating your mental energy first." With that, Suyu spent 100 villain points from the system space to copy the soul forging scripture, tossing it to Fong Ting. This is the soul forging scripture. It allows you to cultivate mental energy. Your blood energy is already at its peak. Suppress it for now, and only break through to Heavenly Soul Grandmaster after you've cultivated your mental energy to the 7th rank. Fong Ting caught the scripture, his expression a mix of bewilderment and disbelief. Damn, mental energy could be cultivated too. If word of this got out, the entire blue planet would erupt in chaos. Sigh. Young master, this is too. Fong Ting's face twisted in confusion, but Suyu raised a hand to cut him off. If you wish to follow me, do you think your current talent amounts to anything? Suyu's words left Fong Ting speechless. It did seem true. Suyu's sharply defined face remained impassive, radiating an aura of dominance. Our campaign will not end on Blue Planet. Train well. Don't neglect the Void Blade technique I taught you earlier. Come find me at the City Lord's mansion in a month. With that, Suyu stepped onto the void and strode away from the primeval. Watching Suyu's retreating figure, a light kindled in Fong Ting's eyes. His gaze grew resolute and sincere as he murmured, "Rest assured, young master. I will follow in your footsteps and become a blade of slaughter in your hands." Having said that, Fong Ting turned and leaped into the depths of the mountain to begin his training. Suyu walked alone through the air. Gazing at the star-studded galaxy in the unpolluted sky, he clasped his hands behind his back and whispered, "Grow quickly." These 12 men behind him were his chosen personal guards, whom he nurtured to become void assassins in the future campaigns across the myriad heavens. Suyu would have them grow amidst bloodshed, spreading their fearsome reputation throughout the heavens. Just then the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. By indirectly causing the heavenly fates, chosen Chu Feng, to suffer a great loss of reputation, you have been rewarded for 0 villain points, martial god cultivation, method 1. At the system prompt, Suyu's brow furrowed slightly in confusion. What did that mean? He hadn't been trying to fleece that little fat pig lately, so how had it brought him income? Perplexed, Suyu pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out the reason. It wasn't until he returned to his residence in the City Lord's mansion that a black-robed figure silently appeared before him. The black-robed man knelt on one knee and reported respectfully, "My Lord Vice Principal Han Shuang of the Capital Military Academy, whom you ordered me to monitor, has returned to the 1st. Moreover, she is severely injured, her cultivation, now only at the 7th rank. Upon her return, she has been deliberately spreading a certain rumor. According to my investigation, she has severed ties with her disciple, and her injuries were inflicted by that very disciple." Hearing the spy's report, Suyu understood. So that was where the reward came from. A faint smile curved Suyu's lips as he ordered, "Go have the news suppressed for now. In 25 days you can help her fan the flames and give it a good publicity." This was a good opportunity, but it would be more interesting if he handled it personally after emerging from seclusion. If he framed Chu Feng for Han Shuang's murder, how would the latter ever clear his name? "As you command." After the 7th rank spy departed, Suyu entered the training chamber. With a thunderous rumble, the heavy door sealed shut, and a barely audible expectant voice drifted out. "It seems we'll meet again soon, Chu Feng. I wonder, can you bear the weight of the crime of killing your own master?" In the following period, no major events occurred. After failing to assassinate Su Long and Su Zhanya during their attempts to attain sainthood, the alien races withdrew. Of course, battles involving martial saints and small-scale skirmishes still took place from time to time. After all, the alien races were preparing to absorb the warriors from Neon and Blackfeather, and they had no intention of giving up the addition of 2 martial saints. Thus, they constantly harassed the martial saints of Blue Star, denying them the chance to return and purge. At this moment, within the 9th city, some small-scale rumors Have you heard? The leader of our New Era Alliance is actually the culprit behind Vice Principal Han's disappearance. No, I don't just believe every rumor. Brother Chu Feng and Vice Principal Han are master and disciple. Why would he harm his own master? Exactly. Vice Principal Han was a latest-stage 8th grade golden body expert. Brother Chu Feng is only at what level? How could he possibly harm Vice Principal Han Shuang? Don't spread unconfirmed rumors. Wait until Brother Chu Feng returns from the Beast Forest. You'll get what's coming to you. The students in the 9th city were now free to train. Some chose to enter the Beast Forest to slay beasts and gain experience, while others opted to travel abroad in search of opportunities. Of course, everyone would return occasionally to gather together, submit their gains, and exchange them for points to meet graduation requirements. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, danger and opportunity coexisted everywhere far better than the unchanging monotony of Blue Star. Some students who couldn't afford storage rings were now able to purchase such luxuries after several treasure hunts and beast kills, selling the beast cores. For this reason, in the absence of major events, Chu Feng's New Era Alliance now existed in name only. There was no dedicated management or record-keeping. As for Chu Feng wanting Lin Panxi to manage the alliance, Without the backing of his reputation, Lin Panxi could never develop the alliance led by Chu Feng into a significant force, as described in the original text. Now Lin Panxi only followed Chu Feng to pick up scraps with no important scenes requiring her presence. Of course Suyu still needed her. After all, she was a female lead. Killing her would probably earn him tens of thousands of villain points. In the beast forest outside the 9th city, Chu Feng cleaved the head of a 7th grade demon beast with his sword, extracted the beast core, and tossed it to Lin Panxi behind him. The 98th 7th grade beast core. Lin Panxi's pretty face bloomed with a moving sweet smile. She took out a handkerchief, carefully wiped the bloodstains off the core, and stored it in her ring. After a few more days of training, we can return to the 9th city to exchange for resources, Lin Panxi said, as she approached Chu Feng, a trace of tenderness in her gaze. Once we have the resources, you can attempt to break through to latest stage 6th grade. Looking at Chu Feng's resolute face, Lin Panxi couldn't help but sigh. This man truly had too many miracles. In less than a month, he had advanced from the peak of latest stage 5th grade to mid-stage 6th grade. By his side, she too was fortunate to break through to the 6th grade of martial arts. Such a man was a true child of heaven. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng slowly retracted his terrifying killing intent. Turning to look at the person before him, he smiled and said, "No rush. We need to collect more resources to improve your strength as well." His ambition was not limited to breaking through to latest stage 6th grade. He wanted to push forward in one fell swoop straight to the 7th grade heavenly soul. His spiritual energy had already reached 4,500 Hz, comparable to the peak of an ordinary early stage 7th grade. As long as he could temper and compress his spiritual power, he was confident of becoming a heavenly soul grandmaster. Only by maintaining the peak could he become the ultimate powerhouse in the future. Lin Panxi nodded repeatedly, a warmth rising in her heart. Chu Feng genuinely cared for her. Even though he himself didn't have enough resources, he still thought of taking care of her. Compared to him, Suyu was practically trampled into the dust in her heart. Especially after that time, Suyu slapped her, Lin Panxi felt only disgust and killing intent toward him. She wondered if when Chu Feng rose to the peak in the future, he would destroy the entire Su family for her sake. Let's go. We'll hunt deeper and look for some spirit herbs. Chu Feng naturally noticed her change, but he didn't say anything. The smug smile on his lips quickly faded. With a grand wave of his hand, he declared heroically, "Let's reach the peak together." With those words, he and Lin Panxi plunged deep into the beast forest, striving for a bowtie smile. Time flew by. 21 days had passed. Within the 5th city's lord's mansion in the courtyard where Suyu resided, the door to the cultivation chamber opened. He stepped out slowly, clad in spotless white robes. Emerging from the chamber, Suyu squinted at the sun hanging high in the sky and murmured to himself, "Time really flies when cultivating." Though he had only cultivated for a little over 20 days, the aura emanating from Suyu was now profoundly thick with not a trace of unstable foundation. He had officially stabilized at the early stage of the 8th grade. At the same time, the energy signature of his cultivation technique had transformed, carrying a flavor of unrestrained freedom. Compared to a month ago, he now exuded a hint more of sinister charm. The transformation of the heavenly demon art of ease had been completed. Although he had not even reached the initial entry level of this technique, his aura was already several levels more formidable than the heaven grade technique he had practiced before. With a flicker of his figure, Suyu vanished from the spot. In the past few days, he had handed over the soul tempering scripture and the martial god cultivation method, which the system had rewarded him before his seclusion, to Su Long. Upon learning that it was a technique leading directly to the martial god realm, Su Long immediately transmitted the method to Su Zhantian and Su Zhanya, the 2 martial saints of the Su family. At the same time, he returned to Blue Star and made the heaven grade technique public. On the last night of the deadline, 12 latest stage 6th grade martial artists suddenly appeared in Su Ye's courtyard. The 12 knelt on one knee before him and respectfully called out, "Greetings, young master." Looking at these dark guards who had successfully trained, Suyu nodded lightly and said, "Set out. Head to the 1st city. We need to pick someone up." "Yes." The words had barely fallen when the courtyard was empty. Inside the 1st city, at a corner of the city wall, a faint cracking sound came from within a body. Suddenly opening her eyes, the woman sitting cross-legged on the ground, who looked like a madwoman, was utterly broken. She clawed frantically at her scalp and hissed, "Damn it! Why does it still fail?" This filthy, disheveled madwoman with red-rimmed eyes roared in agony, Am I destined to be a cripple for the rest of my life? Entrapped in this damned 1st city." At this moment, where was the noble demeanor of Han Shuang, once a latest stage 8th grade golden body peak expert? Only thick resentment remained. And this resentment was not directed at the strong one who crippled her that day, but at her good disciple. I won't accept this." Han Shuang slammed her fists wildly into the ground, the tremendous vibrations echoing through the vicinity. Not far away, Suyu hovered in midair, watching her desolate state with amusement. How intriguing. Suyu withdrew his gaze, turned his head slightly, and said to the men behind him, including Fong Ting, "Go ahead. Fetch our vice principal Han from Jingwu. Bring her back to the city." "Yes, young master." Fong Ting and his companions acknowledged before swiftly descending. In the corner, Han Shuang sensed her broken dantian and damaged meridians, a trace of sorrow welling up in her heart. Her status was among the highest, not to be compared with anyone. Given more time, she could have broken through to the 9th grade grandmaster realm. But now she had become a cripple unable to cultivate, only maintaining the early to mid 7th grade stage. How could she who once looked down on everything accept this? Chu Feng, I was truly blind to think you were a loyal and righteous seedling worth taking as a disciple. The thought that all her current plight was caused by Chu Feng sent a chill through her. If he had chosen to die back, then even if the enemy had killed her, Han Shuang would have had no complaint. But Chu Feng did not. Instead, he chose to let her die to save himself. Every time she recalled that day's scene, Han Shuang felt nauseated. Boom. She smashed the stone floor with her fist, her face covered in dirt and blood twisted with ferocity. That beast didn't even have the courage to come back for my corpse. Han Shuang vented the twisted rage and overwhelming killing intent within her. Yet every time she tried to rush out, an invisible barrier blocked her, refusing to let her take. This was the defensive array of every city, trapping those without identity cards to prevent outsiders or ill-intentioned individuals from entering and causing trouble. Her arm wearing the storage ring had been severed by Su Ye's blade, so she naturally couldn't retrieve the identity card inside. Unable to prove her identity, as soon as she entered the city to inquire about Chu Feng and the exchange competition, she was caught by the patrol and banished here. Rumble. Han Shuang punched the ground again and again. Just then a cold voice rang out. Who is causing trouble in the city? Hearing that voice, Han Shuang instantly stopped and lifted her head to look toward the alley entrance. Then under her trembling, excited gaze, several figures in military academy uniforms slowly walked out. Seeing familiar faces, Han Shuang could no longer hold back and shouted loudly, "It's me. I'm Vice Principal Han Shuang from Jingwu. You're Fang Ting from the military academy, right? You should recognize me." In the more than 20 days since she was captured here, this was the first time she had seen anyone pass by. Unable to restrain herself, she rushed over and kept pounding and yelling against the barrier. Fang Ting and his men came over upon hearing this. When they saw Han Shuang, they were first stunned, then said in surprise, "Vice Principal Han, how is it you? How did you end up like this?" Han Shuang did not explain much and immediately ordered, "Stop wasting time. Go tell the identity card maker in First City to get over here. I need to get out." She had no patience now. Her only thought was to escape and make Chu Feng pay. She couldn't care less about anything else. Moreover, most of those from the military academy were children from poor families, their cultivation level and insight far below hers, so she had no intention of giving them a good attitude. Fang Ting felt somewhat displeased at her words. In her current state, she still put on airs. Of course he didn't show it, and nodded in agreement. Go tell the Household Management Bureau to bring a card for lifting the ban. Before long, a chubby man from the bureau was brought over. After being scolded by Han Shuang in an extremely rude tone, he finally made her identity card. With the verification of her aura, the barrier confining Han Shuang instantly dissipated. Stepping out of the remote alleyway, she took a deep breath, finally out. At that moment, she could no longer suppress the rage in her heart, and directly stepped into the void to leave. Behind her, the chubby official quickly shouted, "Principal Han, please wait. In First City, only 9th grade or above are allowed to fly. Also, you haven't completed your entry and exit registration. Please cooperate with us and return." Before he could finish, Han Shuang shouted impatiently, "Get lost. As the vice principal of Jingwu, why can't I fly? As for registration, I'm going to 9th City now." With that, her figure swiftly flew toward the teleportation point. Seeing this, the chubby official was dumbfounded. What kind of person was this? How did she become the vice principal of Jingwu? Was it really that super prestigious school that produced the director general of the martial arts administration? Fang Ting comforted the chubby official, a few words, gave him some compensation, and then left as well. When they returned, Suyu looked at the direction where Han Shuang had disappeared, his smile growing brighter. He said softly, "Release all the blocked news and evidence, and spread it on Earth." A figure hidden in the distant clouds appeared, bowed respectfully to Suyu, and answered, "Yes, young master." After arranging everything, Suyu stepped on the void and slowly walked toward the teleportation point, his voice lingering faintly. "Back to 9th City, let's watch the show. This time, I will make sure Chu Feng is convicted of killing his master, forcing him to flee to the beast forest, quietly becoming a fat little pig, letting me slowly carve his flesh with this dull blade. Vice Principal Han, to help my little fat pig grow, I'll clear your grievances, but please die tomorrow night." A flash of sharpness passed through Su Ye's eyes. He still had feelings for this planet, but for those who opposed him. Sorry, they all better die off one by one. In 9th City at the Martial Arts University Freshman Square, it had already become a trading hub. Everyone who returned from treasure hunting would come here to sell or exchange for the resources, and wow, so many 7th grade beast cores. His no wonder brother Chu Feng is our leader. He hunted so many 7th grade beasts in just 1 month. There's also this dried blood vine, an essential material for refining 7th grade blood chi pills. With all these resources and beast cores, it's probably worth 8 million spirit stones, right? Brother Chu Feng is indeed the leader of our new era alliance. His strength far surpasses his peers, and he and Lin are a perfect match, truly a talented couple. At a trading corner in the square, many students gathered around looking at the beast core's elixirs and herbs laid out on the ground, their eyes filled with awe. So strong. No wonder he was the genius leader from humble origins. Chu Feng and Lin Panxi both wore faintly proud smiles in response to the praise and chatter. Wasn't the whole point of staying so long in the beast forest to bask in everyone's envy? Haha, everyone, I'm selling these at low prices to our new Heir Alliance members. You can also exchange them for resources needed at the mid to late 6th grade stage. Turning these in will definitely earn you full graduation credits. After Chu Feng finished, Lin Panxi standing beside him added at the perfect moment, we won't sell to anyone outside the new Heir Alliance. As they spoke, they deliberately glanced at the aristocratic disciples nearby and those who had left the alliance. Their smug expressions made others mutter under their breath. What are you showing off for? Just a few beast cores. Do you have to act so high and mighty? With Chu Feng's words, soon some students with spare resources came forward to trade. After all, 7th grade beast cores were hard to come by, especially for exam points, which almost solely depended on beast cores and participation in battles. In just over 10 minutes, Chu Feng had exchanged enough resources. These resources were enough for him to break through to Heaven Soul Grandmaster and allow Lin Panxi to reach the mid-6th grade stage. His coffers suddenly full. Chu Feng perked up and said cheerfully, everyone, in half a month I will break through to Grandmaster. You're all welcome to come and observe. I'll share my insights on breaking through to Grandmaster and the growth of spiritual power. Upon hearing this, the entire square erupted. No way, really. Brother Chu Feng, you're also breaking through to Heaven Soul Grandmaster. 666. When Brother Chu Feng acts, he always reaches the peak. Heaven Soul Grandmasters are rare, even in decades. Last time Suyu broke through, he didn't share any insights. How disappointing. Yeah, Brother Chu Feng, we all support you. We'll definitely come. Seeing his popularity unchanged, Chu Feng smiled with satisfaction. He cupped his hands toward the crowd and said, thank you all for your trust. I won't let you down. Just then a cold, emotionless laugh rang out. Fine, fine. Truly a good disciple, Han Shuang took in. Breaking through to Grandmaster. How would a grand spec? Hearing this voice, Chu Feng's face changed drastically. He fixed his gaze in the direction of the sound and instantly began to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes filled with disbelief as he exclaimed in shock. Master, how is it you? The entire square fell into dead silence. When Chu Feng saw that disheveled, blood-streaked and grime-smeared woman with a ferocious visage, he recoiled, as if confronted by a specter, his entire frame trembling uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. What a fine disciple I have. Han Shuang's gaze bored into Chu Feng, as if she wished to devour him alive. That day you truly gave your master a grand surprise. At these words, Chu Feng felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss of bone-piercing chill racing from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. On that day, he had uttered the heinous words wishing for Han Shuang's death. If she had truly perished, things might have been easier. But now Han Shuang was not only alive, but stood before him, her gaze fixed on him like a venomous serpent, making everything feel utterly alien to Chu Feng. At that moment, the surrounding crowd snapped to attention, and the entire venue erupted in a frenzy. Holy crap, there really is a juicy scandal. How I said it before, the rumors from a month ago might just be true. Killing one's master. TSK Tisk, who would have thought that our Jingwu's second-ranked Tianbang member harbored such venomous intentions? Truly, you never know a person's heart from their face. The farmer and the snake. The onlookers buzzed with chatter, pointing fingers at Chu Feng, who stood frozen in place. Their words mercilessly lashed at his actions, contempt flickering in nearly every eye. Even those originally from the New Era Alliance were mortified, for this act was utterly heinous. Recalling their earlier smugness, they now burned with shame. Damn it. The New Era Alliance members cursed inwardly, then silently retreated a few steps, as if to sever ties with Chu Feng. Master, it's not what you think. Seeing the undisguised contempt from the crowd, Chu Feng panicked and hastily explained, that day that 9th rank flung me away, leaving me no chance to take your body. Chu Feng was now drenched in cold sweat from anxiety. If he couldn't clear this up, he would truly become a pariah. At this moment, his hatred for that 9th rank powerhouse deepened. If only you had killed my master, none of this would have happened. Why make her neither human nor ghost only to let her return? Han Shuang sneered, is that so? Then why in the month since you returned did you never inform the city guarding general to search for me? Not even a word about my disappearance. Couldn't you report it to the higher-ups? Han Shuang's eyes were bloodshot, her expression nearly deranged. She loathed Chu Feng to the core. If not for him, how could she have become a cripple, stripped of the ability to expand her Danshan's chi and blood? After barely surviving the wilds and returning what awaited her, she had been imprisoned by the first city's formation for a month, her hatred skyrocketing during that time. Moreover, her words had sealed off every excuse Chu Feng might muster. Han Shuang turned to the crowd, so many familiar faces, and let out a cold laugh. So during this time, did any of you hear him mention that I was missing or dead? The Martial Arts Academy students exchanged glances, then shook their heads. No, not even rumors had only a scant few had heard something, but it never gained traction before fading away. Seeing the crowd shake their heads, Han Shuang fixed her gaze on Chu Feng, the disciple she had once been so proud of. Do you have anything more to say? Under her interrogation, Chu Feng's face had turned deathly pale. He had nothing. In fact, he had nearly forgotten that his master had perished in the wilds. Only one thing lingered in his memory. That was the humiliation of being forced to kneel by that mysterious 9th rank demonic chi user, and his resolve to grow stronger for vengeance. Master, Chu Feng opened his mouth to explain, but Han Shuang said coldly, "You what? Speak." She wanted to see what excuse Chu Feng could concoct. In her heart, she had already sentenced him to death. In this life, she would utterly destroy Chu Feng. No matter how formidable his talent, as long as he hadn't broken through to 8th or 9th rank, she could still finish him. Chu Feng's mind raced frantically for a plausible excuse, but found none. This time he had no ground to stand on. Just as the standoff dragged on, a light, carefree laugh rang out. "It's been so long, and the ninth city is still as lively as ever." Hearing that familiar voice, everyone turned in unison toward its source. There, clad in a white robe with strikingly handsome features, Su Yu approached leisurely. The moment they saw him, the scions of noble families were instantly electrified. "Holy crap, it's young Master Su. Young Master Su, you're incredible. Tearing apart in 8th rank on the battlefield. Is it true you've advanced to the 8th rank Golden Body realm?" "I'm ashamed. Back then Su Yu and I were at the same cultivation level, but now I'm far behind. The Su family produced 2 martial saints in succession, and now young Master Su has slain nearly 300 8th ranks to forcefully break through to the Golden Body realm. If that's the case, then I can only say, so cool." All the noble scions gazed at Su Yu with fervent eyes full of awe and reverence, parting a path for him. Soon Su Yu stepped into the center. "Vice Principal Han, how did you end up in such a state after just over a month away?" Su Yu stood opposite Han Shuang, looking at her with astonishment. Han Shuang let out a cold smile. "You'll have to ask my fine disciple." Now she barely felt any murderous intent towards Su Yu. In the past she had targeted him for Chu Feng's sake, but now Chu Feng's enemy was her ally. Hearing this, Su Yu looked at Chu Feng with curiosity. "Classmate Chu Feng, what did you do to your master?" Gazing at Su Yu, whom he regarded as his greatest rival, Chu Feng's pale face twisted with added killing intent and hatred. "None of your business." Chu Feng's expression turned icy, then he bowed to Han Shuang with cupped hands. "Master, it's inconvenient here today. I'll come to explain another time. Rest assured, I'll find medicine to heal your injuries. I've learned that a martial saint now possesses a pill that can mend any wound. I will stop at nothing to obtain one." With that, Chu Feng turned to leave. He reached out to take Lin Panxi's hand, but grasped only empty air. "Sierra." Chu Feng was stunned. Across from him, Lin Panxi's delicate face showed reluctance. "Chu Feng, I want to look around. You go on ahead." Having said that, she turned and walked away, without waiting for his response, not daring to lift her head to meet Su Ye's gaze. In that moment, Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Was he beyond redemption now? "Sierra, wait for me. Let me explain." Chu Feng chased after Lin Panxi, fleeing the scene in haste. Watching them leave, Han Shuang's eyes burned with madness, fixed on Chu Feng's retreating figure. "Oomph." She then glanced at Su Yu, snorted coldly, and departed. Su Yu didn't mind a faint smile playing on his lips, as if none of it concerned him. After they left, he announced to the trading ground, "Everyone, times have grown harsh, and the martial arts of Dragon Country have stagnated for too long. Thus my father Su Long has decided that the Su family will soon release all our Earth-grade cultivation methods, heaven-grade martial techniques, and top-tier mystic-grade skills to the entire Dragon Country for free, available to all." At these words, the entire trading ground fell silent. After a long pause, a thunderous cheer erupted. "Thank you for the martial saint's generosity. Heaven-grade martial techniques, Earth-grade cultivation methods. My God, the Su family truly considers us ordinary folks. He really does." I'm crying. Everyone rejoiced not for anything else, but because the Su family was willing to share their top-tier techniques. That alone earned their respect. At the center of the market, Su Yu stood watching their eager and reverent gazes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Blue Star. These humans are my treasure trove. You all are the army I'll lead to conquer the stars." With that thought, Su Yu felt immensely pleased, his eyes flicking toward the spot where Han Shuang had vanished. "Vice Principal Han, you understand that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, don't you? So, to make our common foe suffer tonight, you'll have to suffer a little death." There was no doubt that Su Ye's announcement, that the Su family would make public all top-tier Xian-level techniques and martial skills, along with a small portion of resource-light, Earth-level high-grade techniques, and heaven-level martial skills, ignited the entire martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom. On Blue Star, countless ordinary people were even more exhilarated. They were confined by the limitations of the techniques they could cultivate, destined to remain at the 1st or 2nd rank for their entire lives. Families with slightly better resources could reach the 3rd rank. But what use was that? The restrictions were set. To acquire advanced techniques, one had to exchange money, resources, or points. Sometimes a lifetime would end at that stage. Now, with advanced techniques available for replacement, and free cultivation at that, their shackles could be shattered. Perhaps overnight the Dragon Kingdom could gain countless mid-grade martial artists. The Su family truly lives up to being a great clan. 3 saints in one household, they deserve it. Yes, with such magnanimity and spirit, one can't help but admire them. Like Director Yi Tao, they are great powers who care for the world. Hurry and wait. They say the martial arts headquarters is already copying the techniques overnight, preparing for a full rollout across the Dragon Kingdom. I'm going ill guard the library at the martial arts headquarters right now. I'm not going home tonight. Overnight, the entire Dragon Kingdom was ignited. The calm lake was stirred into waves, stimulating people's nerves. The Dragon Kingdom, situated on the extraterritorial battlefield, was even because they were on the front lines. They had already obtained those copied techniques and martial skills. Everyone was switching techniques and cultivating martial skills. For a time, a wave of cultivation surged once more. Simultaneously, those geniuses constrained by their techniques after switching broke through their realms one by one. At this moment, the martial fortune of the Dragon Kingdom soared. The path of enlightenment and Su Long's path of the human king surged wildly together. Deep in the extraterritorial, the elegant middle-aged man in white robes lying in the void flipping through a book suddenly froze. Power surged within him, and his origin path was stretched and widened infinitely. Feeling this irrepressible surge of energy, the elegant middle-aged man was utterly stunned. What's happening? How could the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts have surged so much overnight? He closed his eyes, savoring the widened origin path. His gaze suddenly turned vacant as he murmured to himself, the path of the human king is also surging wide, and the path of enlightenment is growing. As the embodiment of enlightenment, he was born to assist the human king and enlighten humanity. The stronger the human king and humanity, the stronger he became. Having been weakened by expanding the vast origin to cover the void, he now recovered significantly. Even the book of origin covering the void stabilized. Damn it. Yitao, what have you done now? At that moment, feeling the oppressive force, the vast blood mist suddenly churned, and a voice filled with fury and confusion came from within. Why has your origin grown stronger again? He had been focusing on one corner, eroding many properties of the book of origin. But just now that eroded corner had suddenly stabilized, meaning his years of effort were in vain. Seeing the blood mist surge, Yitao closed his book, stood up, and smiled. Take a guess. At those words, the blood mist erupted. Go to hell. Rumble. In an instant within the book of origin enveloping the void, a fierce battle erupted. The fluctuation was more than 100 times stronger than a martial saint. If it all fell upon the extraterritorial battlefield, even that battlefield would be shattered in two. At the same time, Su Long, stationed at the front lines, felt his path of the human king broadening. Countless threads of faith appeared within it. Dispelling the mist ahead, his origin path was stretched by over 1,000 meters. A muffled sound rang within him, and an illusory path manifested beyond 3,500 meters. Beside him, Jiang Tianjing, having consumed the Azure Spirit Pill and healed his internal injuries, stared at Su Long as if, how did you reach the third stage of martial saint? Su Long put down the frontline reports, pinched the bridge of his nose to adapt to the surging power and mental energy, and said helplessly, humanity's recognition of me has increased. Coupled with the propagation of techniques, this should continue for some time. He could guess that this surge in power was surely Su Yes doing. The momentum was a bit intense. But then, so be it. Wasn't he hoping to coast through life? He would indulge that wish and become a human king for him to see. At the thought of Su Yes' recent changes, he couldn't help but curl his lips, his expression brimming with pride. Jiang Tianjing took a sip of spirit tea, suppressing his shock, and sighed. It seems you might enter the demigod realm faster than Yitao did. Back then, Yitao advanced one stage every half year after becoming a martial saint. In less than 6 years, he broke through to demigod. Now Su Long was faster, 3 stages in a month. Haha, Yitao has walked the origin path for years and knows more than I do, Su Long said in high spirits. Now with the merger of the 5th city, we should expand outward. There are many resources to be mined here. Let's prepare to deploy troops. The wave of Dragon Kingdom martial arts spread wildly across all humanity. For a time, foreign cities began to feel envious. The fervor continued to simmer. That evening, Chu Feng walked out of the 9th city, looked back at the colossal fortress standing on the front line, and his eyes burned with resentment. Damn Suyu. Chu Feng's grievance ran deep, bordering on obsession. And that demonic 9th rank cultivator. If not for him, I would have already obtained Earth level, or even Heaven level techniques. The one who aids humanity's progress should have been the Su family. It was all the Su family's fault, stealing all his ideas. If he had become a 9th rank, stepped onto the origin path, and promoted techniques below Heaven level, he could have become a saint overnight. Now, there was nothing left. Suppressing his resentment, Chu Feng paced outside the city, muttering, my master should see my message right. She will come out, won't she? Chu Feng wanted to explain privately to Han Shuang. Coincidentally, this month, he had luckily learned the location of a spiritual herb that could nourish meridians and Dantian. He had intended to use it to break through to the heavenly soul grandmaster realm. But now, he could only use it to help Han Shuang recover first. He waited long. It wasn't until the dead of night that a cold, emotionless voice sounded. My good disciple, what else do you have to quibble about? Chu Feng turned around and saw his aloof master now dressed and groomed. A strange feeling stirred in his heart. Yet he forcefully suppressed this urge to defy his master. It was far too rebellious. Chu Feng steadied himself, his resolute face bearing a sincere expression as he said earnestly, Master, I was indeed wrong that day, but I had my reasons. Also, I called you out tonight to take you to retrieve a spiritual herb. A high-grade herb that can repair the damage to your Dantian and Han Shuang gave him a deep, indifferent look and said, lead the way. Could it heal her injuries? She wouldn't mind. Oh, once she recovered her 8th rank cultivation, she would. Kill Chu Feng first. Seeing she was not as ruthless as before, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Master, please follow me. It's not far from here. With that he soared into the sky to lead the way. Han Shuang followed behind him. Long after they disappeared from a shadow near where they had stood, the shadow rippled, and a figure quietly emerged. The little fat pig truly understands my heart. Now, I don't even need to use the mortal mask to trick that old Suyu looked at the direction they had vanished, feeling gratified. The little fat pig had won his favor. Deep within the periphery of the ferocious beast forest outside a cavern, Chu Feng and Han Shuang stood outside, gazing into the darkness of the cave, both halting their step. Master, there is a mysterious yin flower inside that can nourish the meridians and dantian, greatly beneficial to your injury. Chu Feng pointed at the cave, his expression solemn. But there is a 7th grade serpentine beast of the late stage 7 guarding it, so we must join forces to claim it. Though inferior to the spirit herb, the mysterious yin flower is still a fine spiritual medicine. This he had purposely reserved. Originally, he had planned to exchange resources and break through to the peak of late stage 6 before retrieving it. But now he had no choice. Unless he quelled some of Han Shuang's wrath, she would never let him off easily. Though he did not fear her. The slander was too dreadful. It would jeopardize his future chance to attain sainthood. Moreover, he might find himself barred from entering any human city. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would never have hastily accepted Han Shuang as his master. Then whether she lived or died, it would not affect him. Han Shuang's eyes flickered with suspicion. You're not lying. She dared not believe a single word from Chu Feng. The boy displayed a fierce pride, but at the brink of life and death he would instantly abandon her to save himself. Chu Feng sighed. I wouldn't. Save her, perhaps he could salvage some reputation. After all, he could use that mysterious 9th grade grandmaster as an excuse to stretch the truth a little. His actions were all for the future of humanity. When he received Elder Zhao's martial legacy, he learned how fierce the war between the alien races and humanity had little time left. He must break through to martial saint within 20 years, then ascend to martial god by harnessing the faith of the people. Only thus could he secure a glimmer of hope for humanity. He bore the weight of the entire human race. When he abandoned Han Shuang before, he too had suffered deeply. Fine. He'll trust you one last time. A strange glint passed through Han Shuang's eyes as she nodded faintly. Hearing this, Chu Feng broke into a radiant smile. Master, thank you for believing me. Wait here. I'll lure the great serpent out, and you slip in to pluck the mysterious. With that, Chu Feng charged into the cave. Moments later, a terrifying surge of energy swept out. Hiss! An enraged hiss resounded, and then Chu Feng's figure shot out of the cave, followed by an enormous black serpent. When its body fully emerged, Han Shuang saw how long the giant snake truly was. 100 meters of serpentine coils. Its black scales glistened eerily under the moonlight, almost bewitching. Starlight sword art. Starlight flashed as Chu Feng slashed out a sword beam. The spilled sword energy directly severed the surrounding great trees. Bang! The sword beam struck the serpent's head, sparks flying. The attack, enough to shatter a mountain, left only a shallow mark on its scales. Hiss! The serpent hissed in pain, its vertical pupils burning with human-like fury. This insignificant ant had dared to wound it. Seeing that his attack barely harmed the serpent, Chu Feng's expression shifted. He quickly added another strike before flying off into the distance. Witnessing this, Han Shuang sneered inwardly. But fine. Concealing her aura, she swiftly slipped into the cave. Upon entering the cave, a chill swept over her. At the far end lay a vast chamber containing a pool of bone-chilling water. In the pool, a flower radiated a soft glow. Mysterious yin flower. Her heart stirred. She floated across the water and plucked it without resistance. Now my injured meridians and dantian can finally be restored. Han Shuang felt a surge of excitement. Just then bubbles rose from the pool. A black serpent several meters long lunged at her with jaws agape. A mere beast seeking death. She snorted, sweeping her palm downward. An invisible blade of blood energy cleaved out. With a splash, the serpent was split in two. Having obtained the mysterious yin flower, Han Shuang dared not linger. She sealed it in a jade box and quickly departed. Rumble. Shortly after she left, the enormous black serpent stormed back into the cave in a frenzy. When it discovered its child had been cut in half, the entire rocky mountain trembled, boulders cascading down. 100 li away. By a stream, Han Shuang met up with Chu Feng. He looked rather disheveled as he approached the stream. Seeing the barely concealed joy on her face, he breathed a sigh of relief. Master, you got it. Han Shuang nodded. Seeing her nod, Chu Feng smiled. Then please recover first. Once you are well, I will explain everything. He knew that until she recovered, she would not speak much with him. The wisest choice now was to grant her space. He himself would break through to the peak of stage 6. After all, he needed to become a heavenly soul grandmaster to lay the foundation for becoming a martial god. Han Shuang said nothing, simply watching him. Silence hung in the air. Ahem, then master will take my leave. Chu Feng rubbed his nose, saluted respectfully, then stepped onto the void and departed deeper into the ferocious beast forest. After he left, Han Shuang could not help but sneer. What a pretender. But this was all he could do. Once she recovered, no matter what Chu Feng said, she would not let him live. Did he really think a single mysterious yin flower would be enough? Impossible. Han Shuang stroked the jade box, then filled with anticipation flew toward the ninth city. At that very moment atop the distant trees, Suyu concealed his aura merging with the surrounding space, undetectable to anyone. Watching Han Shuang depart, Suyu smiled faintly. With a flick of his hand, a human skin mask appeared. As he pressed the mortal world mask onto his face, his appearance and aura instantly transformed. Touching his new face, Suyu let out a soft chuckle. Such a delicate face, far from handsome. How does it manage to charm the heroines so? The protagonist's halo is truly overwhelming, he mused. In his eyes, Chu Feng lacked any halo. His looks were merely clean and handsome with little else to commend. The only thing he had going for him was his daring spirit and ability to create miracles. Plus, the villains kept sending people for him to slap down and gain experience. Otherwise, what was Chu Feng? The cultivation technique he stumbled upon was a mere earth-tier high-grade one that the Su family once bestowed upon the Lin family. But that hardly mattered. From today onward, the name of demonic cultivator Chu Feng would resound across the entire outland battlefield, killing and plundering Chu the Little Wind, saving the world, Su the human emperor. His figure flickered and vanished. The entire ferocious beast forest fell into silence, punctuated only by the roars of ferocious beasts. At the periphery, only a few dozen li from the ninth city. Han Shuang watched the city draw nearer, her sense of security swelling. Almost there. Once I recover, it will be time for Chu Feng to pay the price. Just as she was about to accelerate, she sensed a dangerous aura behind her. Not good. Her face darkened as she plunged 100 meters, barely dodging the intense threat. A sword beam passed through where she had been, severing a small hill ahead. The mountain collapsed. Han Shuang turned in fury, roaring, "Who dares ambush me here?" As her voice rang out, a familiar, yet infuriating aura surged from behind. "Master, you truly are restless. I intended to let you live, but you insist on seeking death." The words fell as another dazzling, unmatched sword light flashed. This single sword strike, radiating the fluctuations of the 6th grade midstage, sent a chill down Han Shuang's spine. Though she no longer possessed her former peak of the 8th grade late stage, she was still a genuine 7th grade martial grandmaster. Even if her golden skeletal frame had perished and her indestructible essence had withered, she had once stepped into the 8th grade, making her physical body far more formidable than an ordinary 7th grade latest stage cultivator. Yet she was startled by Chu Feng's sword. "Don't tell me you think you can subdue me just because I'm injured," Han Shuang bellowed, gripping a supple thin sword and slicing straight at it. Bang! Sword light erupted, and the surrounding forest fell in waves from the residual shockwaves. Han Shuang's body flew backward, a mist of blood spraying from her mouth, her eyes a mixture of bewilderment and shock. Chu Feng. Was he truly this powerful? Able to challenge an opponent a whole major realm above his own? Didn't that mean he had held back while fighting that massive black serpent earlier, just to avoid arousing suspicion? Boom! Han Shuang crashed heavily into the ground, forming a crater dozens of meters wide. "Teacher, oh teacher, you really are too weak." Chu Feng trod upon the void, slowly descending until he stood above Han Shuang, gazing down at her from on high. "Too weak." Chu Feng shook his head unceasingly, his tone dripping with disdain. "If not for your higher realm, would I have ever consented to become your disciple?" The moment his words fell, Chu Feng swung his sword, unleashing an attack. The sword light cleaved into Han Shuang's remaining arm. Instantly blood sprayed. "Ow!" A piercing shriek echoed through the forest. Han Shuang's face contorted in agony. The power of heaven and earth. Han Shuang's face was filled with disbelief. To refine the power of heaven and earth at the 6th grade. How is that possible? Chu Feng let out a soft laugh and said faintly, "Indeed, I am about to break through to the heavenly soul grandmaster. If I couldn't even condense the power of heaven and earth, how could I achieve the heavenly soul?" "Teacher, you underestimated me." As he spoke, Chu Feng drifted down into the crater, stepping on Han Shuang's lower abdomen. He bent over, pinched her cheek, studied her calmly for a moment, then clicked his tongue. "Tsk. Teacher, you really do take good care of yourself. Such supple skin. What a pity." Hearing such frivolous words, Han Shuang ground her teeth, the light of hatred in her eyes growing. "You'd better let me go now, and I won't hold it against you. Otherwise..." Crack. In the next second, Chu Feng applied a little pressure with the hand, pinching her cheek, directly shattering her cheekbone. "Otherwise what?" Chu Feng sneered wickedly, and said calmly, "If you die here tonight, no one will ever know the truth. Your existence is an inconvenience to me." By now, Han Shuang had clearly sensed the murderous intent in Chu Feng's words, and panic crept into her eyes. No, that day I did it willingly." Han Shuang shook her head repeatedly, a pleading look in her eyes. "I will explain to the world, and I will never let you be implicated." She was afraid. Chu Feng was too strong. He could fight across realms, and even she was no match for him. Under these circumstances, she absolutely could not provoke him further. At this moment, Han Shuang bitterly regretted that if her storage ring hadn't been stolen, even if Chu Feng could fight an 8th grade cultivator, she would have had the confidence to gravely wound, or even kill him. But now she had no life-saving trump cards left. Hearing this, Chu Feng loosened the force in his hand slightly. Sensing this change, Han Shuang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely explain everything and clear your name." However, in response to Han Shuang's words, Chu Feng merely flashed a brilliant smile. "Thank you, teacher, but..." Just as Han Shuang had relaxed, she heard his pause and tensed up again, quickly saying, "I can swear an oath, swear to the world, will you have to believe." Before she could finish, Han Shuang felt a warm liquid spilling from her neck. When she realized what it was, Han Shuang was terrified. It was her own blood. She raised her head to look at Chu Feng only to see a flash of demonic qi in his eyes. You're a demon. Demon cultivator. Chu Feng revealed the radiant smile befitting a protagonist, a trace of tenderness and a hint of pity on his resolute face. A teacher, though I would very much like to spare you, I don't like having my secrets probed. And I much rather trust a dead person. Crack. Before Han Shuang could explain, Chu Feng unleashed a burst of force directly shattering her brain, destroying even the remnants of her mental power. After doing this, Chu Feng casually discarded the now lifeless body and drew a handkerchief from his spatial storage to wipe his hands. Teacher, farewell. After tossing away the handkerchief, Chu Feng soared into the air, heading deeper into the beast forest. The handkerchief fluttered in the breeze, eventually settling gently over Han Shuang's fear-etched face. In the air lingered the residual mental power of Han Shuang that had not yet dissipated. A while later, within the Ninth City, Suyu removed the mortal veil mask, restoring his own appearance and aura. Such crude acting and framing would never succeed if employed by anyone else. But his mortal veil mask could emulate all living beings, even mimicking their soul aura. As long as he had encountered a person or creature, he could perfectly imitate them, enough to deceive anyone. Suyu glanced back toward the city outskirts, a faint smile on his lips. Murder and arson are Chu Feng's deeds. As for me, I am the righteous one, the young master of the Su clan. A soft laugh echoed in the air as Su Ye's figure vanished in an instant. After a long time, when the sun of the outer battlefield rose from the distant east and the sky began to pale, the ground trembled with rumbling sounds. Dong dong dong. Soon a patrol of 100 soldiers jogged past that spot. When they arrived and saw the body in the deep crater, the squad leader stumbled back in fright. A dead body. Vice Principal Han of Jingwu has been killed. This news quickly spread back to the Ninth City. In just half a day, the news of Han Shuang's assassination had circulated through the entire city. The speed of its spread was terrifying, and it rapidly expanded to the surrounding cities. Meanwhile, rumors began to circulate in the Ninth City. Have you heard? Vice Principal Han Shuang is dead. Damn, no way. When did that happen? This morning the patrol found her while scouting the beast forest. I heard even her brain and mental power were shattered. Oh my god, I saw Vice Principal Han leave the city last night. I didn't see Chu Feng in the dormitory last night either. Hiss. No way. Chu Feng wouldn't be so stupid as to commit such a brazen crime in such a sensitive period, would he? It's not clear yet, but I heard the director of the Martial Research Institute has already brought people here to collect the remaining mental power of Vice Principal Han and try to reconstruct what happened. Wild rumors swirled through the city, their source impossible to trace. Meanwhile, at the Mental Research Institute established in the Ninth City, an old man's face was livid with rage, fury, and murderous intent nearly filled his eyes. Teacher, though I truly wanted to spare you, I'd rather trust a dead person. A somewhat garbled voice sounded, then in the next moment force erupted before his eyes, and a stream of crimson blood flooded the mental projection screen. The scene terminated there. Bang! As the scene ended, the old man's 9th grade grandmaster aura could no longer be suppressed. Chu Feng, you damned beast. To commit such an unfilial act, killing your own master. Heh! The white-haired elder's body trembled uncontrollably, clearly at the peak of his fury. I will kill this master-murdering beast with my own hands. The old man's roar shook the entire institute. The terrifying pressure of a 9th grade grandmaster burst forth, causing all the staff to shrink back involuntarily. After the investigation was complete, the Mental Research Institute immediately issued an announcement: hefty bounty on Chu Feng, dead or alive. Kill Chu Feng and receive a 500 milliliter bottle of spiritual essence liquid worth millions of spirit stones. Capture Chu Feng alive and receive 3 requests from a 9th grade grandmaster. The instant this announcement was released, it solidified Chu Feng's guilt of murdering his master. At the same time, another bounty was issued by the young master of the Su clan. As a fellow student of the same martial academy, Chu Feng is also the second ranked on this year's heavenly ranking of our school with boundless potential. Unfortunately, his character is poor, and he has committed the heinous act of killing his master. I express my profound apologies. Therefore, I have decided to issue a personal bounty on Chu Feng, dead or alive. For killing Chu Feng, 1 heaven-grade martial skill and 5 million spirit stones. For capturing Chu Feng alive, 1 martial art of choice from the Su clan's collection and 10 million spirit stones. At the same time, I extend my condolences to Director Han Xian for the loss of his beloved daughter. In recognition of Director Han Zin's great contributions to the enhancement of the Dragon Country's mental power, the Su clan is willing to invest 100 million spirit stones and a spiritual plant for the Institute's dissection and research. The release of this news stirred up countless waves. All martial cultivators not needed on the front lines plunged into the beast forest, launching a carpet search for Chu. As the news spread, Suyu, who was cultivating in the 9th City's Lord's Mansion, frantically received system notifications in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully framing the Son of Fate, Chu Feng, for the crime of killing his master. Reward obtained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for severely damaging the Son of Fate, Chu Feng's reputation. Reward obtained. Ding! Ding! Congratulations on your mission progress, altering the original storyline and killing the child of destiny. Chu Feng increased by 27, current progress, 58. Ding. Congratulations host for obtaining rewards 54700 villain points. The Green Emperor's reincarnation, fist, the heaven-severing finger, the undying heaven blade, the origin severance technique, and the time blade art. Green Emperor's reincarnation fist, a stellar grade fist technique passed down from ancient times, with only the upper scroll remaining possessing terrifying power. Heaven-severing finger, a half-stellar grade finger technique martial skill, one finger, can sever heaven and earth. Undying heaven blade, an SS rank extraordinary weapon, a stellar grade weapon forged by the human emperor of a medium-sized planet. After the planet shattered, the blade's whereabouts became unknown. Origin severance technique, a stellar grade martial skill. When mastered to perfection, it can sever the origin of even a martial saint and graft it onto another. It can be used to form a formation to imprison a martial saint forcibly, refining their origin to aid those within the formation in cultivation. Time blade art. Time is like a blade, one strike can sever 100 years of an enemy's life. A series of system notifications jolted Suyu out of his cultivation state. Countless streams of information manifested in his mind. Seeing this, Suyu's face brimmed with undisguised delight. After raising Chu Feng for so long, a single cut yields so much loot. Suyu felt a wave of satisfaction. He truly appreciated Chu Feng, that little fat pig. Keeping him for the slaughter during the new year was indeed the right call. Glancing at the 3 stellar grade combat techniques in his system panel, Suyu felt a slight easing of tension. His trump cards for survival had increased once more. These techniques and skills rewarded by the system could be cultivated automatically. Thus he could also divert his attention to learning other abilities. Otherwise, with so much bestowed upon him, it would take years of seclusion to comprehend them all. Being scattered and unfocused would only stagnate his cultivation. Open the status panel. Host Suyu. Cultivation early 8th stage 3rd forging of the golden body. Blood chi value 378411 Ka. Proficiency mastery 99. Spirit power 58773 Hz. Villain points 6715. System shop. Click to open. Technique and skill cultivation slots. The self avatar. Demon Sutra 9 forging golden body method. Soul forging scripture divine elephant suppressing health force. Green Emperor's reincarnation fist time blade art heaven severing finger origin severance technique. Items abyssal sword spirit nourishment pill X1 burial heaven blade soul nourishing pill realm ascension card X1 undying heaven blade. Talent demons advent current mission progress alter the original storyline and kill the child of destiny. Chu Feng current progress 58. Main quest become the heaven defying villain who rules the heavens. I still have a realm ascension card. It's time to allocate resources to fortify my constitution. Suyu checked his internal condition and immediately formed a plan. He was merely one forging away from the mid-8th stage. By elevating his golden body to the 4th level, he could use the Ascension card to break through to the late 8th stage in one go. Thus reaching the 9th stage would be merely a step away. Spotting the soul-nourishing pill in his item list, Suyu couldn't help but slap his forehead. How foolish of me. This soul-nourishing pill could be given to 5th great-uncle to consume. If he quickly reaches the 9th stage, the next time I sever a martial saint's origin and graft it onto him, wouldn't he instantly break through to martial saint? Of course it didn't hinder anything. Rather, the mission progress had reached 58, leaving only the final 32 before he could slay Chu Feng. Aside from the star-shattering realm ruins, only the Northern European Divine Court remained. It was close. In 2 more months, once I break through to late 8th stage, I'll order 3rd great-uncle to lead 1,000,000 troops to invade Japan. Suyu's thinking was clear. First break through to late 8th stage, then dispatch troops to conquer Japan and Black Africa. Afterward, he would head to the Northern European Divine Court to intercept Chu Feng's remaining 2 opportunities. Thus Chu Feng would be utterly doomed, nothing but a pig awaiting slaughter. Who? Suyu exhaled a breath of turbid air. After cultivating for so long, it's time to go out for a stroll. Suyu exited the system panel and slowly opened his eyes, his gaze profound as an abyss. I'm really looking forward to the scene where Chu Feng and Lin Panxi fall out. A peculiar smile curled on Suyu's lips. Whoosh. The next second, an afterimage flickered and dissipated as Suyu stepped out of the cultivation chamber. Just as he arrived in the courtyard, he encountered Fong Ting. Young master. Fong Ting approached him, rubbing his slightly prickly crew cut, and said, Director Han Xian from the Spirit Power Research Institute with Han Xian. Suyu pondered for a moment, and said indifferently, tell him to come to the City Lord's mansion tonight himself. Fong Ting nodded, and replied, understood, I'll inform him immediately. With that, Fong Ting vanished from Suyu's courtyard. Watching him leave, Suyu strolled through the small garden, settled into a lounge chair in the pavilion, poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, and took a light sip. The father of Vice Principal Han. Of course. He had to meet him. After all, Director Han Xian was once a top-tier researcher who developed a spiritual fluid capable of enhancing a martial artist's spirit power. Although he possessed 9th-stage combat power, he was much weaker than others of the same realm, except for his notably superior spirit power. In the original story, Han Xian was also one of the steadfast trump cards standing behind the protagonist Chu Feng. Moreover, In the original tale, fifth great-uncle Su Zhonyuan had his spirit power crushed by him while protecting Su Yu. Now, however, it was his own daughter whose spirit power Su Yu had crushed. And now he had to be grateful to Su Yu for both the bounty on Chu Feng and the investment in his institute. The thought was truly exhilarating. But then, recalling the original plot, Su Yu narrowed his eyes into a dangerous slit and muttered softly, "When your spiritual fluid achieves full-scale mass production." Director Han Xin. As a good man, he'll personally send you down to reunite with your daughter. He invested 100 million spirit stones and an 8th-grade spiritual plant capable of producing life essence. Why would he make such a losing deal? Naturally, it was to exploit Han Xin's sole remaining value. At this moment, the entire Ninth City remained trapped in the storm of public opinion over Chu Feng's master killing, for the bounty rewards were too generous. Spirit stones, spiritual fluid, heaven-grade techniques, and martial skills. All of it constantly stimulated the nerves of the masses. Under such an astronomical bounty, even idle experts from other cities flocked to the Ninth City's beast forest. They had but one goal: to kill Chu Feng. At the same time, there was one person who dared not leave his home. That evening, inside the city lord's mansion of the Ninth City in the outer battlefield, Major General Qin Tuo and Han Xin sat in the reception hall, both without smiles, engaging in idle chatter. Their gazes occasionally drifted toward the hall's entrance, as if waiting for someone. Just as the clock struck 8, a gentle breeze swept through the reception hall. Both of them simultaneously looked toward the seat of honor. There, where it had been empty moments before, now sat a strikingly handsome young man in a white robe. Seeing the arrival, even Qin Tuo, the defending Major General, and Han Xin, the 9th stage director of the Spirit Power Institute, rose simultaneously, bowed slightly, and called out solemnly, "Greetings, young Master Su." The one who had arrived was none other than Su Yu. "Both of you are meritorious heroes of humanity, no need for such formalities. I am merely a junior." Su Yu sat in the seat of honor, smiling as he waved his hand. Below, Qin Tuo and Han Xin exchanged wry smiles. They too wished they could regard Su Yu as an ordinary junior. But circumstances forbade it. The Su family had produced 3 martial saints, 2 at the 2nd stage and 1 at the 1st stage, along with numerous 9th rank and 8th rank powerhouses. With no faction of their own, how could they dare to put on airs before the young master of the Su family? Moreover, as high-ranking officials, they had already heard the details of that battle. Su Yu, not yet at the 8th rank golden body, had slaughtered nearly 300 8th rank alien warriors, including many at the peak of the late 8th rank. In the end, he even sent a 9th rank alien fleeing in panic. Had he not needed to undergo his tribulation, he might have worn down even that 9th rank opponent. With his strength, status, and position, how could one dare to show disrespect? Even now, as they sat in the lower seats while Su Yu occupied the place of honor, they found it perfectly. After the pleasantries were exchanged, Su Yu looked at Han Xin with a hint of curiosity and asked, "Director Han Xin, what brings you here today?" His question was of course feigned ignorance. Han Xin, with his white hair and aged appearance, bore a look of undeniable loss on his wrinkled face, yet he still managed to smile. He said solemnly, "I have come to pay my respects to the young master, naturally to express my gratitude. The young master donated 100 million spirit stones and an 8th rank spirit plant to my Spiritual Energy Research Institute. This undoubtedly provides the institute with powerful momentum and greater confidence in achieving mass production of spiritual essence liquid. Thus I have made a special trip to thank you." Han Xin's face still bore a faint resemblance to Han Xuan. Gazing directly at him, Su Yu smiled gently and said, "A trivial matter. Since it benefits humanity, the Su family naturally contributes its resources." Beyond hastening Han Xin's research results, Su Yu naturally had his own motives. Su Long was in dire need of popular support. Once Han Xin succeeded and published his findings, if he mentioned his gratitude to Su Long, wouldn't the people's faith in the Su family surge? Although an 8th rank spirit plant capable of producing life essence was far more precious than 100 million spirit stones. Yet in the original story, wasn't it because Chu Feng sent a half-dead peaked 7th rank spirit plant that Han Xin's nearly bankrupt Spiritual Energy Research Institute was saved? So we'll give you an 8th rank one directly. Let you research to your heart's content. In the original story, you succeeded in just 1 year. With better resources, I see no reason why you can't succeed within half a year. Hearing Su Yu's words, Han Xin's face filled with admiration. He clasped his fists and said, "The Su family is truly the pillar of our dragon kingdom." Such magnanimity inspires profound reverence. He had only sought to prove his research direction correct, while the other had thought of benefiting humanity. This was something he had not anticipated. He had always believed that the Su family's investment was meant to monopolize the technology. Su Yu smiled indifferently and said, "Such a grand reputation is too heavy to bear." Alas. As he spoke, he suddenly let out a deep sigh, speaking with a hint of remorse. "Director Han Xin, I have truly put you in a difficult position. Regarding Vice-Chancellor Han, it is my fault. If I had not rescued Vice-Chancellor Han from the trap array in the first city, she would not have returned, nor would she have." Alas. His sigh echoed through the hall, laced with regret. Hearing this, Han Xin shook his head, repeatedly suppressing the grief in his heart, and said, "It was my daughter's fate. But as for that beast who killed his master, I will not let this go so easily." Naturally, he could not blame Su Yu for this. Who could have foreseen what followed? If blame was to be placed, it could only fall on Chu Feng. Han Xian said solemnly, "The young master's offer of a reward for that beast's capture is a great favor to me. Should there ever be a need, I would not hesitate to give my life. If the young master can capture Chu Feng for me once the research is complete, I will unconditionally gift the results to you. This is the only obsession left in my life." As he finished speaking, a wave of profound sorrow emanated from Han Xian. After all, having lost his only daughter, how could a father not be consumed by grief? Seeing his sorrowful expression, Su Yu outwardly sighed with feigned distress, but inwardly his mind was as clear as a mirror, coldly sneering. If the story followed its original course, the fate of the Su family would be far more tragic than Han Xin's. For a millennium, they guarded the otherworldly battlefield with martial saints falling one after another and countless warriors below the 9th rank perishing there. Yet in the end they fattened you up in your Blue Star Research Institute only for your family to slaughter mine. My poor father, unaware, was nailed to the city wall of the 5th city by your daughter's beloved disciple. My 5th granduncle had his divine soul shattered by you, unable even to enter reincarnation. Su Ye's expression turned heavy as he nodded earnestly and said, "For such a heinous person to appear among our fellow students, I too wish to do my part. If I receive any news of Chu Feng, I will inform Director Han immediately. Thank you for your kindness, young master." Han Xian looked at him with gratitude. Then he stood up, bowed deeply to Su Yu, and said, "Young master, I shall return to my research now, striving to complete it as soon as possible. The results, I will publish them under the Su family's name." He had made up his mind if there were no issues, he would pledge his full allegiance to Su Yu. After all, the young master had treated him well. Su Yu rose and stepped forward, supporting the aged Han Xian. Patting his hand, he said, "Director Han, your integrity is admirable. Allow me to see you out." As he prepared to escort him out, Han Xian stopped him. Only after Han Xian had left did the look of heaviness and reverence fade from Su Ye's face, replaced by an expression of aloof indifference toward the mortal world. Returning to his seat of honor, Qin Tua withdrew his gaze from where Han Xian had departed and asked, "Young master, why did you summon me back?" He had been commanding the troops at the front lines when Su Ye's summons arrived. Su Yu smiled and said, "I need to discuss with you the coordination of the 9th city, the investigation of Chu Feng's hiding places, and the plan to return to Blue Star to eliminate the traitors." Before Qin Tua could voice his confusion, Su Yu used a gentle force of qi to lift the stool Han Xian had just vacated. Beneath it lay a peculiar tiny object. A miniature array imbued with spiritual energy was etched onto it, absorbing minuscule amounts of qi to maintain its operation. Seeing this, Qin Tua's expression darkened instantly. But he quickly regained his composure and said seriously, "Young master, please follow me. I will take you to the core array of the 9th city for inspection." "Excellent. As for Director Han, try to provide him with as much assistance as possible." "Understood." Their voices gradually faded and then vanished. The next moment, Su Yu and Qin Tua simultaneously appeared in the city lord's garrison council hall. The latter raised his hand, unleashing a burst of qi force that instantly activated a sealing array. "Young master, what does that old bastard Han Xian think he's doing? Daring to plant a listening device in the city lord's mansion's reception hall? He's courting death." Qin Tua's face turned ashen, his expression grim to the extreme. Bang! The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. Qin Tua directly crushed the ceramic teacup on the table. Su Yu took a sip of tea with an unruffled demeanor, saying indifferently, "That old bastard once tried to seize a spirit plant on the otherworld battlefield, causing the deaths of several 8th rank cultivators, which is why he was confined to Blue Star. He trusts no one, only what his own ears hear and eyes see. Besides, I was once threatened by his daughter on Blue Star. It's only natural for him to suspect me." Qin Tua was a major general nurtured by the Su family. His loyalty to the Su family was beyond question. Whenever the Su family needed him, he was ready to sacrifice himself. Su Yu glanced at him and said softly, "Doesn't he want to stay and guard the 9th city? Let him stay. Once he finishes his research, have our people obtain the results, and then he can—" Qin Tua nodded in response, "Understood." Killing Han Xian would raise suspicions, but no one would openly dare to suspect the Su family. The Su family had accomplished too many major feats during this period. Their reputation was hardly easy to tarnish. Moreover, Han Xian had declared that the research results would be published under the Su family's name, making it even less likely for the Su family to kill him. But then, what if they arranged for someone to leak Chu Feng's whereabouts to him, and he ventured deep into the beast forest only to be devoured by a 9th rank beast? Wouldn't that suffice? Though it was far-fetched, a flaw easily exposed. But who would bother confronting the Su family over such a matter? Utterly pointless. Su Yu rubbed his brow and continued, "There's another matter regarding Chu Feng. Send the Su family's death warriors to find him. Have them subtly spread this news to put him on guard. If he's caught too quickly, it won't benefit our plans." Though Chu Feng was a child of destiny, his luck value had been slashed by 58 now. Who knew if he'd be that unlucky? What if the plot suddenly took a grim turn and he got capped? To be safe, it was better to have a backup plan. Yes. After Qin Tua left, Su Yu raised his head, gazing in a certain direction, and murmured, "Time to wrap things up." As orders were issued one after another, more people appeared in various cities, and the Su family shadow guards and death warriors began to mobilize. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In a room at an inn in the ninth city, Lin Panxi curled up against the bed frame, her hair disheveled, and her appearance a mess, making her look utterly wretched. At this moment her eyes were vacant, and she kept muttering, "Impossible, impossible. How could Chu Feng think of killing Vice Principal Han? This is all, it's probably Su Ye's doing. He must have framed Chu Feng. Chu Feng isn't that foolish." In this storm of master-killing, Lin Panxi naturally couldn't avoid being pointed at and gossiped about, especially since she and Chu Feng, though not formally wed, had been inseparable since arriving on the otherworld battlefield. Even without a relationship, the outside world had spread rumors that they were involved. The moment she learned that Chu Feng was wanted for killing his master, she immediately disguised her appearance and fled the dormitory. Even now she refused to believe that Chu Feng would commit such an act. In her view, Su Yu also had a conflict with Han Shuang, not just Chu Feng. Moreover, Chu Feng was only at the 6th rank midstage. How could he have the power to kill his master? Only the Su family across the entire otherworld battlefield had such capability. Though she instinctively blamed everything on Su Yu, this time she had hit the mark. Bang bang bang. Just as she was rambling incoherently, a knock at the door startled her. Her hair stood on end. "Who is it?" Lin Panxi's beautiful face paled as she lowered her voice and called out hoarsely, "Sierra, it's me." A deep, rough, yet unfamiliar voice sounded. A glimmer of light shone in Lin Panxi's phoenix-like eyes. She immediately rushed to open the door. Though she didn't recognize the voice, she knew that only her father and Chu Feng called her Sierra. Opening the door, she saw a tall, rough-faced, middle-aged man standing outside. Lin Panxi asked hesitantly, "You?" "It's me, Chu Feng." The unremarkable man's voice was exceptionally gruff. Hearing this, Lin Panxi quickly glanced around, then pulled him inside and shut. "Chu Feng, are you insane? How dare you come back now?" The moment Lin Panxi saw Chu Feng, it was as if her heartstrings snapped and tears as large as beans streamed down her voice choked with sobs. "Do you know that you're accused of killing your master? All the humans on the otherworld battlefield are hunting you." She had been terrified these past days, afraid of being taken away by strangers. Her nerves had been stretched taut, but now seeing him she finally relaxed. Seeing Lin Panxi cry for him, a flicker of tenderness mixed with hatred passed through the rough middle-aged man's eyes. He removed the medal on his chest, and his appearance, finally, he transformed back to his original form. "Sierra, I'm sorry." Chu Feng now himself pulled Lin Panxi into his arms and said hoarsely, "I've been framed. That night, I went with the teacher to find the profound Yin flower to heal his meridians and Dantian injuries. After obtaining the flower, I left to break through to the Heaven Soul Grandmaster level." Boom. As he spoke, the unique pressure of a Heaven Soul Grandmaster erupted, making it hard for Lin Panxi to breathe. You really broke through." Seeing this, Lin Panxi stopped crying and asked in shock, "Then how did you escape back?" She knew that entry and exit checks for the city were extremely strict now. An ordinary person couldn't possibly enter the city. Chu Feng said grimly, "After breaking through to Grandmaster, I stumbled upon the ruins of a 9th rank expert skilled in thievery. Inside I found this metal that can alter one's appearance and even aura. Not even a war saint can detect it. Finally, I killed a 7th rank martial artist who came to hunt me and used his identity to enter the city." After briefly recounting his story, Chu Feng said with venomous hatred, "I never killed my master. This is all Su Ye's frame-up." As he spoke, Chu Feng clenched his fists, a surge of extreme fury building inside him. How infuriating. He had always been the one scheming against others. When had he ever been schemed against like this? Though he had harbored inappropriate thoughts about the teacher and wished she had died there, he had never thought of killing her. "I knew you didn't do it." After hearing Chu Feng's explanation, Lin Panxi couldn't hold back any longer. She sobbed in his arms, breaking down. "Do you have any idea how I've been these past few days?" Her sorrowful and aggrieved appearance paired with her soft, fragile voice was truly pitiable. Chu Feng loosened his fists and gently patted her delicate frame, comforting her. "It's okay, it'll clear my name." Lin Panxi nodded heavily, then pulled away from Chu Feng's embrace, looking at him curiously. "How did you find me?" After all, she hadn't leaked her hiding spot. How had Chu Feng managed to find her? Meeting Lin Panxi's curious gaze, Chu Feng chuckled lightly. "On the prize I gave you from the exchange competition, I left a trace of my spiritual. That's how I could pinpoint your location." Upon hearing this, the curiosity in Lin Panxi's beautiful eyes instantly vanished, replaced by shock and terror. "You? How could you be as disgusting as Su Yu? Using something like this to track me at?" Chu Feng was utterly dumbfounded. Staring at Lin Panxi, whose expression had suddenly changed, he found himself at a loss for words. What did I do?" he asked, bewildered, unable to comprehend why she was angry. Lin Panxi's gaze grew icier by the moment. Finally, she took several steps back, watching him warily, and said coldly, "Your behavior right now feels exactly like Su Ye's. Back then he did the same thing, using the pretense of giving me gifts to inject a strand of spiritual energy to track me. I never thought you would imitate him." Lin Panxi was extremely sensitive to anything infused with spiritual energy. It was precisely this kind of behavior from Su Yu that she had found unbearable. Thus, every time she returned, she would inspect the gifts he gave her for any issues. If there were problems, she would reject them. She would only accept those that were clean. Hearing this, Chu Feng was caught between laughter and tears. He said earnestly, "Sierra, do you think him the same kind of scum as Su Yu? I did this just so I could know your whereabouts." I have my own affairs to attend to. I can't guard you every moment. So this is the only way I can find you in time. After all this time, have you ever seen me harass you? He patiently explained himself to Lin Panxi, especially since she had chosen to trust him when his reputation was in tatters. A woman like this was worth his devotion. Hearing this, the chill in Lin Panxi's eyes gradually faded. Really? Chu Feng nodded vigorously. I swear. Seeing him raise 4 fingers as if to take an oath, Lin Panxi finally relented. Alright, I believe you. But what do we do now, eh? Lin Panxi sat at the table, her phoenix eyes still brimming with worry. She was willing to trust Chu Feng. But the rest of the world no longer believed in him. He was still standing alone against the world. Chu Feng came and sat across from her. His resolute face no longer carried the same ease that inspired trust. Even Lin Panxi began to wonder if it was an illusion. She felt he had become ordinary. In this situation, I can't prove that I didn't kill my master. Chu Feng shook his head and sighed. Even my master's father couldn't uncover the truth. I simply have no way to prove it. His master's father was the renowned director of the Dragon Kingdom's Spiritual Energy Research Institute, an expert in spiritual energy. He had once pioneered a method to capture spiritual energy and read the memories of the deceased before death. Even he couldn't find a flaw. How could I possibly prove my innocence? That night, so many people had seen me leave the dormitory. Then what should we do? Lin Panxi panicked upon hearing this and asked urgently, do we have to bear this blame forever? If so, where would she go from here? She had never once considered being independent. She only wanted to rely on Chu Feng for a lifetime. After pondering for a moment, Chu Feng slowly raised his head and said seriously, let's leave this place and sneak straight into the beast forest. I can conceal our auras and hide deep within the forest. Besides, I know a monumental secret. After thinking it over for a long time, Chu Feng finally decided to confess to Lin Panxi and take her far away to train together. Lin Panxi was startled. What secret? Under her gaze, Chu Feng slowly uttered a few words. The secret beyond the martial god. Boom. The revelation struck like a bomb thrown into a silent valley, exploding in Lin Panxi's mind. Beyond the martial god. Lin Panxi swallowed hard, murmuring in disbelief. Yes. Chu Feng nodded emphatically. Old Zhao told me the secret. As long as we cultivate and search along the way, once we reach that place with my 9th rank power, I can forcefully open the cave dwelling. If we obtain the inheritance, I can stand at the pinnacle of the martial saint, or even the martial god, and perhaps ascend even higher. The madness in his eyes grew more intense. He had originally planned to wait until he broke through to the late 8th rank, but given the current circumstances, he could only develop in the wild. Chu Feng continued, the north is the territory of the alien races and the east is the domain of humanity. The west is the endless beast forest and the terrifying outer domain sea, while the south is the territory of the spirit plants. We'll slowly approach the spirit plant territory through the beast forest, then steal some life essence. That will be enough to break through to the 8th rank, and then we'll have the strength to seek out this relic. He had a clear view of the current situation and had mapped out his future path. Overturning the accusation of killing his master was unrealistic. But what if he became a late 9th rank expert or a martial saint? Who would dare hold him accountable? Then with invincible might, he would crush the alien races, restore his reputation, tread the path of the human emperor, and achieve the pinnacle of the martial god. Though this path was arduous, even fraught with mortal danger, he had no other choice. Chu Feng paused, then looked at Lin Panxi with hopeful eyes. Sierra, are you willing? Under his gaze, Lin Panxi fell silent. Her heart was in turmoil. If she followed Chu Feng, the Lin family would inevitably be caught in a storm. But if she didn't take the risk, who would save the Lin family? Alright, I'm willing. Lin Panxi hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly. Well, do as you say, and live in the wild. She too longed for opportunities to become a female martial saint. Following the conventional path might lead nowhere, but by following Chu Feng to seek the relic of a being beyond the martial god, she could soar to greatness. Seeing her agreement, Chu Feng's smile grew even brighter. This is a disguise brooch paired with the disguise badge. They can conceal auras and alter appearances. Chu Feng handed a brooch to Lin Panxi. There's no time to lose, let's set off now. Alright. After their discussion, they put on the brooch and badge, and in an instant their appearances transformed dramatically. Chu Feng took on the guise of a rugged middle-aged man. Lin Panxi changed into a bloated, obese, middle-aged woman looking almost ugly. They emerged from the inn. Walking openly, they left the inn and used spirit stones to purchase many supplies at the 9th city market before applying for exit permits, citing their hunting Chu Feng. Soon their permits were processed, and they left the city in broad daylight, not even waiting for nightfall. Outside the city, Chu Feng took the hand of Lin Panxi, now disguised as a plump woman, and said softly, a 10-year pact. When we return here, well, make the world acknowledge us. Lin Panxi nodded repeatedly. Let's go. With that, they stepped into the void and made their way deeper into the beast forest. With their departure, all news of them faded into obscurity. Atop the 9th city wall, Su Yu stood tall and straight, his white robe fluttering in the breeze, watching the two figures vanish as streaks of light. Qin Tua and Fong Ting stood silently behind him. His handsome face, capable of captivating countless women, bore a radiance. The final act begins. Just then the space beside Su Yu rippled, and a figure clad in black robes with only his eyes visible knelt on one knee. The black-robed man spoke respectfully. Greetings, young master. The family head requests your return to the fifth city to discuss war plans. Suyu nodded, slightly clasping his hands behind his back as he gazed at the horizon. With a hearty laugh, he declared, return with me to Blue Star and dispatch troops to conquer. Neon, Qin Tua and Fong Ting immediately bowed and answered loudly, as you command. In the military camp stationed outside the fifth city of the outer domain battlefield, Suyu entered the tent, where 4 ninth-rank cultivators along with Su Long and Su Zhanyi were already seated. Find a seat for yourself. Su Long nodded casually upon seeing him. Suyu paid it no mind and pulled out a stool to sit down. Most present were from the Su clan faction, so there was no need for excessive formality. Yet Suyu couldn't help but cast an extra glance at Su Long. The aura of the human sovereign on this cheap father of mine is growing thicker by the day, Suyu mused inwardly. Once the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom enter its explosive phase, he might reach half-step martial god within 2 years. The cultivation of his fourth granduncle Su Zhanyi had also deepened significantly. He was likely nearing the second stage of martial saint. It seems the martial god cultivation method I gave the Su clan has greatly benefited them all. Suyu thought to himself. In this oppressive era of chaos, any human who could achieve martial saint was a prodigy of their generation, far more formidable than their alien. This bore a striking resemblance to the era of the Three Kingdoms. Though the Three Kingdoms vied for territory and exhausted their national strength, smaller states still couldn't seize the Central Plains. The reason? Chaos breeds heroes. Such was the situation on Blue Star now. Once he was seated, Su Long spoke slowly to Su Yu. For this defense of Blue Star, your third granduncle will command. The Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation will also send troops to assist. This purge of human traitors was a decision reached after consultations among the nations. After all, no one wanted a ticking bomb lurking on Blue Star, of failing to eliminate them risked a strike on their home front. Su Zhanyi then tossed a stack of intelligence reports from Blue Star. According to our investigation, the Neon Nation's martial arts are controlled by the Kamiyo clan. Ordinary people have no means of resistance. Under their command are the Miyamoto, Kudo, and Yukishiro clans, collectively known as the Three Guardian Clans. They have monopolized Neon's martial arts and sealed off the entire nation, preparing to sacrifice the common people to the alien races. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down. Though Neon had seen little development in recent years, its population had surpassed 200 million. How many martial artists were there? Excluding the ordinary martial soldiers sent to the outer domain battlefield, each year the total number of martial artists would never exceed 2 million. If all 200 million citizens were sacrificed, no one could imagine such a hellish scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Suyu sat in his seat, eyes lowered, quietly listening to Su Zhanyi's analysis. After discussions with the Eagle and Bear Nations, we decided to first sever the 3 Guardian clans under the Kamiyo clan from the periphery, then launch a final assault. When his third granduncle finished, Suyu suddenly interrupted. No, we should strike directly. The Guardian clans will naturally return to defend their base. Splitting our forces would only put us at a disadvantage. Hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to him. Though all present were 9th rank or martial saints, no one would dismiss Suyu's words. Su Zhanyi frowned, but that would result in heavy casualties. Wiping out the Guardian clans was meant to dismantle Neon's defenses and refine. A direct charge, though feasible, would incur terrible losses. Suyu looked at his third granduncle with a smile. True, but I have a way to neutralize their arrays. We need only aim for the Kamiyo clan stronghold. The method of severing the source. Wasn't that exactly what it was for? Breaking arrays, setting arrays, both were his forte. And a flicker of heat rose in Suyu's heart. If he could capture the Kamiyo clan's martial saint before he used the alien race's ability to assimilate Blue Star's martial saint throne, he could use the source severing method to trap him, drain his blood and chi for the Su clan disciples to cultivate. It would likely be even more effective than living in a pile of spirit stones. After draining his blood energy, he could seal his martial saint throne, allowing the Su clan to gain another martial saint. Suyu knew that draining ordinary people was naturally impossible, but the Kamiyo clan and the 3 Guardian clans could be completely annihilated. If that's the case, we won't need to waste much time destroying Neon's source array. From the head seat, Su Long nodded and made the decision. Alright, let's follow Yuer's suggestion and strike directly at the Kamiyo clan's stronghold. Remember, we must never treat our soldiers' lives as a joke. Su Long looked sternly at Suyu, his voice heavy. Even if it takes more time, it's fine. Just don't sacrifice our men recklessly. Suyu sighed helplessly. Father, rest assured, I'm not that reckless. He had no intention of sacrificing human lives. After all, this place was his talent cultivation base. Who had ever seen a villain who stood alone? Of course, he would cultivate Blue Star's humans and later unleash billions of troops to conquer the cosmos. Suyu wouldn't be foolish enough to deplete humanity's strength. He would only strengthen it endlessly. After all, in 12 years, the alien martial god taken away by the human sages would break through and return, bringing space pirates to Blue Star. That would be the true beginning of his villainous path to conquer the Starry Sea. Everything he did on Blue Star now was to forge it into an impregnable fortress. Su Long nodded, knowing Suyu wouldn't disregard soldiers' lives, but he had to offer a public reminder. Since a decision has been made, prepare the troops and set course for Blue Star. With his own power growing, the battle situation on the outer domain battlefield had eased considerably. Deploying a martial saint to lead the army in purging traitors was understood. Several ninth-rank cultivators from the Su clan faction rose and saluted in unison. Soon as orders were issued in an orderly fashion, the garrison of the 5th city began to bustle. This time the Eagle, Bear, and Dragon Kingdoms will each dispatch 700 troops to defend Blue Star with a total of 14 ninth ranks and 92 8th ranks. The 9th ranks will be under your 4th Granduncle's command and the 8th ranks under the Bear Nation's commander. Once the 9th ranks left, the 10th Su Long turned to Su Yu. As for you, you'll be responsible for dismantling the arrays and conducting rescues. Though he trusted Su Ye's combat prowess, he still worried about assassination attempts from Neon. You're in 8th rank now, and your 5th Granduncle is recovering his foundation and preparing to break through to 9th rank, so we want to assign you a guard. Su Yu smiled lightly. Father, rest assured there won't be any problems. It was merely a cleanup of the Camillo clan and the 3 Guardian clans. Being familiar with the plot, he already knew that the ordinary citizens of Neon hated the Camillo clan to the bone, and even most soldiers felt the same. Thus this campaign wouldn't be very difficult. The key threat was the source array. In the original story, the protagonist Chu Feng turned the tide during the battle by breaking Neon's source array. Though hundreds of thousands died in the original book, they were refined and annihilated by the source array. He wouldn't follow Chu Feng's path. Since you have confidence, Su Long waved his hand helplessly. He couldn't control this boy. Then I'll take my leave, father. Wait for my news. With that, Su Yu walked out of the tent under a gaze filled with relief. As he left, a secret transmission suddenly entered Su Long's ear, freezing the smile on his face. Passing through the camp, he arrived at the base now filled with a sea of soldiers. Seeing this, Su Ye's heart surged with excitement. Then at a glance from Su Zhan, Su Ye's mind stirred. He stepped into the air, his voice booming across the entire military base. Soldiers, follow me. Back to Blue Star to purge the human traitors. Move out. As his words fell, the steel tide of Dragon Kingdom soldiers behind him surged forward. A murderous aura soared to the heavens, dispersing the clouds above. Hua! Boom! The entire army marched forth. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of fully prepared soldiers stepped in unison toward the spatial teleportation point within the base, which led directly to the military camp outside the capital. The vast and mighty army, with an endless surge of blood energy, tore a hole through the clouds above. At the forefront of the troops, Su Zhanye, the supreme commander of this campaign, led the way. Behind him followed 5 9th-rank grandmasters. These were all high-end combat forces, underscoring the resolve of the Dragon Kingdom, the premier martial nation on Blue Star, to purge the traitors. Arriving at the spatial teleportation point, all units passed through the vortex in orderly fashion. Their vision went dark for several minutes before light returned to their eyes. When they emerged, they had already returned to Blue Star from the otherworldly battlefield. As the situation had been explained beforehand, the military base near the capital was prepared to receive them. Upon their arrival, dedicated vehicles were waiting to take them to rest areas. Gazing at the modernized military base, Su Yu felt a sense of disorientation. Having grown accustomed to the primitiveness of the otherworldly battlefield, returning to Blue Star felt strange to him. He was not alone. The 9th rank and 8th rank cultivators felt the same. Soon the high-ranking combat officers rode military jeeps to the conference room within the... Once everyone had assembled, the person in charge activated the virtual projection. Then the combat representatives from the Eagle Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom appeared in the projection. They first bowed slightly to Su Zhanye, addressing him as Lord Marshal Saint before taking their seats. This was a matter of protocol. Paying respects to a Marshal Saint was obligatory. Marshal Saint Zhanye, our military preparations are complete. In 3 days, the aircraft carrier is expected to reach the waters near the land of the rising sun, the Eagle Kingdom representative reported first. The Bear Kingdom representative nodded in turn, saying our Kuznetsov has also finished maintenance and is ready to deploy at any time. Crossing the sea without a teleportation array using aircraft carriers for transport was the fastest method. With each of the 3 kingdoms deploying 700,000 troops, the number of ships needed, carriers and battleships alike, was beyond count. Of course, because all were martial artists, they could forego sleep, allowing for more personnel to be carried. By mobilizing several dozen large oil tankers, it would be enough to transport. Su Zhanye, clad in military uniform with 5 stars on his epaulets, the highest rank in the Dragon Kingdom exclusive to martial saints, nodded to the Eagle and Bear representatives. Our Dragon Kingdom will depart the day after tomorrow, aiming to arrive simultaneously with you. Preparations for annihilating the Camillo clan were thorough. Knowing they had allied with the alien race, the Camillo clan, and the 3 Kamamori families were bound to have trump card. They dared not underestimate the enemy. Thus they deployed forces according to the scale of a major campaign. The Bear and Eagle representatives then asked, should we launch hydrogen bombs and 3-stage thermonuclear bombs to scout the way? Preferring technological warfare over manpower, they saw nuclear pacification as inevitable. Su Zhanye immediately refused, his expression serious. Absolutely not. The ordinary people of the land of the rising sun are victims this time. Our target is solely the Camillo clan and the Kamamori families. We must not harm the innocent. We understand. The Bear and Eagle representatives exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. If not, then so be it. Since the Dragon Kingdom would lead the charge, their casualties would not be high. Su Zhanya would handle the martial saint. They only needed to target the 9th-rank martial artists of the Kamiyo clan. The Kamiyo clan possessed one martial saint along with the 3 Kamamori families under them, totaling 12 9th-rank martial artists. They had 2 more 9th ranks than their opponents, so the battle would not be overly difficult. As long as the martial saint-level confrontation went without incident, victory was assured. While Su Zhanya and the representatives discussed strategy, Su Yu, holding only the rank of senior colonel, tactfully excused himself from the conference room. He had no interest in these deliberations. He cared not for how post-war benefits were divided. He only needed to ensure his own plans proceeded without interference. The flesh of the land of the rising sun's martial saint. He wanted it, along with the martial saint's Dao fruit. Just as he stepped out of the military base, an unexpected figure stood before him. Seeing him emerge, the person hurried over. "Young Master Su, I'd like to ask a favor." Su Yu looked at him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Yiqing, why are you back? And what favor do you need from me?" Standing before him, the young man, scholarly yet robust, was Yi Tao's son, the director of the Martial Administration Bureau, and a demigod. He was also one of the few geniuses in the original story who hadn't mingled with Chu Feng. However, Su Yu felt a pity for Yiqing. Despite his father being a demigod, he ended up mediocre, barely reaching the 9th rank. Moreover, Yi Tao's origin, rooted in the path of enlightenment, complemented the path of the human emperor. When the aliens' Starbreaker-level powerhouse returning from the Star Sea descended on Blue Star, Yi Tao's origin path was forcibly merged into Chu Feng's human emperor path, aiding his breakthrough to the Starbreaker realm. Thus, this legendary demigod who had educated the martial world of humanity for half a lifetime met his end. At first, some remembered him. But in the original story, after slaying the alien's final trump card, Chu Feng left Blue Star to train in the cosmos for a century. When he returned from the Star Sea, he saw only statues of himself. He went to question the authorities, but the answer was that he alone had killed the Starbreaker. Moreover, the one who had dismantled Yi Tao's statue was Lin Panxi's family. So after scolding those responsible, the matter was dropped. How ironic. Yiqing looked at Su Yu standing before him, momentarily lost in thought. It all felt too unreal. In such a short time, Su Yu had become an 8th-rank martial powerhouse. As for himself, he had to return to the Martial Administration Bureau for some posts, supposedly to prepare to take over as director. But he knew it was a form of protection for him. After all, Yi Tao's name was too renowned on the otherworldly battlefield. If the alien race learned he was the demigod Yi Tao's son, they would spare no effort to capture him. Yiqing snapped back to reality and said solemnly, "I want to ask a favor. Can you take me along in this campaign? I'm still lacking some insights to reach the 7th rank. Without life or death battles, I might have to wait another year or 2. Also, I have a cousin with a peculiar talent. Originally unremarkable, in the past 2 years, he's gone from the 3rd rank to the late 6th rank. He wants to come to the battlefield too. Is that possible?" Fearing Su Yu might refuse, Yiqing added, "Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with you if it won't implicate you." Su Yu gave him a deep look. An unremarkable little cousin going from the 3rd rank to nearly breaking through to the 7th rank in 2 years. And with the surname Yi. While the buffs were all stacked, it seemed Yiqing's cousin also had the potential to be a child of destiny. He understood the principle of breaking through to rebuild. "Is that all?" Su Yu withdrew his gaze and smiled. "Final take you. Wait for me here the day after tomorrow." "Deal." Yiqing nodded firmly, a glint of joy in his eyes. After a brief exchange, he turned and left. At the entrance of the military base, Su Yu watched Yiqing's retreating figure, a faint smile curling at his lips. Let me see what path this chosen one walks. The campaign against the Kamiyo clan of Neon was raging like a blazing fire. On this rare day of respite, Su Yu did not idle away his time. After returning to the Su family, he first distributed the martial god cultivation method to the direct bloodline members, then left behind several star-tier martial techniques. As news of his exploits in the otherworldly battlefield spread, every member of the Su family, young and old, regarded Su Yu as their pride. Being of the Su lineage, they had caught wind of certain rumors. The 2 newly ascended martial saints of the Su family also owed their rise to Su Yu. It was said that he had granted them these opportunities. For this alone, whatever he wished to do, the entire Su family would support him unreservedly. And the Su family's promotion system had always been clear. All cultivation methods belonging to the Su family were open to every descendant, and should one attain the 9th grade, they could establish a new main lineage. Currently, the Su family had only one main lineage, that of Su Zhantian, universally acknowledged as the patriarch's line. The younger generation of the Su family is somewhat lacking in talent. Su Yu strolled leisurely through the Su family courtyard, observing the bustling flow of people, and pinched the bridge of his brow. The fortune of this generation seemed to have converged entirely upon him. As a result, the Su family had not produced a single worthy heir. It seems I must capture that martial saint from the Kamiyo clan. Using the method of source severance, I can refine their source and blood essence to improve the physiques of the Su family members. Su Yu shook his head. To forge a villainous clan that would reign supreme over the heavens, he still had a long road ahead. Yet it was not without hope. According to the system's introduction, by slaying or subduing a child of providence, he would not only gain personal rewards, but also bestow fortune upon his family. By slaying or subjugating these chosen ones, the Su family might even produce a few prodigies. With this thought, Su Yu hesitated no longer. He strode directly into the cultivation chamber to undertake his final training before the great battle. This time, he aimed to break through to the mid-8th grade in one fell swoop. During this period, he had already cultivated the 9-tempered golden body art to the peak of the 3rd stage, refined his blood essence to 399999, and with the aid of the soul-forging scripture, his spiritual energy remained at its zenith. As he entered the cultivation chamber, an intangible pressure radiated through the surroundings. Some passing Su family disciples, sensing the oppressive aura of a slumbering dragon, cautiously kept their distance. Fearful of disturbing Su Ye's cultivation, they moved silently. During that day of his seclusion at the capital's military base and in the adjacent sea, countless battleships and several aircraft carriers materialized docking at the military piers. The bear and the eagle also made significant moves. This naturally set many nerves on edge. For a time, global news was dominated by reports of their grand maneuvers. After all, the plan to purge the Camillo clan of Neon was known to none beyond the 3 nations. At the capital, within the martial administration headquarters, a girl with long pink hair and a delicate elfin face rose from her seat, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed toward the Su family estate. She appeared lively, yet at this moment her usual mischievousness was subdued. Honestly, why did he have to dump me in the martial administration? Yi Lianqing propped her chin on her hand, boredom flickering in her beautiful eyes. Of course her sigh lasted. Yi Lianqing waved her small fair fist toward the window, her exquisite face etched with determination. Cultivation. Master said that once I reach the 9th grade I can go to the otherworldly battlefield to see Dad and Brother Yu. At this thought she was filled with renewed motivation, but then she let out a long, wistful sigh. But when I leave Blue Star to train, by the time we meet again, Brother, you might have forgotten me. Buzz. As her spirits sank, a terrifying aura of the mid-7th grade martial realm inadvertently spread, cracking the window pane into a web of fractures. Meanwhile, at the Yi family estate, Yi Qing arrived at the side courtyard where a young man of similar age was cultivating in a pavilion. He called out, "Xiao Chun." The young man, with a refined and ethereal countenance, slowly opened his eyes, withdrawing from his cultivation state. Looking at Yi Qing, he smiled and asked, "Brother Qing, how did it go? Is young Master Su willing to take us along?" Yi Qing, looking at his cousin, 3 years his junior, yet matching his cultivation level while vastly surpassing him in combat prowess, nodded. He agreed. "Prepare yourself. The morning after tomorrow." Yi Qing nodded in response. "All right, I understand. Then continue your training, they'll go make arrangements." Yi Qing informed him and turned to leave the courtyard. Watching him depart, Yi Qing, seated cross-legged in the pavilion, suddenly asked inwardly, "Old Mo, what about my cousin? If Blue Star cannot withstand the alien races in the future, can he come with us?" A moment later, an aged voice echoed in his mind. "Rest assured, Xiao Chun. Blue Star still has 20 years. If your uncle can break through to martial god, there may yet be enough. This question is too distant." The aged voice did not dwell on the matter, but spoke seriously. "During this battle, you must remember to completely release your restraints. Only then can you establish yourself in the Star Sea in the future. Your talent is exceptional. Even among the millions of member states in the Galactic Federation, you would be considered a genius. Only by surviving first can you seek vengeance in the future." The aged, weakened voice faded. Yi Chun could only smile bitterly and nod. All right, 20 years was it. Within those 20 years, if he fought and killed with all his might, he might just surpass his uncle and step into the ranks of martial god. After all, his innate talent was extraordinary. He grew stronger through slaughter. Suddenly, Yi Chun shifted the topic, his expression filled with admiration. "I wonder what kind of person young Master Su truly is. I long to meet him. To slay hundreds of 8th grade aliens before reaching the 8th grade. That is truly remarkable." In a world where martial might reigned supreme, he naturally revered the powerful. Especially among his peers, Su Yu was a peerless prodigy whose deeds he had heard of many. On a remote, barbaric, low-level life planet, no matter how talented one cannot possess the aptitude of a hidden dragon. Do not take him too seriously. In the future you will surpass. In Yi Chen's mind, Old Mo's voice rang out, laced with disdain and contempt. Accustomed to this patronizing tone, Yi Chen merely shrugged. He was used to it. The old man was simply a chatterbox with a sense of superiority. Yi Chen ignored him and entered a cultivation state. Time passed. The day of departure arrived. Boom. That morning, the cultivation chambers of the Su and Yi families in the capital opened. Several figures paused for a moment before shooting into the sky, streaking toward the capital's military base. At precisely 6 o'clock outside the military base's main gate, Su Yu stood silently, then opened his eyes. 2 figures approached simultaneously. Young Master Su. Yi Qing and Yi Chen greeted him in unison. Su Yu nodded lightly and said with a smile, "Let's go. The army has already departed for the port. We should hurry." "All right." Yi Qing nodded. Beside him, Yi Chen studied Su Yu with curiosity. In his mind, Old Mo's disdainful voice sounded utterly unremarkable. Just then, Su Yu's body shot into the sky with such speed that it broke the sound barrier, the sonic boom exploding in the air. His surging blood essence, vast as an ocean, pressed down on Yi Qing and Yi Chun, leaving them astounded. Beep, beep, beep. Detected a Godsend candidate. Compiling data feedback. Divine King Seed detection complete. Data transmission. Transmission failed. Restoring transmission. As Yi Chun was about to move and follow the piercing alarm in his mind, made his face drastically change. Elder Mo, what's going on? Yi Chun asked in a grave tone. This time the Elder Mo in his mind chose silence and finally said, my transmission program has activated. In my program settings, once a seed surpassing the true dragon level is detected, a signal will be sent to the Galactic Federation immediately. Then within no more than 50 years the Federation will descend and take a— if there's resistance it could very well destroy the planet. He was not a powerful consciousness. Elder Mo was merely a system guide program designed to assist talented seeds in cultivation and lead them to the Galactic Federation. And this time the one he chose was Yi Chun. Yet, shouldn't a low-level barbarian planet only produce one true dragon-level being? Why was there also an existence surpassing the true dragon level? What should we do then? Upon hearing that the planet could be destroyed, Yi Chun's face changed drastically, and he asked urgently, why didn't you tell me about such a huge matter? All along he had regarded Elder Mo as half a teacher. But who would have thought that this self-aware Elder Mo had actually been keeping things from him? Elder Mo was silent for a long time, then said through gritted teeth, it's fine. The program repair won't be fast. Transmitting the program out will take at least I am severely injured and my energy reserves have long been insufficient. Rest assured 100 years is enough. As long as this divine king seed leaves in the future, Blue Star will— he knew he had caused trouble this time. This young man who had finally lowered his guard around him might become wary of him again. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's face remained extremely grim. 100 years. Damn it. This is forcing him into a killing spree. Killing makes one stronger. As long as he slaughtered his opponents, he could plunder their blood energy or chi, thereby strengthening himself. Theoretically, he had no bottlenecks. So, to salvage the situation, he could only activate a frenzied killing mode. After pondering for a long time, Yi Chun took a deep breath and said, Brother Qing, let's follow young master. With that said, the two shot into the clouds, transforming into streaks of light to follow Su Yu. The scenery on the ground rapidly flashed past. Soon, a small black dot before their eyes gradually enlarged. Hundreds of small black dots dotted the azure sea ahead. The dense crowd of people on the shore excited the two. Arriving at the harbor, the two gradually slowed down and finally landed on the ground. They stood behind Su Yu. Looking up at the fleet towering on the sea and the several enormous aircraft carriers, both were struck with awe for a moment. Steel behemoths. True steel behemoths. After thousands of years of accumulated human craftsmanship, they could now build massive carriers fully 1,000 meters long, as massive as monsters. On the hull, dark gleams flickered from several pitch-black gun barrels. Stunning. On the carriers, Su Zhanya stomped on the deck, gazed down at the army and bellowed, all troops board the ships. Boom. Everyone boarded via the ladders, flooding into the carrier and various warships. After hundreds of thousands of soldiers were all on board. With a single command, all warships started simultaneously. Under the gaze of countless ordinary people on the shore, the hundreds of ships sailed away from the coast. Their target was only one. An Ihong. The Shundai family. Rumble. The carriers cut through the waves, standing firm amidst the raging swells, without any— on the deck, Su Zany's eyes burned like fire as he stared intently at Yi Qing and Yi Chun. Brat, why did you bring these two along? If they get even a scratch in battle, that bastard Yi Tao won't let it go easily. Hell extorted at least tens of millions of spirit stones from us. Demigod Yi Tao had an excellent reputation among commoners, but among the noble families. Apart from respect, there was also gnashing of teeth. After advancing to Martial Saint, Yi Tao had robbed all the other Martial Saints and first-class families, plundering billions of spirit stones. Then he founded the Martial Affairs Bureau and popularized cultivation techniques. He also seized several spirit stone producing mines from them, which sustained the massive cultivation resources of the Martial Affairs Bureau. Otherwise, with that many people in the Martial Affairs Bureau, it was lucky they didn't bankrupt Yi Tao the demigod. How could they have lived comfortably? Previously, he had used the excuse that his child was injured at your house to blackmail you. Refuse. He would target your family's 9th grade and beat them. Though infuriated, the Martial Saints turned a blind eye and gave him everything he demanded. After all, they knew that Yi Tao's way of enlightenment was to popularize martial arts. And as it turned out, their investment was not wrong. After Yi Tao established the Martial Affairs Bureau and reissued the Imperial Examination System, humanity's strength rose dramatically. He progressed rapidly every half year and soon achieved demigod status. Su Yu glanced at his granduncle and said, so what if he knows? If they die in a small battle, are they even worthy of being called prodigies? When Yi Tao learns that we took his son for tempering, he'll most likely be grateful to us. The child of destiny would surely be grateful to him. The question was what unique trait this child of destiny possessed. Su Zany's mouth twitched as he watched the three colluding youngsters, his white beard nearly floating up in anger. Do as you please. With that, he waved dismissively and left. After granduncle departed, Su Yu scanned the two and added, you two should hurry up and cultivate too. We still have 2 days and 1 night before reaching Ihong waters. Su Yu was the first to sit cross-legged, closed his eyes, and entered a cultivative state. The cousins Yi Qing and Yi Chun did the same. The cultivation time passed quickly. During this time, the massive carrier fleet advanced slowly through the sea. After more than 30 hours in Ihong waters, they encountered the fleets of the Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation, which had been waiting there. After all forces had gathered, the gigantic three-nation fleet slowly sailed toward Anihong. Buzz. By the evening of the next day, Suyu, standing on the deck, slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of stale breath. A sharp glint flashed in his bright eyes. Finally arrived at Anihong's shore. Suyu gazed at the rows of tall buildings before him, his smile gradually brightening. As the fleet arrived at Anihong's shore, countless figures appeared on the decks of all ships. An invisible killing intent began to coalesce. This murderous aura was so intense that even the deep-sea beasts lurking far beneath the fleet were terrified and fled in all directions. This battle was destined to be baptized in blood. At this moment, on Anihong's shore, residents with numb expressions walking along the roads seemed to sense something stopping and turning to gaze toward the sea. As the sun gradually set, the shadows of the warships were stretched infinitely by the evening glow. As the vessels drew closer, the immense steel war fortresses came fully into view. Gazing upon this awe-inspiring scene, these watching Anihong natives showed no sign of fear or panic. Instead, the moment the ships appeared, light welled up again in their numb and dull eyes. Great! Can we finally be freed? On the aircraft carrier deck, gazing at the neon citizens before them, dressed in fine clothes, yet their faces etched with terror and numb despair, everyone was stunned. Such thin blood and chi. Some ninth-rank cultivators extended their divine sense, probing the city ahead, and froze in shock. Logically, even if this city were filled with ordinary people, the blood, chi, should be abundant. But now, this vast Hungbing city can't even compare to a county town of 500,000. Suyu reached forward and grasped, then said, "It's been sacrificed." Hiss. At his words, all the 8th and 9th rank cultivators present drew in sharp breaths. Sacrificed. For 1,000 years, Neon's population had steadily risen. This city alone should hold at least 5 million souls. Now it doesn't even have 500,000. How utterly monstrous. Suyu released his grip, and an invisible thread of energy scattered in the wind. His face turned. Millions sacrificed. Damn it. These were all his future laborers. The Kamisato clan deserves death. Hum hum hum. As the carrier fleet sailed into the harbor, countless neon citizens wandering the shore noticed the vast steel armada. If it were citizens of any ordinary nation, seeing so many foreign carriers entering their territorial waters would have thrown them into panic. But Neon was different. Every kilometer the fleet advanced, the excitement on their faces grew. Boom. Just then, all vessels halted a kilometer from the shore. Ahead, a translucent light curtain enveloped the sea. "Who dares trespass on Neon soil?" a stern voice thundered. Simultaneously, the light curtain began gathering pressure, as if ready to strike the three-nation carrier fleet. A Source Foundation defensive array. Gazing at the array's ripples, which faintly bore a martial saints, might the 9th-rank cultivators of every nation wore grave expressions. Any nation that had produced a martial saint typically possessed such a national defensive formation, which was why other countries rarely dared attack a martial saint's clan. The 4 array eyes maintaining the Source Foundation defensive array were located in the cities of Xiongban, Jingdu, Jingxin, and Dongjiang, guarded by the Shinomori, Miyamoto, and Kudo clans of the Divine Guardian families. The final array, I Dongjiang, was controlled by the Kamisato clan. "Commander, how shall we break through?" At that moment, the leaders of the Bear and Eagle nations flew onto the Dragon Nation carrier, saluted Su Zhanya respectfully, and said, "Without destroying the Source Foundation defensive array, charging in would cost us heavy casualties." They had assumed they would first breach the 3 Divine Guardian families' array eyes before attacking Dongjiang. Unexpectedly, Su Zhanya had them all come directly to Dongjiang, striking at the heart of the Kamisato clan. If they forced their way through the array, at least hundreds of thousands would die. Su Zhanya glanced at Suyu beside him and said solemnly, "Young Su, are you ready? Don't overestimate yourself. This is a great formation personally set by a martial saint using his source and national destiny." Such an array woven with source energy, national fortune, and terrain was not something an ordinary person could break. Even another martial saint, unless at the 5th stage or above, would hesitate to attack such a formation, for it was linked to the nation's very fate. Its power was not to be underestimated. Hearing this, Su Ye's handsome face broke into a smile. He said softly, "Rest assured, third granduncle. I never act without certainty." Seeing his confidence, Su Zhanya said no more. Yi Qing and Yi Chen, the 2 brothers, looked bewildered, staring at Su Yu and Su Zany's backs, struggling to process what did that mean. The Source Foundation defensive array would be broken by young Master Su. Impossible. This was a formation laid by a martial saint himself. Young Master Su slaying hundreds of 8th-rank cultivators was already incredible. Now he could break formations too. The Bear and Eagle leaders frowned in disbelief. What a joke. Would the martial saint send a mere youth to break the array? Were they being sent to their deaths? Though resentment simmered, their orders for this campaign were to obey the Dragon Nation martial saint unconditionally. So they held their tongues. Ahead within Neon territory, a streak of light arrived in an instant. Standing inside the Source Foundation defensive array, the 9th-rank Neon cultivator sneered, "Humph. Bear, Eagle, Dragon. Do you 3 nations bully Neon for being weak? How dare you bring so many elite troops and warships to rampage on our soil?" Seeing such a grand force, he understood that the major powers of Blue Star had come to purge Neon's betrayal. But so what? Give them just 2 more days to sacrifice all of Neon's people, and the Kamisato clan could forge another martial saint. Then by force they would tear open a spatial rift, and the Kamisato clan could ascend directly to the divine clan's sacred land, becoming a new form of humanity. As this short middle-aged 9th-rank cultivator appeared, Su Zhanshuan on the carrier said gravely, "Kamisato Tamatake, you dared to ally with alien races and slaughter humanity wantonly. You should have foreseen this day. We thought your betrayal already showed your lack of humanity, but now you don't even spare your own people." The short 9th-rank cultivator, named Kamisato Tamatake, fixed a sharp gaze on Su Zhanshuan and laughed heartily. "Huh? Su Zhanshuan, the victor, writes history. Blue Star's doom is inevitable. By doing this, our Kamisato clan preserves a spark for humanity. Why do you oppose us?" In Kamisato Tamatake's eyes, humanity was fated for extinction. In the domain battlefield, he had learned too many secrets of the cosmos. Planets like Blue Star were mere slave grade in the universe. Even the lowest space pirates could easily kill Blue Star's strongest. How could they fight? Having witnessed the higher worlds where myriad races intermingled, why would they care about mere humanity? Survival was paramount. Enough talk. Since you've come, taste the power of our Kamisato clan's National Source Foundation array. Kamisato Tamatake raised his hand, and the translucent Source Foundation array's pressure intensified. The surrounding cosmic energy was mercilessly absorbed. A terrifying force enough to vaporize the sea ahead condensed within the source array. Seeing this, the 9th-rank cultivators on the carrier grew solemn. Even Su Zhanya, who had ascended to martial saint, furrowed his brows. "Young Su, aren't you acting yet?" he called out to Suyu. Hearing his third granduncle's voice, Suyu remained unhurried. Under everyone's gaze, he stepped onto the void. Alone, he faced the neon source array. His powerful hands gripped the void as if seizing a solid object. Space like paper was caught in his grasp. With a gentle lift, ripples spread across the fabric, the source severance art. Heaven-severing force. The moment the words fell, heaven and earth began to change color. Severing the source. Suyu grasped the space around him as if it were paper. With a mere flick of his hand, the surrounding seawater began to churn. Even the earth trembled. An inexplicable force flowed through his hands, seeping bit by bit into the void as Suyu moved his arms. Ahead, the grand formation that the Divine Generation Martial Saint had spent 10 years setting up began to waver. The concentrated pressure of the source also showed signs of collapse. With a crash, Suyu's hands gripping the space suddenly yanked hard. In an instant, everyone felt a disorienting shift, as if the world had been flipped over. Boom. Beneath the aircraft carrier, the deep blue seawater boiled. Rumble. The towering skyscrapers of Hungbing City quaked, and then collapsed one after another. It was as if an earthquake had struck. Such terrifying power left all the 9th-rank cultivators present utterly astounded, their faces pale with shock, as they watched Suyu manipulating the void in the distance. What kind of power is this? Could it be that this young master of the Su family has also ascended to martial saint? How old is he? How could he possibly become a martial saint? Clearly the young master of the Su family has a method to break the source formation. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Suyu paid them no heed. His expression remained calm, though the destructive force and spiritual energy within him were rapidly depleting. Bang! The next second, Suyu unhesitatingly used his last realm ascension card. 8th rank late stage. In that moment, countless were stunned. In such dire circumstances, the young master of the Su family had vaulted from the 8th rank mid-stage to the late stage of martial cultivation. This utterly defied everyone's understanding. Divine King. An absolute Divine King seed. Within Yichen's mind, crowded behind the 9th rank cultivators, old Mo's excited voice rang out incessantly. Incredibly powerful. This child's talent is extraordinary. Even within the Milky Way Federation, it is a peerless gift rarely seen in millions of years. No, we must not let this news spread, or this Divine King seed will be destroyed. Old Mo muttered to himself without pause. Though he was originally a system program designed to nurture prodigies for the Milky Way Federation, over countless years of drifting, he had gradually awakened his own consciousness. While he remained bound to the system, he had developed a human-like mind. He had lingered on this planet for far too long. Having experienced countless hosts, and eventually choosing Yichun, he had grown deeply fond of this planet. Yet those prodigies he had nurtured. Once transported to the Milky Way Federation, they all vanished without a trace. Old Mo understood that the prodigies he raised either died or were enslaved by the Federation's nobility. Each prodigy he had raised from childhood shared a deep bond with him. They all sought to find him a physical body to implant his data consciousness into it, allowing him to become a human. But it was he who had doomed them. As his autonomous consciousness deepened, he developed emotions akin to those of a master or father toward these prodigies. Thus he now resisted transmitting prodigy information to the Milky Way Federation. Hearing Old Mo's muttering, Yichun could not help but ask, "Old Mo, what's wrong? What is a Divine King seed?" In all his time with Old Mo, he had never seen him so distraught. Hearing Yichun call out, Old Mo snapped back to reality and said gravely, "Xiao Chun, remember this, you must stay close to this man. His future achievements will surpass your imagination. A Divine King seed is a realm only the first ruler of the Milky Way Federation ever attained. If the Federation discovers him, your planet will be doomed. I will now enter a self-induced slumber to prevent information from being transmitted. I cannot control it for long. 10 years at most." Remember, your talent is the divine grade heart of slaughter. The more you kill, the stronger you become. You can absorb the energy and certain specific memories of those you slay. Guard your heart, but do not let slaughter consume your soul. In the future, you too may rise beyond the stars. I must sleep now, Shao Chun. In 10 years, I hope you have become a martial god, or even a star crusher. Beep. With these final words, old Mo sank into deep sleep. He used his own sleep to suppress the program's data transmission. Though it would only last a few years, it bought time for the Divine King's seed. After all, he too wished to see the day those lofty Federation nobles became like stray dogs. System shutting down. As the cold, emotionless prompt sounded, Yi Chen's heart, old Mo, huff. Yi Chen cast aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, lifted his head, and gazed at Su Yes back, his eyes gradually steeling with resolve. Follow young Master Su, and become a prodigy. Then let this bloody battle lay the foundation for my breakthrough to the 7th rank. After this slaughter, I should reach the 7th rank late stage, or even the 8th rank right. Yi Chen's heart grew firm, for time was truly running out for Blue Star. Midair. Su Yu, who was searching for the eye of the source defense formation, suddenly opened his eyes as a crisp sound echoed. The unformed child of destiny. Yi Chen has increased his loyalty to the host by 30. Current loyalty 35,100. Note, when the child of destiny's loyalty to the host reaches 100, the host can subdue them. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining the loyalty of a child of destiny. Rewards 300 villain points, realm ascension, card 1, celestial demon supreme bone 1. Boom. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Su Yes' face showed a hint of astonishment. What the hell? This unformed child of destiny had already submitted to him. And these rewards were quite generous. In that moment, Su Yu was in excellent spirits, a hint of a charming smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yi Chen knew his place. Thud. At that moment, within the source defense formation, divine generation Asamu felt a tremor in his source martial path, stumbled, and fell directly from the air to the ground. Rumble. In an instant, the earth was smashed into a massive crater by the surging power within him. Cough cough, what sorcery did you use to make my divine generation family's source formation backfire on me? Divine generation Asamu crawled out of the pit, disheveled, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at Su Yu. Glancing at him, Su Yu smiled calmly. So this is a backfire. It seems your divine generation family's source formation is rather crude. As he spoke, Su Yu reached out a hand and grasped the corner of the source defense formation, which swayed like a reed in the wind. Rip! A piercing sound echoed in everyone's ears. Under the horrified gazes of countless onlookers, the once-ready source formation collapsed like a burst dam, spreading destruction all around. Boom. In an instant, the light barrier covering 100 miles gradually faded away. As the formation dissipated, a small, dull black stone appeared in Su Yes' hand. All troops land. Exterminate the Divine Generation clan. As his voice fell, countless battle cries rose to the heavens. Kill! 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 Boom. In this battle, the slaughter of civilians was forbidden. So many powerful modern weapons could not be used. But that was of no consequence. The combined forces of the Kamishiro clan and the 3 guardian houses amounted to 2 million troops. Excluding those who harbored deep resentment towards the Kamishiro clan, the number loyal to them would certainly not exceed 1 million. This war of martial artists would be easy to win. But the prerequisite was that the high-level battles must be victorious. At Hungbing Coast, martial artists and soldiers from the 3 nations landed one after another. Not a single soldier was deployed along this coastline. Only the numb, ordinary civilians remained. Clearly, the Kamishiro clan also understood that this battle was coming, so they had withdrawn all their troops to Dongjiang for defense in advance. Dongjiang. In the center of Dongjiang City, amidst the towering skyscrapers, stood a sprawling wooden courtyard steeped in a strong neon-lit ancient style. On the periphery of this estate, covering 100 acres, 1 million troops were stationed. Inside the estate, the armies of the Dragon Kingdom, the Bear, and the Eagle have already landed at Hungbing. They are expected to arrive in Dongjiang in 20 minutes. A man in a ninja's attire knelt on one knee, speaking respectfully to the elder seated in the place of honor. Senior Asakawa is already retreating. Inside the courtyard, the elder in the seat of honor had a head of white hair and a stooped figure. However, the aura emanating from his body was enough to pressurize the surrounding air, making it thick and viscous. He was a 9th grade, great perfection martial artist, a powerhouse, who had traversed 999 meters on the path of origins. The stooped elder opened his eyes, and a glint of cruel, bloodthirsty light similar to that of the alien race flashed within his aged pupils. The blood pools in various places have been mostly filled. Now, with just this last batch of blood sacrifices from Dongjiang thrown in, I can defy the heavens and achieve sainthood. An old hoarse voice rang out, tinged with eeriness. Upon hearing this, the ninja below had a spark of excitement in his eyes, and said, I wish the clan leader success in becoming a saint, and may the martial way prosper. Becoming a saint. Their second saint of the Kamishiro clan. Kamishiro Taraya, the current clan leader of the Kamishiro clan, was also a 9th grade Path of Origins powerhouse, and the biological son of the Kamishiro saint. Have the 3 guardian houses arrived? Kamishiro Taraya asked. They have arrived, sir. They are currently guarding the perimeter of the blood pool. Kamishiro Taraya nodded, then slowly rose to his feet, the thick air around him dispersing. I will enter the blood pool first, and cast in the remaining million blood sacrifices to aid my ascension to sainthood. As his words fell, Kamishiro Taraya's figure vanished instantly from the courtyard. As the clan leader commands, the ninja kept his head low, not daring to lift it for a long time. Subsequently, orders were issued from within the Kamishiro clan, and countless martial artists sprang into action, each holding a massive iron cage. Locked inside these cages were naturally the ordinary citizens of Neon. These were their blood sacrifices. Except for the elderly, nearly all of Neon's civilians had been captured by the Kamishiro clan and thrown into the blood pool. Oh no, help me. Please, honorable ones of the Kamishiro clan, my parents are still in the hospital. I beg you, let me go back to take care of them. Lord Kamishiro, I am from the Kobayashi family. You've captured the wrong person. Cries for mercy and curses echoed endlessly through the However, as the cages opened, countless people were dumped out, falling into an abyss 10 kilometers wide. The blood rippled within, appearing both enchanting and eerie from a distance. A thick, cloying blood energy swirled above, unable to disperse. Listening to their curses and pleas, the martial artists stationed on the perimeter couldn't help but sneer. These damned blood sacrifices, how naive they are. To offer their lives for the clan leader's ascension to sainthood is the honor of a lifetime. Yes, when the clan leader becomes a saint, our Neon will have 2 saints. Then it won't be us sealing our borders to avoid accountability, but us slaughtering Blue Star, contributing to our clan's integration into the holy race. Ha ha ha. I captured over 2,000 this time. The clan leader bestowed upon me a wisp of holy blood to fuse with. Now I am considered half of the holy race. I really envy you, Yukishiro Shin. These martial artists chatted and laughed while smoking. Above them, iron cages filled with ordinary people passed by continuously. Just as they were chatting about their future after joining the holy race, a piercing sound of air being rent tore across the sky. The next second, a terrifying pitch-black blade light split the earth, shattering space itself wherever it passed. Clang! As the blade light neared the blood pool's perimeter, a crimson light curtain flared up, directly withstanding the sharpness that could cleave the void. Crack! The light curtain rippled, unleashing boundless energy in all directions. The glass of the surrounding skyscrapers shattered, completely falling in pieces. Rumble! A deafening roar erupted. Then, before the horrified eyes of the startled Kamishiro martial artists, countless skyscrapers were cleaved in two by a sword light. They collapsed, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. This highly modern city was now reduced to ruins. Enemy attack. Looking at the figures traversing the sky under the encroaching night, these martial artists guarding the blood pool were scared out of their wits. Run for your lives. As pampered children of noble clans, they had long forgotten what a battlefield was like. They were nothing like the Dragon Kingdom's noble scions who were sent to war upon reaching adulthood. Thus, upon witnessing this apocalyptic scene, they were so terrified they wet themselves, scrambling to their feet and fleeing in panic. Whoosh. In the martial way, those at the 3rd grade and above possessed the ability to fly. The martial artists mobilized by the 3 nations for this campaign were all above the 3rd grade, each capable of flight. 2 million flying martial artists raced towards Dongjiang. Their dense, innumerable figures blotted out the sky. Looking up, one could only see a look of utter shock, feeling as if the apocalypse had truly arrived. The moment the skyscrapers were severed, high-grade martial artists from the Kamishiro, Yukishiro, Miyamoto, and Kudo clans also soared into the air. Midair and 9th grade martial artists from the Kamishiro clan looked on with contempt and bellowed, "Ahead lies the territory of the Kamishiro clan. Halt your advance. You will be killed without mercy." As one infused with holy blood, he now felt only a bloodthirsty urge when looking at humans. It was like a starving beast seeing its prey. Humans were merely blood sacrifices. All the blood sacrifices of Neon were now here, serving as nourishment for their clan leader. People like him who had exchanged most of their blood for holy blood and had no blood sacrifices to consume were already starving. Looking at the vast army of the 3 nations, his eyes were filled with bloodlust and greed. A bunch of lowly blood sacrifice races daring to act wild at my Kamishiro clan. You truly don't know. This newly promoted 9th grade Kamishiro clan powerhouse, strengthened by holy blood, had a look of contempt and arrogance that grew even stronger. However, before the arrogant one could finish his sentence, a colossal sky-covering divine elephant phantom 1,000 meters in size materialized. In an instant, space twisted and shattered. A thunderous elephant cry exploded towards the heavens. Boom. The divine elephant raised its front leg high, as if trampling the very sky beneath its feet. Rumble. The next second, before the terrified eyes of this weak 9th grade martial artist, the divine elephant's front leg came crashing down upon him. Divine elephant stomps the heavens. Bang. The front hooves of the heaven-trampling divine elephant slammed down, fiercely draining all the world's energy and solidifying it, directly stamping this weak 9th rank of the Shundai family, along with several 8th rank martial artists, into the ground. Crack. The ground emitted cracking sounds as spiderweb fissures spread outward, and dozens of cracks engulfed the surrounding buildings. Rumble. Dust filled the air, and countless martial artists of Nihon were blown away by the fierce energy. Above, Suye's white robe flapped loudly in the strong wind. In his handsome and ethereal countenance, there was not a trace of emotion, only an expression indifferent to all beings, like a deity devoid of any mercy. as if what he had just trampled were not humans, but mere ants. Lowering his head slightly, he looked at the army rushing over in the distance, and shouted in a cold voice, "Kill!" At his command, the 12 million-strong army moved in unison, charging toward the Kamishiro forces with weapons raised. Like a plague of locusts, the martial artists blotted out the sky as they surged forward. Boom! Intense flames and boundless blood energy soared into the sky, illuminating this land about to be swallowed by darkness. Low-realm martial artists, 14 9th-rank grandmasters of martial arts, 90 to 8th-rank golden body experts, and several hundred 7th-rank masters stood behind Su Yu. As the 8th and 9th-rank experts from the Shundai and Shunshosen families joined the battle, the high-level martial artists of the Three Kingdoms Alliance also mobilized en masse, with a clear objective to slaughter all martial artists from the Shundai and Shunshosen families. How dare you? This is our clan's territory, and you dare to intrude without permission. You're asking for death. At this moment, an enraged roar soared into the sky, followed by the oppressive might of a martial saint that filled the heavens, bending everyone's spine slightly. Then an old man, aged yet exceptionally robust, shot up into the sky. His narrow eyes were filled with rage along with hidden brutality and cruelty. His gaze was like a torch fixed on Su Zhanyi. Licking his lips, he said menacingly, "A first-rank martial saint dares to come to my Shundai family and cause trouble. It seems you're tired of living." This person was none other than the martial saint of the Shundai family, Shundai Zhongji, a second-rank martial saint. Facing his beast-like gaze, Su Zhanyi showed no fear. He took a step forward, crushing the void beneath his feet, and slightly raised his head, saying, "Shundai Zhongji, you old ghost, after all these years you've only reached the second-rank martial saint. It seems the alien races have given you many good things." He knew Shundai Zhongji. This was a powerhouse of his father's generation, but their relationship was not good. Moreover, Su Zhanyi had always suspected that his father's death was closely related to Shundai Zhongji. "Hehe, you little brat of the Su family. It seems your father's death didn't cause your family to wither, truly worthy of a martial saint lineage." Shundai Zhongji stretched his body. Though he appeared old, his physique was extremely robust. As he moved slightly, his bones crackled like firecrackers, as if endless energy swirled within his body. Hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Su Zhanyi's eyes, and he bellowed, "You've become a martial saint, yet learned nothing. Instead, you've picked up 7/10 of the alien's ugliness." Heavenly slaughter. As his words fell, a long blade appeared in Su Zhanyi's hand, and he raised it to slash furiously at Shundai Zhongji. Crack. Space shattered. The sound was like thunder, and countless blood-red lights swirled in the void, shattering every fragment that tried to heal. This strike of heavenly slaughter was more than 100 times more powerful than Su Ye's previous attack. The waves emitted by heavenly slaughter were even more formidable than a 50-megaton Zarbomba. The entire Nihon region felt tremors of varying intensity. Outside, the sea churned, and countless deep-sea ferocious beasts burst out of the shallow waters, fleeing into the distance. Facing this strike, even Shundai Zhongji, a second-rank martial saint, felt a sense of oppression. His brows almost knitted together. Sky-tearing claw. Though terrifying, Shundai Zhongji remained calm and composed. His hands swelled continuously, transforming into a pair of sharp claws, and he shot into the sky, grabbing the blade light of heavenly slaughter and crushing it viciously. Swish. Get in here. Today I'll beat the crap out of you, you old beast. Just as he tore apart the blade light before Shundai Zhongji could relax his guard, a giant golden hand grabbed him and dragged him into the void. The void closed. Then endless surging energy was sealed within the void, as if it would burst open the void at any moment. In the distance, Su Yu watched as his third granduncle dragged Shundai Zhongji into the void to fight. He withdrew his gaze and glanced at his fourth granduncle, Su Zhanxian. This granduncle had the least. Of course, that didn't mean he had no affection for Su Zhanxian. Su Yu said softly to Su Zhanxian, "Fourth granduncle, you don't need to guard me. Go fight. I still have things to do." He had to seize the array eye of this origin grand array, and use the sky-severing force to completely alter the heavenly and earthly energy of the entire Nihon. He wanted to drain this place. Looking at his grandnephew Su Zhanxian's eyes were complex. Though they hadn't seen each other for many years, he still couldn't forget the past. That year he returned to the Su family on leave from the battlefield, and it was from that year onward that his grandnephew fell in love with a girl. It was also the first time he had begged him, "Fourth granduncle, the reward you gave me, I gave it to the girl I like. Will you blame me?" And it was because of this sentence. Su Zhanxian didn't say much, just smiled and patted his head, then gave him a storage ring full of spirit stones. Until the day he left, he learned that the 10 million spirit stones he had given to his grandnephew had been taken by a low-rank family. In a fit of rage, Su Zhanxian charged directly to the Lin family, forcing Lin Hao and Lin Panxi to kneel on the ground for a whole day and night before his 9th-rank pressure subsided. Though the Lin family didn't know his identity, Su Yu did. And from that day on, Su Yu never spoke to him again. Now, after so many years, he heard Su Yu call him fourth granduncle. Su Zhanxian sighed and said, "No, your third granduncle told me to take good care of you. If anything goes wrong, he'll beat me to death." He was a particularly stubborn man. Once he promised something, it was hard to change. Su Yu watched him stroking his beard with emotion, pretending to look troubled, and also felt a headache. "Fourth granduncle, you really don't need to follow me. You're too weak, Suyu said with a headache. Hearing this, Su Zhanxian's beard-stroking motion froze, and he almost pulled out a few strands of his hard-grown beard. He glared, bristling with anger, and said, "What did you say, boy? It seems I have to teach you a lesson today." As he spoke, the pressure of a late 9th-rank grandmaster surged forth, and he rushed towards Suyu ready to give him a beating. However, before he could act, Suyu grabbed his arm, yanked hard, and hurled Su Zhanxian's body like a cannonball, flinging him away. He crashed heavily into the 9th-rank battlefield above. "Fourth granduncle, forgive me. He'll apologize another day." With that, Suyu vanished instantly. Su Zhanxian, smashed high in the sky at 10,000 meters, was full of embarrassment, shame, and anger, so furious he wanted to stomp his feet. Damn, this brat actually dared to throw me. Despite saying that, Su Zhanxian was startled by Su Ye's strength. As a late 9th rank himself, for a moment, he actually felt a breath of death from Suyu. On the other side, after descending from the battlefield, Suyu landed in the Shundai family's courtyard, which covered 100 mu in the center of the bustling city of Dongjiang. Sensing several powerful beings lurking in the courtyard that made his heart tremble, Suyu revealed a smile. The main control array eye is right here. As long as he sees the array eye, he could transform this origin grand array into a refining array capable of draining the entire Nihong's heavenly and earth, extracting such terrifying energy. Even a late 9th rank wouldn't dare to recklessly absorb it. But Suyu just so happened to need it. He had already reached the minor accomplishment stage of the scripture of the self-transforming celestial demon. So Suyu planned to use the energy of 1,000 li of heaven and earth as a foundation and the supreme celestial demon bone as the root to achieve the first self-transforming celestial demon true body. The next moment he stood above the Shundai mansion, and a terrifying aura abruptly rose, swirling around him without dissipating. That aura which made even the firmament bow in submission, continuously condensed. Below, several mid-9th rank martial artists rushed out, their ghastly inhuman appearances extremely eerie. "How dare you show killing intent above the Shundai family? Die!" Several 9th rank beings that looked half human, half monster shot up into the sky with fury. Watching them appear, the smile on Su Ye's lips gradually turned eerie. Half-step stellar grade martial technique, one finger. Sky-severing finger. This finger could pierce even the heavens themselves, leaving a massive hole in its wake. The void shattered. An endless suction force emanated from it, sweeping the surrounding dust into the pitch-black abyss of nothingness. The finger, now almost corporeal, descended upon the Camillo mansion below, carrying a destructive force that made even 8th and 9th rank martial artists tremble with fear. A terrifying burst of energy erupted, snapping the spines of these Camillo family 9th rank mid-stage powerhouses. What a dreadful pressure. Only a single thought swirled in their minds. Unbeatable. They could not withstand this technique. Even if they could block it, they would only last a few seconds before being crushed to dust by the finger. This destructive force carried an aura of annihilation. The immortal substance within their bodies was utterly powerless against it. Even with 4 million calories of blood energy from the 9th rank mid-stage, it was futile. The energy above was enough to obliterate both blood energy and immortal substance. One finger severs the heavens. Suyu roared softly, unleashing destructive and annihilating forces from his body, along with blood energy, several times that of an ordinary 8th rank latest-stage cultivator. The combination of these three energies turned the heaven-severing finger completely corporeal. At this moment, even space itself could not hinder its descent. Boom. In an instant, the finger that could pierce the heavens landed squarely on the Camillo mansion. A dazzling, blood-colored light shield blazed to life, enveloping the entire estate. Yet, it could not withstand the erosion of the destructive force. Crack. After holding for a dozen seconds, the blood shield shattered completely, dissolving into fragments of light that vanished one by one. No. Seeing even their clan's protective formation fail, the Camillo 9th rank powerhouses within the finger's attack range were horrified, scrambling to flee. But it was useless. This strike had completely solidified the surrounding void. They could not escape. Puff. Several bursts of blood mist erupted, and each 9th rank mid-stage cultivator was crushed to dust under Su Ye's finger. With the protective formation gone, the Camillo mansion could no longer withstand the heaven-severing finger's pressure and exploded. When the dust settled, Suyu stood in the void, gazing coldly at the scene below. His blood energy flowed like mercury through his meridians and limbs. He had shattered a blood shield capable of withstanding attacks from origin down 9th rank powerhouses and slain several 9th rank early and mid-stage experts in a single blow. He was not surprised by this outcome. With his destruction body at minor completion, the enhancement of the imperishable glazed golden body and immortal cells, and his extraordinary dantian, his combat prowess could no longer be measured by ordinary standards. If he unleashed his full power, even a 9th rank origin Dao powerhouse under 400 meters could not kill him, let alone these 9th rank mid-stage cultivators. Without combat strength of at least 15 million calories of blood energy, Suyu would not even consider such opponents worth his attention. The power of a half-stellar martial technique is truly terrifying. Suyu mused inwardly as he gazed at the massive crater below. With destructive force, annihilating force, immortal force, blood energy, and spiritual energy combined, he could at most challenge a 9th rank latest-stage martial artist without losing. But once he employed martial techniques and cultivation methods that surpassed Blue Star's martial arts, his combat power became entirely different. A 9th-rank latest stage cultivator had at least 7 million calories of blood energy, and upon stepping onto the origin Dao, they could reach 10 million, capping at 20 million. At this stage, a martial artist was akin to a walking humanoid nuclear bomb. Even a 50-megaton Tsar Bomba paled in comparison. In other words, Suyu himself was now a walking Tsar Bomba. Once the shattered void absorbed all the dust, the Cameo mansion below remained largely intact. Meanwhile, the enormous blood pool beside it emitted an eerie crimson glow. This blood pool is truly terrifying in scale. Suyu was somewhat astonished as he looked at the blood pool below. After all, this pool had been fed with nearly 200 million people, a terrifying amount of blood energy that could propel a second-stage martial saint to the peak of the third stage. And now, the Cameo family was using it merely to create a second martial saint. What a colossal waste. Watching the rippling blood pool, Suyu's smile grew increasingly eerie, a flicker of demonic purple light flashing in his eyes. Since things have come to this point, why not? Let me forge this first true body. As he spoke, a dense demonic aura suddenly appeared in Suyu's hand, a flash of demonic light, and a segment of spine materialized. The supreme demon bone. Gazing at the bone yielded by Yi Chen's submission, Suyu gently rubbed it with his palm, murmuring, with a faint smile, "This spine was meant for me to replace my own, wasn't it? But, since I possess the transcendent demon scripture, a technique beyond all grades, I'll use this supreme demon bone to forge a true body instead." A true body. It was a feature of the transcendent demon scripture capable of manifesting an avatar from anything you had seen or understood. If this avatar was forged from yourself as the raw material, the resulting incarnation would be indistinguishable from your true body. Even if the original died, this avatar would still be you. Though he was only at the threshold of mastery and could not manifest many avatars, one was enough. Would be his second identity, the Demon Emperor. He could not easily commit the slaughter of the human race himself, but this avatar could do it without hesitation. If he had not wished to elevate the Su family to an invincible path and nurture Blue Star as his personal talent reservoir, he would not have been so merciful. He had previously been cautious, even needing to use the red dust mask to change identities when scheming against certain individuals. But once this avatar was born, he could act without fear. Still, Suyu felt a tinge of regret. If his strength were supreme, and he had mastered the transcendent demon scripture to its peak, he could now fish out different versions of himself from the river of time and merge them into his avatars. But one should know contentment. This was enough for now. With that thought, Suyu clenched the supreme demon bone, staring at the blood pool below with a fervent gleam in his eyes. Come, let's see who devours this blood pool first. As his words fell, Suyu inscribed the avatar forging method of the transcendent demon scripture into the supreme demon bone, while cutting off a sliver of his spiritual energy and infusing it within. Instantly, the supreme demon bone blazed with brilliant light. At the same time, an endless stream of blood energy surged from Suyu's body, merging into the bone. A faint trace of blood energy began to dissipate. Meanwhile, Suyu's soul formed a connection with the spiritual energy within the supreme demon bone. It's done. Suyu's eyes snapped open, a dazzling radiance bursting forth. His blood energy was halved, and he had also severed 10,000 units of his spiritual energy, merging them into the bone. Ha ha ha. Suyu laughed wildly as he beheld the supreme demon bone now thick with demonic aura. This time I am the greatest victor. Whoosh. The next second, he hurled the spine fiercely into the blood pool. Plop. The moment the supreme demon bone plunged into the pool, a tiny vortex began to form within it. Absorb it all. Once this blood pool is completely consumed, let the world witness the birth of the Demon Emperor. After finishing everything, Suyu finally withdrew his gaze from the blood pool. At this moment, the entire East River had become a battlefield with modern high-rise buildings reduced to ruins. The entire East River echoed with murderous shouts. In the battle of low-level martial artists, the combat skills of elite soldiers versus ragtag forces were evident. These troops returning from the domain battlefield displayed ferocity when confronting the 2 million-strong army of the Kamishiro family, each possessing abundant combat experience. To put it bluntly, this battle was almost a crushing victory. On the high-end battlefield, masters at the 8th grade Golden Body realm fought in the air, each of their attacks causing the void to tremble. Even though the Blue Star space was stable, it could not withstand such frequent battle fluctuations. Not to mention the 9th grade battle 10,000 meters above. Because the 8th grade and above martial artists from the Kamishiro and Kamamori families had undergone varying degrees of blood exchange, their fighting styles were also quite peculiar. Of course, no matter how peculiar they were merely martial artists with mixed blood. There was still a considerable gap from true alien races. Suyu watched all this with deep eyes. Over 90 8th grade cultivators could barely manage. More than a dozen 9th grade masters were also able to suppress the 9th grade cultivators of the Kamishiro family. The real key still lay with his third granduncle, Heaven-Splitting Blade. At this moment, a roar drew Suyu's attention. Looking from afar, he saw Yi Chun holding a grade super alloy longsword, chasing after over a dozen late 6th grade Kamishiro martial artists. With a single slash, he cut them in half at the waist. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent, his scarlet pupils far more ferocious than those of a buzz. As the enemies were slain, surges of blood energy were absorbed into his body. Originally at the peak of late 6th grade, his cultivation became even richer. There was a hint of breaking through to the 7th grade barrier. Having killed over a dozen peak 6th grade experts, Yi Chen was not satisfied. After absorbing the blood energy, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. Standing still watching the battle ahead, Yi Chen murmured, "It's still not enough. I'm still lacking for the celestial soul grandmaster." 6th grade martial artists could no longer satisfy him. His blood energy had reached saturation. The only thing that could now improve him was to slay 7th grade masters and devour their heaven-earth power to strengthen his own spiritual power. Only thus could he forge his foundation. The celestial soul grandmaster was the foundation. At least that was what old Mo had told him back then. Don't blindly achieve grandmaster. He must wait until his spiritual power was overflowing before breaking through to grandmaster and condensing the celestial soul. Only then could he obtain the admission ticket to. Otherwise, even if he could fight across ranks, breaking through to martial god would still be very difficult. This was also why only one martial god had appeared on Blue Star, because spiritual power was too hard to cultivate. There was no specialized cultivation method. It's a pity old Mo is asleep. Otherwise, if I went with him to the site of his crash and fixed the machine, he could retrieve a spiritual power cultivation method for me. Now I have to slowly figure it out on my own. A hint of regret flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. With my current control over blood energy and spiritual power, killing some 7th grade masters shouldn't be hard. As long as I kill 3 7th grade grandmasters, I'll have enough spiritual power. With that thought, Yi Chen's gaze gradually became resolute. Gripping his grade longsword, he resolutely charged into the 7th grade battlefield. As he shed blood again, the killing intent on his body and the madness in his eyes became denser by 1 degree. Little rats of the Kamishiro family, the one who slaughters your 7th grade is your Lord Yi Chen. Yi Chen slashed his blade onto the head of a 7th grade master from the Miyamoto family, and under the horrified gaze of the latter split him in two. Hot blood splattered, dying Yi Chen into a blood-soaked figure. Feeling the blood energy, Yi Chen grabbed the opponent's spiritual power and forcefully stuffed it into his body. The next moment his aura became even more furious. Today your young master will avenge the blood feud of our ancestors from 1,000 years ago. Brandishing his longsword, the heaven-splitting blade, a celestial-level martial art of the Yi family, was unstoppable in power. With each stroke blood flowed. A killing fiend. Not far away. Suyu withdrew his gaze from Yi Chen and couldn't help but sigh. A born killing machine born for slaughter. Such a person suits me best. Suyu suddenly felt fond of this fellow Yi Chen. Not bad. He liked killing without end of very good. Moreover, he had shouted about the blood feud of 1,000 years ago. It seemed they had not forgotten the events of a millennium. This kid was on the... However, Yi Chen had a flaw. Although he could plunder the blood energy and spiritual power of the slain, the opponent's mixed energy still remained in his body. If he could not suppress his killing intent, he would easily become a monster that only knew how to kill. But well, with me here, let him kill as he pleases. Compared to the killing machine, Yi Chen, the son of a demigod, appeared somewhat mediocre. When encountering enemies, he dared not strike to kill. Such a temperament wouldn't do. Perhaps he was influenced by his father, who followed the path of enlightenment, believing that people should be refined. In Suyu's view, this thinking was utter nonsense. Yi Chen didn't follow the path of enlightenment. With his talent, if he were more decisive in killing, his achievements would never have been limited to the 9th grade grandmaster for life, as in the original story. Ah well, your father's path is to assist my so-called father. Suyu slowly shook his head and said with a smile, "Let me give you a hand. From now on your father will be a civilized man, and you will be a butcher." As he spoke, Suyu flicked his finger. A beam of light shot from his fingertip and went straight into Yi Chen's body. "This demonic energy is a good thing. You'd better not act ungratefully." Suyu's quiet voice slowly arose. In the combat zone of late 6th grade, after Yi Chen merged with the light, a hint of demonic intent immediately flashed deep in his eyes. What's happening to me?" Yi Chen shook his head, then horrified to discover that he actually had an urge to slaughter these Japanese 6th grade martial artists. No. Swish. While his spiritual power was in a daze, the actions in his hands still replaced his subjective thinking. A sword fiercely pierced through the chest of a 6th grade martial artist ahead. Seeing blood, the restlessness deep inside him could no longer be suppressed. This time, Yi Chen panicked, shouting frantically in his heart, No. I want to be like my father, an educator. I can't have this killing intent." Although Yi Chen strongly resisted this feeling after being suppressed for so long, the bloodthirsty nature of a genius was gradually being activated. He was never suited for the path of enlightenment. All along he had suppressed his inner desire for bloodshed and battle, so this time, Suyu simply gave him a helping hand. As for the scholar, "Your father is enough, the others should become killing machines." Under his full exertion, the combat posture of a true prodigy was fully revealed. Sort out death is certain. No one knew how long passed, but the number of those who died under his sword had exceeded 20. Blood gradually activated his innate cruelty. 6th grade, mid-6th grade, late, peak 7th grade, early. Increasingly powerful opponents also fully ignited his competitive spirit. Until the moment when, in order to restrain his own sharpness, he wounded himself to slay an ordinary 7th grade grandmaster under his sword, Yi Qing closed his eyes. After a long time, when he opened them, there was no more literary aura. Only a sharp edge and the blood-surging drive of a martial artist remained. Damn. I'm not playing the civilized man anymore. You little Japanese devils of the Kamishiro family die. The image of a civilized man had completely collapsed. Suyu nodded with satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Blue Star martial arts don't need civilization, they need only... He thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of molding his subordinates. Foolishness was certainly not allowed. But courage was a must. Whenever something arose, there was no problem that killing couldn't solve. If there was, it meant he hadn't killed enough, or with enough ruthlessness. Only thus could troubles be eradicated. To stir up towering waves across the star, see how could one not kill. These were all his underlings. Future gods of slaughter. This killing intent would begin from Blue Star and spread relentlessly to every corner of the heavens. To prove the Tao through slaughter. During this time, he also observed Fong Ting and the other 11. Obviously Fong Ting, having cultivated high-rank techniques and martial skills, was now in no way inferior to the top prodigies and even resembled Chu Feng's style of fighting. It seems I too can try to nurture a child of destiny. Suyu was greatly pleased with his teaching achievements. In his view, aside from the favor of the world's fate, what made a protagonist a child of destiny were the various long-lost supreme arts. In a small place where mystic rank was the peak technique and martial skill, the protagonist could produce mystic rank high level or even earth rank once. How could that not result in crushing dominance? Each time the map changed, the techniques and martial skills rose by one level. As long as one dared to risk their life, and wasn't too unlucky, they would always break through. Gurgle. Beneath, in the 10-kilometer-wide abyss of the blood pool, the blood that was nearly overflowing continuously bubbled. It seemed to be boiling. At the deepest part of the blood pool, a hunched and diminutive figure sat cross-legged at the center, eyes tightly shut, absorbing all the blood into the illusory Tao behind. The original Tao. This was the sole symbol of a 9th-rank grandmaster in martial arts. After stepping onto the original Tao, the Tao manifested its origin, empowered, and combat power surged. And this Tao, which seemed not very spacious, was now being filled with blood. The originally chaotic Tao had its fog dispersed by the blood mist, revealing a crimson path ahead. The shadow of the Tao extended 990 meters. That is, as long as he advanced another 10 meters, this hunched and diminutive elder would become a saint on the spot. However, this was the blood Tao which the world will of Blue Star would not recognize. Thus he would become a martial saint against the will. Thump. The heartbeat of the hunched elder resounded through the blood pool. The next moment, he opened his eyes, crimson light flickering. What is devouring the energy of the blood pool? This blood pool, forged from the blood of 200 million people, was precisely what he needed to pollute the origin of Blue Star's martial arts. Losing a small portion would be tolerable. But at this moment, the blood pool's energy was plummeting every second. If this continued for long before he could break through to sainthood, the blood pool's energy would be plundered and drained completely. Buzz. Shindai Sigu parted the blood mist, a bright gleam flashing in his eyes. At this moment, he gazed into the distance. He saw ahead within the blood a mass of demonic energy recklessly devouring the blood essence. Its gluttonous manner was even more terrifying than his own cultivation. What is that? Seeing this, Shindai Sigu flew into a rage. He raised his hand and struck out a blast of energy, tearing through space and hitting the mass of bang. However, this attack, which could instantly kill a mid-stage 9th rank expert, merely sent the demonic energy flying away. It did not affect its absorption of blood essence. Damned thing, you dare obstruct my opportunity to become a saint. Shindai Sigu roared in fury. The next second his body vanished. Then he tore through space and arrived near the demonic energy mass. Rumble. Shindai Sigu's left hand suddenly mutated into a sharp claw, carrying a crushing pressure, and viciously grabbed the demonic energy orb. However, the demonic energy orb seemed to possess autonomous consciousness, erupting with an extremely dense mass of demonic energy to block the claw attack. Oomph. Shindai Sigu suffered backlash from the demonic energy invading his body. After a muffled grunt, the fury and killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. Damn thing, then let's see who can absorb faster. Shindai Sigu was clearly driven mad. He knew he couldn't exert full power in the blood pool, or it would be completely ruined, so he had no choice but to stop. He immediately sat cross-legged, no longer overthinking. Just absorb first. There was only 10 meters left. Regardless of whether the resentment would affect his mind later, he would become a saint first. Girdle. At this moment, two enormous suction forces continuously absorbed the energy of the blood pool. The originally viscous, stinking blood had now become thin, and the extremely dense crimson hue also gradually dimmed. The two were competing. Who could absorb more? Suyu did not witness this scene. The thick blood essence prevented his spiritual power from diving too deep. However, he could sense that his closely related incarnation was growing stronger, and this trend was accelerating. Thinking this, Suyu lost his interest in watching. His eyes instantly became deep, scanning the battlefield before finally fixing on the Shindai mansion. There are still 2 hours. Suyu raised his hand, light flashed, and a strange blade appeared, shrouded in dense death aura, yet carrying vitality. The undying heavenly blade. An SS rank extraordinary weapon, namely a star rank weapon. It was forged by the human emperor of a mid-level living planet whose power once reached the star-shattering realm. And this blade carried the essence of life and death of that planet. Its power was self-evident. Then the next step is to gather the formation eyes and drain all the world energy from the neon territory. Suyu held the blade in one hand, the other behind his back. One man, one blade, a white robe wildly fluttering in the gale. His chiseled transcendent features bore a smile with a hint of sharp ruthlessness gathering. Let the world energy of neon celebrate the birth of the demon emperor's incarnation. Whoosh. The next moment Suyu's body turned into an afterimage which slowly faded long afterward. At this time inside the Shundai mansion buried deep in the earth, 3 9th-rank latest peak martial grandmasters sat in 3 directions, jointly guarding the mansion. Their pressure carried the scent of blood essence, but the eerie blood aura of the alien race was even stronger. The surrounding space warped, and the air became stagnant and viscous. This was a sign of connecting to the original Tao. These 3 9th-rank latest peak martial grandmasters could be considered half-step original Tao 9th rank. Their terrifying auras like 3 towering mountains guarded the place. With them, along with the formation set by the martial Saint Shundai, the Shundai mansion would face no accidents or damage. How infuriating. With such abundant blood essence in the air, we can't even personally capture some to taste. These 3 were the heads of the Gong Bin Gong Tung and Shui Dai families of the Shun, Shou 3 generations. Feeling the overwhelming blood essence outside, they licked their lips with crimson tongues, regret filling their faces. Let's guard first. Once the patriarch breaks through to martial Saint, we can act freely. Then how much blood essence we eat will be up to us. I've been craving the blood essence of the Dragon Kingdom for a long time. Haha, right. Later we must capture a 9th rank from the Dragon Kingdom and taste it. The 3 indulged in wild fantasies while guarding the blood pool and the Shundai mansion. At that moment a calm voice exploded from the sky above. First strike, severing void. Buzz.